Chapter 1. Transformed into the male lead's malicious ex-wife. Chen Ying, I agree to the divorce. Can we keep this child? I want him. In a house filled with a strong sense of the past, a man knelt on the ground, his words full of pleading. The man had a buzz cut and a chiseled face, undeniably handsome by any era's beauty standards. Chen Ying couldn't help but swallow hard. After she absorbed all the memories in her mind, she nearly cursed. She had transmigrated into a novel, specifically into a period drama titled 80s Sweet Love, where she became the male lead, Zhou Zhaohui's namesake malicious ex-wife. In the original story, Zhou Zhaohui owned a fish farm and was a small boss. He was handsome, standing 1.83 meters tall, and since the country began its reform and opening up in 1978, he had worked hard and became a wealthy man by 1980, the object of desire. 4 unmarried girls in the surrounding areas. The original character was just a country girl who hadn't even graduated from middle school. According to the matchmaker, the original character only had her looks, and with her family's conditions, it was hard to match her with a wealthy Zhou Zhaohui. At that time, everyone preferred educated girls with stable jobs. Despite the original character's beauty, she was just a village girl, and the wealthy men were looking for better candidates. However, the original character was ambitious. Relying on her looks, she staged a fouling water scene several times along Zhou Zhaohui's usual path. Zhou Zhaohui jumped into the water to save her, and while performing CPR, villagers led by her mother saw it, making it impossible to clarify the situation. A pure girl, in broad daylight, was touched and kissed by a big man. How could she live this down? Even though the male lead explained that the CPR was to save her, her mother wouldn't listen. The mother-daughter duo orchestrated this plot to force the original character to marry Zhou Zhaohui and become a rich wife. The original character cried, caused a scene, and even threatened to hang herself. Her mother declared that if Zhou Zhaohui didn't marry her daughter, she would sue him for harassment. In those days, being accused of harassment could lead to severe consequences. Under the despicable scheme of the mother and daughter, the original character married Zhou Zhaohui as she wished. Although Zhou's mother disliked the original character, since her son had spoken up and there were troublesome in-laws, she reluctantly accepted her as a daughter-in-law. Everyone was not foolish. Zhou Zhaohui was in a rush to save someone and didn't think much about it. Later, he realized that the original character's mother and those villagers had appeared at just the right moment, indicating they had plotted against him. Being schemed against was unpleasant, and naturally, Zhou Zhaohui had grievances against the original character. However, he was a responsible person. Since he married her, he didn't abuse her or engage in emotional neglect. He even gave the female supporting character money to spend. After the wedding, the original character lived the life of a rich wife, with servants catering to her every need. Yet, there was a mental block. After marriage, the male lead delayed physical intimacy with the original character. Eventually, she took advantage of Zhou Zhaohui being drunk and climbed into bed with him, resulting in their first intimate encounter. After that night, she became pregnant. Well, they were married now. Despite the original character's questionable behavior, the couple had deeper interactions, and the irritation from the earlier scheming faded a bit. With a child on the way, Zhou Zhaohui reminded himself to treat his wife well, perhaps also due to her beauty. The original character was indeed beautiful, the most outstanding girl in the surrounding villages. Whenever young men spoke of the Chen family daughter, they would blush. After becoming pregnant, the original character's family treated her like royalty. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Zhou Zhaohui's business encountered problems. He had high hopes for the clothing business in Yangcheng, but couldn't leave his fish farm, so he gave his childhood friend Liang Hai 10,000 yuan to purchase goods in Yangcheng, only for his friend to disappear. When Zhou Zhaohui finally realized it, his friend's family had already moved away. He had been deeply betrayed by his childhood friend. As if that wasn't enough, there was also an issue at the fish farm. An electrical leak killed all the fish in the pond. With so many fish, they couldn't sell them quickly. With the weather heating up, unsold fish would soon go bad. Even worse, someone with jealousy anonymously reported Zhou Zhaohui for speculating in fish sales. In those days, once labeled a speculator, one could face hefty fines or even jail time. Having exhausted family resources to resolve the situation and avoid being labeled a speculator, Zhou Zhaohui, once a wealthy man, could no longer bear the consecutive blows and was forced into bankruptcy. Faced with such a result, the original character panicked, pressuring Zhou Zhaohui for a divorce and demanding he take her to the hospital to terminate their 5-month pregnancy. Despite Zhou Zhaohui's insistence that he would work hard to provide for her and the child, even if he went bankrupt, saying, "Give me some time, I will recover quickly and ensure you live well again." Are you just painting me a rosy picture? I've grown up and am not fooled by a few sweet words. Zhou Zhaohui, you useless man, you ruin my life and shatter my dream of being a rich wife. What good are you to me? Do you want me to live a hard life with you, dreaming your dreams? Everything in this house is mine: jewelry, bags, clothes, all mine. After throwing a tantrum at the male lead, the original character scratched his neck and hands. Chen Ying looked down at Zhou Zhaohui on the floor, secretly cursing the original character for being ungrateful. With such looks, even if he were a poor man, she wouldn't mind how charming he was. According to the novel's description, the male lead was wealthy, handsome, skilled in bed, and loyal. Such an exceptional man was hard to find anywhere. If she had been lucky enough to meet such a quality man in her previous life, she wouldn't have remained single until 30. But was this a reward from heaven? After living 30 years, she transmigrated to the 80s and was given such a handsome husband. She wouldn't be foolish enough to let go of her future rich husband to make space for the female lead. Seeing that Chen Ying was silent, Zhou Zhaohui, undeterred, pleaded again, "My parents and my younger siblings all want to see our child born. Don't worry, once the child is born, we will raise him well and won't burden you in any way." Chen Ying thought it was wrong for the female supporting character to be vain. She was not that kind of person. Besides, this crisis was just a test for the big boss, and soon he would rise again. The richest man in Huagua. If she could weather the storm with him, she would become the rich man's wife. Every cell in her body was bubbling with excitement. Since I am the father of the child, can I touch him? The last glimmer of hope in Zhou Zhaohui's eyes faded. What was he hoping for? No matter how good he was to her, it couldn't change her vain nature. And no matter what, the child is innocent, and just thinking about the possibility of her aborting the baby makes Zhou Zhaohui's heart ache. The next moment, Chen Ying's actions leave Zhou Zhaohui stunned. Chapter 2. I can't bear to part with it. Chen Ying stepped forward, took Zhou Zhaohui's hand, and gently placed it on her small belly. The baby, 5 months along, was already quite big. The moment Zhou Zhaohui's hand touched Chen Ying's belly, the baby inside moved slightly, a wonderful feeling. Before the story began, Chen Ying was still a young girl, but after entering the story, she found herself pregnant. She was upgrading to become a mother, and a ripple of emotions surged within her. In the original story, Zhou Zhaohui also asked to touch the baby, but the female antagonist scolded him fiercely. "What right do you have to touch him? You don't deserve to be his father. If it weren't for your belief in that nonsense about childhood friends, he would have been born with a golden key in his mouth. It's all your fault. You caused him to be born a poor child. You're such trash that even touching me is disgusting. Please don't abort him, okay?" Zhou Zhaohui pleaded again. This was his child. He didn't ask Chen Ying to face the difficulties with him. He just hoped she would keep the baby. Zhou Zhaohui was still on his knees, looking up with tear-filled eyes. Men don't easily cry unless they reach a point of deep sorrow. Chen Ying took a deep breath. I can't bear to part with him either. What? Zhou Zhaohui thought he heard wrong. I don't want to abort the baby. I want to give birth. Chen Ying bit her lip, signaling for the man to rise. Get up. What kind of man kneels on the ground? If your family sees you, how embarrassing it would be. She pulled at the man on the ground, but Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't let her force him. He stood up himself. Wow, at 1.83 meters, this tall guy with 8-pack abs was more eye-catching than those male celebrities in the future. Chen Ying felt a bit dry in her mouth, this domineering male aura. You? Zhou Zhaohui hesitated, staring blankly at Chen Ying. Based on what he knew of her, she wouldn't want to abort the baby. Was the sun rising from the west? He wanted to say that she could propose any conditions as long as she kept the baby. He would try to meet them. However, thinking of his current situation, those words remained unspoken. He was now broke, and if Chen Ying really wanted money, he couldn't provide any. Zhou Zhaohui clenched his fists, staring intently into Chen Ying's eyes, as if waiting for the final verdict. There's a saying that it's better for couples to be original partners, especially since we have a child now. I was too angry before and threw a tantrum with you, but now I've realized this is our child. I won't abort him, and I won't divorce you. The baby should grow up in a healthy family. Zhou Zhaohui looked at Chen Ying in disbelief, his mouth opening and closing but not uttering a word. After the family crisis, Chen Ying had been making a scene, even threatening to divorce and abort. How could she now say it was just a tantrum? Zhou Zhaohui didn't understand what she was up to, but hearing her willingness to keep the baby filled him with hope. No matter what, after the family's upheaval, the child was the greatest comfort for the family. Chen Ying knew that the female antagonist's previous behavior had been too excessive, so it was natural for the male lead not to believe her. Since she had become the original character, she needed to clean up the mess. Chen Ying gently took Zhou Zhaohui's hand and looked at him firmly. I know life at home is tough right now. I believe that as long as we work hard together, things will get better. If you're poor, I'll accompany you through hardships. If you're rich, I'll celebrate with you. Husband, in this life, as long as you don't leave, I won't abandon you. Chen Ying was too beautiful. When those lovely eyes looked straight at him, Zhou Zhaohui found it hard to resist. At this moment, the beauty trap became a reality. Zhou Zhaohui thought, even if Chen Ying was lying to him, he would willingly sink into her gentle lies. Zhou Zhaohui held her hand back. Chen Ying, don't worry. I will treat you well for a lifetime, and I will take care of our child. I will work hard to earn money, so you and the baby can have a good life. Chen Ying nodded. I believe you. Her eyes were filled with trust. They say a man's words are deceitful. What Zhou Zhaohui said, Chen Ying truly believed. After all, he was the male lead. Back when she read the novel, she thought such good men only existed in stories. Now that she was fortunate enough to have one, she naturally wouldn't let go. Zhou Zhaohui looked at the time. It was already past 10. He thought about how Chen Ying, a pregnant woman, had been in a bad mood since morning and still hadn't eaten. He took the initiative to ask, what do you want to eat? He'll go cook. After all the trouble the female antagonist caused, could she not be hungry? I want to eat Jingbei roast duck, yellow river carp, braised ribs, and snail noodles. Chen Ying randomly pointed out a bunch of dishes. Zhou Zhaohui's eyebrows twitched. The first few were okay, but what the heck were snail noodles? With a rich array of expressions on his face, Chen Ying smiled mischievously. Just kidding. Make whatever you have at home. Their eyes met, and it didn't seem like Chen Ying was joking. Zhou Zhaohui hurriedly nodded. Okay, you sit for a while, and I'll go make you something to eat. Watching the man hurriedly leave, Chen Ying smiled. Zhou Zhaohui had gained another quality. He could cook. In the 1980s, many men didn't do housework, so the male lead was truly a good man. Chen Ying squinted her eyes and glanced back at the calendar on the table. May 21st, 1983. This date was nice 521. I love you, quite interesting. Chen Ying didn't remain idle. She tidied up the bags, clothes, and jewelry in the room. The original character was vain and had bought quite a bit of gold jewelry. No matter the era, gold is hard currency. Selling these things could yield some money. The 1980s was an era where hard work would yield results. Many people seized the opportunity of reform and opening up, accumulating their first bucket of gold, gradually distancing themselves from those around them, achieving class leaps. Thinking about the later days of working tirelessly from morning till night, living like a beast of burden, Chen Ying preferred the present. Although it was 1983 and there were no smartphones, she had a handsome husband and a baby in her belly. Suddenly having a family, she decided to make a big effort in the 1980s. Not to mention, just doing a small business now, flipping some clothing, could earn a lot of money. Once she made money, she could go to Jingbei and buy a few courtyard houses. In 30 or 40 years, she could just sit back and collect money. You have to know, in the 1980s, a courtyard house could be bought for 10 to 20,000, but after the millennium, housing prices skyrocketed with millions or even billions. No. In the book, Zhou Zhaohui became the richest man in Huagua. Why think so much? Just cling tightly to the male lead and enjoy the ride. What else was there to struggle for? No. If Zhou Zhaohui's abilities combined with her foresight, it would definitely be even more impressive. Perhaps they wouldn't have to wait until the 1987 stock market crash to become rich. Thinking of this, Chen Ying felt ecstatic, rubbing her pregnant belly. This little guy is lucky, being born in my belly, with a future rich dad and a smart, beautiful MOMSO. Giving birth is a skill. Some people are born into wealth, while others work hard their whole lives and still can't reach that starting point. At this moment, a noise outside interrupted Chen Ying's thoughts. Chapter 3. My sister-in-law is too despicable. Bro, why are you cooking for her? Isn't she going on a hunger strike? Just let her starve to death. She designed to marry you, and now that she sees you in decline, she's eager to cut ties with our family and even maliciously wants to abort the baby. Such a bad woman should just roll as far away as possible. A sharp female voice fell, and immediately another male voice chimed in. Second sister is right, sister-in-law is too despicable. Yonghui, Xiaoya, don't say that. I could see that moment. An old woman's voice sounded. It was Zhou Zhaohui's mother, the original owner's grandmother. I didn't say anything wrong. This vixen is scheming to marry your elder brother. It's only been a short time, and her foxtail is already showing. Zhou Xiaoya was indignant, and Zhou Yonghui was equally unconvinced. Enough. Chen Ying is your sister-in-law. You need to respect her. It was Zhou Zhaohui's voice, filled with anger. As soon as Zhou Zhaohui spoke, the siblings didn't dare to say anything more, only muttering quietly in discontent. Elder brother really doesn't know what kind of potion that vixen has fed him. Zhaohui, Mom is here to help you. Then they heard the sounds of washing and chopping vegetables. The room wasn't soundproof, even with the door closed. Chen Ying could hear the conversations outside clearly. At this moment, she could only huddle in her room, otherwise it would be too awkward to go out and face everyone staring at each other. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It wouldn't be easy to make this family believe in her. Zhou Zhaohui probably didn't even believe what she just said. But it didn't matter since she was here. She was confident she could turn the situation around even in such a passive position. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Dinner was ready. The Zhou family lived in a 2-story small building, but unfortunately, Zhou Zhaohui went bankrupt, and they couldn't stay in this small Western-style house anymore. The house would soon be taken away by debt collectors. In the living room, there were packed bundles, and only the mother and daughter, along with Zhou Zhaohui, were present. Zhou Yonghui, who had just spoken, was absent. The girl next to Zhou's mother, glaring at Chen Ying, was Zhou Zhaohui's sister, Zhou Xiaoya. Seeing Chen Ying come over, Zhou Xiaoya snorted coldly. Aren't you supposed to be on hunger strike? Zhou Xiaoya had no good feelings for this vixen's sister-in-law previously. She had seen her brother as a wealthy man and staged a scene of falling into the water to force her brother to marry her. After getting what she wanted, she didn't cherish it. Now that her brother was bankrupt, she wanted a divorce and an abortion. She was truly a gold digger who loved wealth over virtue. Xiaoya, Zhou Zhaohui scolded, and Zhou Xiaoya glared fiercely at Chen Ying. On the table was a bowl of vegetable noodles with 2 eggs in it, looking quite appetizing. Zhou Zhaohui helped Chen Ying pull out a chair and explained beside her, "We're moving soon, and there aren't many ingredients left at home, so I made a bowl of noodles. Just make do with it for now." Before, they had a special cook at home, but after the female supporting character married Zhou Zhaohui, she demanded that the cook make meat dishes for every meal. The young lady played her role quite well. After going bankrupt, they couldn't afford a nanny anymore during this time. Most cooking was done by Zhou's mother, with Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou Xiaoya helping out. Just fill your stomach for now tonight. Let Zhaohui take you to a state-run restaurant to eat. Zhou's mother spoke at this time. Earlier in the kitchen, her son said that Chen Ying claimed she wouldn't divorce and wouldn't abort the child, and would live a good life with him. Although she didn't know what her daughter-in-law was really thinking, Wei Hongmei would still take good care of her as long as she didn't abort and lived well with her son. As a mother-in-law, she would treat Chen Ying like her own daughter. Seeing her mother and elder brother still treating this gold digger so well, Zhou Xiaoya felt like a porcupine with its quills raised. "Mom, elder brother, don't be fooled by her. This heartless bad woman can only be up to no good." Zhou Xiaoya had heard what her brother and mother said in the kitchen earlier, how she wouldn't divorce and wouldn't abort the child. Zhou Xiaoya didn't believe a word of it. Previously, this bad woman had threatened to kill herself to force her elder brother to divorce, constantly causing trouble. She absolutely did not believe that she would live a quiet life with her elder brother. Who knows what bad ideas she might be harboring? She didn't want her elder brother to be deceived again. Beautiful women were the best at deceiving people. "Xiaoya, your words are too harsh." Zhou's mother scolded her daughter. She had previously resented her daughter-in-law for plotting against her son and doubted the authenticity of her daughter-in-law's words about living well together. But deep down, she held a glimmer of hope that perhaps she had really come to her senses and wanted to live well with her son at her age. Wei Hongmei had seen too much. Some women left when their husbands faced difficulties, while others stayed to weather the storm with their husbands. The world is vast, and there are all kinds of people. She hoped Chen Ying would be one of the latter. "Ying, are you hungry? Hurry and eat your noodles." Wei Hongmei smiled kindly at her daughter-in-law. As long as her daughter-in-law could relent on this matter, she would be a treasure to the Zhou family, and she would be grateful to her for a lifetime. "Thank you, Mom." Chen Ying was also very grateful. She could feel the goodwill from her mother-in-law. In the original story, the female supporting character's mother-in-law was a kind-hearted person who treated the original female protagonist very well. with almost no conflicts between them but as for the female supporting character. Although she wasn't satisfied with this daughter-in-law, she didn't act like a typical mother-in-law, nor did she stir trouble in front of Zhou Zhaohui or set traps for the female supporting character. Humph, pretending to be nice. Zhou Xiaoya pouted. Ever since her elder brother went bankrupt, Chen Ying had been causing trouble every day, and she even stopped calling her parents. Now she was calling her mother again. She must have some ulterior motive, Zhou Xiaoya thought. Zhou Zhaohui looked at Chen Ying with a complicated expression. He realized he didn't know her well enough. Just a moment ago, she was desperately wanting a divorce, and now she seemed like a different person. The contrast was too great, making it hard not to think that she had some other intentions. Or was it that she was moved by him kneeling down to beg her? Zhou Zhaohui was also confused. Chen Ying was really hungry after calling out Mom. She lowered her head to eat the noodles. Soon, she finished a bowl of noodles and drank the soup clean. When she looked up, she found the three of them staring at her with complex expressions. Chen Ying felt a bit awkward and looked at Zhou Zhaohui. Is there something wrong with my face? While speaking, Chen Ying reached to touch her face. Could it be that she had noodle sauce on her mouth? Why were the three of them looking at her like this? Although she knew she was beautiful, being stared at like this still made her nervous. No, are you full? Zhou Zhaohui asked with concern. Chen Ying looked at the empty bowl and felt a bit embarrassed. I'm full. She was just so hungry. Zhou's mother went to clean up the dishes, and in the end, she couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. Ying, I heard Zhaohui say that you're not getting a divorce. Wei Hongmei asked cautiously, her palms sweating, fearing she would hear a negative answer. If her daughter-in-law divorced, her grandson might not even have a chance to be born. Thinking about how her grandson might not be born made Wei Hongmei's heart ache to the point of being unable to breathe. Zhou Xiaoya also felt the pain, knowing Chen Ying was pregnant. She had prepared new clothes for her future nephew. Just thinking about those little clothes possibly going to waste made Zhou Xiaoya wish she could beat Chen Ying to death. The mother and daughter looked at Chen Ying eagerly, and Chen Ying's words left them both stunned. Chapter 4. Oh no, you hurt me. Chen Ying nodded firmly. Mom, I was just throwing a tantrum before, but now I've thought it through. I won't get a divorce, and I definitely won't terminate the pregnancy. I will live a good life with Zhaohui. While speaking, she made eye contact with Zhou Zhaohui, believing that difficulties are only temporary. As long as they face challenges together as a couple, life will surely get better. Chen Ying's eyes were filled with sincerity, and the stone in Wei Hongmei's heart finally fell. That's great. My daughter-in-law won't get a divorce or have an abortion. My grandson is safe. Good, good, good. Wei Hongmei repeated the word good 3 times. Ying, you are truly a good child. Zhaohui, you must treat your wife well. If you dare to wrong her, I, as her mother-in-law, will be the first to disagree. Wei Hongmei wiped her tears. She was overwhelmed with emotion. Zhou Zhaohui quickly assured her that he would take good care of Chen Ying and their unborn child. Zhou Xiaoya was still in a daze, wondering if this vain woman would really change. Why did she find it so hard to believe, seeing that her brother and mother were so excited? Zhou Xiaoya knew that if she expressed any doubts, they would definitely scold her. She took a deep look at Chen Ying, planning to keep an eye on her every move. If Chen Ying had any bad intentions, she would immediately inform her family to prevent this bad woman from hurting her brother. Chen Ying stood tall and unafraid, bravely meeting Zhou Xiaoya's gaze. God knows how sincere she was about wanting to live well with Zhou Zhaohui. After all, he was the future richest man in Huagua. As the saying goes, a man with money can cover 100 flaws. Moreover, Zhou Zhaohui was the kind of man who could rely on his looks, but chose to rely on his abilities instead. He was handsome, responsible, and treated his wife well. Such a perfect, handsome man could only exist in a novel. Knowing she had encountered such a good man, Chen Ying wasn't foolish. She would definitely hold on tightly to the male lead. Zhou Zhaohui's gaze was gentle as their eyes met. Chen Ying's heart raced. Even if Zhou Zhaohui wasn't the future richest man, she would still be captivated by his face. Zhou Xiaoya secretly cursed Chen Ying for being a vixen, using beauty to deceive her brother. But Wei Hongmei was very happy. Her son and daughter-in-law had a good relationship, and as a mother, she felt joy. Looking at her daughter standing there in a daze, she thought, this child has no sense at all. Wei Hongmei picked up the dishes on the table and pulled Zhou Xiaoya away. Xiaoya, come help your mom. This child, just growing taller without gaining any sense, should leave the space for the young couple to share some intimate words. Zhou Xiaoya was almost dragged away by her mother. Mom. Zhou Xiaoya had no awareness of being a third wheel. She just wanted to keep an eye on Chen Ying to prevent her from using sweet words to deceive her brother. Her brother was a straightforward person, and Chen Ying was full of tricks. She was worried that her brother would be fooled, so she planned to keep an eye on her, but ultimately, she was pulled away by her mother, feeling quite wronged. When only the young couple remained in the living room, Zhou Zhaohui felt much more at ease. Earlier, with his mother and sister present, there were many things he felt hesitant to say. Chen Ying was truly beautiful. From his perspective, the woman's long hair flowed like a waterfall. Her beauty rivaled that of blooming flowers. Her lips were full and red, and her beautiful eyes were now smiling, giving her a softer appearance. Zhou Zhaohui wasn't a lecherous man, but looking at Chen Ying made his heart skip a beat. Chen Ying sensed the man's gaze on her. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Ying's heart raced. Being stared at by such a handsome guy made her feel shy. Moreover, the way the male lead looked at her was filled with affection. She felt as if she could smell the sweet scent of love. Although she had never been in a relationship before her rebirth, she had never seen a pig run after eating pork. So many soap operas in later generations depict love stories, and the longing glances of the male and female leads were nothing compared to Zhou Zhaohui's gaze right now. You are really beautiful. Zhou Zhaohui's face was hot. He felt that Chen Ying was even more beautiful than before. Hearing this, Chen Ying's eyes curved into crescent moons. Being told she was beautiful made her very happy, especially coming from such a handsome male lead. Watching the blush rise in the man's ears, was he shy? Chen Ying's playful spirit ignited as she took a few steps closer, tiptoeing to breathe, near Zhou Zhaohui's ear. So, do you like it? She looked at him with a smile. Zhou Zhaohui's mind was in a daze. He didn't even dare to look into the woman's eyes. Chen Ying's warm breath made his ears tingle. His body felt as if it had been put under a spell, unable to move, and he swallowed hard. His Adam's apple very prominent. Did he like it? The man didn't speak, and Chen Ying persisted, using her hand to touch Zhou Zhaohui's Adam's apple, being quite mischievous. With a smile on her face, their eyes met, and Zhou Zhaohui thought that Chen Ying truly resembled a vixen from a supernatural tale, trying to seduce him. Zhou Zhaohui held down her teasing hand. If she kept touching him, he would embarrass himself. Yes, I like it. Zhou Zhaohui's eyes darted around, not daring to look into Chen Ying's eyes. Getting the answer she wanted, Chen Ying's smile became even brighter. At this moment, not only were Zhou Zhaohui's ears red, but his face was also flushed. He really was a shy young man. Chen Ying found it amusing. The male lead in the book was naturally older than the original protagonist, but now that the core had changed, Zhou Zhaohui was just a young stud in front of her. In this day and age, people were still quite simple. Marriage didn't involve so many twists and turns. Many people married for a lifetime, unlike the high divorce rates in later generations. The male lead in the novel didn't have any unattainable white moonlight, but there were many women who liked him, flattering him. The author really portrayed the male lead as a peerless good man. Now that this good man was shy, Chen Ying couldn't help but want to tease him. Oh no, you hurt me. She deliberately raised her voice. If there were a mirror at that moment, Chen Ying would definitely think she looked charming. While speaking, Chen Ying tried to pull her hand away from the man's grip. It didn't hurt at all. Zhou Zhaohui was just holding her hand without using much force. Hearing the woman's words, the man's expression turned even more worried as he quickly released her hand, looking at Chen Ying's aggrieved face and repeatedly checking her hand. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Zhou Zhaohui's voice was filled with regret, and his face turned even redder, this time not from shyness, but from anxiety. Let me massage it for you. The man's large hand gently rubbed her small hand, and as their hands intertwined, Chen Ying could clearly feel the calluses on his palm. As the labor force in the family, it was natural for him to do a lot of physical work, so having calluses was not surprising. In contrast, the female supporting character, who married Zhou Zhaohui, did not lift a finger around the house and spent her days thinking about how to look glamorous, resulting in her hands being perfectly maintained, slender and smooth. The female supporting character had delicate skin, and the more Zhou Zhaohui rubbed, the redder her hands became. Now Zhou Zhaohui was even more anxious. He took her hand and began to blow on it. In an instant, A tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Chapter 5. Turn around and teased by the young hunk. Chen Ying originally intended to tease the young hunk, but has she been teased in return? Does it still hurt? Zhou Zhaohui was quite frustrated, gently blowing on the woman's reddened little hand. He had intended to rub Chen Ying's hand, which he had squeezed too hard, but it seemed to have made it worse. Yet, he looked very serious, showing no intention of flirting with her at all. Chen Ying withdrew her hand, saying it no longer hurt. Well, let's go back to the room and pack up. Aren't we moving? After speaking, Chen Ying turned around first, touching her protruding pregnant belly, and smiled wryly. The young hunk was too tempting. She was genuinely afraid that if she teased him too much, she wouldn't be able to control herself. Zhou Zhaohui quickly followed her. Zhou Xiaoya was pulled into the kitchen by Zhou's mother, who said she needed help, but it was just to wash a bowl and chopsticks. She didn't really need her to wash anything. Zhou Xiaoya was paying attention to everything happening in the living room. Seeing her brother and sister-in-law, Zhou Xiaoya pouted, thinking they were being overly dramatic. Her brother was just too foolish. Chen Ying was clearly acting. If her hand hurt just from squeeze, she wasn't some porcelain doll. She had seen some women who would act weak in front of men, unable to even open a bottle cap without help. It was really ridiculous. The chairman once said that women could hold up half the sky, and Zhou Xiaoya disliked those pretentious women who spoke in a coy manner instead of just talking normally. What nonsense are you saying? As a result, her righteous remarks earned her a scolding from her mother. I'm telling you, you must treat your sister-in-law well in the future, and you can't be sarcastic. Zhou's mother lectured her daughter. Zhou Xiaoya was unconvinced and recounted what Chen Ying had done to her brother in the living room. Mom, she must be acting. How could she be that fragile? Only her brother was foolish enough to hold her hand and blow on it and rub it. Shouldn't she remind her brother? What do you know? This is a little couple's fun. You're a grown woman. Be more observant. When your brother and sister-in-law are alone, don't keep hovering around and disturbing their romantic moments. Zhou's mother, having been through it herself, understood that being a third wheel was unwelcome. She was trying to give her daughter a hint. Zhou Xiaoya was unhappy. I'm supervising my sister-in-law. What kind of person she is, you know very well. I'm just afraid she talks one way but acts another. What if she is just pretending and is actually thinking about getting a divorce and getting rid of the baby? What should we do then? Not only was Zhou Xiaoya worried, but Wei Hongmei was also somewhat anxious. She had seen all kinds of people in her time, and she could tell a bit about what her daughter-in-law was like. Suddenly saying she wanted to live well with her son and have the baby left her a bit puzzled about her daughter-in-law's intentions. Regardless, as long as her daughter-in-law gave birth to a grandson, she would be a great benefactor to the Zhou family. Don't talk nonsense. Since your sister-in-law said so, she will definitely live well with your brother. Don't keep bothering her and doing annoying things. Zhou Xiaoya perfunctorily replied, got it, thinking to herself that it was nonsense. After Zhou's mother finished educating her daughter, she went to tidy up. Once they packed up, they would move to the countryside, and this house would soon be taken away. I wonder how your father's business is doing today. Zhou's mother was worried. So many fish had been electrocuted. If they didn't sell them quickly, they would all go bad. Zhou Xiaoya was also worried and tried to comfort her mother. Mom, didn't T little brother go to help? With two people selling, it will definitely go better. If it weren't for Chen Ying constantly causing trouble, her brother would also be out selling fish. With one more person, they could sell faster. But because he was worried about her, he didn't go out to sell fish today. Wei Hongmei forced a smile, knowing her daughter was just trying to comfort her. At least her daughter-in-law wasn't getting a divorce and would still have a grandson. That was the best news. In the room, Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui were also packing. Chen Ying took out her jewelry and bags. You owe me sell these. Chen Ying pointed to the bags and gold jewelry beside her. The bags were the latest style from this era, and the original owner had bought them but hardly used them, so they were still very new. As for the gold jewelry, gold has always been a hard currency, so it should be easy to sell. Zhou Zhaohui frowned. You really like these bags. Why do you want to sell them? And these jewelry, just keep them. Some gold jewelry was bought by Zhou Zhaohui when they got married, and others were added later by Chen Ying, with over a dozen pieces in total. Zhou Zhaohui couldn't understand Chen Ying's obsession with bags. Before going bankrupt, he had always been generous with money, never treating Chen Ying poorly. Every time they went out, she would come back with big bags. His mother had mentioned to him that Chen Ying didn't know how to manage money, and Zhou Zhaohui wanted to treat his wife well since she married him. After making his stance clear to his mother, she didn't speak ill of Chen Ying's financial management in front of him again. Chen Ying's mouth twitched. Those bags were fashionable in 1983, but by today's standards, they were really outdated. Chen Ying couldn't understand the original owner's taste. Or perhaps the original owner was just vain, buying these bags more to prove she was wealthy. Like some nouveau riche who liked to wear big gold chains and fur coats, just to show off their money. Those bags wouldn't be used in the countryside anyway, and keeping them would just take up space. Selling them could bring in some money to buy baby formula later. Chen Ying chuckled. These bags weren't cheap when I bought them, but selling them secondhand will definitely be at a much lower price. That's fine. It's better than leaving them to gather dust. The big shot went bankrupt. If he had some capital, he might be able to make a quicker comeback. Chen Ying didn't think selling these bags and jewelry would generate much money, but at least it could improve the family's meals. Besides, she was pregnant now and needed to eat better. Otherwise, what if the baby didn't get enough nutrition? Seeing the man frowning deeply, Chen Ying tried to sound casual. And these bags are outdated anyway. Selling these now means I could buy new ones later when new styles come out. Although Chen Ying wore a smile, Zhou Zhaohui felt very uncomfortable inside. He knew how much she liked those bags, and now she was pretending not to care, probably not wanting him to feel bad. Zhou Zhaohui felt heartbroken. He really didn't understand her well. He realized he had been too superficial, thinking she was just vain and calculating, without noticing that she had many excellent qualities deep down, or perhaps because of her self-directed drowning act. He had viewed her through colored glasses and had already denied her in his heart. Zhou Zhaohui's chest heaved. His emotions were mixed. He stepped forward and held Chen Ying's hand, and what he said next shocked Chen Ying. Chapter 6 Sorry. Zhou Zhaohui had a sincere look on his face, while Chen Ying stared blankly at the man. Why did he suddenly apologize to her? If she didn't know that the male lead was an exceptionally good man, she would have suspected that he had done something wrong to her. What was going on? Chen Ying was confused. The conditions in the countryside are poor, and moving to the rural area means you have suffered alongside me, Zhou Zhaohui explained. Only he knew that this apology had a deeper meaning. Previously, he had prejudged Chen Ying, misunderstanding her as a vain woman and thinking badly of her. Now he realized that she was willing to sell her favorite jewelry and bags for the sake of the family, and deep down, she was a kind-hearted good woman. The male lead was indeed a good man, apologizing for this matter. What's the big deal? I was originally from the countryside. Now I'm just moving back. So there's nothing I'm not used to. In fact, I should thank you. If it weren't for marrying you, I wouldn't be able to live the life of a wealthy wife. Chen Ying believed that difficulties were only temporary, and as long as they worked hard together, life would definitely get better. She discovered that she still had the potential to be a confidant. Look, just a few words from her had relaxed the frown on Zhou Zhaohui's face. All right, let's hurry up and pack. Come with me to sell these. Chen Ying urged with a smile, and Zhou Zhaohui smiled back. Their eyes met, and Chen Ying saw her reflection in his gentle gaze. She was unsure of her expression at that moment, but she felt very secure inside. Living with Zhou Zhaohui, she was no longer afraid of future married life. After packing up their things, Zhou Zhaohui took Chen Ying out to sell the jewelry and bags. Walking on the street, Chen Ying felt she had traveled back to the 1980s. In 1983, even in the city, there were not as many high-rise buildings as in later years. Cars were rarely seen on the streets. Most people rode bicycles, and occasionally they could see a bus. After all, this was the provincial capital of Hebei province. And compared to the backward countryside, the economy was much better. Everything in this era was something she had seen in precious footage online before she traveled into the book. Now, being in 1983, walking in a strange yet familiar environment, Chen Ying felt waves of emotions rising within her. Zhou Zhaohui took Chen Ying to a second-hand market where she planned to sell her bags and gold jewelry. Zhou Zhaohui finally held Chen Ying's hand firmly, looking at her with confusion. Don't sell the gold jewelry. It looks good on you, Zhou Zhaohui said seriously. The male lead was not one to sweet talk. Before marrying the female supporting character, he hadn't interacted with other women. Chen Ying searched her memories and realized that he hadn't spoken sweet words to the original character either. Does it really look good? In the 1980s, gold jewelry wasn't as stylish as in later years. It looked a bit old-fashioned, but the material was genuine. The gold bracelet felt heavy in her hand, definitely not hollow. Chen Ying didn't particularly like gold jewelry. Before traveling, she had never even dated and only dealt with gold by buying gold bars at the bank for investment. However, seeing the seriousness in Zhou Zhaohui's eyes, the jewelry that she initially found outdated suddenly became much more appealing. Indeed, people are visual creatures. If Zhou Zhaohui had looked like Wu Daolong, she wouldn't even want to talk to him, let alone listen to him. Okay, then I'll just sell the bags. Chen Ying nodded. Zhou Zhaohui agreed, determined to work hard to earn money to buy more bags that his wife liked in the future. The bags that the original character bought were all fashionable at the time, each costing over 100. When sold, the 5 bags only fetched 200 yuan, resulting in a loss of more than half. Chen Ying was still very happy. Having a few worn-out bags and not spending on food felt more substantial than those 200 yuan. In this era, money was still valuable. The salary of an ordinary town worker was only about 30 yuan, while a better job paid around 50 a month. In a well-performing factory, the basic salary plus performance bonuses could reach 100 yuan, which was definitely a high income for that time. The 200 yuan from selling the bags was equivalent to half a year's salary for an ordinary worker, and Chen Ying was very satisfied. 200 yuan can buy a lot of things. At this time, the largest denomination was 10 yuan, commonly known as Big Unity, meaning 200 yuan consisted of 20 10 yuan notes. In the later internet era, few people carried cash, and most used online payment. Now, holding a stack of cash, the visual impact was quite shocking. In later years, money was kept on phones, which felt less tangible. Numbers didn't have much impact. But holding the 20 10 yuan notes tightly in her hand, Chen Ying felt extremely fulfilled. Zhou Zhaohui watched the smile on the woman's face and felt happy too. His wife liked money, so he would work hard to earn more and give it all to Chen Ying. He thought she looked particularly good when counting money. After leaving the second-hand market, Chen Ying counted out 10 of the 10 yuan notes and handed them to Zhou Zhaohui. The man frowned and did not take the money. However, Chen Ying pushed the money forward again, saying, "Here, we can split the money from selling the bags." Chen Ying was not the original character. She believed in reciprocity in her dealings with others. If someone treated her today, she would treat them back tomorrow. She never took advantage of others. Moreover, shared property between spouses should naturally be split in half, so she saw no issue with it. When Chen Ying said that the money should be split in half, Zhou Zhaohui's expression darkened, and his brows furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito. Chen Ying blinked, sensing that the male lead seemed unhappy. Did he think giving half was too little? After all, the money for the bags was his. Should she just give him the entire 200 yuan? Just as Chen Ying was preparing to take the next step, Zhou Zhaohui tightened his grip on her hand that held the money and said earnestly, "You keep the money from selling the bags. If you see something you like, just buy it. I will work hard to earn money and let you live the life you had before." Chen Ying was taken aback. The life before had been one where the original character was lazy and indulgent, spending freely after eating well every day, easily swayed by compliments from salespeople, buying things indiscriminately without regard for necessity. She didn't want to live that kind of life, where she ended up with a pile of useless items at home after spending a lot of money. What a waste. Zhou Zhaohui's words were reminiscent of the original character's life as a wealthy wife before he went bankrupt. Chen Ying's heart raced. She felt that the most beautiful love words in the world weren't flowery, sweet nothings, but sincere and straightforward expressions like Zhou Zhaohui's. This guy must be doing it on purpose. From this angle, his nose looked even more prominent. Was he trying to charm her? If so, he succeeded. She had absolutely no resistance to Zhou Zhaohui's handsome face. Then, she made a bold move, causing the male lead's face to turn red. Chapter 7. This guy is shy. Chen Ying stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Zhou Zhaohui's cheek, whispering in his ear, "Thank you, hubby." The warm breath sprayed against the back of Zhou Zhaohui's ear, and he felt as if he was on fire, his face turning bright red in an instant. He reached up to touch the cheek that the woman had kissed, responding dully, "No, you're welcome." Chen Ying was his wife, and it was only natural for a man to work hard to provide for his wife. Zhou's awareness was still quite high. Chen Ying felt that being in this story was like striking gold. Mom must have made dinner. Let's hurry back. Zhou Zhaohui didn't dare look at Chen Ying's face. After saying this, he took the lead and walked ahead. The man was tall with long legs, taking large strides. Chen Ying found it amusing. This guy was shy. In the conservative atmosphere of the 1980s, young men would easily blush when they saw pretty girls. They had been married for so long, and the original owner was already pregnant, yet he was still so shy. Every time they had a close interaction, it felt like teasing a young heartthrob. Was this really okay? Chen Ying felt a bit frustrated. The male lead had already walked quite far away. What was she supposed to do? She was also pregnant, and he didn't even wait for her, reducing her score by 1. Cough, cough. Chen Ying deliberately coughed a couple of times, and the straight man Zhou Zhaohui finally reacted, quickly stopping in his tracks. He turned to see Chen Ying far behind him, looking at him with a wronged expression. Hubby, why are you walking so fast? You don't wait for me. Chen Ying was beautiful, her voice soft and charming, complemented by her watery eyes that seemed to speak. Her big eyes blinked at him, and Zhou Zhaohui felt he had done something very wrong. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but at that moment, no words seemed sufficient to express his apology. Chen Ying observed the changes in Zhou Zhaohui's expression. He would purse his lips one moment and furrow his brows the next. If there was a mirror at that moment, she would have made him look at his face, which was full of changing expressions. Knowing that the male lead was a straight man and had little experience in dealing with the opposite sex, Chen Ying didn't want to make things difficult for him. She waved at him, and fortunately, Zhou Zhaohui was perceptive enough to hurry over. His eager demeanor resembled a little dog summoned by its owner, afraid of being abandoned if it ran too slowly. Zhou Zhaohui stopped 2 steps away from Chen Ying, looking like a child who had done something wrong, cautiously watching her, his hands nervously fiddling with his pockets. Seeing his reaction, Chen Ying couldn't help but smile. Her husband still had to be handsome. Looking at his face, she decided to add back the point she had taken away earlier. Chen Ying stepped forward and linked her arm with Zhou Zhaohui's, saying, "Let us go." She could clearly feel the stiffness in his body. Chen Ying blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Hubby," indicating for him to move. She was a modern woman from the 21st century, and she wouldn't shy away from approaching a handsome guy. Besides, he was her husband. They were officially married. So what was there to be embarrassed about? It was Zhou Zhaohui who felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, it was the conservative 1980s. Even standing together and saying a couple of words could easily lead to rumors, and even as a couple, they rarely acted so openly in public. Zhou Zhaohui was indeed unaccustomed to it. He instinctively looked around, and since everyone was busy and no one was watching them, he finally relaxed. Being linked by Chen Ying's arm while walking felt quite strange to Zhou Zhaohui. He even deliberately slowed his pace to match hers. Chen Ying noticed and smiled brightly, secretly giving the male lead another point. He really was a warm man. When they returned home, they found several people in the living room sighing. Besides his mother-in-law and sister-in-law, there was a middle-aged man and a young man who were undoubtedly the male lead's father and younger brother. Hearing the noise, his mother-in-law, Wei Hongmei, quickly signaled to her husband. Zhou Wenshan, the father, forced a smile. "Zhaohui, daughter-in-law, you're back." The two responded to Zhou Wenshan. His mother-in-law instructed them to wash their hands. Dinner was ready and just waiting for them to start eating. At the dining table, Zhou Wenshan's brows were furrowed, and Wei Hongmei didn't look too pleased either. Seeing his parents' expressions, Zhou Zhaohui asked, "Dad, is the fish not selling well?" "Indeed, a lot of fish went bad today." Zhou Wenshan sighed. "It's May now, and the weather has gotten hot. Many fish in the pond died from electric shock, at least several thousand of them. And at market price, they could sell for 1 yuan per pound. To sell them quickly, I directly priced them at 50 cents, and I did manage to sell some, but there were just too many dead fish. Even at 50 cents, it's impossible to sell them all at once. Just thinking about the spoiled fish that had to be thrown away is frustrating." In the original story, only a small portion of the electrocuted fish was sold, and most of it went bad and was discarded. This was a heavy loss for the Zhou family. If the fish farm hadn't encountered such an accident, Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't have gone bankrupt. Noticing that the whole family had stopped eating and was looking at him, Zhou Wenshan hurriedly said, "Everyone, eat first. After we're done, we can think of a solution. If necessary, I can lower the price to 30 cents per pound. That should sell a bit more. Zhaohui, serve your wife some food. Let us eat." Zhou Wenshan forced a smile. After returning from selling fish in the afternoon, He had heard from his wife that the daughter-in-law would divorce his son or have an abortion and would live well with him. Zhou and Shan hadn't been happy for long when he thought of the fish that had gone bad and thrown away, and a slight worry washed over his face. After many years of marriage, Wei Hongmei asked her husband if he had encountered any trouble while selling the fish. The two discussed the situation, and Wei Hongmei was also worried. How could she not be worried? So many dead fish cannot be sold all at once. In these times, individual businesses were also guerrilla fighters. The traffic at the farmer's market was limited, and the two of them had run around several places in the afternoon, but hadn't sold much fish. Zhou Zhaohui picked a piece of fish meat from the belly of the fish, which had fewer bones, and placed it in Chen Ying's bowl. Chen Ying thanked him, her eyes sparkling. She needed to think of a way to quickly sell those dead fish. During the meal, everyone ate with heavy hearts. After dinner, the mother-in-law and sister-in-law went to clean the dishes. Seeing Chen Ying sitting still, Zhou Xiaoya secretly cursed her for being lazy, even claiming she wanted to live well with her brother. It was one thing when they had a nanny before, but now she wasn't doing anything at all. Thinking of her mother's admonishments to treat Chen Ying well, Zhou Xiaoya suppressed her displeasure and didn't say anything harsh. Zhou Yonghui was anxious, glancing at his dad and then at his brother. Dad, brother, are we really going to sell them for 30 cents per pound tomorrow? Selling fish at 30 cents per pound wouldn't just mean no profit. It could even lead to losses. The fish farm had costs. Fry and fish feed were all purchased with money. Even the dead fish were artificially raised, not caught from a river. Not to mention 30 cents, even 10 cents, would be a struggle to sell. Zhou and Shan sighed. Right now, selling even one fish means earning the price of that fish. We can't be too particular about it. They all understood the logic, but Zhou Yonghui was unwilling to accept it. He looked at his older brother with eager eyes. Brother, do you have any good ideas? Before Zhou Zhaohui could speak, Chen Ying chimed in, and upon hearing her words, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 8 Good idea. Starting tomorrow, we can't just rely on selling fish at the stall. We should visit various restaurants in the provincial capital. There should be quite a few orders. Oh, and we should also check out the schools in the provincial capital, as the demand from school cafeterias is also significant. Additionally, we should visit the cafeterias of various units and find out about their procurement. Chen Ying's mouth opened and closed, her every gesture exuding confidence, and she seemed to radiate light. For running the business, dear husband, it's better for you to go. My little brother and dad are still outside selling fish. Husband, husband, Chen Ying called out twice, and Zhou Zhaohui finally snapped back to reality. Oh, okay. Chen Ying was so dazzling that Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but gaze at her in admiration. Zhou Zhaohui had made a fortune in the early 1980s with his own skills, and he definitely had his ways of dealing with people. As for his father, the book describes him as a kind-hearted, honest man. Since he is a supporting character, the book doesn't elaborate much on him. The Zhou family is good character. Even Zhou Xiaoya, who doesn't like her, is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Despite the original owner's bad behavior, Zhou Xiaoya only scolded a few words and never did anything to harm her sister-in-law. As for the younger brother, Zhou Yonghui, he is still a student, helping out over the weekend. Living in an ivory tower, students are quite innocent, and their world is black and white. They don't understand the complexities of interpersonal relationships, so it's most suitable to leave the business running to Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou and Shan kept nodding, agreeing that his daughter-in-law's idea was good. Selling fish to restaurants surely wouldn't mean they would only buy 1 or 2 fish at a time. No matter how small the restaurant is, if there's SA demand, they will buy dozens of fish. As long as they can sell in bulk, it's fine to lower the price a bit. To sell more fish, they were even prepared to sell at 3 dimes a pound. How much can a casual customer buy? A generous one might buy 2, but they could also buy a dozen. It's said that as people age, their minds aren't as flexible as younger folks. Zhou Zhaohui had thought of this method too, but it was Chen Ying who voiced it first. He was somewhat surprised, but more pleased. His wife was not just a pretty face, but had good ideas as well. With everyone watching, Chen Ying felt a bit shy. Was she being too obvious? After all, the original owner couldn't have come up with these ideas. The original owner only thought about how to enjoy life and was lazy, so suddenly coming up with such a clever idea, they wouldn't doubt her, would they? Chen Ying threw out those chaotic thoughts. Even if they thought too much, there were so many fish. They couldn't just wait for them to spoil like in the original book. If she didn't come, that would be one thing, but since she was here, she absolutely wouldn't let such things happen. Right? I have a few recipes for snacks, using fish meat as the main ingredient, which can be preserved longer. I'll make some tomorrow, and we can take them out to sell and see how the market responds. If the feedback is good, we can process all the fish. Turning dead fish into canned fish, fish balls, and fish tofu can extend their shelf life. Especially canned fish. In this era, the living conditions of the people cannot be compared to future times. If the market response is positive, we can directly process the dead fish into finished products. Selling a can of fish for 3 yuan isn't unreasonable, right? One fish can make several cans of fish. Generally, the ingredients for making canned food are scraps like fish tails. They can use good fish to make large cans of fish with such delicious flavors. What's there to worry about in sales? Not to mention, in this era, bringing a couple of cans of fish to visit relatives brings a lot of face. Chen Ying had already thought about where to sell the goods, right at the gates of major state-owned factories in the provincial capital. Workers have salaries, so their purchasing power would naturally be much better. There's also the cinema. In this era, those who are willing to spend a few dimes to watch a movie are not ordinary folks, and there are plenty of couples on dates. Setting up a stall at the cinema entrance, after watching a movie, enjoying a bowl of fresh and delicious fishball soup, wouldn't that be great? Selling a bowl for 50 cents isn't unreasonable, right? It's all handmade, with no additives, packed with protein. Men care about face. After a date, watching a movie, isn't it natural to treat their partner to a bowl of fishball soup? If they can't even bear to spend 50 cents, how can they expect to treat their partner well in marriage? Chen Ying felt that a bowl of fishball soup could help a girl see clearly whether the guy truly loves her. If he can't even afford to buy her a bowl of fishball soup for 50 cents, how can she expect him to treat her well in marriage? Spotting the guy's shortcomings early on and breaking up sooner avoids leaving troubles for the marriage. If she sells snacks, she's really doing a great service. If sales are good, she can also sell it with vegetables like spicy hot pot or spicy stir-fry. In 1983, there weren't so many varieties yet, and vegetables were quite cheap back then. She could go to the slaughterhouse to buy some animal offal, which was very cheap at this time, unlike in later years when it became expensive. With a little processing, setting up a mobile stall, and since there were no city management officers back then, as long as she didn't mind the hard work, she could earn quite a bit in a day. Many vendors selling candied hawthorn berries have several houses at home. Didn't they start as small roadside vendors? With thoughts of making money swirling in her mind, Chen Ying's eyes sparkled, and Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but smile slightly at such a wife. He had heard of canned fish, fish balls, and fish tofu, but Zhou's father looked confused. Zhou Zhaohui, trying to show off his cleverness, asked, "Sister-in-law, is fish tofu similar to regular tofu?" Chen Ying looked at the three of them with puzzled expressions and explained again. "I'll make some first, and you all can taste it. To sell well, I need to satisfy the taste buds of everyone in the family. Otherwise, how will customers be willing to pay?" As for whether the original owner had a talent for making snacks, Chen Ying really could cook. Previously, in order to maintain her figure, she had researched how to eat healthily. The food outside was too greasy, and many were made with gutter oil. It was too unsafe. So Chen Ying cooked for herself. She wouldn't dare claim her cooking could compare to a 5-star chef, but in 1983, few would say it tastes bad. At that time, people weren't overly picky about food since basic needs were not yet met. Just filling their stomachs was good enough, and only those wealthy families pursued taste excessively. Wealthy people wouldn't come to roadside stalls anyway. All Chen Ying needed to do was cater to the sinking market. "Dad, do we have any fish at home?" Before Zhou Wenshan could answer, Zhou Yonghui quickly responded, Yes. There are still dozens that haven't been sold." Intrigued by his sister-in-law's mention of fish balls and fish tofu, people are always curious about the unknown, and Zhou Yonghui wouldn't admit he was drooling. Chen Ying smiled. She had always been proactive, prompting the three to take the remaining fish to the kitchen. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to show off her skills. Mother-in-law Wei Hongmei looked at the actions of the few, puzzled, while Zhou Xiaoye, hearing that Chen Ying was going to make fish balls, fish tofu, and canned fish, instinctively threw cold water on the idea, saying she can make snacks? Even a sow can climb a tree. Her tone was full of disdain. Chapter 9. The family makes snacks. It's no wonder Zhou Xiaoye is suspicious after marrying Zhou Zhaohui. The original owner became a wealthy lady who didn't lift a finger and had never set foot in the kitchen. When Zhou Zhaohui became a millionaire, he hired a nanny to do all the cooking and housework, and after going bankrupt, these responsibilities fell to Zhou's mother. Now that Chen Ying says she wants to make snacks and sell them outside, Zhou Xiaoye doesn't believe a word of it. If it weren't for the warning look from her older brother, Zhou Xiaoye would have said even harsher things. Zhou Xiaoye is also a bit confused. He remembers this sister-in-law as lazy and greedy, always asking his brother for money to buy clothes, bags, and cosmetics, and she seems to have never done any real work. However, he thinks the idea of selling fish that his sister-in-law just proposed is quite good, and not only does he think so, but he can also see that his brother and father are very supportive of it. Second sister, say a little less, Zhou Yonghui quietly advises Zhou Xiaoye. Noticing his brother's displeased expression, when Wei Hongmei heard that her daughter-in-law wanted to cook snacks, she was worried that would be too hard for her and might tire her out, affecting the grandchild in her womb. She called the whole family to help out, and in an instant, all 6 family members were crammed into the kitchen, making it feel quite crowded. Zhou Xiaoye pouted. This woman was just being pretentious. Cooking a meal required the whole family to help. If she weren't pregnant, Zhou Xiaoye would have wanted to retort. Before marrying her brother, she was just a simple village girl. Most rural people value sons over daughters. As a girl, she could act like a young lady at home. But what real work had she ever done? Life in the countryside was tough. Summer was better because you could wash clothes in the river, but in winter, washing clothes was a real struggle, having to break the ice with stones to wash in the icy water. Hands became numb and frostbitten, with little cracks all over. Zhou Xiaoye knew all this because before her brother became a millionaire, the family lived in the countryside, and she had done chores like cutting pig grass and washing clothes. Life in the countryside is pretty much the same everywhere, and she doesn't believe that Chen Ying hadn't done any work before. Now that she's in their family, she just wants to do nothing and focus on being a young lady. This thought was only in her mind. When she wanted a divorce and get rid of the child, the whole family was worried. But now she says she wants to stay and live well with her brother and have the baby. When their father returned home, their mother told him what was happening, and their father was so happy. He repeatedly reminded her and her little brother not to make the sister-in-law angry and to get along well with her. Their father was even more moved, saying that Chen Ying was a good child with a kind heart. And at that moment, Zhou Xiaoye really wanted to reply that she wasn't kind at all. This woman was materialistic, and when her brother fell on hard times, she immediately wanted a divorce and an abortion, turning the house upside down. How could such a woman be good? Now, suddenly changing her mind might just be because she hadn't found a better option, and Zhou Xiaoye felt that someone like Chen Ying wouldn't change so easily. Chen Ying assigned tasks. The rough work of removing fish bones was naturally left to the men. So, the 3 men were responsible for deboning the fish. After deboning, they chopped the fish meat into a paste, repeatedly adding scallion and ginger water, along with some starch, pepper powder, cooking wine, salt, and a series of seasonings, mixing vigorously. At this moment, Chen Ying really missed the electric meat grinder from later generations. Of course, such tasks were usually done by her mother-in-law, Wei Hongmei, while her sister-in-law helped out nearby. It seemed like she was just giving instructions, which made Chen Ying feel a bit awkward. As for the fishkin food, Chen Ying marinated the chopped fish and started working with her hands, which made her feel much better inside. For a moment, the whole family was busy. After the fish paste was mixed well, Chen Ying spread it evenly in the kitchenware, steamed it for a while, making fish tofu. The remaining fish paste was squeezed out into ball shapes and cooked in hot water. The steamed fish paste took shape and, after removing it from the mold, she cut it into even small pieces. The square fish tofu was ready, perfect for hot pot. After a few hours of busy work, the fish balls, fish tofu, and braised fish canned food were all completed. It was easy to tell how good these snacks would taste. The kitchen was filled with a fragrant aroma that made everyone's stomachs rumble. Zhou Xiaoye couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although Chen Ying did less of the hands-on work, she still worked hard directing everyone, and her mouth was never idle. It only felt dry when she finally stopped. Her lips were a bit chapped, And Zhou Zhaohui was always attentive to his wife, noticing her pale lips, and quickly poured her a cup of warm water. It wasn't tea, just thirst. Chen Ying took the cup and quickly drank it all. Want more? The man asked, very considerate. Chen Ying shook her head. The snacks were ready, and it was time for everyone to taste them. Chen Ying looked at everyone, and they all quickly nodded. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks to serve the dishes, while Zhou Zhaohui also went to help. Zhou Zhaohui, however, was focused on Chen Ying's face, taking out a handkerchief to gently wipe the sweat from her forehead. Chen Ying wanted to say she could do it herself. But at this moment, the man was exceptionally domineering. They were very close, and after doing physical work for so long, both Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui were sweating, and she could even smell his sweat. It was a strong masculine scent, not the kind of pungent sweat smell. After wiping the sweat, Chen Ying took the handkerchief and wiped Zhou Zhaohui's forehead in return. He was momentarily stunned, but quickly bent down to cooperate with her. Chen Ying thought of a classic quote she had seen online. Just be yourself. You don't need to stand on tiptoes. The one who loves you will naturally bend down. A mutual effort in love lasts longer. Chen Ying's eyes were smiling, and she didn't even realize that at that moment, her eyes were filled with Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Zhaohui was very close to her, close enough to feel each other's breath, his heart racing. Chen Ying was truly beautiful, the kind of stunning beauty with no dead angles. Zhou and Shan watched the young couple affectionately looking at each other while wiping sweat, thinking how nice it was to be young. The completed snacks were served one after another, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. In fact, the sweating and gazing at each other didn't last long, only 2 or 3 minutes, but it felt like it had lasted a century. And their feelings quickly heated up in that brief moment. So delicious, everyone praised. The braised fish canned food goes without saying. But the fish balls and fish tofu were chewy and bouncy, as if dancing in their mouths, with a delicious flavor that made them want to take a second bite after the first. Whether it was good or not was evident from the expressions on their faces. Chen Ying was also happy. This was a success. Zhou Zhaohui was a millionaire, so the family's living standards were naturally much better than those of ordinary families. If the Zhou family thought it tasted good, then these snacks would surely sell well outside. Sister-in-law, this fish tofu is much better than ordinary tofu, Zhou Zhaohui said with his mouth full, mumbling. Wei Hongmei shot her son a glare. This little brat was such a foodie. Chen Ying found it amusing. After all, he was still a child at heart. At the dining table, the family wore smiles and enjoyed the delicious food. When Chen Ying spoke up, everyone was stunned. Chapter 10. Being a small business owner, how mundane. Chen Ying expressed her thoughts. The weather was hot, and they needed to sell the dead fish quickly, or it would spoil soon. According to her previous plan, she intended to sell them at a low price of 30 cents per pound, or even 10 cents per pound. It would be better to process those fish herself, as everyone seemed to love canned fish, fish balls, and fish tofu. She planned to process the dead fish and sell them at a stall outside. She already had the locations in mind, in front of various schools, state-owned factories, and cinemas, setting up a snack stall with good mobility. A can of fish would sell for 3 yuan, and a bowl of fish ball and fish tofu soup would sell for 50 cents. As for selling finished fish balls and fish tofu, she would sell them at 1 yuan per pound. Chen Ying calculated that 1 pound of fish could make about 3 to 4 pounds of fish balls and fish tofu. If consumers enjoyed the fish ball soup, they would be willing to spend 1 yuan on the finished products. The soup would only have a few fish balls, but it would be a big bowl full of soup garnished with some vegetable leaves. Currently, the market price for live carp was 1 yuan per pound, and grass carp was about the same price. With this processing, even though they were dead fish, the money made would not be less than that of live fish. Chen Ying was clear-headed and had calculated everything. Zhou Zhaohui listened attentively. His wife was quite resourceful. Previously, she had deliberately portrayed herself as simple-minded. If Chen Ying knew the male lead's thoughts, she would definitely say he was overthinking it. The real original character was just that way. And what stood before him now was the transformed Chen Ying. Zhou Xiaoya swallowed the fishball in her mouth and interrupted Chen Ying's eloquent speech. Isn't that being a small business owner? Counting small bills every day, how mundane. Zhou Xiaoya pouted. Her brother used to own a fish farm and was the factory director. Whenever important figures came to discuss business at their home, Now her brother was expected to push a little cart around the streets to be a small business owner. Just thinking about that scene was a nightmare. Wei Hongmei also felt it was not ideal. In these times, officials were the most dignified, and poor peasants were the most honorable. The best social class was that of the Zhou family, who were poor peasants. Capitalism was to be criticized. If their son had the ability, he should engage in aquaculture and become a low-key 10,000 yuan household. Before the fish factory had issues, the fish they raised had a stable market. There was no need for much worry. Now, really pushing a cart to be a small business owner? Wei Hongmei felt embarrassed. Thinking about the family troubles, Wei Hongmei silently cursed the ancestors of Liang Hai's family. If it weren't for that ungrateful wolf, their family wouldn't have fallen into such despair. Previously, when they set up a stall to sell fish, there were jealous people who reported them for speculation and profiteering. It cost them a lot of money to clear that dangerous label. Now, they were really going to be small business owners? Chen Ying's mouth twitched. Her sister-in-law was too well protected by the family and had not experienced any hardships. If it weren't for Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou family's parents supporting her, Zhou Xiaoya would immediately transform from a little fairy into someone utterly mundane. Zhou Wenshan's expression was also not good. He had been setting up stalls to sell fish these days, which was indeed small business work. His daughter's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. Chen Ying looked at Zhou Zhaohui, wanting to hear his thoughts. Zhou Zhaohui was once a successful 10,000 yuan household. Now it depended on whether he could let go of his pride and be a small business owner. If at this moment, the man still couldn't lower his pride, it would be as if she hadn't said anything. Fortunately, the male lead did not disappoint her. I think Ying's idea is excellent. I wholeheartedly support it. In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. Being a small business owner is also about earning money through one's hard work. It is not inferior to anyone. Xiaoya, your awareness is lacking. Chen Ying smiled. He was indeed the male lead, with a high level of awareness. When they were almost out of food, who still cared about pride? Moreover, with so many dead fish, didn't they need to find a way to sell them quickly instead of just watching them spoil? Zhou Xiaoya was just a sister-in-law. If she were Chen Ying's biological sister, Chen Ying would definitely give her a good lesson. Zhou Zhaohui's words carried weight in this family. Previously, he had relied on his own abilities to become a 10,000 yuan household, allowing the family to live well, and everyone listened to him. Zhou father and Zhou mother would not show off their elder status in front of Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Wenshan felt comfortable listening to his son's words. What was wrong with being a small business owner, with unity in their pockets, who looked down on whom was still uncertain? Once Zhou Zhaohui spoke, Zhou Xiaoya dared not say anything further, and Wei Hongmei's previous discomfort also disappeared. The urgent task was to sell those dead fish quickly. Thinking about moving to the countryside, Wei Hongmei felt a bit worried. But we are moving to the countryside in a day or two. It won't be convenient to sell things then, will it? She was anxious. They couldn't live in the city anymore. The journey from the countryside to the provincial city would take half a day, and there were no direct buses. They would have to take a bus to the county first, then another bus to the town, and finally walk 5 kilometers to reach their hometown in the countryside. Zhou Zhaohui's hometown was a poor mountain village in northern Hebei province called Yushu Village. It was named Yushu Village because there was a big elm tree in the village, which had existed before the liberation. According to the villagers, that old elm tree was at least 200 to 300 years old. When Zhou Zhaohui was a child, he and his friends would climb the big elm tree to collect bird eggs. The Zhou family was the most affluent in Yushu Village. Whenever they returned to their hometown, the villagers would treat them well, and Wei Hongmei felt very proud. Previously, returning home was for enjoying life. Now, however, the family had fallen on hard times. They had to sell their small house in the city to pay debts and return to the countryside in a disheartened manner. The gossiping women in the village would likely have plenty to say behind her back. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. This was indeed a problem. After Zhou mother spoke, the family's expressions turned serious. The fish factory was not far from the city center, and returning to the countryside would make selling fish inconvenient. They couldn't possibly haul all those dead fish back to the countryside to sell, could they? That was ridiculous. In these times, even rural people had to get up early to sell goods in the city. Those who farmed and foraged in the fields had no spare money to buy things, let alone selling dead fish for 30 cents a pound. even if they sold for 10 cents a pound. Rural people might not be willing to spend money to buy a fish to eat. As for the canned fish, fish tofu, and fish balls processed by Chen Ying, there was even less market in the countryside. Common people were having a hard time, and every penny in their pockets was valuable. They would rather save a penny than spend it. The only things that could make rural people spend money were cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, buying seeds and fertilizer, and school fees for children. When they had minor ailments, many people were reluctant to buy medicine and would just endure it. Rural people also rarely bought new clothes. One garment would be worn until it was patched with patches. Not to mention that it was the 1980s. Even 40 years later, the poorest would still be farmers. With such difficult market conditions, it was better not to exert effort in vain, even if you praise your fish balls and fish tofu to the heavens. If people had no money, they wouldn't be able to buy them. It would be better to rent a house in the city. Rural people had no money, but city people do. The couple clearly thought of the same thing. They exchanged glances, and as soon as Chen Ying opened her mouth, she astonished the rest of the Zhou family. Chapter 11. The fox spirit uses her beauty to manipulate her brother again. How about renting a house in the city for convenience and business and not going back to the countryside? There are many opportunities in the city. If she goes back to the countryside, will she really rely on farming to support a whole family? Chen Ying wasn't being pretentious. If there were better options, why make things difficult for herself? She wasn't the type to endure hardship without reason. Zhou Zhaohui was also of the same mind. He wasn't surprised. In fact, he was quite happy. The two exchanged a brief glance and thought of the same thing, a connection of hearts, filling Zhou Zhaohui with sweetness. Zhou's father and mother had complex expressions. Renting a house in the provincial city would cost over 1,000 yuan a year for rent and living expenses. After a series of setbacks, the family didn't have spare money. If they had money, they wouldn't be thinking about going back to the countryside. Going back to the countryside basically had no expenses. They could grow their own grain and vegetables. The old home had a few acres of land. The family might not live well, but at least they wouldn't starve. Great. Zhou Zhaohui agreed. He was about to start school after the weekend. If they rented a house in the provincial city, he wouldn't have to board at school. Living at home was better than living at school. Zhou Zhaohui scoffed, saying it was easy to talk when standing. Renting a house in the provincial city? Where's the money? Zhou Zhaohui already had a bad impression of Chen Ying, and her tone was laced with sarcasm. Sister-in-law, you know the family situation. Where's the money to rent a house? Are we all supposed to sleep on the streets in the provincial city? Zhou Zhaohui's tone was mocking. If conditions allowed, who wouldn't want to live well? This isn't something we can help. The city was great. Everything could be bought, the streets were clean, cooking was easier with coal, and they had running water. Unlike the countryside, which was full of dog poop and chicken dung, where you had to fetch water and chop wood to cook and work in the fields. Farmers longed to be city folks. The Zhou family used to be farmers, but then the eldest brother became successful and the family moved to the provincial city. Life in the city was too good, and now they were going back to farming. Zhou Zhaohui felt very wronged. Sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if Chen Ying was incompatible with their family's fate. Otherwise, why did the Zhou family fall into hard times after she married the eldest brother? She only thought about this in her heart and didn't dare to voice it. Chen Ying was pregnant, and she was the family's treasure. If Zhou Zhaohui dared to say this, she would surely be criticized by the whole family. As a transmigrator, Chen Ying's understanding of the 1980s mainly came from novels and later short videos, and she didn't have a clear understanding of the rental market in 1983. Now that her sister-in-law brought it up, she couldn't help but ask, how much is the rent in the provincial city for a year? At this time, housing prices hadn't risen yet, so renting shouldn't cost too much, Chen Ying thought to herself. It depends on what kind of house you rent. Apartment buildings are more expensive, while bungalows are cheaper. In any case, if they were rent, it wouldn't be just one room. The rent for a year would at least be over 200. Zhou Zhaohui's tone was dismissive. There were 6 people in their family. They could easily rent 2 rooms for just the 5 of them. The younger brother could stay at school most of the time, only coming back on weekends. Usually, she and her mother would share one room, and the father and elder brother could share another, while the younger brother could squeeze in occasionally. With Chen Ying around, they would need to rent at least 3 rooms. The daughter-in-law couldn't live under the same roof as her father-in-law. The rent of over 200 a year might not even be enough. Hearing this, Chen Ying's expression softened a bit. She replied, "Rent in the 1980s isn't that expensive. You can manage with just over 200 a year. Why go back to the countryside? The hometown is so far from the provincial city. The small house in the city can't be lived in. There are so many fish that haven't been sold. If we just pack up and go back to the countryside, will we watch those fish spoil? There are many opportunities in the city, and renting a house in the provincial city is the best choice. What if her canned fish balls, and fish tofu sell well? Those spoiled fish would be sold quickly, and they could accumulate capital fast. Wouldn't the family's life improve soon? Going back to the countryside means facing the soil and sky. She wasn't good at farming. Thinking of this era, many women had to work in the fields while heavily pregnant, and some even gave birth in the fields. Chen Ying felt a wave of fear. She knew that in this era, rural women rarely went to the hospital to give birth. They relied on midwives. If lucky, both mother and child would be safe. If not, it could be a case of 2 lives lost. At this time, most births were natural, and giving birth was truly a journey through the gates of hell. Chen Ying instinctively touched her pregnant belly. The baby was now over 5 months old, and in 4 months, she would have to give birth. Going back to the countryside meant finding a midwife to deliver the baby. She felt a surge of blood rush to her head. No. For the safety of herself and her baby, staying in the provincial city is much safer. Staying in the provincial city, at least she could go to the hospital to give birth, which is safer. Chen Ying's head was spinning. Zhou Zhaohui coldly snorted. "So you're not talking now, huh?" Chen Ying might say nice things, like wanting to share hardships with her brother, but now she wanted to rent a house in the provincial city, not wanting to go back to a hard life in the countryside. Zhou Zhaohui really thought the worst of Chen Ying, believing that this woman wanted to rent a house in the city to find a better partner and then kick her brother to the curb. This woman was truly wicked. Zhou Zhaohui had a look of "I'll just wait for you to show your true colors. I'll figure out the rent. We're not going back to the countryside," Zhou Zhaohui said in a deep voice. Hearing the man's words, Chen Ying looked up and met his gaze. Zhou Zhaohui gave her a look that said, "I'll handle everything." Chen Ying smiled. When her beautiful eyes focused on someone, it seemed to be filled with a glimmer of water. Being looked at like this made Zhou Zhaohui feel soft inside. She hadn't said anything, but Zhou Zhaohui seemed to understand the unspoken words in her eyes. This was his wife, the woman who would bear his children and spend her life with him. Zhou Zhaohui felt an urge to present all the good things to Chen Ying. Zhou Zhaohui could hardly believe her eyes. Was this really her brother, who always wore a cold face? The fox spirit was using her beauty to manipulate her brother again, and Zhou Zhaohui was quite displeased. The couple exchanged glances, their eyes conveying feelings, and the handsome man and beautiful woman were particularly eye-catching, or at least that's what Zhou Zhaohui thought. Zhou's mother hesitated a bit. "Zhaohui, staying in the city will cost too much. In the city, even buying a green onion costs money. When conditions are good, the family would spend over 100 just on food for a month. Saving a bit, with 6 mouths to feed, everything relies on buying. And eating and drinking would still cost dozens. In the countryside, there are no such worries. Who doesn't grow some potatoes, radishes, or cabbages? They can pickle some sauerkraut and have vegetables to eat in winter." After the household responsibility system was implemented, farmers' lives improved a lot. After paying taxes, the remaining food was all theirs. As long as they worked hard and took good care of the land, filling their stomachs wouldn't be a problem. Zhou Zhaohui also chimed in, "Yes, brother, 2 or 300 is just the rent. What about food for the whole family?" What could her brother think of? After going bankrupt, he went from a wealthy household to a penniless one, all because of that fox spirit sister-in-law who insisted on renting a house in the city. Zhou Zhaohui secretly cursed Chen Ying in her heart, and what Chen Ying said next made everyone widen their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 12. Has Chen Ying really changed? "I have 200 yuan here. Let's take it to rent a house first. If it's not enough for a year's rent, we can negotiate with the landlord to pay a few months up front. As for food and drink for the family, I believe that as long as we are not lazy and rely on our hard-working hands, we won't go hungry." Chen Ying smiled gently and took out 20 large banknotes, placing them on the dining table in the living room. "Tomorrow, everyone will act according to the plan. Honey, you go to the market tomorrow and bring along the snacks I made. If a unit or restaurant likes what I made, it will be even easier. Retail may earn more, but supplying directly is much simpler. Besides, tomorrow we want to set up a stall, but the conditions don't allow it. The snack cart isn't ready. And we don't have much prepared. We could just let Zhou Zhaohui take it to the market and sell a little when he sets up the stall with his father. Everyone was stunned to see the 20 large banknotes on the table. Chen Ying has so much money. What is even more surprising is that she would actually take it out for everyone to use. Is the sun rising from the west? Zhou Xiaoya knows how selfish this sister-in-law is. She blinked, and the money on the table was still there. So wasn't her eyes playing tricks? This vixen sister-in-law really took out 200 yuan to help everyone rent a house. Zhou Zhaohui was the first to react, picking up the 200 yuan from the table and stuffing it back into Chen Ying's hands. You don't need to worry about the house. I'll figure it out. You keep this money for yourself. Marrying a man means relying on him for clothes and food. Yet now he has to rely on his wife's money to support the family. Zhou Zhaohui felt quite uncomfortable. As a husband, he should provide for his wife. But now he has to depend on her. Chen Ying did not take the money back. Since she took it out, she meant to give it sincerely. Instead, she playfully looked at Zhou Zhaohui and asked, "Oh, then tell me, what is your plan to get the rent money in a day or two?" Zhou Zhaohui had indeed thought of a desperate measure, selling blood to make money. But now, facing the sparkling eyes of the little woman, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Besides, if his parents found out, they would definitely disagree, and he couldn't let them worry. Your snacks are so good. If we sell them, many people will rush to buy them, and won't the money just come rolling in? Zhou Zhaohui said, trying to sound calm, but he felt guilty. Although his wife's snacks were delicious, it would take time to open up the market. It was unrealistic to expect to make hundreds just from selling fish in such a short time. Chen Ying thought to herself, this liar. No matter when, it's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's difficult to send charcoal in the snow. When the male lead was thriving, many business associates treated him like a brother, and they would do anything to get him to supply at a discount. Zhou Zhaohui was a sincere person. But once he fell from grace, those people ran away faster than rabbits, avoiding him at all costs. Then you should go to the market tomorrow and sell more. We are a couple. What mine is yours. If you feel embarrassed, just show more appreciation when you earn money. Chen Ying playfully blinked and stuffed the 20 banknotes back into Zhou Zhaohui's hands. This time, the man did not refuse. Okay, he replied with a smile, unsure whether he was responding to Chen Ying's encouragement to run the market well tomorrow or promising to buy her gifts later when he earned money. Or perhaps there was a deeper meaning. Chen Ying was now pregnant. After selling bags in the afternoon, she came back and was busy making snacks. She and T felt tired earlier, but after speaking, she finally felt exhausted and yawned repeatedly. Zhou's mother quickly urged the two to go back to rest. Zhou Zhaohui nodded and helped Chen Ying back to their room. When only Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Xiaoya were left in the living room. Zhou Xiaoya still couldn't react. Mom, has Chen Ying really changed? Why was she so skeptical? People's natures are hard to change. For someone so selfish and self-serving to suddenly become good, Zhou Xiaoya was not happy, but fearful, worried that she was acting in front of the family with a bigger scheme in mind. Zhou Wenshan glared at his daughter. That's your sister-in-law. Where are your manners? Zhou Xiaoya? No matter what, our daughter-in-law is willing to stay during our hardest times and live well with our son. She is a good child, and we should be grateful to her. To sell the fish, the daughter-in-law, with a big belly, even made snacks, it's all for the good of the family. Zhou Wenshan was very touched and lectured his children, saying they should call her sister-in-law, and calling her by name is impolite. Zhou Xiaoya and Zhou Yonghui exchanged glances. Ever since Chen Ying said she wouldn't divorce and would live well with her brother, their parents had been nagging them to respect their sister-in-law. Here we go again. Well, the elders love to nag, so they might as well endure it. In reality, they didn't dare to refute. The Zhou family raised their children with a strict hand, and all three siblings had received their share of beatings when they were young. Remembering the mischievous things they did as kids, Zhou Xiaoya recalled how her mother would hit her on the bottom with a feather duster, making her scream. That feather duster was a shadow of their childhood. In the room, Zhou Zhaohui prepared warm water for Chen Ying's feet and was about to help her take off her socks when Chen Ying quickly refused. I can do it myself. Seeing her embarrassment, Zhou Zhaohui didn't insist. It was the first time he prepared foot water for her, thinking that after running around all afternoon, Soaking her feet in warm water would help her sleep better. Previously, Chen Ying had asked him for money right away. The fish factory had many things to do, and Zhou Zhaohui was busy every day, so the couple rarely communicated. After Chen Ying soaked her feet, Zhou Zhaohui didn't mind that it was the water she had used. He soaked his feet in it too. Chen Ying was a bit surprised. Wasn't he the male lead very particular about cleanliness? Why would he use her foot water? Although confused, it felt like a little rabbit was hopping in her heart. Chen Ying thought, don't be like those love-struck people who lose their sense of values. However, the male lead's values were quite upright to begin with. Zhou Zhaohui was unaware of the woman's thoughts. After washing their feet, he even washed their socks and went to pour out the foot water. After running outside all day, the socks had a smell, but Zhou Zhaohui washing his own socks was nice. He treated his wife well, and Chen Ying was very satisfied, lying on the bed and smiling foolishly. As she smiled, the joy on her face froze. She and Zhou Zhaohui were legally married, and they would be sharing the same bed tonight. What if he made intimate requests tonight? Should she refuse? As a legal couple, this was a right her husband should enjoy. But before she entered this book, she had been single since birth and had never even held hand with a boy. Now, on the first night in this book, she would have a full home run with the male lead. Wasn't he that too fast? Thinking of Zhou Zhaohui's handsome face, it seemed like it wouldn't be impossible. Oh, how shy. Chapter 13. She is a good woman. Not to fight with pregnant women. Chen Ying overestimated the pregnant woman's stamina. By the time Zhou Zhaohui returned to the room, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Listening to the woman's even breathing, Zhou Zhaohui's gaze softened as he lifted the blanket and lay down beside her, then turned off the light. In the dark of night, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Zhaohui's lips, and he couldn't help but think of the 3 acres of land, a cow, and a warm home with a wife and children. Although they were short on money now, life wasn't as bad as he had imagined. He looked at the small woman sleeping peacefully in the dark and felt a wave of tenderness. He was very happy now. The next day, when Chen Ying woke up, she found the bed empty on her side. She touched the cold side of the bed and figured Zhou Zhaohui must have gotten up early. Pregnant women do sleep deeply. She had no idea when the male lead had risen. Chen Ying looked at the sunlight streaming into the room and leisurely stretched, thinking that the Zhou family was quite nice. They slept until the sun was high in the sky, without anyone disturbing her lazy sleep. In the 1980s, this was truly a treasure of a family-in-law. After getting up and washing up, Chen Ying went downstairs and found only her sister-in-law sitting on the sofa. Looking around, she saw no one else. Zhou Xia noticed Chen Ying's confusion and said, "There's only us 2 at home. Just sit down. I'll get you some food." Chen Ying nodded in a daze. Zhou Xiaoya was quite annoyed. This woman was too lazy, sleeping until after 10. Was that breakfast or lunch? What was even more frustrating was that she had to serve her. Zhou Xiaoya roughly scooped the porridge into a bowl, as if she were angry with herself. She told herself that she wasn't serving this lazy woman. She was doing it for the sake of her future nephew. The meal consisted of millet porridge, chive pockets, and fish balls made the previous day. It had carbohydrates, dietary fiber, and vegetables, 3 major nutrients, and Chen Ying was very satisfied. The millet porridge warmed her stomach, making her feel very comfortable, and Chen Ying squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Sister-in-law, where did everyone go? According to the original plan, Zhou Zhaohui had gone to the market early, while Zhou Xiaodi and Zhou father were setting up a stall to sell fish. Zhou mother had gone to check out the rental information she posted on the telephone pole. Originally, Zhou Xiaoya wanted to go see the house, as she didn't want to stay home with this lazy woman. Zhou mother was worried about her daughter going out alone. It was May 1983, and the crackdown had not yet begun, so there were plenty of local ruffians. Zhou mother was not at ease with her daughter going out alone, and besides, when going to see a house, the landlord might take advantage of a young woman and charge a high rent. It was better for her to go herself. So, Zhou Xiaoya stayed home to take care of Chen Ying and talk to her. Otherwise, it would be too boring to stay at home alone. After everyone finished breakfast, Chen Ying was still sleeping, and Zhou Xiaoya was quite dissatisfied with this lazy bum. What was most frustrating was that before leaving, Zhou Zhaohui had specifically instructed not to disturb Chen Ying's sleep, and her mother was even more considerate, saying that pregnant women sleep a lot because the baby needs rest, telling her son to relax and let Chen Ying wake up naturally. When leaving, she warned her not to make too much noise and disturb the future nephew's rest. If it weren't for the fact that it was her own mother saying this, Zhou Zhaohui would have wanted to curse. It was clearly Chen Ying's laziness. What did it have to do with the baby in her belly? Now, it was even better. They had found a reasonable excuse for her laziness. She wanted to rebut a few words, but thought of the small nephew in Chen Ying's belly and decided against it. A good woman doesn't fight with a pregnant woman. While Chen Ying was eating, she listened to her sister-in-law talk about their plans, nodding secretly. After finishing her meal and wanting to clean up the dishes, her sister-in-law quickly pressed her down and swiftly took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. Chen Ying took a moment to realize this. Was she being treated like a precious panda? Well, her sister-in-law was actually quite cute. As for the three men, they had originally split into two groups. Zhou Zhaohui went to run around various restaurants and unit canteens, while Zhou father and the younger son set up a stall on the street to sell fish, fish tofu, fish balls, and canned fish snacks. Zhou father was simple-minded and not very articulate. He had previously farmed in the countryside and took good care of the crops. But they moved to the city because of the eldest son's abilities. Arriving in the provincial capital, he did odd jobs at his son's fish factory. But he couldn't help with business matters. As for Zhou Zhaohui, he was still a student and lacked the savvy of a streetwise person. The two set up their stall at the farmer's market and waited for customers to come, without any awareness of the need to actively promote their goods. However, many people were attracted by their snacks. Everyone knew about canned fish, but the fish balls and fish tofu were unfamiliar. Some curious people actually approached to ask the price. And upon hearing that fish tofu and fish balls were selling for 1 yuan per pound, they immediately lost interest. Fresh fish sold for only 50 cents a pound. Why should they pay 1 yuan for those balls? The two simple-minded men only said how delicious the fish tofu and fish balls were, made from fish meat and handmade, recommending them for noodle soup or with vegetables, claiming how good they were. They didn't even think to let interested customers try a sample. A passerby directly said, "Cut it out. Wang Pa sells melons and praises her own goods. You can't trust a business person's words." However, the canned fish, with visible chunks of fish meat in the jar, sold a few cans without issue. Canned fish at 3 yuan per can was acceptable. Even the supply and marketing cooperative sold them for that price, and their jars were smaller, mostly filled with fish tails and trimmings. This canned fish was a good deal, with such large pieces of fish meat. In those days, bringing a couple of cans of canned fish when visiting relatives was quite impressive. As for the fresh fish, they were selling for 50 cents per pound, and a few older women spent a long time picking, buying only 2 fish. The father and son sold only a few cans of fish and 2 fish that morning. "Dad, this isn't working," Zhou Zhaohui said anxiously under the hot sun, looking at the fish on the stall. Zhou Wenshan sighed. "Let us sell the fish for 30 cents per pound this afternoon." Zhou Yonghui nodded. They had no other choice. They didn't understand why fish balls and fish tofu, which were so delicious, weren't selling. If Chen Ying were here, she would have shouted loudly. Waiting for customers to come to them was not the way to do business. The saying, "good wine fears, not the depth of the alley," was incorrect. Taking the initiative to promote was the key, especially for new products that others hadn't heard of. If they let interested passers-by taste the fish balls and fish tofu, not only would they find them delicious, but some would buy out of vanity. That was human nature. Moreover, if 10 people tasted them, at least 3 or 5 would feel embarrassed not to pay, especially in the simple 1980s. Compared to the difficulties faced by the father and son at their stall, Zhou Zhaohui's business was developing very smoothly. Chapter 14. Brother, you are amazing. Zhou Zhaohui is impressive in his work, with a remarkable demeanor and fair pricing, quickly selling over 100 pounds of fish. Private small restaurants sell fish for 4 dimes per pound, while the unit's cafeteria offers fish at 50 cents per pound. The small restaurant owners operate as individual vendors and are tough negotiators, while the procurement staff at state-run cafeterias, funded by the unit, are just responsible for receiving goods. The fish brought by Zhou Zhaohui is both large and meet standards, and purchasing his fish does not violate any regulations. 50 cents per pound isn't out of their pocket, so there is no pressure on the procurement staff. Zhou Zhaohui also knows how to do business, distributing the fish cans, fish tofu, and fish balls he brought to various unit cafeterias, simply stating they are snacks made from fish meat for everyone to try. With fewer hands involved, the cafeteria procurement staff are even more satisfied with Zhou Zhaohui. The fish balls and fish tofu aside. The fish cans contain visibly large chunks of fish meat, which would cost several dimes at the supply and marketing cooperative. The procurement staff smile at Zhou Zhaohui, saying, "Big brother, if you come to sell fish next time, I'll take it all." Zhou Zhaohui happily agrees and tells the procurement brother that the fish balls and fish tofu can be used in soup or hot pot, both delicious. The brother responds with a smile. Initially, he wanted to sell the fish balls and fish tofu to the unit's procurement staff. But upon hearing the price and being unfamiliar with the items, they directly refused. Instead, he sold a few fish balls and fish tofu to the owner of the private small restaurant, but not much, as the owner, after hearing him speak highly of them, decided to buy a little to test the waters and see customer feedback, which Zhou Zhaohui noticed. After a busy morning, the money from selling fish and snacks totaled about 70 or 80 yuan. It was already noon, and having sold all the fish he brought, Zhou Zhaohui planned to check on his father and younger brother at the farmer's market. If business was good and most of the goods were sold, they would go home for lunch, bring some fish back to save for the afternoon sales. If sales were average, he would just buy a couple of baked pancakes to make do. Since he decided to rent a house in the provincial capital, he needed to find ways to earn more money. His wife was due to give birth in a few months, and he wanted to earn more to buy her some nutritional supplements for recovery. Moreover, for their baby, he wanted to earn enough for milk powder, ensuring the baby wouldn't go hungry. When his sister and brother were born, their mother had insufficient breast milk, leaving the little ones crying. At that time, the production team owned the cows and sheep collectively, making it impossible to milk a sheep, so they could only feed his siblings rice porridge. Zhou Zhaohui was determined to work hard and earn money so that at least his own child wouldn't have to drink rice porridge after being born. With the good earnings from selling fish in the morning, Zhou Zhaohui was full of motivation, believing he would soon allow Chen Ying to live the life they used to have. Zhou Zhaohui originally thought his father and younger brother's snacks would sell well, but it turned out he was overestimating. Under the scorching sun, both Zhou's father and younger brother had pale lips, and Zhou's father was anxious and frustrated, even developing blisters at the corners of his mouth. Looking at the fish that hadn't sold much on their stall and the snacks barely touched, Zhou Zhaohui frowned, then asked them, "Dad, little brother, weren't there many people this morning? The snacks made by my wife are so delicious. It shouldn't be selling so poorly. It seems like you've only sold a few cans of fish. It must be due to low foot traffic." Zhou Zhaohui thought, "Why don't we try a different location in the afternoon?" Zhou's younger brother briefly summarized the morning's events. "Bro, these people are too picky. They think the fish balls and fish tofu are too expensive." Zhou Zhaohui's lips twitched, though the fish balls and fish tofu were delicious. The key was that others didn't know that. It was just his word. At a price of 1 yuan per pound, it was exactly cheap nor expensive. His father and brother just hadn't found the right way to sell the goods. Zhou Zhaohui quickly pinpointed the problem. Zhou Yonghui initially wanted to ask his brother how the market was going, but seeing the back seat of his older brother's bike was only filled with snacks and no fish at all, Zhou's younger brother was quite impressed. "Big brother, you are amazing. Little brother, go buy something to eat. After we finish lunch, I'll think about how to handle these goods," Zhou Zhaohui said, pulling out 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to his brother for some meaty food. The three of them were doing physical labor, consuming a lot of energy, and needed something with oil. Zhou's younger brother eagerly took the money from his brother, nodding, "Okay." Ever since his brother's business went bankrupt, Zhou's younger brother hadn't spent 10 yuan in a long time. Previously, he would have 10 yuan as pocket money each month while studying at school, which he couldn't even spend. He could still save a few yuan each month, but after his brother's bankruptcy, he was lucky to get 2 yuan as pocket money in a month. Zhou's younger brother was in high school at Provincial Capital No. 1 Middle School, where many impoverished students ate pickled vegetables with cold steamed buns every day. Although his family had fallen on hard times, he still had meals at home and hadn't reached that level of hardship. If the whole family returned to the countryside, he would have to board at school, and he might soon find himself living the same life as those impoverished students, eating pickled vegetables with cold steamed buns. Suddenly, feeling the weight of the 10 yuan in his hand, he hoped that his sister-in-law's snacks would sell well. allowing the family to make a living in the provincial capital and stay there. Zhou's younger brother wasn't afraid of hardship. Before coming to the provincial capital, he had to walk 5 kilometers daily to school because there was no school in their village. The older kids in the village would line up, followed by a group of little ones heading off to school in a grand procession, eating their own packed meals at noon. There wasn't much to eat, mostly cabbage and radishes or potato dumplings. Cornmeal wasn't as good as white flour, and they mostly ate coarse grains, with millet being common. Fine grains were generally reserved for holidays or when guests visited. The teaching conditions at the rural school were poor, with classes ranging from preschool to 4th grade in one classroom, and one teacher taught both Chinese and math. When the teacher taught pinyin, they often mispronounced the front and back nasal sounds, resulting in students who couldn't distinguish them. Zhou's younger brother faced ridicule from classmates for mixing up the nasal sounds when he first transferred to the provincial capital school. It was only when he got to school in the provincial capital that he realized there were specialized teachers for different subjects, and a school wasn't limited to just one teacher. City kids also studied English, music, and art, subjects Zhou's younger brother had never even dared to imagine. Unlike in the countryside, where several grades shared one classroom, different grades in the city each had their own classrooms with different subject teachers. Zhou's younger brother wasn't slow-witted. His rural teachers had praised him for his good studies, and after coming to the city, his grades were still above average. Now in high school, studying in the provincial capital, his chances of getting into college were naturally greater than at a county high school. He clenched the 10 yuan in his hand, silently making a determination. Chapter 15, Brother, Sister-in-Law, is amazing. He wants to work hard to get into college. Previously, it was his elder brother who led the family to progress, but now that his brother is facing difficulties as a member of the family, he also needs to contribute. This is an era where knowledge can change one's destiny. For ordinary people, getting into college is like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Once in college, one can enjoy the benefits provided by the state, which will assign jobs, thus securing a stable livelihood. Zhou Zhaohui bought several large meat buns, and after the 3 of them had something to eat, Zhou Zhaohui shared his plans. Zhou Zhaohui has always been opinionated since childhood and is also the most capable person in the family. Naturally, the other 2 had no objections, so in the afternoon, the father and sons set out together. Zhou Zhaohui first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy toothpicks and a large enamel bowl. Then, he asked the sister of the wonton stall by the roadside to help boil some fish balls and fish tofu. Once heated, he filled the enamel bowl with them, garnished with some chopped green onions and cilantro, which looked very appetizing. Zhou Zhaohui is handsome and polite, so the wonton stall sister was more than happy to help. He didn't let her help for free, giving her 2 cans of fish as a thank you and leaving some boiled fish balls and fish tofu for her. The sister felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Comrade, look at you." Zhou Zhaohui smiled and left with the steaming fish balls and fish tofu. With Zhou Zhaohui's addition, the snack quickly opened up the market. Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't foolishly wait for customers to come to him. He started shouting in front of the stall, "Delicious fish balls, fish tofu, free tasting, free tasting." He emphasized the word free with extra force. Everyone has a psychology of wanting to take advantage, so when they heard free, they gathered around. Seeing his elder brother shouting, Zhou Zhaohui joined in, "Delicious fish balls, fish tofu, free tasting." The flow of people in the farmer's market was already large, and with the 2 shouting, they really attracted a lot of people. "Are they really delicious?" a sister questioned, and the people surrounding her also had hesitant attitudes. "Fish balls, fish tofu? I've never even heard of them before. Is it tofu made from a mix of fish and beans?" Zhou Zhaohui handed a toothpick to one of the visitors. "Comrade, try it." The sister poked a fish ball with the toothpick and put it in her mouth while everyone watched her. "How is it? Is it good? Can I try this fish tofu too?" The sister didn't answer the bystanders' questions, but asked Zhou Zhaohui again, who nodded happily. The sister then ate a piece of fish tofu. After finishing, she bought a pound of both fish balls and fish tofu. Seeing the sister's reaction, more people wanted to taste. Zhou Zhaohui warmly handed out toothpicks to everyone. "Big brother, make sure to weigh it properly. Don't shortchange me. If I get home and find it's not enough, I'll have to come find you." While weighing the fish balls and fish tofu, Zhou Zhaohui reassured the sister, "Don't worry, The weight will definitely be accurate. Zhou Zhaohui was honest in business. When weighing, he made sure the scale showed high and even added a few more fish balls. The sister watched and felt very pleased. This comrade is honest in business. Give me a pound too. Me too. Me too. I have kids at home who love fish, but are afraid of fish bones getting stuck. This is perfect. The kids will definitely like these fish tofu and fish balls. A big sister spoke up. Others chimed in. That's right, kids can easily choke on fish bones. Some dutiful comrades bought a lot of fish balls and fish tofu to take home for their elders. Both fish balls and fish tofu were priced at 1 yuan per pound. Initially, some bystanders thought it was expensive, but seeing so many people buying, they no longer hesitated about the price and joined the buying spree. In no time, the small stall was bustling with business. The first few customers tried the fish balls and fish tofu before deciding to buy, while the later customers were entirely attracted by the lively scene. It didn't matter if it was delicious or not. They heard it was made from fish meat, and seeing so many people buying, it must be good. Everyone had a herd mentality, and the three were kept busy. Soon, the handmade fish balls and fish tofu were snatched up by enthusiastic comrades. Some even came specifically for them. Give me 2 pounds of fish tofu and fish balls. Zhou Zhaohui smiled apologetically. Comrade, the fish balls and fish tofu are sold out today. We only have canned fish left. Would you like some canned fish instead? Upon seeing the large pieces of fish in the cans, the comrade bought 2 cans without hesitation and asked Zhou Zhaohui if there would be fish balls and fish tofu tomorrow. Zhou Zhaohui quickly assured him there would be. The comrade, satisfied, left with the canned fish. After selling all the canned fish, there was still some fish left. The three didn't waste time and prepared to pack up and go home. The booming sales of fish snacks today gave them hope. The remaining fish could be taken home for processing, and the price could multiply several times. Why say it could multiply several times? 1 pound of fish meat could make 3 to 4 pounds of fish balls or fish tofu. Selling fish only made a few coins, at best. It could sell for 50 cents, and sometimes it wouldn't even sell for that. Zhou Zhaohui calculated that he made about 150 yuan in the afternoon. Adding the 80 yuan he made in the morning, he earned 230 yuan that day. When he finished counting, both Zhou father and Zhou Xiaodi were stunned. Did we really sell 230 yuan today? Zhou father exclaimed. Wow, Zhou father has been selling fish for several days, and hasn't he even sold 100 yuan, but today we sold 230 yuan directly. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. Zhou Xiaodi was also excited. Brother, sister-in-law, is amazing. The three knew that being able to sell so much in one day was thanks to those fish snacks. Zhou Zhaohui nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips. His brother praised his sister-in-law, which made him happy. The three of them walked home with smiles on their faces. Their business that day went smoothly, but Zhou's mother, who was looking for a house, did not have such luck. Wei Hongmei had spent the whole day looking, but still hadn't found a suitable house. These days, housing is tight, and it's common for a whole family to squeeze into one room. To be honest, city dwellers often have less space than those in rural areas. Those who have jobs live in company-provided housing, and the buildings are often like tube-shaped apartments, with many households on one floor, sharing kitchens and bathrooms. To put it bluntly, if someone lets out a fart at home, the neighbors might hear it. There is no privacy at all. Wei Hongmei was somewhat anxious and frustrated. She had seen a few tube-shaped apartments today, all one bedroom and one living room. If there were no daughter-in-law, it would be a big deal for the family to squeeze together. In the past, the Zhou family had 3 rooms in the countryside, and all 5 family members slept on a clay kong, without needing separate rooms. But the daughter-in-law is not blood-related to them. How could they squeeze together? Wei Hongmei sighed, thinking that the houses she looked at were not suitable, and the prices were indeed high. Averaging it out, the monthly rent was already 20, which means the annual rent would be 240. Renting 2 tube-shaped apartments would cost over 500 a year, which is not as good as going back to the countryside. Moreover, she thought about how both her eldest son and daughter-in-law needed to rent a house in the city. Could she change her children's minds? Wei Hongmei had mixed feelings and was absent-minded on her way back. When she entered the house, she was stunned by the scene in the living room. Chapter 16. The snacks made by my sister-in-law sold like crazy. Everyone's face was filled with smiles, and the little son was bouncing around like a monkey, dancing with joy. Hearing the sound of the door opening, several people looked towards the entrance. "Old Joe, what happened?" Wei Hongmei asked in confusion, wondering why everyone was so excited. Before Zhou Wenshan could speak, Zhou Xiaodi excitedly shared the news about the fish products being sold at the farmer's market, accompanied by exaggerated gestures that were quite expressive. "Mom, the snacks made by my sister-in-law sold like crazy." Zhou Xiaodi was so excited. "We sold over 200 today, all thanks to my sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, you are amazing." Zhou Xiaodi gave Chen Ying a thumbs up, showering her with compliments. Chen Ying chuckled awkwardly. Her younger brother-in-law, tall as he was, still had the heart of a child. The success of the fish products made Chen Ying happy. It was a good start. Wei Hongmei felt dizzy, and Zhou Xiaodi was even more frantic, shaking her arm. "Mom, we sold like crazy, sold like crazy." "Okay, stop shaking me. My old bones can't handle it," Wei Hongmei said, rolling her eyes at her son. Slowly digesting the news she just heard. The snacks made by her daughter-in-law, like fish tofu and fish balls, had made a lot of money. Did that mean their family was getting rich? Is that what it meant? Wei Hongmei looked at her husband with questioning eyes. After years of marriage, they had a certain understanding, and Zhou Wenshan nodded at his wife, which finally put her mind at ease. "We sold them? That's great. Those dead fish can be processed and sold, which means we can make a good profit." Thinking of this, Wei Hongmei became excited, but then her expression fell again. The housing issue was still unresolved. They had to move out in half a day. Where they go to make these snacks? "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhou Zhaohui noticed his mother's unusual demeanor and looked concerned. Wei Hongmei then mentioned that they had gone out to look for a house today. In this day and age, there were no real estate agencies, let alone house hunting apps. Finding a place to live relied on word of mouth or rental ads posted on walls or utility poles. With so many people in the Zhou family, they couldn't fit into a small house, and finding a large one was also difficult. In those days, the tenement buildings were primarily constructed for employees of state-owned enterprises, and those who got assigned to large houses were typically families with many members. Housing was already tight, and if someone's family couldn't fit in, how could they possibly rent out their house? Chen Ying guessed that the tenement buildings her mother-in-law was looking at were likely occupied by unmarried young people living with their parents, who rented out the assigned houses to earn some rent money. For a large family like the Zhous, renting a tenement was clearly unsuitable. Not to mention, there were hardly any 3-bedroom apartments available for rent, and many tenement buildings lacked separate kitchens, which would be very troublesome. With the fish products selling so well, they would need to invest a lot of time and energy to process the fish, and using a shared kitchen wouldn't work. If your family occupies the kitchen, others can't use it. Chen Ying decisively dismissed the idea of looking for an apartment. "Mom, let's look at bungalows." As soon as Chen Ying spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Even Zhou Xiaodi, who usually didn't think highly of her, echoed Chen Ying's suggestion. "Mom, sister-in-law is right. Not only are apartment rents expensive, but there aren't many suitable ones either. We should go look at bungalows instead. Bungalow rents will definitely be much cheaper." Zhou Xiaoya, who had previously found Chen Ying intolerable, was surprised that her idea helped the family make money. Earning over 200 in a day meant they could make 6,000 in a month. Wouldn't it make them wealthy again in 2 months? Zhou Xiaoya's mind raced, and she no longer saw Chen Ying as a detestable vixen, but as a financial benefactor. If Chen Ying knew what Zhou Xiaoya was thinking, she would just smile and ignore it. The young girl was still too idealistic. Earning 200 from selling fish snacks in a day was possible, but it wouldn't happen every day. Wei Hongmei had also considered looking for bungalows, but most were in the suburbs and harder to find. She had seen any rental ads for bungalows. The few tenement buildings she had looked at had small ads on utility poles that didn't specify exact locations. Housing was generally tight. If families couldn't even fit in their own homes, how could they rent them out? Employees waiting for housing allocations from their workplaces were all queuing up for their chances. To get a house, they were all trying various means and showing off their skills. The tenement buildings she had seen today were quietly rented out by landlords, and if people from the same workplace found out, it would be a big deal. What's wrong? You got a house allocated, but don't cherish it and rent it out for money? You're really something. If someone reports you, the house will be taken back. Even if Wei Hongmei managed to rent a house, she would have to tell outsiders that it was a relative from her hometown staying there. In this day and age, people were very relationship-oriented. It was only natural to let relatives stay. All right, I'll look for more tomorrow. Wei Hongmei forced a smile. Zhou Zhaohui also said that when he sold fish tomorrow, he would ask around to see if anyone was renting out a house and reassured his mother not to worry. Since the fish products are so popular, let us make more. Besides the little brother, everyone else should put in some effort and stay up late tonight. Chen Ying timely suggested. There is no point in worrying about the housing situation. The immediate priority was to process those dead fish quickly. The longer they waited, the more would go bad. She wasn't a heartless merchant who would use spoiled fish to make food. Chen Ying would never do such a thing, and neither would the Zhou family. Everyone agreed with this. Since Zhou Zhaohui had fallen on hard times, the entire family had been under a cloud, and life had been tough. Now, with Chen Ying's good idea to sell those dead fish at a higher price, everyone was very happy. Staying up late to make snacks was tough, but they weren't afraid. Rural people were strong and hardworking. Farming was much harder, and one could hardly earn 1,000 in a year. If the snacks sold well, they could earn much more than that in a year. Sister-in-law, I can help too. Zhou Zhaohui protested from the side. As a family, we all need to work together to have a better life. Zhou Zhaohui felt he was the man of the house, and with everyone staying up late to make snacks, how could he just go to sleep? Chen Ying smiled. Future college student, you have school tomorrow. You have more important things to do. The identity of a future college student felt like a ray of light, cutting through Zhou Zhaohui's heart. He was stunned, a bit excited, but more joyful. Every child has a great dream, which is to go to college. It's a belief ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. Zhou Zhaohui opened his mouth. Want to say something? Listen to your sister-in-law, Zhou Zhaohui decisively stated. Zhou Zhaohui fell silent, and what Zhou Zhaohui said next warmed Chen Ying's heart even more. Chapter 17. The whole family stays up late making snacks. You should go rest. We can handle the snack making. Zhou Zhaohui's eyes were gentle. His wife was pregnant and shouldn't stay up late making snacks with him. Zhou Zhaohui was not the kind of man who spoke sweet nothings. He wasn't romantic, but he was sincere and genuinely cared for his wife Chen Ying, which touched her heart. Wei Hongmei was pleased with her daughter-in-law's thoughtfulness. The family's changes had somewhat affected her youngest son's attitude towards studying. University students are precious. The country can't let them go hungry and must provide jobs. If her youngest son could get into university, his future would be bright. Wei Hongmei was happy that her daughter-in-law, although not related by blood, could think so much for her youngest son. Everyone naturally agreed with Zhou Zhaohui. Chen Ying was pregnant and needed a rest, not to overwork herself. Zhou's parents quickly expressed their stance, saying that they could handle the snack making and urged their daughter-in-law to go rest. Zhou Zhaohui didn't need to say much. His sister-in-law was considerate and didn't let him work, so he naturally reciprocated, saying, "Yes, sister-in-law, you should rest more." Zhou Xiao also expressed her support, saying, "Sister-in-law, we can handle the snack making. My nephew needs to rest too." Zhou Xiaoya felt a bit awkward. It wasn't that she was trying to please her sister-in-law just because Chen Ying had a good idea. She genuinely cared about the baby in her sister-in-law's belly. Seeing the sincere faces of her in-laws, Chen Ying felt warm inside, but still shook her head firmly. "No, I need to supervise. Otherwise, you won't be able to control the heat and the flavor. The same ingredients can yield different flavors depending on who is cooking. The amount of seasoning. How well the meat paste is mixed when to start making meatballs and tofu. All of these are crucial. If any step goes wrong, the taste will suffer." Now that they had a good start, the taste needed to be strong to capture a larger market. She could stay up late and catch up on sleep during the day. Her in-laws didn't have too many responsibilities, and Chen Ying was willing to contribute for the sake of the family. The group fell silent. After all, the reason the snacks turned out so well yesterday was Chen Ying's guidance on how much fish and meat to add, how much scallion and ginger water, and what seasonings to use. If they had added things based on their feelings, they knew the taste wouldn't have been as good. If the food didn't taste good, it wouldn't matter if the family ate it, but customers wouldn't pay for it, which would be a problem. "Daughter-in-law, you really have worked hard," Wei Hongmei said, very touched. Zhou and Shan looked gratefully at Chen Ying. Men tend to be more rational, unlike his mother, who was already wiping tears while speaking. "You're truly a good child. Zhou Zhaohui is so lucky to have married you. It's his fortune from past life. Our family is blessed to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law." Seeing her mother-in-law's eyes reddened, Chen Ying felt a bit flustered. "No, it's not like that. It's really not. Mom, please don't say that. Marrying Zhou Zhaohui is my blessing. And you and Dad treating me so well is also my luck." Thus, in the Zhou family's living room, a heartfelt scene between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law unfolded. Since ancient times, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship has been a difficult issue. One side is the mother who raised you, and the other is the wife you live with. If the two women don't get along, the man will be caught in the middle. If his mother and wife get along well, Zhou Zhaohui will feel at ease. Otherwise, he would have to appease both, which would be exhausting. After dinner, everyone actively engaged in food preparation. Zhou Xiaodi initially helped out as well, but by 10 o'clock, Zhou's mother firmly sent him back to his room to rest. If he didn't get enough rest at night, he would easily doze off in class the next day, affecting his efficiency. If it impacted his chance of getting into university, it wouldn't be worth it. Zhou Xiaodi felt that his family was too worried. He was only in his first year of high school and had 2 more years before the college entrance exam. What could it affect? He didn't voice these thoughts, but he understood that his family cared about him. Zhou's mother was particularly attentive while making snacks today. She noted how much seasoning to add and how to prepare the meat paste before making meatballs and tofu. She asked Zhou Xiaoya to take notes because her daughter-in-law, being pregnant, couldn't stay up all night with them. If the snack business went well, there would be many more late nights in the future. And she needed to quickly practice her skills so that her daughter-in-law wouldn't have to stay up late supervising. Pregnant women tend to be sleepy, even after a long daytime nap. Chen Ying was yawning by 11 o'clock. Pregnant women have such poor stamina, she thought. Before this, she often stayed up late, lying in bed scrolling through her phone, sometimes even all night on weekends. Why was she so tired now? Zhou Zhaohui felt sorry for her. "You should go sleep in a room." Chen Ying drowsily nodded but then shook her head. "No, we haven't finished yet. I need to supervise. What if they didn't control the heat properly and the food didn't taste good? If the customers didn't like it, the snacks would be wasted. And since they didn't have a refrigerator at home, it would spoil, which would be a waste of food." Chen Ying was not the original owner. Deep down, she was a strong-willed girl, very individualistic and stubborn. Seeing her clearly exhausted, but still insisting on supervising, Zhou Zhaohui didn't push her to go back to sleep, but leaned his shoulder closer. "If you're tired, just lean on my shoulder and take a nap." Chen Ying nodded. "Okay." Then she leaned against Zhou Zhaohui's shoulder. His shoulder was broad and much more comfortable to lean against. Living with such a responsible man for a lifetime didn't scare Chen Ying at all. As the temperature dropped at night, Zhou Zhaohui worried that Chen Ying would get cold and put his coat over her. Chen Ying found a comfortable position and continued to lean against him. This was her husband, and they had a marriage certificate, so she felt secure leaning on him, with a small woman leaning against him. Zhou Zhaohui felt like a little rabbit was hopping around in his heart. It felt like something was growing in his heart, tickling him, but it felt good. Zhou Xiaoya saw the two of them and couldn't believe it. Her brother could be so gentle. She had to admit that her sister-in-law was impressive, melting her brother's icy demeanor. At 3 in the morning, all the snacks were finally done. Chen Ying had leaned against Zhou Zhaohui and napped for a short while, but didn't dare to sleep soundly. After tasting the snacks, she felt relieved. "All right, everyone has worked hard. Hurry and go rest." They wouldn't have many hours of sleep before the man had to go to the market to sell snacks again. She could sleep in, but others couldn't. After exchanging greetings, everyone returned to their rooms. Back in the room, the two quickly washed up. Chen Ying changed into her pajamas. Ready to sleep, she was really tired. She didn't have any thoughts of admiring the handsome man. If it had been yesterday, she would have blushed and her heart would race. Sharing a bed while awake was different. Today, even beauty couldn't attract her. All she wanted was to sleep. However, Zhou Zhaohui's next action instantly dissipated most of Chen Ying's sleepiness. Chapter 18, This is your reward. Wife, this money is for you. Zhou Zhaohui took out a wad of cash and handed it to Chen Ying, saying, "Today we sold a total of 230 yuan. Gave the little brother 10 yuan for lunch, spent 3 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative for enamelables and toothpicks, and I kept 7 yuan for pocket money. The remaining 210 yuan is all for you." On the way back, Zhou Zhaohui divided the 150 yuan he made in the afternoon into 3 parts, intending to give 50 yuan each to his father and little brother. His father refused, saying that the family shouldn't split things too clearly, and besides, his daughter-in-law is pregnant. So he suggested that Zhou Zhaohui buy Chen Ying more nutritional supplements to help her body. A pregnant woman eats well, and the baby in her belly will be healthy. The little brother also expressed that he didn't need much money for school. And if it weren't for his big brother's cleverness in letting passersby try the food, the snacks might have flopped, and they wouldn't have made any money. The male lead is really a good husband, actively handing over his salary, right? Chen Ying didn't take the money he offered, but looked at him with a complex expression. I don't have many places to spend money at home. You keep this money for yourself. You need it for socializing and building connections outside. It all costs money. No matter the era, social relationships require money. The male lead runs a business, so he naturally needs to use money for connections. Don't ask Chen Ying why she understands this. Before entering the book, her job was in sales and e-commerce company. To get clients to cooperate with her, it was common to give gifts during holidays. Colleagues frequently poached clients from each other. Why would clients want to cooperate with you if you don't offer them greater benefits? She often returned her commission to clients. It's no wonder that college students are so precious these days. Once they get into a university, the state assigns them jobs, allowing them to secure a stable future and create good conditions for the next generation. Before entering the book, Chen Ying was also a graduate from a 985 university. Yet she still faced the awkward situation of graduating and being unemployed. In later years, competition became fierce, and after the expansion of university enrollment, degrees became less valuable, with university students everywhere. Chen Ying, before entering the book, also came from a rural background with an uneducated family and didn't choose her major well. After graduation, she found herself in Beijing, realizing that diplomas were indeed not worth much. Job hunting was a hassle, gradually wearing down her enthusiasm, and after facing some setbacks, she ended up with a low-skill sales job, feeling guilty about her more than 10 years of hard study. After years of struggling in society, Chen Ying earned and spent her own money, cooking for herself to save money, and was very independent, not asking her family for a penny after graduation. Now that a man was giving her money to spend, even if he was her nominal husband, Chen Ying's first reaction was not surprise, but discomfort, although she decided to hold tightly to the male lead's golden thigh, waiting for him to become the richest man so she could be a winner in life. She wouldn't become a useless person who relied entirely on him. Zhou Zhaohui, however, was very insistent, forcefully stuffing the money into Chen Ying's hands. The 200 yuan Chen Ying earned from selling bags had already been taken out, and she had no money left in her hands. If she wanted to buy something when going out, being empty-handed felt very passive. When you marry a man, you marry for clothing and food. Zhou Zhaohui couldn't provide his wife with a better life right now, but he could do his best to give her a sense of security. As the saying goes, the man is the hoe, the woman is the box. All the money in the family should be in your hands, and when I need money, I'll come to you. Zhou Zhaohui looked sincere, but Chen Ying's heart raced quickly. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. They say that a man's money is where his heart is. She believed the male lead truly wanted to live life with her. Thinking of the female supporting character who was lazy and extravagant with money, Chen Ying couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you afraid I'll spend all the money you give me, and when you come to ask for it back, there won't be a single cent left? The original owner was the type who spent two for everyone received. Marrying Zhou Zhaohui, she also treated him like an ATM. If the original character hadn't changed, the male lead's genuine feelings would have been wasted. Zhou Zhaohui chuckled lightly. Then I'll work hard to earn money, so my earning speed catches up with your spending speed. He wasn't joking. He married his wife to cherish her, not to have her act as his mother. Under the dim light, Zhou Zhaohui's eyes sparkled. The female supporting character and the male lead only obtained their marriage certificate in early 1983. Before that, they weren't of legal age. When they got married in 1981, they held a banquet in their hometown. In those days, especially in rural areas, holding a banquet was more impactful than the marriage certificate itself. Many couples in the countryside live their entire lives without ever having a marriage certificate. After all, Zhou Zhaohui was just turning 22 this year, and 22 is still the age to be in college in later years. He was really young, And young people's feelings are always so passionate and sincere. Chen Ying felt dizzy, deeply influenced by the youthful vitality of this young man. It seemed like she wasn't the 30-year-old Chen Ying anymore, but had truly transformed into a naive 20-year-old girl, even though the original owner was only 20. Then I'll keep it for you. When you need money, come find me. She didn't refuse, taking the 210 yuan he handed over, 21 large bills. From a later perspective, it wasn't much, but at this moment, it felt heavy in her hand. Chen Ying placed the money in a tin box for snacks, and then put the tin box in the drawer of the bedside table. Perhaps it was because the male lead was too handsome, or perhaps the atmosphere was just too good, or maybe Chen Ying's brain was still in a state of overload. She made a very bold move. When Zhou Zhaohui changed into his pajamas and lay down on the bed, she quickly kissed his lips. Zhou Zhaohui hadn't reacted yet when Chen Ying had already swiftly retreated, turning her back to him and lying down, even turning off the light, putting on a posture of wanting to sleep and not wanting to be disturbed. While inside, her heart was racing. The man reached out to touch the lips that the woman had kissed. What is this? He was a bit stunned, as if his brain had also crashed. This is your reward. Chen Ying turned her back to Zhou Zhaohui, her cheeks flushed. It was so embarrassing. This guy still wanted to ask about it. Wasn't that typical of someone who took advantage and then acted innocent? This really was unfair to the male lead. He had only had one encounter with the original owner, and the female supporting character became pregnant. After that, they shared the bed under the same blanket, just chatting. Zhou Zhaohui wasn't the type to be forceful with his pregnant wife, and besides, he found the female supporting character's actions unlikable. So he had no romantic thoughts at all. In terms of romantic matters, Zhou Zhaohui was still a bit of a novice. That kiss just now was actually his first kiss. Speaking of which, it was also Chen Ying's first kiss. Before entering the book, she had been single until 30, never even having touched a man's hand. After entering the book, she had leveled up and kissed a top-notch handsome guy. Chen Ying felt a bit proud. A kiss was just a kiss. After all, he was her husband, protected by law. A sweet feeling surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but touch her lips. How strange. It was just a light touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water, yet her lips felt so hot. Chapter 19, he really looks forward to it. Chen Ying's heart raced, and Zhou Zhaohui's heart raced too. Is this kissing? His wife withdrew too quickly, and he didn't even get a taste of her flavor. However, it felt quite nice. So Zhou Zhaohui boldly reached out to embrace the woman beside him, trying to continue the beautiful moment from just now. Wife, wife. In the dark of night, the man's voice was particularly hoarse. Chen Ying was really glad for her quick thinking in turning off the light earlier. Otherwise, if the male lead discovered her flushed face, would she still have any pride left? Tired, time to sleep. She just flirted and then ran away. Pregnant women are already sleepy, and after staying up late, Chen Ying quickly fell into a deep slumber, while the man beside her couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The little woman didn't sleep soundly, kicking off the blanket, so Zhou Zhaohui covered her with the blanket again. Earlier, Zhou's mother was worried that the young people didn't know their limits and was afraid that Zhou Zhaohui would hurt the child in Chen Ying's belly. Understanding the implication in his mother's words, Zhou Zhaohui's face darkened. He wasn't a beast. How could he possibly harm a pregnant woman? Moreover, their first time was initiated by Chen Ying when she was drunk. He didn't even have such thoughts, okay? Later, he repeatedly assured his mother that he wouldn't do anything to Chen Ying that night, which finally eased her worries. Zhou Zhaohui looked at the pitch-black night and foolishly smiled while touching the lips that Chen Ying had kissed. In the future, he needed to earn more money. Wouldn't he get rewards every time he handed money to his wife? He was really looking forward to it. Next time his wife rewarded him, he would definitely ask for the reward to last a bit longer, at least to savor his wife's flavor properly. Zhou Zhaohui's mind wandered, and he fell asleep late. Even in his sleep, he was restless. Chen Ying tossed and turned in her dreams, and when he woke up, he noticed something unusual about his body. Looking at the woman beside him, she was still sleeping soundly, her thigh draped over his waist. Zhou Zhaohui carefully moved Chen Ying's leg off his waist. Early in the morning, he took a cold shower and washed the dirty pants. How miserable he was, sharing a bed with his wife, able to see but not touch. Fortunately, the whole family stayed up late making snacks last night, so the red bloodshot eyes and dark circles under Zhou Zhaohui's eyes didn't attract too much attention from the family, except for Zhou Zhaohui, who went to bed early, who among them didn't have big dark circles under their eyes. Except for Chen Ying, who was still asleep, everyone else was in the living room having breakfast. Zhou's father and mother were getting older and looking very haggard after staying up late. Zhou Zhaohui felt sorry for his mother and suggested she rest at home today and not go out to look for a house. They could inquire about the house outside. Wei Hongmei nodded, saying there weren't any suitable houses at the moment, and it would take time to inquire. Since her son was more capable, she decided not to bother. But she was someone who couldn't sit still. How could she really stay at home and sleep? All right, I won't go out today. I'll make more snacks at home. There were still quite a few fish at home that needed to be processed into snacks quickly. Once her son and husband left, she would prepare everything in advance so that when her daughter-in-law woke up, she could supervise. Otherwise, there would be nothing to sell tomorrow. They couldn't keep staying up late making snacks as a family. Wei Hongmei wasn't afraid of hard work. Thinking of her daughter-in-law with a big belly staying up late with them made her heart ache. She also had a daughter and hoped that Zhou Xiaoya would be treated well by her in-laws after marriage. Zhou Zhaohui opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He wanted his mother to rest at home, but thinking about their current predicament, he could only swallow those words and work harder to earn money so that the family could live a better life sooner. When Chen Ying woke up again, only her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were left at home. The two were processing the remaining fish when they heard movement. They both looked up at the same time and saw Chen Ying coming down. Wei Hongmei quickly wiped her hands and smiled as she approached. Ying, are you hungry? Mom will get you some rice. As she spoke, her mother-in-law walked towards the kitchen. Chen Ying felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, Mom, I could do it myself. She felt uncomfortable having the elders serve her. Wei Hongmei wouldn't listen. Her daughter-in-law stayed with the Zhou family during their most difficult times, making her a great benefactor to the family. Wei Hongmei wasn't a harsh and mean mother-in-law, so of course, she treated Chen Ying even better. Zhou Xiaoya also greeted her sister-in-law, and Chen Ying nodded. This sister-in-law, who previously looked down on the original owner, had changed her mind, Chen Ying thought. After finishing their meal, Chen Ying thought about going out for a stroll to see if there were any money-making opportunities. In the early days of reform and opening up, there were many opportunities. Grabbing any one of them could lead to a significant leap in status. Wei Hongmei was worried about her daughter-in-law going out alone. She still had to cook fish balls and steam fish tofu, so she let her daughter accompany her. Xiaoya, take good care of your sister-in-law, Wei Hongmei instructed her daughter. Zhou Xiaoya nodded, while Chen Ying wanted to say it wasn't necessary. I'm just pregnant. There's no need to be so tense. Sister-in-law, where do you want to go? Once they were outside, Zhou Xiaoya asked. Chen Ying thought for a moment and said she wanted to browse the department store. The department store was the most prosperous shopping place in the provincial capital, and the people who went there were wealthy. Rich people's money is easy to earn. Chen Ying thought about checking out the clothing styles at the department store. The clothing industry was incredibly profitable. Previously, the male lead also had high hopes of the clothing industry and gave his childhood friend money to buy clothes in Yangcheng, only to be deceived by that friend. But the clothing industry itself was fine. The clothes in Yangcheng were the most fashionable at the moment. Chen Ying thought about selling fish snack products to earn some money, and then going to Yangcheng to buy clothes to sell. Since the reform and opening up, coastal cities have changed the most. Various industries in Yangcheng were developing well, and being close to the harbor, smuggling was rampant. Smuggling made quick money, but it was risky. Chen Ying recalled seeing black-on-black scenarios in some TV dramas and felt quite emotional. Art comes from life, and those dramas reflect the historical background of that time. With so many money-making opportunities available since the reform and opening up, Chen Ying naturally chose legitimate businesses so that she could earn money safely and sustainably. Zhou Xiaoya twitched her mouth, thinking her sister-in-law had truly changed, but a dog couldn't change its habit of eating shit. What was the situation at home now? They still had to worry about where the next meal would come from after finishing the last one, and Chen Ying was still thinking about going to the department store. Sister-in-law, why not go somewhere else? You don't even have any money. Why go to the department store? Chen Ying wasn't going to the department store to buy things. She wanted to see if there were any money-making opportunities. Hearing her sister-in-law's remark, she casually responded, It's okay, I have money. Thinking about her sister-in-law spending time with her shopping, she added, If you see anything you like, I'll buy it for you. Chen Ying wasn't a stingy person. Besides, she was sincere about living with the male lead, so she would naturally treat her sister-in-law a bit better. Ah, sister-in-law, where did you get the money? Zhou Zhaohui was astonished, her eyes wide open. Previously, she had taken out 200 yuan to help the family rent a house. So how could she still have money? Chen Ying's answer left Zhou Zhaohui even more shocked. Chapter 20. My sister-in-law cares for me. It's from your brother. Chen Ying shrugged and briefly recounted how the male lead took the initiative to contribute to the big reunion last night. In the end, she also educated her sister-in-law, Xiaoye, saying, when you look for a husband in the future, find someone like your brother who treats his wife well. Remember, where a man's money is, there his heart is. Don't listen to sweet words. The big reunion is the most practical. Blah, blah, blah. Chen Ying imparted some theoretical experiences accumulated from her past life to her sister-in-law, fearing that the young girl would be misled by romantic notions and easily deceived by men. In the original book, Zhou Xiaoye's love life was very tumultuous. She ended up with a husband who was a freeloader, a man who kicked her to the curb after climbing up the social ladder by marrying the daughter of a cadre. Xiaoye was heartbroken for a long time and became self-conscious and sensitive. Eventually, she was deceived by a divorced man with a child and married him, becoming a stepmother. In the book, after Zhou Xiaoye remarried, her life was chaotic and not good at all. Chen Ying thought of instilling some ideas in Zhou Xiaoye so that when she encounters that scumbag again, her sister-in-law would not even look at him. Even if she ended up living the same life as in the book, Chen Ying would guide her sister-in-law not to get stuck in it, but to move forward. Women should be a little more carefree. Let go in 3 days and find a new partner in 5 days. Divorce is not a woman's fault. It's just the past. Even after a divorce, one must be confident and not feel inferior. Otherwise, one would easily be deceived by older men who have been married before. After all, marrying the wrong person is much scarier than not marrying at all. Zhou Xiaoye was speechless. Her brother was indeed the best. But she would never be as thick-skinned as Chen Ying, using such despicable means to marry her brother. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaoye's significant change in attitude towards Chen Ying, she might have spoken her mind. In short, in relationships, girls must be more vigilant. Since ancient times, society has been harsher on women. If a woman has multiple partners, she is considered promiscuous, while if a man has many women, he is seen as capable. Chen Ying was worried that her sister-in-law would be deceived by men, so she spoke a bit more. Chen Ying was very sincere, and Zhou Xiaoye knew it was for her own good, so she nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." The two chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the department store in the provincial capital. Zhou Xiaoye initially thought Chen Ying would be eager to buy everything in sight as she had in the past. To her surprise, Chen Ying was just looking around and did not seem interested in buying anything. This was quite unexpected. Usually, every time Chen Ying went shopping, she would return with bags and bags of items. Zhou Xiaoye was concerned that Chen Ying might spend all the money her brother gave her from selling fish snacks yesterday. After all, she was the sister-in-law and could not openly lecture her sister-in-law, so she kept her thoughts to herself. Instead, Chen Ying noticed Zhou Xiaoye's silence and took the initiative to ask, "Xiaoye, is there anything you like? I can buy it for you." Chen Ying was particularly beautiful, and not only did men admire her, but women also wanted to take a second glance. Everyone has a love for beauty. Zhou Xiaoye quickly waved her hand and said, "No, I have plenty of clothes. Given the current situation at home, why would she waste money? Besides, if her sister-in-law, who usually spent extravagantly, wasn't buying anything, what would she need?" Zhou Xiaoye wasn't lying. When Zhou Zhaohui had money, she wasn't as extravagant as Chen Ying, and she truly didn't lack clothes. Chen Ying didn't press the issue and casually glanced at the clothing in the department store. The styles were just okay, but the prices were indeed not cheap. A pair of flare pants cost over 100 yuan. Goodness, this was 1983. Over 100 yuan was more than 2 months' salary for an ordinary worker. The clothing industry was highly profitable. In the future, many physical stores would sell off inventory at 3 times the discount. The cost price of those flared pants might only be 20 or 30 yuan, or even lower. If business was good, selling a few pairs of flared pants a month would suffice for a comfortable life. Not to mention, they wouldn't only sell pants. Although Chen Ying hadn't sold clothes before entering the book, she knew the industry was quite deep. In the 1980s, clothing was even more in demand. Doing a clothing business was never wrong, and after walking around the department store, Chen Ying's determination to start a clothing business became even stronger. When Zhou Zhaohui returned home that evening, she would discuss this with him. They could go to Yanqing to wholesale some clothes. Now that the weather was warming up, they could start with a street stall. After a few months of selling at stalls and making some money, they could rent a storefront. Opening a clothing store in the 1980s would definitely be a long-term stable business. The service attitude of the salespeople in the department store was truly disappointing. They acted as if their eyes were on the tops of their heads and completely ignored customers. If she opened a clothing store and treated customers like they were gods, how could the business not thrive? Plus, she could apply some sales techniques from platforms like Pinduoduo to the market of the 1980s. Chen Ying could already envision how booming her business would be. Just thinking about it made her feel giddy with excitement. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Zhou Zhaohui waved her hand in front of Chen Ying, bringing her back to reality. Oh, let's go. Chen Ying chuckled awkwardly. She had gotten too absorbed in her thoughts and zoned out. After finishing their visit to the department store, they dropped by the supply and marketing cooperative. During this time, many goods were in limited supply, and shopping often required tickets. However, the situation of shopping with tickets would gradually decrease and eventually become a thing of the past. Chen Ying bought 2 bottles of soda at the supply and marketing cooperative, and after walking with her sister-in-law, she wanted to get her a drink to soothe her throat. They finished their sodas at the entrance and returned the bottles to the salesperson. Chen Ying took her sister-in-law to a state-run restaurant for a meal before heading home, even packing some braised pork knuckle from the restaurant for the family. Ever since her eldest brother fell on hard times, Zhou Zhaohui hadn't eaten out, and now returning to a state-run restaurant, she savored the delicious food, wishing she could swallow her tongue. Chen Ying watched her eat heartily and kept serving her food, her gaze filled with affection, as if she were looking at a child who didn't know better. In front of Chen Ying, wasn't Zhou Zhaohui just a child? When they got home, Chen Ying went to her room to rest. Pregnant women get tired easily. It was fine while they were out shopping, but now that they were home, all she wanted to do was lie down. Having spent the afternoon together, the distance between them had significantly closed, and Zhou Zhaohui now called her sister-in-law with warmth. Wei Hongmei was quite pleased. Her daughter had previously treated her daughter-in-law with sarcasm, but now it seemed they were getting along well. That evening, the 4 members of the Zhou family enjoyed the braised pork knuckle that Chen Ying brought back from the state-run restaurant, and Zhou and Shan and Wei Hongmei were deeply moved. Their daughter-in-law was truly a good child. Even when eating out, she thought of them. Zhou Zhaohui was even happier. How could he not be pleased when his wife treated her family well? Zhou Zhaohui also chimed in, praising Chen Ying, saying that in the state-run restaurant, her sister-in-law kept serving her food, fearing she wouldn't be full. Wei Hongmei playfully scolded her, saying, "You little rascal, your sister-in-law is pregnant, and you're so greedy, competing for food with your little nephew." Zhou Zhaohui stuck out her tongue and replied, "Sister-in-law cares for me." In an instant, the living room of the Zhou family was filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 21, What a perfect match. The business of the father and son was quite good today. As soon as they set up their stall, customers who missed out on fish balls and fish tofu yesterday surrounded them. There were also some returning customers who enjoyed their food, and the fish products they brought out quickly sold out. When they returned home, they didn't rest, and together with Wei Hongmei, they made a lot of fish products. After these 2 times, Wei Hongmei had basically mastered the amount of seasoning and cooking time, so Chen Ying didn't have to supervise her every time. In the afternoon, when her daughter-in-law and daughter went out, the snacks they made without the daughter-in-law's guidance still tasted great. They had made a lot of snacks staying up late last night, and today's income was more than yesterday's, selling over 300 yuan. Hearing that they made so much money today, the mother and daughter were very surprised. Wei Hongmei was even more emotional, saying it was all thanks to her daughter-in-law's good ideas. Otherwise, the fish would have spoiled. On that day, staying outside for a little longer under the blazing sun made people feel dizzy, and if those fish hadn't been processed into various snacks, they would have gone bad long ago. Zhou Zhaohui was also very excited. They sold over 200 yesterday and over 300 today, making more than 500 yuan in just 2 days. With over 500 yuan, what house couldn't they find? This was great. They didn't have to go back to the countryside. How wonderful. Life in the countryside was hard, And before moving to the provincial capital, Zhou Zhaohui didn't realize it. Having seen what a good life looks like, no one would want to suffer in the countryside. Wei Hongmei was worried again, asking Zhou Zhaohui how the house hunting was going. The deadline was approaching, and if they couldn't find a place, the family would really have to sleep on the street. Zhou Zhaohui, however, wasn't worried at all. Now that they had money, it didn't matter if they couldn't find a house for the time being. They could just stay in a guest house. If Wei Hongmei knew her daughter's thoughts, she would definitely scold her for being wasteful. Speaking of houses, Zhou Zhaohui really had good news. Today at the farmer's market selling goods, he didn't idle around and communicated with the other vendors, also asking the customers about any housing information. He actually found out about 2 housing options and thought he would take Chen Ying to check them out tomorrow, renting whichever one she liked. It said that when you have a wife, you forget your mother. Why didn't Wei Hongmei suggest renting whichever one she liked? Hearing that there was news about the housing options, Wei Hongmei let out a big sigh of relief. Tonight, they would process the remaining fish into snacks. Otherwise, if they secured a house, moving would be quite troublesome. Naturally, everyone agreed. After working hard these past few days, there weren't many fish left. Zhou Zhaohui thought about making more fish cans. The process of making fish cans wasn't that complicated. You just had to cut the fish. While making fish balls and fish tofu required deboning, which took a lot more time. Moreover, fish cans sold well, going for 3 yuan each, saving time and earning more money. Others naturally had no objections. After dinner, they started making fish cans. According to Zhou Zhaohui's idea, they marinated the remaining fish to make fish cans. Chen Ying lay in a room for a while and then went downstairs to help. Zhou Zhaohui worried that the oil smoke would irritate her, so he urged her to go back to her room, saying they were making fish cans and she didn't need to keep an eye on them. Zhou's father and mother also told Chen Ying to go back and rest. Even Zhou Zhaohui half-jokingly said, "Brother, you should hurry and accompany your sister-in-law. Why let her be alone in the room?" Zhou Zhaohui was quite straightforward. She used to dislike the original owner, but was won over by a bottle of soda and a dinner from Chen Ying. "Zhaohui, we can handle the fish cans. You go accompany your daughter-in-law back to the room to rest." Wei Hongmei also spoke up, feeling sorry for her son who worked so hard every day. Although she had made snacks at home during the day and could take a short nap, her son was out setting up a stall with no time to rest. Thinking of this, she looked at her husband, "Old Zhou Zhaohui and Young, we can keep an eye on things here. You should go rest too." Her husband had been busy outside all day, and Wei Hongmei felt for him as well. Zhou and Shan looked at his son and daughter-in-law, thought about it, and nodded. If he didn't go back to rest, Zhaohui, being so filial, would definitely feel bad about resting. "All right, then you 3 ladies work hard." After saying that, he urged Zhou Zhaohui to take Chen Ying back to the room, not to let the oil smoke irritate his precious grandson. Chen Ying felt a bit embarrassed. They were making too much fuss over her. Knowing everyone cared for her, Chen Ying didn't hesitate, looked at Zhou Zhaohui, and lifted her chin. "Are you coming or not?" Zhou Zhaohui took a moment to react. "Let's go." The young couple went back to the room one after the other. Zhou Zhaohui watched their figures and murmured, "What a perfect match." Zhou Zhaohui thought he had misheard. Didn't his second sister dislike his sister-in-law? "Second sister? What are you talking about?" He must have misunderstood. Zhou Zhaohui told himself. Zhou Zhaohui raised her voice a bit. "I said, brother and sister-in-law are truly a perfect match." Wei Hongmei agreed. "Isn't that so? My son is tall and spirited, and my daughter-in-law is charming and lovely. The more I see them together, the more I like it. They really are a perfect match." Seeing how good-looking they were, Wei Hongmei could already imagine how good-looking their grandson would be. "Sister, didn't you dislike sister-in-law before?" Zhou Zhaohui asked, confused, since the original owner had previously called Chen Ying a vixen and a bad woman, always saying bad things about her. Earlier in the living room, she referred to Chen Ying as sister-in-law repeatedly, and Zhou Yonghui thought that was just for his brother's sake. Now that his brother was not there, his second sister didn't need to act, right? "I didn't like some of her actions before, but hasn't she changed for the better now? She came up with such a good idea to process those dead fish into snacks and made a lot of money. Without Chen Ying's idea, our family would have returned to the countryside by now. What would they do back in the countryside? Every day, facing the yellow earth and working hard in the fields. Life for farmers was tough. When they were farming back in their hometown, the whole family had to work in the fields. During the autumn harvest, Harvesting corn made their backs hurt from sitting for too long, and their hands were so tired that they hurt when they grasped anything. When she was younger, Zhou Zhaohui worked in the fields so hard that she wet her bed. Yushu village was a very remote and poor village, with mud kangs in every household. Summers were bearable, but winters were really cold. People in the countryside were reluctant to buy coal for heating, so they made fire pits out of yellow clay. When cooking, they would take charcoal from the stove and put in the fire pit. Although winters in Hebei province weren't as cold as in Heilongjiang province, they were still quite chilly, with temperatures possibly dropping to -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. In winter, her hands and feet would turn red from the cold. Life in the countryside was indeed hard. Otherwise, farmers wouldn't yearn to become city dwellers. Zhou Xiaoye told her mother and brother about the two of them shopping in the department store. Chen Ying only looked but didn't buy anything, even asking if she had anything she liked so she could buy it for her. Of course, she refused Chen Ying's kindness, but she was moved inside. In short, if she could keep this up, she wouldn't dislike her anymore. Chapter 22. Wife, did you forget something? Yeah. It would be great if my sister-in-law could always be like this, Zhou Xiaohui silently added in his heart. Back in the room, Zhou Zhaohui talked about the two apartments he found out about today. He suggested taking Chen Ying to check them out tomorrow. Whichever one she liked, they would rent. Chen Ying nodded. After discussing the apartments, Zhou Zhaohui proudly handed over the money he earned today. This is the money for today, 350 yuan. All for you. Many things become familiar after a few tries. Chen Ying calmly accepted the money Zhou Zhaohui handed her and skillfully placed it in the iron box in the drawer of the bedside table. Zhou Zhaohui stared dumbfoundedly at the woman putting away the money, closing the drawer. He felt a bit confused. Did his wife forget something? He looked at the sky. It wasn't completely dark yet. Was she just shy? After all, they had the door closed, and no one in the family could disturb them. He wanted to remind her directly, but was afraid Chen Ying would be embarrassed, so he cleared his throat lightly twice. He even leaned closer to her. It was because he got close that she kissed him before. Zhou Zhaohui had been thinking all day about finding another opportunity to savor that wonderful feeling. His wife said that was a reward for him. After giving all his earnings to her today, shouldn't he also be rewarded? Chen Ying had no idea about the little calculations in the male lead's heart. Hearing him cough, she felt a bit worried. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Zhaohui was a bit confused. He wasn't unwell. The next moment, the soft little hand of the woman touched his forehead, and she didn't even say an explanation. Was his wife worried about him? Zhou Zhaohui, being tall, had to bend down for Chen Ying to reach his forehead. They were very close, and Zhou Zhaohui could see the long and thick eyelashes fluttering on Chen Ying's eyes. Chen Ying might not be the most beautiful woman in the world, but Zhou Zhaohui thought every strand of her hair was just to his liking. He recalled hearing from the village's old women that if a woman is 3 months pregnant, the fetus is stable, and as long as they are careful afterward, they can have marital relations. Would his wife agree if he suggested that they could do that at night? This reminded him of the dream he had in the early morning, where the little woman in his dream was like a passionate fairy, making Zhou Zhaohui's breath quicken. After touching the man's forehead, Chen Ying reached to touch her own forehead and then sighed in relief. Thankfully, she didn't have a fever. I heard you cough just now. You must be too tired these days and lack rest. You should go to bed early today and take a good rest. Remember to drink more water. When busy, who remembers to drink water? Chen Ying thought Zhou Zhaohui was coughing because he drank too little water and had a dry throat. Why is your face so red? Chen Ying wondered. Was it very hot? Zhou Zhaohui wished he could find a hole to hide in. Hopefully, the little woman hadn't noticed. He thought he should give her a hint. Otherwise, that enticing reward might take a long time to arrive. Wife, did you forget something? Chen Ying really began to think seriously. Is a pregnant woman's stamina not good? And is her memory also not very good? Chen Ying pondered. What could she have forgotten? Meeting the man's eager gaze, she displayed a look of sudden realization. Zhou Zhaohui was a good man, voluntarily handing over his earnings. Did that mean he wanted her to give him pocket money? Chen Ying felt she had figured it out. Before transmigrating, she often saw funny videos online where men hinted at wanting pocket money from their wives. There were also funny videos of men hiding their secret stash of money. Those jokes must be fake, but art comes from life. It seemed she had forgotten something. Chen Ying followed the man's words and said, and sure enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Zhaohui's eyes lit up. She felt she was truly clever. If the original owner were that foolish, she wouldn't have understood the man's deeper meaning. Zhou Zhaohui leaned closer to Chen Ying, fantasizing that in the next moment, the little woman's soft lips would come close. He secretly encouraged himself. This time, he had to perform well, making the kiss last a little longer. Should he take the initiative? Then he realized he was overthinking it. The little woman poured a bucket of cold water on his passionate heart. Here, this 50 yuan is for you. The little woman smiled brightly at him, and Zhou Zhaohui stood there, stunned, unable to react for a while. Chen Ying thought the man was just happily foolish. Indeed, 50 yuan had incredible purchasing power in 1983. Today, when she took her sister-in-law to a state-run restaurant, they only spent 10 yuan for food and packed a large pork knuckle for the family. 50 yuan in 1983 was enough for a family to eat for a month. Take it. This is your pocket money. A big man can't go out without a cent on him. Chen Ying felt she was really very understanding. At the same time, she found the male lead to be cute and naive. If he wanted pocket money, why not just say it directly instead of hinting? Or she was a bit slow and didn't catch on. Or if she guessed it but pretended to be silly, wouldn't he be at a loss? Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit uncomfortable. His wife really didn't understand his intention. He really didn't want pocket money, especially not 50 yuan. He didn't smoke or drink, and usually ate at home. 10 yuan a month was enough for him. Chen Ying looked at the man's complicated expression. The male lead was indeed a person with feelings. So easily moved by 50 yuan? Dude, hold it together. You're going to be the future richest man in Huagua. Don't be so naive. Thankfully, it was just the two of them without anyone else. As husband and wife, she wouldn't laugh at him. Of course, this was also inseparable from the male lead's handsome face. Facing Zhou Zhaohui's face, she could definitely eat 2 more bowls of rice. Zhou Zhaohui didn't take the money. What I need all this money for? His voice was a bit wronged, and he looked a little dejected. How could he not feel wronged? He just wanted to kiss his wife. Why was it so difficult? Facing Chen Ying's pure, beautiful eyes, he couldn't be too straightforward. Was his thinking too impure for such a pure wife? Chen Ying thought the same. In this day and age, there were no smartphones. And 50 yuan was certainly not a small amount. Carrying it on him was just inviting thieves. So, Chen Ying put the 50 yuan back in the iron box in the drawer. Just leave the money here. Take it yourself when you need it. This money was originally earned by the male lead, so Chen Ying naturally wouldn't meddle too much. Okay, Zhou Zhaohui was listless, feeling down. Chen Ying didn't think much of it. He must be too tired. She decided to wait a few days before discussing the matter of going to Yangsheng to do the clothing business with him. Once the apartment situation was settled and he was in better condition, they could talk about it. Chen Ying calculated the capital in her hand. The male lead had given her more than 500 yuan in total over the past few days. 500 yuan was too little to make a trip to Yangsheng for clothing. Train tickets, accommodation, and meals would cost quite a bit, and the remaining money wouldn't buy many clothes. She needed to accumulate more capital before it was worth making a trip to Yangsheng. Moreover, the male lead was just a rough guy. Could he really pick clothes? She worried that even if the male lead went to Yangsheng to choose clothes, he might not be able to pick the popular styles. It was best if she went with him. Looking at her growing pregnant belly, Chen Ying felt a bit anxious. Would Zhou Zhaohui agree? Chapter 23. What if it hurts the baby? Chen Ying, thinking about her future plans to get rich, completely ignored the unsatisfied male lead. Zhou Zhaohui felt wronged. He wasn't a fool. Whether his wife was pretending to be innocent or truly naive, he could tell. If it were the former, he might have taken the initiative to ask for a reward. But if she was truly innocent, what if he scared her by acting rashly? Chen Ying was pregnant, and pregnant women tend to be more timid. Forget it. He should just endure it. He could only silently pray that the next time they exchanged money, his wife would remember to give him a reward. In this day and age, there weren't many entertainment activities. Most people went to bed around 9. Tonight, they didn't have to stay up late making snacks. After a quick wash, the couple lay down early. Zhou Zhaohui had been working hard at the stall these past few days and needed to rest early. When the lights were turned off, it was pitch black, and the only sound was their breathing. There hadn't been any unusual occurrences the past few days, but tonight, the breathing next to him was unusually heavy. Zhou Zhaohui's desires had been stirred in the afternoon, but had been temporarily suppressed by his strong willpower. Now, lying in bed, the scent of the woman beside him wafted into his nose. It was hard for him to resist. What's wrong? Chen Ying, worried by his heavy breathing, leaned closer. She knew that some overweight people breathe heavily, but the male lead wasn't overweight. The couple shared a bed and a blanket, and as she leaned closer, their bodies inevitably pressed tightly together. Chen Ying was worried about the man's health and didn't think about anything else, but now it was a big deal. As a young man full of vigor, Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but feel a bit reckless with a woman so close to him. Instead of responding to her, he tightly embraced Chen Ying. In the dark of night, their bodies were pressed closely together. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheek, and Chen Ying felt her skin heating up. What was he going to do? Chen Ying was also a young person full of vigor, and sensed Zhou Zhaohui's unusual behavior. Was he going to go all the way? It wasn't impossible, right? After all, they were husband and wife. Chen Ying had more theory than experience and didn't know what to do at this moment. She could only passively follow the man's rhythm. Zhou Zhaohui kissed Chen Ying's lips. This was his reward for today. Since his wife had forgotten, he would take it upon himself. This kiss was different from yesterday. It wasn't just a quick peck, but something more in line with Zhou Zhaohui's thoughts. He had a natural talent in this area. Yesterday, he had been a bit clumsy, but today the kiss was quite skillful. After the kiss ended, they both gasped for breath for a while before calming down. So, this is what kissing is. Chen Ying's heart raced. Thankfully, it was dark, and the man couldn't see her blushing. Zhou Zhaohui was excited, holding Chen Ying tighter. Wife, I'm so happy. In the dark of night, Zhou Zhaohui's voice was magnetic and hoarse. Chen Ying secretly cursed the male lead for being unprincipled, sneaking an attack on her and making her worry that he was unwell. Wife, do you miss me? But the man was getting bolder. One kiss couldn't satisfy the desires ignited in him. Naturally, he hoped to deepen the interaction with Chen Ying. Chen Ying wasn't stupid, with his hands so restless, touching her body. How could she not know what he wanted? She wanted to say, if you're going to do it, just do it. Why all the unnecessary talk? Did he think she would shyly cooperate? No way. In reality, she was overthinking it. Zhou Zhaohui was always an action-oriented person. Chen Ying was 5 months pregnant, and the baby was stable. He could afford to be a bit gentle. However, just as he wanted to go further, Chen Ying's belly moved. Was the baby protesting? Chen Ying jolted awake, using all her strength to push the man away. Fortunately, Zhou Zhaohui was prepared. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground. No. What if it hurts the baby? Chen Ying gasped, her voice trembling, her heart racing. She was going crazy. So what if she was married to the male lead? She was a pregnant woman now. What if they got intimate and hurt the baby? Zhou Zhaohui turned on the light, looking rather flustered. Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes made his heart ache. They had been so close just now, and he had naturally felt the baby moving inside her. The man smiled bitterly. It must be a little rascal, always going against his father. Zhou Zhaohui comforted Chen Ying and gently touched her belly, speaking to the baby inside. Baby, just now, Daddy was playing a game with Mommy, okay? Be good and don't disturb Mommy, all right? The man tenderly caressed Chen Ying's pregnant belly. Chen Ying felt ticklish from his touch. All right, what can he understand? He's only 5 months old. Chen Ying thought the male lead was childish, talking nonsense about playing games when he was clearly trying to take advantage of her. Now he was even lying to the baby in her belly, which wasn't right. Naturally, Chen Ying wouldn't explain to the baby. She wasn't that thick-skinned. When they lay down again, Zhou Zhaohui had no more romantic thoughts in his mind. After all the fuss, Chen Ying quickly fell asleep. Listening to the woman's even breathing, Zhou Zhaohui thought that when the little rascal was born, if he was naughty, he definitely wouldn't go easy on him, especially since he had made trouble for him even in the womb. If Chen Ying knew Zhou Zhaohui's thoughts, she would surely be speechless. This guy was really childish. The next morning, Zhou Zhaohui went out with his father to set up the stall. Chen Ying got up and went downstairs. The living room was piled with bags, and her mother-in-law and sister-in-law were cleaning the kitchen. They were preparing to go look at houses today. Once they settled on a place, they would move. Hearing the noise, her mother-in-law poked her head out from the kitchen. Ying, sit down for a moment. I'll get you some food. Wei Hongmei wiped her hands and was ready to serve her daughter-in-law. The kitchen was a bit messy, with things scattered everywhere. Wei Hongmei was afraid her daughter-in-law would bump into something. Chen Ying quickly said she could handle it herself, and urged her mother-in-law to continue with her work. How could she be so shameless as to have her elders serve her? Chen Ying actually felt quite embarrassed. She hadn't stayed up late last night and had slept in this morning. Zhou Zhaohui had also gotten up without waking her. Fortunately, her in-laws weren't the type to hold grudges. Otherwise, it would be bad if they misunderstood her as a lazy woman. It was all his fault for making so little noise when he got up. If she had heard him, she wouldn't have slept in. The woman's emotions were inexplicable. Was Chen Ying taking out her anger on the male lead for what he had done last night? Luckily, at that critical moment, the baby in her belly kicked her. Otherwise, she might have really gone all the way with the male lead. Just thinking about it made her feel so embarrassed. It was all Zhou Zhaohui's fault for being so scheming. As Chen Ying went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks for breakfast, Zhou Xiaoya just happened to look up. Seeing the woman's swollen lips, the young girl looked concerned. Sister-in-law, what happened to your mouth? Chapter 24. Zhou Zhaohui. It's all your fault. Chen Ying touched her own lips. Her lips? Boom! She remembered something. Last night, Zhou Zhaohui had kissed her for a long time. Oh my God! How embarrassing! Facing the concern in her sister-in-law's eyes, Chen Ying awkwardly scratched her toes on the ground, trying hard to appear calm. She couldn't set a bad example for the young girl. Maybe she was a bit overheated these past couple of days. It's nothing. Chen Ying searched for a clumsy excuse. Zhou Zhaohui, it's all your fault. Zhou Xiai didn't think much of it and was still very concerned about her. Sister-in-law, drink some sugar water later and add an egg white. By the way, make the sugar water in the evening and let it sit outside to be illuminated by the moon all night. Rural people are superstitious, saying that sugar water blessed by the moon is better, but it's just a folk remedy for cooling down. Chen Ying hurriedly nodded. Okay. She wished she could lower her head to the ground. It was so embarrassing. Zhou's mother, having experienced this herself, also noticed her daughter-in-law's swollen lips. It wasn't just overheating. It was clear that, looking at her daughter's clueless expression, Wei Hongmei shook her head. This child really had no sense. Afraid her daughter might say something that would make her daughter-in-law even more embarrassed, Wei Hongmei quickly spoke up. Hurry and clean up. Zhou Xiaoya reluctantly responded. Why the hurry? Dad and brother haven't come back yet. The house isn't settled, so we can't move immediately. She wanted to remind her sister-in-law a few more things, especially since she was pregnant and needed to take care of her health. Otherwise, what would happen to her little nephew? Zhou Xiaoya was really worried. The two housing options Zhou Zhaohui found were both introduced by a helpful customer aunt. They first went to see the first house, which was a slanted roof red brick house, with a piece of empty land in the yard where they could store things. The rent was quite cheap, just 10 yuan a month for 3 rooms. However, the overall environment was dirty and messy. 3 households already lived in the yard, and a shared kitchen and bathroom made bathing very inconvenient. They had to boil water and carry it to the shared toilet to wash. Chen Ying wasn't being picky due to poverty. In winter, it was manageable, but in summer, when the weather was hot, not bathing for a day made one feel sticky, dirty, and smelly. How uncomfortable. The house had gaps everywhere. How cold would it be in winter with the wind leaking in? Besides, what if the couple wanted to do something at night? It would be easy for others to eavesdrop. Ahem, Chen Ying didn't mean it that way. Before unloading the goods, she wouldn't have any improper thoughts about the male lead. Living here, she wouldn't even dare to leave money at home. The lock on the door could easily be pried open, and with several households living in the same yard. If money went missing, they wouldn't even know who did it. Chen Ying instinctively pouted. Zhou Zhaohui knew his wife was dissatisfied and said to the helpful aunt nearby, Aunt Wang, could you please take us to see other houses? In fact, Zhou's father and mother could accept this house. Older people valued practicality, and 10 yuan a month, totaling 120 yuan a year, was quite reasonable. It wasn't easy for rural people to seek a living in the city. Having a place to shield from wind and rain was enough. However, seeing that his daughter-in-law was unwilling, they didn't say much. Zhou Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid her brother would just rent this house, as the conditions were so poor. It was even worse than their house in Yushu village. Previously, their old house was quite dilapidated, but when her brother made money, he rebuilt it, and in Yushu village, their house was the best. This was also the male lead's long-term vision. Many people who became wealthy outside thought of not returning home, not to mention rebuilding houses Even selling their old houses was common. Once they couldn't make it outside anymore, they wouldn't have a nest back home and would just drift around outside in hardship. The helpful aunt hesitated a bit. "Young man, are you really going to see another house?" Aunt Wang was also well-meaning. At their age, they focused on practicality. The other house was good, but the rent was expensive. She thought this young man was quite capable and not afraid of hard work. Setting up a stall at the farmer's market and making money wasn't easy, so she took him to a place with cheap rent right away. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. "Thank you." He wasn't afraid of hard work. If it were just him, he wouldn't have so many requirements for where to live. If he had no money, he could even sleep under a bridge for a night. But things were different now. They were a family. Having married, he couldn't let Chen Ying live too well for now, but he would do his best to create better conditions for his wife. "All right then, that place is a bit expensive." Aunt Wang warned Zhou Zhaohui in advance. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. A little more expensive wasn't a big deal. As long as the family lived comfortably, the money would be worth it. On the way, Aunt Wang explained the situation to them. The owner of this house was an elderly couple. The old man's surname was Zhao, and everyone called him Old Zhao. During the turbulent years, they were from a wealthy family, and the house was a state-returned ancestral property. Their children had developed well in the big city and planned to take the old couple to the capital to live, so they were preparing to rent out the house. For renting this house, you had to rent the whole thing, which wasn't cheap. The second house was instantly likable. It had a total of 5 rooms, plus a yard, with an area of over 200 square meters. It was obvious that it wouldn't be cheap. Nowadays, housing was tight for everyone. The elderly couple previously lived in a more than 200 square meter mansion, and the neighbors were envious. Chen Ying was quite satisfied with the house. She planned to do clothing business in the future, and renting a tenement building wouldn't be convenient. This house was square and had a yard where she could grow some vegetables, so she wouldn't even need to buy groceries. Moreover, the big gate allowed bicycles to ride right in. The yard wall was quite high. Compared to the surrounding single-story houses, it was taller, ensuring a certain level of privacy and making her feel secure. Chen Ying nodded at Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Zhaohui decided to rent the house. Aunt Wang brought the Zhou family to meet the elderly couple. "Old Zhao, how much do you plan to rent this house for?" Old Zhao glanced at his wife, who said, "The rent for this house is 50 yuan a month. Each room is 10 yuan, and for 5 rooms, it's 50 yuan. They plan to go out of town, so it's best to pay a year's rent in one go. If you can't pay a year, at least pay for half a year." "What? 50 yuan? That's 600 a year. Isn't that robbery?" Everyone, except Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui, was wide-eyed. Wei Hongmei immediately turned to leave. No matter how good the conditions of this house were, 600 yuan a year was too expensive. 600 yuan in rent. What could they do with that? Farmers in the countryside work hard all year to make even 200 yuan. Yet these people just opened their mouths to demand 600 yuan in rent. Renting this house wasn't as good as going back to the countryside. Wei Hongmei was a bit overheated. Zhou and Shan's face wasn't too good either. Zhou Xiaoya wanted to reason with the elderly couple. They only needed to rent 3 rooms, and they didn't need the remaining 2, so why should they charge them for that? Chen Ying remained relatively calm. Zhou Zhaohui was also very composed throughout. Chen Ying thought the house was expensive too, but she was genuinely satisfied with it. It had an independent kitchen. Most importantly, it had a private bathroom, a flushing squat toilet, which Chen Ying was very pleased with. Come in 1983, the most uncomfortable thing was the dry toilet. In summer, there were flies everywhere. Zhou Zhaohui thought about the money in his hand. Paying a year's rent wasn't realistic. They needed to keep some money for living expenses. Paying for half a year was possible. 300 yuan would leave them with some money to live. Just as Zhou Zhaohui was about to take out the money, Chen Ying pressed his hand down. Zhou Zhaohui was puzzled. Didn't his wife like this house? Since she liked it, they should rent it. Chen Ying didn't look at Zhou Zhaohui, but instead looked at the landlord, Old Zhao, and his wife. "Grandpa Zhao, Grandma, could you please lower the rent for us a bit? We're all from the countryside, and 50 yuan a month is really too expensive." "Just kidding. If you want 50, then give 50. Of course, we need to negotiate." Blah, blah, blah. Chen Ying described her family situation as very difficult, and in the end, the old lady even shed tears. Chapter 25. Sister-in-law takes charge. 1 is worth 2. Chen Ying naturally wouldn't foolishly brag about how Zhou Zhaohui was once a wealthy man. What is the point of saying that? She was trying to play the pity card either. She simply mentioned that life in the countryside was tough, and they couldn't make ends meet farming. So they came to the city to seek a living. She gave her childhood friend money to start a small business, but ended up getting swindled when he ran off with the cash, which was just adding insult to injury for her already struggling family. Is this about the male lead's childhood friend, Liang Hai? Ah, heartless ingrate. If Wei Hongmei encounters him again, she will definitely demand to know why he is so ungrateful. What wrong did their family Zhao do to you, Liang Hai? Did they dig up your ancestors' graves? Why be so wicked? 1,000 yuan, you black-hearted scoundrel, and you just ran off with it. Rural people face various hardships in the provincial capital. Many things that seem trivial to city dwellers are insurmountable challenges for country bumpkins. Chen Ying is good-looking and speaks in a soft, delicate manner, which naturally evokes a desire to protect her. Language has its charm, and if Zhou Zhaohui had said those words, Uncle Zhao and his wife might not have been moved, at least not as much as by Chen Ying's delivery. After hearing what Chen Ying said, the old lady felt sympathy. There are too many ungrateful people in this world. The couple used to be wealthy, with servants at home. During those special years, they were tied up and publicly denounced, and their servant casually claimed that in the Zhao family, they didn't treat servants as human beings, abused her, and didn't feed her properly. Telling it with such emotion, a crowd threw rotten vegetables and stinky eggs at them, and she really wanted to ask that servant how they ended up with her. They were rich, with servants at home, and they were not withholding wages. It wasn't like the feudal society where they shouted at their subordinates. To put it simply, it was just an employment relationship. Common people are poor and send their children to work in her house, and they pay them too. Now, hearing Chen Ying say that they encountered an ungrateful ingrate, it struck a chord in the old lady's softest spot. It seemed she was back to the time when they were tied up and publicly denounced, and being falsely accused of betrayal was truly painful. All right, don't say anything more. It's not easy for honest people from the countryside to come to the city to seek a living. Let us say the rent is 300 for a year. If you think it's appropriate, then the old lady hadn't finished her sentence when Chen Ying hurriedly agreed. That is fine. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Ying is good-looking and sweet-toned. Such a person, regardless of age or gender, cannot help but feel favorable towards her. Uncle Zhao's old partner just found Chen Ying pleasing to the eye. They agreed on the rent, quickly wrote a lease agreement, both parties signed it, and pressed their fingerprints. Chen Ying readily handed over a year's rent, 300 yuan. 5 big rooms, with a monthly rent of 25 yuan. Chen Ying felt it was worth the money. Uncle Zhao and his wife were so old, going to another city, and still had to worry about collecting rent. By giving them a year's rent, it spared the elderly from the hassle of back-and-forth trips. They were considerate of her difficulties, so it was only right to reciprocate. Having lived to this age, Uncle Zhao and his wife viewed money lightly. Money is something you can't take with you when you die. As long as it's enough to spend, that's all that matters. They wanted to go to the capital to live with their children, renting out the house to have someone stay and protect it. A house that ISNT lived in for a long time loses its liveliness and deteriorates quickly. As for whether the rent for a year was 600 or 300, the elderly couple didn't care much. The Zhao family used to be so wealthy, but then they were denounced, and their houses and fields were confiscated. The couple had enjoyed blessings in their youth, and suffered hardships as well. Now, nothing could easily affect their emotions. Once the house was rented, the family started preparing to move. Zhou Zhaohui was especially grateful to Aunt Wang for helping find the house and gave her some fish snacks. Aunt Wang left with a smile. Chen Ying, being pregnant, naturally couldn't do the heavy lifting during the move, so she helped carry some lighter items. Zhou Xiaoya admired Chen Ying. Sister-in-law's intervention was worth 2 people. The elderly landlord couple didn't seem easy to deal with. Yet her sister-in-law was truly impressive. After just a few words, the rent was cut in half. Something she couldn't have done. In the past, when the family worked hard to move, Chen Ying would just sway around with a small cloth bag, and Zhou Xiaoya would have found her sister-in-law irritating. But not now. Her sister-in-law was pregnant, carrying such a big belly in the heat. It was tough. So it was understandable that she didn't help with the heavy lifting. The Zhao family had 5 rooms. The in-laws occupied one. Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui shared another. Zhou Xiaoye and Zhou Yonghui each had their own room, and there was one room left for storage. Everyone was very satisfied with the rented house. By the time they finished moving, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. After a busy morning of finding a house and moving, they hadn't even had lunch. While working, they didn't feel it, but now that they were done, everyone's stomachs began to rumble. Zhou Zhaohui was very concerned. "Are you hungry? My wife is pregnant. She must be starving." In fact, Chen Ying wasn't that hungry. She just helped carry some light items during the move and hadn't exerted much energy. It was the rest of the Zhou family who were really starving after such a long time. "I'm fine." Chen Ying smiled at her husband. Zhou Zhaohui felt even more heartbroken. His wife was truly so understanding. Was she worried about making him feel guilty? If Chen Ying knew what the male lead was thinking, she would surely find it amusing. He was really overthinking it. She truly wasn't hungry. Caring for someone and not caring for them are two entirely different states of mind. Previously, the original owner had designed to marry Zhou Zhaohui, and he would also be responsible for her, being a qualified husband. As for being gentle and considerate towards the original owner, sorry. But a straightforward man doesn't understand that. But now, with the new Chen Ying, Zhou Zhaohui was genuinely concerned. He was still that straightforward man. Still didn't know how to say sweet words. Eyes cannot lie. Looking at Chen Ying, his gaze was as gentle as could be, fearing he wasn't doing well enough, wanting to give his wife the best of everything in the world. This is the clear difference between a man who loves and one who doesn't. Having just moved, the house wasn't even properly tidied up, and they hadn't bought much food since they were focused on moving. The city is not like the countryside. Rice, flour, and oil are bought fresh as needed. No family could stockpile several bags of food like in the countryside. Chen Ying suggested going out to eat, but obviously not to a fancy state-run restaurant. Just finding a noodle stall by the roadside would suffice to fill their stomachs. Having just paid a year's rent, most of the money in her hands was gone. And after eating, they still needed to buy some rice and oil from the grain store, so spending had to be planned. If one doesn't manage the household, they wouldn't know how expensive basic necessities are. The money from selling fish snacks was given to Zhou Zhaohui by his father, and now Chen Ying was in charge of the family finances, carefully budgeting every expense. Chapter 26. Husband's eggs are delicious. The bone soup simmered all night on a low flame, requiring little seasoning, just a bit of chopped green onion and salt, and it smelled especially fragrant. The large bone soup bubbled on the small stove, and the noodles were rolled thin and delicate. A few hungry people stepped outside and could smell the aroma from afar. Chen Ying invited everyone to sit on the small stools of the roadside stall, and the scent of the bone soup wafted into their noses. A bowl of bone soup noodles cost only 30 cents, and adding an egg was 60 cents. The soup was milky white, making it very appetizing. "Andy, we'll have 5 bowls of noodles, all with eggs," Chen Ying ordered. Wei Hongmei quickly waved her hand, saying, 3 bowls with eggs will be fine." Adding an egg costs 30 cents, and with their current family situation, she and old Zhou couldn't justify spending that much on an egg. Chen Ying didn't care about her protests and directly handed 3 yuan to the stall owner. While cooking the noodles, the auntie praised, "You're so lucky. Your daughter is so filial." Wei Hongmei smiled and explained to the stall owner, "She's not my daughter. She's my daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, the auntie's eyes showed envy, and she complimented even more, "You're really lucky. Your daughter-in-law is so filial. I thought she was your daughter." Wei Hongmei's smile grew even brighter. She felt the Zhou family was fortunate to have such a good daughter-in-law. Chen Ying was kind and had a good character. The noodles were served in large bowls, and Chen Ying took small bites. Suddenly, an egg was placed in her bowl. Looking up, she saw Zhou Zhaohui's ears were slightly red. "You need to nourish yourself since you're pregnant," he said quickly, lowering his head to eat, afraid she might refuse. Chen Ying smiled at his innocence. After finishing her egg, she went to eat the egg that Zhou Zhaohui had given her. Husband's eggs are delicious. If it weren't for being out in public with others eating noodles, she would have already thanked Zhou Zhaohui and possibly even given him a kiss. Wei Hongmei exchanged glances with her husband. The couple's good relationship made the two elders happy. Wei Hongmei wasn't at all angry that her son gave Chen Ying the egg. If the boy hadn't jumped the gun, she would have wanted to give her own egg to her daughter-in-law. A woman who is pregnant should eat well. If her daughter-in-law is well-nourished, her grandson will grow well. Chen Ying had eaten 2 eggs and found it hard to finish the bowl of noodles. It wasn't that she had a small appetite. It was just that the portion was large. In these times, small business owners were quite generous. A bowl of noodles was substantial. Unlike the deceitful merchants of later years who served bowls with hardly any noodles and a lot of soup, Zhou Zhaohui was really hungry. He quickly finished his bowl, drinking every last drop of the soup. In those days, people didn't have much fat on them, and if they ate heartily, a man could easily consume 2 jeans of steamed buns in one meal. Chen Ying pushed her half-eaten bowl of noodles toward him, saying, "Here, I can't finish this. If you don't mind, could you help me finish it?" Every grain of rice is hard-earned. Even though Chen Ying had come from a book, she had been taught not to waste food. She was originally afraid Zhou Zhaohui would be disgusted, but then she remembered last night in the dark, when he held her and kissed her lips until they were swollen. Honestly, he had even tasted her saliva. What was wrong with him eating her leftover noodles? Zhou Zhaohui was very touched. It wasn't that his wife wanted him to clean up after her, but rather that she was concerned he wouldn't be full. Loving someone makes you see all their good qualities in everything they do. Zhou Zhaohui felt this way about Chen Ying. In his eyes, she had been filtered through many lenses of affection. Noticing he was silent, Chen Ying felt embarrassed. Did he really think she was being picky? Man, if you... Before she could finish, Zhou Zhaohui looked at her seriously. "Are you really full?" He was worried that his wife was concerned for him and would starve herself just to give him her noodles. A man in love is straightforward. His feelings are written all over his face. Chen Ying was speechless. Of course, she was full. A bowl of noodles only cost 30 cents. If she weren't full, she could easily order another bowl. Zhou Zhaohui was being overly dramatic. Oh well, he was her husband anyway. He treated her well, so she didn't mind his antics. She nodded emphatically and even purposely patted her slightly rounded belly after eating, which reassured Zhou Zhaohui. He picked up Chen Ying's half-eaten bowl of noodles and quickly finished it, leaving no soup behind. "Are you full?" Chen Ying asked Zhou Zhaohui. If he wasn't full, she was ready to order another bowl. The young man was so nice, handing over all his money. She had to make sure he was well fed. Zhou Zhaohui nodded, and his gaze toward Chen Ying grew even softer. Zhou couldn't bear to watch. Her brother was usually very clean and neat, yet now he was eating his sister-in-law's leftovers. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. As for Zhou's parents, they were more composed about their daughter's surprise. What was wrong with eating leftovers? When she was young, old Zhou had eaten her leftovers too. After everyone finished eating, they prepared to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some daily necessities like rice, flour, oil, etc. Looking at their tall son, it was no trouble for him to carry things. Wei Hongmei and Zhou Wenshan were very perceptive. "Zhaohui, you and your daughter-in-law go shopping. We're a bit tired from moving today, so we'll head back first." Zhou Zhaohui nodded. It wouldn't take that many people to buy things. Zhou Xiaoya wanted to follow her brother and sister-in-law to the cooperative. The young girl loved the hustle and bustle. "Xiaoya, go home. Weren't you just saying you're tired? Go lie down for a while." Her mother, Wei Hongmei, insisted, practically pulling her away. Earlier, they had been working hard and were both hungry. Now that they had finished the noodles, they felt much better and weren't as tired. Seeing his daughter's aggrieved expression, Zhou Wenshan sighed. "Xiaoya, you're a big girl now. You should be more aware. When your brother and sister-in-law are alone, don't be a third wheel." Zhou Wenshan spoke earnestly. Young people in love are sweet. Having a third wheel around can be quite annoying. Zhou Xiaoya was 18 this year, 1 year older than Zhou Xiaodi. She had dropped out of school after finishing junior high and hadn't even completed the 3rd year. Her graduation certificate was arranged by Zhou Zhaohui through someone. She was a tea cut out for studying and got a headache just seeing books. When she dropped out, Wei Hongmei had hit her hard with a feather duster. But Zhou Xiaoya refused to go back to school. "Mom, stop forcing me. Look at those who study. They end up with jobs that pay only a few dozen bucks a month. My brother is just a junior high graduate, and he is not exactly a wealthy person everyone envies." Wei Hongmei was so angry her hands trembled. In the years since the college entrance examination was reinstated, even remote rural areas understood the importance of going to college. As long as there was hope for college, even the poorest families would go to great lengths to support their children's education. Their son was capable, becoming a wealthy person at a young age. If their daughter went to school, they could afford it, but Zhou Zhaohui simply wasn't too ambitious. Chapter 27. The Object of Envy for Married Lesbians. They had scolded and beaten her, but Zhou Zhaohui was stubborn and refused to go to school, leaving her parents with no choice but to give up. Fortunately, Zhou Zhaohui was capable and brought the whole family to the city. If they were in the countryside, a girl who didn't go to school would have had a matchmaker come knocking early on. Despite the legal marriage age for women being 20 in rural areas, many girls are married off at 15 or 16. People in the countryside have little awareness of the law. Many couples have lived together for decades without a marriage certificate. The Zhou family wasn't short on money and didn't need to marry off their daughter for a bride price for their son. The couple thought it best to let their daughter stay at home for a few more years, during which they could scout for a decent young man. When their daughter reached the legal marriage age, they could then marry her off. Wei Hongmei, having been through it herself, knew that being a daughter-in-law was not easy. She wanted her daughter to enjoy a few more years at home, especially since their eldest son was earning a good income, and her younger sister could lounge around at home for a few years without it being a financial burden. With the current difficulties at home, Wei Hongmei was deep in thought. Xiaoya, do you still want to go to school? Zhou Xiaoya was taken aback, looking at her mother in confusion. Her father had just scolded her for being clueless and being a third wheel to her brother and sister-in-law. And now her mother suddenly asked if she wanted to go to school. She wasn't cut out for studying. Mom, Zhou Xiaoya's face was full of questions. Parents love their children and plan for their future. Wei Hongmei thought about how her daughter lacked a skill, and considering the current situation, it would be hard to find a standout partner. The concept of matching social status has been passed down through generations. Those with better conditions wouldn't look at them. Their eldest son had previously been a successful earner, but the Zhou family still had rural household registration. Being wealthy didn't solve the household registration issue. Wei Hongmei thought it would be best for her daughter to attend high school with her younger brother, spend 3 years there, and then take the college entrance exam. If she could get into college, Xiaoya's future would be a smooth road ahead. Zhou Wenshan agreed with his wife's idea. When their son was capable and the family was wealthy, good men might have looked at Xiaoya. Now that the family had fallen on hard times, if their daughter didn't have any skills, would she end up with a farmer? Zhou Wenshan was a farmer himself, and he knew how hard it was. Working tirelessly in the fields, they could barely save 200 yuan a year and often went without meat for long stretches. He didn't want his daughter to live like that. At that moment, Zhou Wenshan suddenly understood why the in-laws wanted to set up their son. Who wouldn't want their daughter to find a good partner and live worry-free? Speaking of which, Xiaoya's conditions weren't much better than their daughter-in-law's. One barely graduated middle school, and the other barely graduated middle school too. In any case, their son was a responsible and good kid. Their daughter-in-law would be treated well by Zhaohui. And the old couple was the type to stir up trouble for their daughter-in-law. Could their daughter find a family like the Zhou family in the future? Zhou Wenshan himself felt uncertain. When looking for a partner for their daughter, they wouldn't make the same mistakes as the in-laws. What if Zhaohui turned out to be an uneducated bad guy? That would be a disaster for their daughter-in-law. The couple exchanged glances. After years of marriage, they had their own understanding. With just a look, they knew what the other was thinking. They laid out the current situation for their daughter. After hearing it all, Zhou Xiaoya instantly wilted. Zhou Zhaohui wasn't a talkative person, and although Chen Ying was attracted to younger men, she still had a girl's inherent modesty. As they walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhou Zhaohui, while not one for sweet talk, was an action-oriented guy. He reached out to take Chen Ying's hand. With his wife pregnant, he felt more at ease holding her hand. He firmly reassured himself, extending his hand with determination. Chen Ying, being a reader of the original text, knew that societal norms were much more open today compared to the 1980s. They were a couple, so what was wrong with holding hands? Chen Ying confidently clasped the man's hand, allowing him to lead her. Zhou Zhaohui was very happy. He said awkwardly, "The roads here aren't great. It's safer if I hold your hand." While speaking, his gaze darted around, not daring to look Chen Ying in the eye. Chen Ying found it amusing. Did he realize how forced that excuse was? The roads in the city weren't as bumpy as those in the countryside. There was no such thing as a bad road here. Chen Ying smiled back. "Okay. Who told you to be so handsome?" She adored his face, so whatever he said, she would go along with him. However, was the male lead nervous? His palms were sweaty. He was just too adorable. Chen Ying's lips curved upward. She quite liked this side of Zhou Zhaohui. Hand in hand, they wobbled towards the cooperative, drawing many gazes along the way. The men envied Zhou Zhaohui for having such a beautiful wife, while the women admired the couple's good looks and envied Chen Ying for having such a handsome husband. It was said that people back then were simple. When they saw good-looking men and women, they simply appreciated it without any ulterior motives. Sister-in-law, 10 jean of rice and flour and 30 eggs, please. The saleswoman prepared Zhou Zhaohui's items, and Chen Ying paid. Everyone liked a good-looking couple. They were pleasing to the eyes. As the saleswoman counted the change, she smiled at Chen Ying. You're so lucky. Your husband is really considerate. He truly was considerate. Buying daily necessities is something most men find tedious, but this young man was great, running around with his pregnant wife. At that moment, Chen Ying was definitely the object of envy for all the married women at the cooperative. Chen Ying responded with a smile to the saleswoman, and the two left the cooperative. Zhou Zhaohui worried about tiring out his wife, carrying the rice and flour in one hand and the eggs in the other. Facing his husband's thoughtfulness, Chen Ying felt warmth in her heart. Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit disappointed. With both hands full, he couldn't hold his wife's hand on the way back. However, considering that Chen Ying had to carry things, he decided not to hold hands. His wife was delicate and charming. Why should she do such heavy work? Zhou Zhaohui had plenty of strength, easily carrying 20 jean of rice and flour in one hand and 30 eggs in the other without breaking a sweat. His physical condition was excellent. Chen Ying was very satisfied. This was related to her future happiness. How could she not be happy? The novel mentioned that the male lead was wealthy, devoted, and good in bed. Chen Ying hadn't experienced that yet, but she thought it should be fine. After all, why did she get pregnant after only one encounter with the original owner? The male lead's little tadpoles were quite dominant. If she and Zhou Zhaohui were too, would it hit her again? Chen Ying felt a bit troubled. If that were the case, she would end up with 2 kids in 3 years. That was too terrifying. Although she didn't dislike children, she didn't want to be a breeding tool. Zhou Zhaohui noticed his wife's changing complexion, and his heart tightened. Wife, what's wrong? Chen Ying's answer left them both amused and exasperated. Chapter 28, Encountering the Original Book's Female-Led. Chen Ying wished she could bite off her own tongue. She actually voiced her thoughts. Goodness, can you say that? She must have been dizzy just now. It's all Zhou Zhaohui's fault for asking her what she was doing. She can't space out like that. Looking at Zhou Zhaohui, he was still trying hard to suppress his expression. If he dared to laugh, his wife would definitely get angry. He was starting to feel a bit surprised, then a faint sense of delight. Yes, they just slept together. And now Chen Ying has a little baby. Doesn't that mean he is strong? Isn't this a roundabout way for his wife to praise him? If Chen Ying knew the male lead's thoughts, she would definitely be speechless. He is so shameless. Just flattering himself. That is not what she meant at all. However, the male lead's abilities are indeed impressive, and Chen Ying genuinely fears that they might have 2 kids in 3 years. Go ahead and laugh if you want. Holding it in is too uncomfortable. Chen Ying pouted, feeling quite silly for saying what was on her mind. There is no scientific basis for it. How could there be so many hits in one go? Zhou Zhaohui wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. He just thought his wife was too cute. Don't worry. When the baby is born, I'll take measures, the man promised solemnly. Zhou Zhaohui's parents had 3 children, and when he was little, he had to help take care of his younger siblings. It wasn't easy for his parents to raise 3 kids. When they were naughty as children, his mother would scold them, muttering, "If I don't have kids, I'll cry blind. If I have children, I'll be so angry." His childhood memories were very vivid, like yesterday, when his mother chased him around with a feather duster. In Yushu village, the Zhou family had relatively few children. Zhou Zhaohui was born in 61, and during the 1960s, the country hadn't implemented family planning yet. It was common for families to have 7 or 8 children. Zhou Zhaohui knew how hard it was to raise kids and naturally responded positively to the national family planning policy, so he wouldn't have many children. Rural people favored boys over girls, and if the first child was a girl, many would hide and try for a boy. There were many black children in the village who didn't get registered until they were several years old. The Zhou family had no throne to inherit, and whether it was a son or daughter, they were all treasures to him. He wouldn't pressure Chen Ying to have a son. Chen didn't know what the man was thinking. Her thoughts were a bit scattered. At this time, contraception measures included IUDs, oral contraceptives, and condoms. Anyway, she wouldn't use an IUD. IUDs could harm a woman's body significantly. She had seen online about an aunt who had one for over 20 years, and that thing grew into her flesh. Just imagine how painful that would be. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to do that with you? Hurry up and go. Chen Ying glared at the male lead, feeling that this guy was taking advantage of her in disguise, which was really annoying. In reality, she was just shy. Didn't people in this era have conservative thoughts? Was it appropriate for the male lead to discuss such intimate topics in public? Chen Ying took the lead and walked ahead, while Zhou Zhaohui looked at her stomping her feet and pouting, feeling as if his heart was wrapped in honey. So sweet. Chen Ying quickened her pace, and Zhou Zhaohui, carrying things, was a bit slower. Soon, they had pulled apart a distance, but Chen Ying was still within his line of sight. Zhou Zhaohui wasn't worried. His little woman was angry. The man thought about how to coax his wife when they got home. What if his wife stayed angry and ignored him? At night, when the lights were out, would he still have the nerve to kiss her little mouth? On the way back, they had to pass through several small alleys. Chen Ying vaguely seemed to hear someone calling for help. Her heart jolted, and her pace quickened a bit. Zhou Zhaohui hurriedly shouted from behind, "Slow down." The closer they got to the small alley, the clearer the cries for help became. It was a woman's voice. Chen Ying took a couple of steps forward and peeked in. At the end of the alley, there were two delinquent-looking men trying to do something inappropriate to that woman. The woman's clothes were torn, and her skin could be faintly seen. "Help! Help!" The woman shouted, kicking and hitting with her hands and feet, trying to stop the two thugs. But how could a woman's strength compare to that of men, especially two men? Chen Ying wanted to step forward to help, but remembered she was pregnant. Before helping others, she had to ensure her own safety. Not to mention, she was a pregnant woman. Even if she weren't pregnant, rushing in might not only fail to save the person, but could also put herself in danger. Although she was a book traveler, she wasn't a martial arts expert before she transmigrated. Chen Ying took a few steps back and turned to call Zhou Zhaohui to come and save her. In the original book, the male lead was very capable. When delinquents came to trouble him in his business, he could take on several at once and make them kneel and beg for mercy. He had once heroically saved a beauty, successfully winning the heart of the female lead. Wait a minute, hero saving the beauty, small alley. Chen Ying looked back. That couldn't be the original book's female lead, right? Chen Ying swallowed hard. In a novel, when Zhou Zhaohui fell into hard times, the female antagonist showed no sentimentality, divorcing and taking the children, and her actions were ruthless. The male lead was depressed for a long time, during which he saved the female lead from being harassed by thugs. The hero saving the beauty is a classic trope in romance novels. The scene of their encounter was written very emotionally by the author, saying how he wasn't a moment too early or a moment too late, arriving just at the critical moment when her hero descended from the heavens. With just a few moves, he subdued the two little thugs who bullied her. At that moment, the female lead's heart raced. Was this her Prince Charming sent by heaven? Looking at the male lead's handsome face, the female lead wished to repay her life-saving grace immediately, having been hurt too deeply by the female antagonist. The male lead didn't want to encounter love again, and the original book's female lead worked hard to gradually open the male lead's heart. In the end, the original book's female lead became a winner in life, living a shamelessly sweet life with the male lead, who was the richest man in Huagua. The female antagonist didn't cherish what she had, which led to losing such a good man. Now that Chen Ying had transmigrated into the book, she wouldn't let such a good Zhou Zhaohui be taken by the original book's female lead. The best choice was to prevent the two from meeting, so she would have to worry about them sparking any flames. Without the original book's female lead, she could live happily with Zhou Zhaohui for a lifetime. Chen Ying pressed her lips tightly together, but the female lead's cries for help in the alley were gnawing at her heart. If she turned a blind eye and the female lead lost her virtue, would she be unable to cope in the conservative 1980s? Besides, losing one's virtue shouldn't lead to such despair. The The female lead probably wasn't that fragile. Chen Ying told herself, stroking her pregnant belly, that if Zhou Zhaohui was taken away by the original book's female lead, wouldn't her child be born without a father, becoming a little pitiful? People are selfish. It was the thugs who harmed the female lead, not her. She didn't need to feel guilty at all. On one side was her lifelong happiness, and on the other might be a life. Chen Ying felt heavy in her heart. Chapter 29, she will completely resolve this big trouble. All she has to do is turn around and say she needs to buy other things before the man approaches. And they can change direction so that Zhou Zhaohui won't run into the original female lead. Then she wouldn't have to worry every day about her husband being taken away by the original female lead. The world is unfair to women, especially in the conservative 1980s. A woman who has been mistreated by ruffians can hardly find a good partner. She either marries a widower or a man in the village who can't find a wife. She might even be pointed at for her entire life. The original female lead will live her life in the shadow of having been mistreated by ruffians. She will completely resolve this big trouble. In just a few seconds, it felt like a century to Chen Ying. She heard herself calling out to her husband behind her. "Husband, come quickly. Someone is being a ruffian." Upon hearing that someone was being a ruffian, Zhou Zhaohui hurried over, looking nervously at the small woman in front of him. "Where's the ruffian? Are you okay?" Chen Ying shook her head and pointed to a small alley nearby. "I heard a woman calling for help inside. There are two little ruffians being a nuisance." Zhou Zhaohui also heard the cries for help. He put the rice and flour he was holding on the ground and handed the eggs he was carrying to Chen Ying. "Wife, wait here for me. I'm going to save her." Chen Ying felt a bit worried. "There are two of them. You need to be careful." She knew the male lead was very capable, but she was still vaguely concerned. What if those two little ruffians had knives? What if Zhou Zhaohui got hurt? The man nodded at Chen Ying and quickly ran into the small alley. Tianyameng was feeling desperate. She was tightly controlled by two filthy ruffians, their disgusting tongues licking her face, tearing her clothes apart, their hands roaming over her body. Her heart felt like ash. Would she really not escape the fate of being violated today? Suddenly, she felt lighter on her body as the two filthy ruffians on top of her were pulled away. Chen Ying witnessed the male lead's overwhelming combat power firsthand. The two ruffians, driven by lust, were tossed to the ground by Zhou Zhaohui as if they were little chicks. Before they could react, Zhou Zhaohui moved even faster, grabbing their heads and forcefully kneeing them, causing their heads to make intimate contact with the ground, leaving them bruised and battered. They were both groaning and begging for mercy. "Brothers, take it easy. We're all men here. How about we share the fun? You go first." "Okay." One of the ruffians even invited Zhou Zhaohui to join in bullying the original female lead. Zhou Zhaohui kicked him in the face, and the man spat out two bloody teeth, finally stopping his foul talk. Chen Ying felt that the author had made it too simple. Zhou Zhaohui's efficiency in dealing with ruffians could not be expressed with a few flowery emotional phrases. She still decided to let Zhou Zhaohui save the female lead. If she didn't encounter the female lead, they would be fine. In such a scene, if they didn't step forward, the female lead would be violated. Even if she didn't end up in despair, the shadow of being mistreated would follow her for life. People are selfish. Chen Ying knew that compared to the male and female leads meeting, she would be anxious. If the original female lead were violated because of this, she wouldn't be able to pass her own conscience either. Even if she and Zhou Zhaohui had a happy marriage in the future, she would feel as if that happiness was stolen. As a woman, she really couldn't remain indifferent to what the original female lead was going through. The original female lead was just violated, but she lost her love. It was too ridiculous. She followed her heart and let Zhou Zhaohui save the original female lead. If they ended up together, it would only mean that Zhou Zhaohui wasn't worth trusting for a lifetime, or that her fate with Zhou Zhaohui wasn't deep enough. Once she figured it out, she no longer felt conflicted, and the expression on Chen Ying's face became incredibly relaxed. "Comrade, are you okay?" Zhou Zhaohui asked the woman he had just saved, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Tianyameng was in a very sorry state. Her top was torn by the two ruffians, and she was trying to cover her body with her hands, attempting to hide her exposed skin. Zhou Zhaohui sensed the woman's embarrassment and took off his coat, throwing it towards her. Tianyameng quickly caught it and kept thanking Zhou Zhaohui. "Comrade, thank you." She put on Zhou Zhaohui's coat, which was large enough to cover her exposed skin completely. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and they both looked outside. "Police comrade, over here, someone is being a ruffian." Chen Ying watched as the male lead dealt with the two ruffians, just about to move closer to see the situation and confirm if the woman was the original female lead. Although it was almost certain, she needed to confirm in person. She saw two comrades in police uniforms. Chen Ying immediately called out to them. The police comrades took a look at the scene and saw everything clearly. These little ruffians tried to be a nuisance, but were rescued by a kind male comrade. "Police comrades, these two little ruffians are yours now." Zhou Zhaohui greeted the two police officers. One of the officers was slightly older, while the other looked to be around Zhou Zhaohui's age, probably just in his early 20s. The younger officer called the older officer master. They nodded. "Just leave it to us. Comrade, come with us to the police station to take a statement. Don't be afraid." The older officer said to Tian Yameng, "This is the victim, so she naturally needs to give a statement." Tian Yameng nodded. The two police officers each grabbed a little ruffian and headed towards the police station. Tian Yameng turned to Zhou Zhaohui. "Comrade, what is your name? You saved me today, and after I finish giving my statement, I'll treat you to a meal." Tian Yameng's face was pale, her lips trembling, clearly still in shock for what had just happened. Chen Ying observed the woman in front of her. They had two different styles. Tian Yameng was very elegant, with thick brows and big eyes, compared to the female supporting character who looked like a seductress. The woman in front of her seemed to have a more virtuous and homely appearance. Tian Yameng was also sizing up Chen Ying. This female comrade was really beautiful. Tian Yameng, lacking education, couldn't express it in flowery terms, but she just felt that the woman in front of her was stunning. The kind of beauty that even a woman would want to look at twice. Zhou Zhaohui waved his hand. "Comrade, there's no need to be polite. We are all children of Huaxia, and helping each other is what we should do." He didn't even glance at Tian Yameng, but walked over to his wife. When he subdued the two ruffians, he was quite efficient. He wondered if he had scared his wife. Chen Ying smiled, tidying up the hair on his forehead, giving him a thumbs up. Her man was so handsome. Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit proud, basking in his wife's adoring gaze. "Let's go home." His voice was gentle, and Chen Ying nodded, "Okay." The man took the eggs from Chen Ying's hand and picked up the rice and flour from the ground with the other hand. They walked back in the direction of home. Tian Yameng watched them walk away, the hero who saved her gently protecting the pregnant woman. She felt a twinge of envy. Suddenly, finding some courage, Tian Yameng shouted at Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying's backs, "Hero, my name is Tian Yameng. You are truly a kind person." She shouted with all her might, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing the woman's name, Chen Ying paused in her steps. Chapter 30. Personally sending her man to the female protagonist. Tian Yameng and Chen Ying whispered, "She really is the female protagonist," although they had already guessed. Now knowing that the one they saved was the original female protagonist of the book, and that they were the catalyst for this event, Chen Ying still felt a bit complicated inside. If Zhou Zhaohui ended up with the original female protagonist later on, wouldn't she have personally sent her man to the female protagonist's side? Chen Ying then smiled again, after saving someone. Zhou Zhaohui didn't even glance at the original female protagonist, worried that she would be waiting too long, and didn't follow the police to the station. In the original book, Zhou Zhaohui had accompanied the female protagonist to the police station, and this point made Chen Ying very satisfied. Why think so much? There's so many people to meet every day. She didn't want to exhaust herself over an inconsequential passerby. "Comrades, let us go." After walking for a while, the two police officers noticed that the female officer hadn't caught up and turned to urge Tian Yameng. Tian Yameng wiped her eyes and quickened her pace. She just wanted to know her benefactor's name and where he lived so she could thank him in person. After all, looking down at the jacket she was wearing, she wanted to return her benefactor's clothes. What a kind-hearted comrade. The two police officers murmured along the way, having heard their conversation. The female officer wanted to express her gratitude to the kind male officer, but didn't even get his name. If there were more comrades like him in the world, society would be much better. Zhou Zhaohui was completely unaware of this. He was on his way home with his wife. Upon returning to their rented house, Zhou Zhaohui put the daily necessities he bought inside. His father-in-law and younger sister were resting in the room, while his mother-in-law was digging wild vegetables in the yard. Grandpa Zhao and his wife planned to go to another city to live with their children, so they didn't plant anything in the small yard this year, which was now overgrown with many pigweed and dandelions. Soon, Wei Hongmei had gathered a basket of pigweed and dandelions. Dandelions are also known as pu gonging. Before entering the book, Chen Ying was also from the countryside and recognized these two wild vegetables. She remembered picking wild vegetables with a small basket and friends when she was young, and thinking of this made her smile slightly, feeling quite emotional. Those were all matters from past life. Her mother-in-law said she would make a steamed dish with them. After washing the dandelions and pigweed and draining the water, she would sprinkle cornmeal evenly on top and steam it for a few minutes, then make a sauce to pour over the steamed dish, which would taste pretty good. Chen Ying had never eaten steamed dishes made with dandelions and pigweed, but she had eaten steamed dishes made with celery leaves. Before entering the book, she had learned to make low-fat meals in various ways every day to maintain her figure. Now that she was in 1980s, many of the meals at that time were indeed qualified low-fat meals. They were still all natural and harmless. In later years, excessive pesticides made vegetables nowhere near as good as those times. Chen Ying helped Wei Hongmei collect the wild vegetables. Wei Hongmei looked up and noticed her son's change. "Zhaohui, where's your jacket? You clearly wore it when you went out. How come you don't have it when you come back?" If this were in the past, Wei Hongmei wouldn't have cared about whether her son had his jacket or not. Her son was a wealthy man. Did he not have money to buy clothes? Now that the family's situation was tight, a piece of clothing was quite precious. Zhou Zhaohui briefly explained the incident of being a good Samaritan on the way. Wei Hongmei first asked if her son was hurt, and after getting a negative answer, she felt relieved. Then she spat, "Damn those thugs. Luckily you encountered them today, or that female comrade's life would have been ruined." She also had a daughter, a pure and innocent girl. If she were ruined, what good days would she have left? This incident had a significant impact on Wei Hongmei, who advised Chen Ying not to go out alone and to let Zhaohui accompany her if she wanted to buy anything or for her to go with her. At dinner, she also reminded her daughter, Zhou Xiaoya, not to wander around the streets alone, especially not to go to those small, remote alleys. Zhou Xiaoya felt overwhelmed. In the afternoon, her parents told her about the family situation and earnestly said she was a big girl now and needed to plan for her future. After all, her parents couldn't be with her for a lifetime. They planned for her to go to high school for 3 years and then enter college. That was a broad road, but Zhou Xiaoya knew very well that she wasn't cut out for studying. Just seeing books gave her a headache. If she were good at studying, she wouldn't have dropped out in the first place. Moreover, her parents were thinking too simply. High schools in the provincial capital didn't accept just anyone. You had to study well. Just look at her younger brother. He was a top student in the township school. Otherwise, how could he get into the provincial capital's first high school? Her older brother was wealthy at that time, at most. He could have been sent to the second or third high school with lower requirements. To succeed in studies, one still had to be competent. Furthermore, going to high school didn't guarantee college admission. How hard was it to get into college? Even in the provincial capital's first high school, only a small number of people could get into college. Wei Hongmei understood her child very well. Her daughter hadn't really listened to her. She was a bit angry. Thugs were truly rampant on the streets, daring to bully female comrades in broad daylight. "Zhou Xiaoya," Wei Hongmei said with a heavier tone. Zhou Xiaoya looked up. "Mom, were you even listening to me?" Being a mother truly brought endless worries, especially with a daughter at home. Zhou Xiaoya nodded. "I was listening." "Then what did I just say?" Wei Hongmei pressed. This was related to her daughter's safety, so she naturally couldn't overlook it. She needed to raise her daughter's safety awareness. When there's nothing to do, don't wander around the streets, and definitely don't go to remote alleys. Zhou Xiaoya repeated her mother's warnings, and only then did Wei Hongmei feel satisfied. The family continued eating. Tianyuming came out of the police station at around 6 in the afternoon. The police officers said that the provincial capital had received a notice from the Ministry of Public Security and would actively cooperate with the crackdown, assuring her that the two men would most likely be charged with hooliganism, and even if they didn't eat peanuts, they wouldn't escape years of imprisonment. A female police officer gently comforted her. "We will keep it confidential." As a fellow woman, the female officer felt a bit more sympathy for Tianyuming. The world was harsh on women. Clearly, she was the victim who almost faced assault, but if word got out, there might be criticism of her alongside the condemnation of the thugs. Tian Yumeng thanked the police officers and expressed her request. The male comrade who acted bravely today. If it weren't for him, I would have been done for. I'm really grateful to him and would like to thank him in person. Officer, if you have any information about him, could you please let me know? Tian Yumeng looked eagerly at the female police officer, who had also heard about the brave male comrade's deeds and admired such a hero. If he had come to the police station with them, they might have even presented him with a commendation for his bravery. It wouldn't be difficult for the police to find someone. The female officer knew the male officer had high moral character, and the woman he saved was an ungrateful person. The female police officer promised to help inquire and asked Tian Yumeng to leave her contact information, assuring her that she would notify her as soon as there was news. Tian Yumeng left her home address, thanked the female police officer again, and then left the police station. Chapter 31: A Ray of Light in Her Life. In the deep night, Tian Yumeng lay in bed, unable to sleep, her mind constantly flashing back to the scene where the male comrade saved her. At that moment, she truly felt despair. If those two bastards succeeded, her life would be forever dark. He was like a ray of light, forcefully and domineeringly entering her life, pulling her out of darkness. Tian Yumeng's heart raced wildly. Her mind filled entirely with thoughts of the hero, and the fear she felt from the thugs dissipated significantly. Tian Yumeng got up, picked up the hero's coat, and took a deep sniff at the collar, which was filled with his masculine scent. She lay back down, closed her eyes, covered herself with the hero's coat, and felt a profound sense of security. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She was sure she would have a good dream tonight. At the Zhou household, Zhou Zhaohui finished washing up and saw the little woman sitting on the bed in a daze. Chen Ying was calculating the money in her hands. She had spent 300 yuan on rent today and had a bit over 400 left. 400 yuan had tremendous purchasing power in the 1980s. However, with several mouths to feed at home and not much fish left, she needed to think of new ways to earn money instead of just sitting idly by. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Zhaohui asked as he sat beside her. She was so serious that he approached her without her noticing. Chen Ying came back to her senses and replied, "I was thinking about what kind of business to start." She considered starting a clothing business, but 400 yuan was not enough to venture into the garment market in Yangqing. The journey from Jibei province to Yangqing would take 70 to 80 hours by train. Adding the cost of train tickets, food, and accommodation would eat up another 100 to 80 yuan, leaving little for clothes. The timing for going to Yangqing was not right. Zhou Zhaohui noticed the seriousness in her eyes and puffed out his chest. "Wife, I'm here to earn money. You just focus on taking care of the baby every day. I may not have much ability, but all the money I earn will be given to you." Zhou Zhaohui's eyes were full of sincerity. After he fell into hard times, the blow to Chen Ying was immense. In the past, she never had to worry about money. Her only concern was what clothes to wear and what type of bags to match. Zhou Zhaohui didn't know how long it would take to regain their previous lifestyle. It could take a year, 10 years, or even longer. What he could do now was to earn as much money as possible and give it all to his wife, hoping it would provide her with a sense of security. However, Chen Ying did not relax her brows just because of Zhou Zhaohui's sincere words. To live together, both needed to work hard for a better life. Relying on one person to support the family was very tiring. Before she entered the book, she was a self-sufficient woman. After entering the book, she couldn't just become a helpless dependent just because she was married. She firmly believed that a good relationship should be one of mutual support and progress. She knew Zhou Zhaohui would become the richest man in Huagua in the future. But if she continued to stand still and cling to old ideas, would their family be stable? The two had little in common to talk about, and it was strange if their feelings didn't have problems. Moreover, she had a mindset that was 40 years ahead. There were many opportunities to get rich in the 1980s. Not all had to be seized, but if they grabbed one or two, they could completely realize a leapfrog success in that era. In the original book, the male lead took many detours on his way to success. Now that they were together, both strong, they could achieve success earlier. Why not? After much thought, she concluded that starting a snack business suited their current situation best. Making food didn't require much skill. As long as the taste was good and they found a good spot to set up, they could earn a decent profit in a month. While large businesses certainly made money, small businesses were not bad either. Before she entered the book, a crepe stand seemed unremarkable. Yet many large store owners couldn't withstand 3 years of the pandemic while the crepe stand continued to thrive. The sinking market was a massive cake. In the 1980s, common folks also didn't spend much on state-run restaurants. Street stalls were different. A meal cost only a few dimes, and a family meal could be just 2 or 3 yuan. If the presentation and taste were good and they set up in a high-traffic area, it would be hard not to succeed. At that time, there were hardly any city management officials, so it was relatively loose. However, they couldn't let their guard down, as they would inevitably encounter thugs demanding protection fees. But looking at the man beside her, Zhou Zhaohui was so capable. If small-time thugs came looking for trouble, they wouldn't be afraid. After discussing their ideas, Chen Ying suggested they could open a mobile snack stall, setting up at school gates or cinema entrances where foot traffic was significant. As for what snacks to make, there were plenty of options. The spicy hot pot and spicy mix that became popular in later years could be great. In the summer nights, friends could enjoy snacks, drink a bit of beer, and chat. It would be quite enjoyable. They could also make rice bowls or noodles with various toppings. There were many possibilities, and after all, their family needed to eat too. Talking about snacks, Chen Ying opened up. In later years, there were so many snack streets. What kind of snacks had she seen? Various kinds. Even a simple crepe stall could offer not just pancakes, but also hand-grab pancakes and grilled cold noodles with several variations. They didn't need to offer too many types at the start. In hot weather, if business was slow, the ingredients could spoil by the next day. Chen Ying couldn't make money by selling spoiled ingredients. As for the ingredients, she had already thought about it. They could get some cheap offal from the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse killed many pigs, cows, and sheep every day, so they should be able to buy pig offal, sheep organs, and beef offal. Offal is also meat. If cleaned properly, its taste is not worse than that of regular meat. In those days, offal was quite cheap and not as popular as it would become later. The more Chen Ying spoke, the more she felt that the snack business had potential. However, she also didn't want to paint a rosy picture for Zhou Zhaohui. Her suggestions were quite realistic. Any business's initial stage was not easy. Running a snack stall would be hard work unless they expanded and hired several employees to free themselves from tedious labor. Farmers worked hard, but there were busy and slack seasons. Running a snack stall was different. It was a year-round job. During busy times, they would have to get up at 4 in the morning to prepare ingredients and might not finish until 8 or 9 at night. Some barbecue sellers in later years even operated until 2 or 3 in the morning. In comparison, it was definitely more tiring than being a farmer. What do you think? Zhou Zhaohui listened attentively, and Chen Ying's clear reasoning and thorough analysis of the business's pros and cons impressed him. Zhou Zhaohui thought the idea was quite good. He wasn't afraid of hard work. As for his parents, people from that era were never short of strength. Zhou Zhaohui didn't immediately agree, but fell into deep thought. Chen Ying looked at him eagerly. What did this guy mean? Did he look down on the snack business? He hadn't been so resistant to her previous idea of selling fishball soup at the cinema entrance, and even supported it. Now that those dead fish had been turned into fish products and sold well, was he suddenly looking down on this small business? Hey, what are you really thinking? Chen Ying couldn't help but ask again. Zhou Zhaohui came back to his senses, and their eyes met. His response made Chen Ying's heart tremble intensely. Chapter 32. Time for a cold shower. The snack business can be done, but you should take care of the baby at home, making snacks and setting up a stall. My parents and I can handle that. Zhou Zhaohui is worried about his wife being overworked. Making snacks is known to be greasy work. She'll end up covered in an unpleasant smell of oil and smoke. His wife is clean and loves beauty. She shouldn't be doing this, right? Zhou Zhaohui, you. Chen Ying opened her mouth, wanting to say, don't be so nice to me. I'm afraid I'll become dependent on you. She is a modern woman who has crossed into a book. Even though she knows Zhou Zhaohui will be the future richest man in China and has decided to cling tightly to the male lead's thigh to live well, deep down, she still cannot completely rely on a man for her life. The idea of being slowly boiled like a frog in warm water is the scariest. She fears that one day she will rely entirely on a man. What if one day he withdraws his kindness and goes back to the original female lead. How would she cope then? Zhou Zhaohui was puzzled about what his wife wanted to say, seeing the silly look on the man's face. Chen Ying felt a ripple in her heart. She gently kissed the man's lips and thought, why say so much? In the adult world, sometimes actions speak louder than words. She wanted to run away after the kiss like last time, but this man was not so easily fooled. Zhou Zhaohui reacted, taking the initiative and deepening the kiss. Their lips and tongues tangled together, and he kissed Chen Ying forcefully, making her tongue tingle. The feeling was wonderful and beautiful, something Chen Ying had never experienced before. Zhou Zhaohui was her husband, and they were a legal couple. Although she kept telling herself that the male lead would be the future richest man in China, and that she should hold tightly to his golden thigh, she actually knew from the moment she first saw Zhou Zhaohui that she was deeply attracted to him. Even if he were not the future richest man in China, but just an ordinary person, she wouldn't behave like the original female supporting character, getting a divorce and hitting children. In a way, her feelings for the male lead were not mixed with many interests. It was purely an emotional response. If Zhou Zhaohui were a commoner, even as the richest man in China, Chen Ying would not compromise herself. After the kiss, they both breathed heavily for a moment to calm down. Zhou Zhaohui did not let go of her, but held her tightly. They were so close that she could feel the man's heartbeat, rapid and strong. Zhou Zhaohui was too young. The affection of youth is always sincere and passionate, and Chen Ying felt as if her heart would melt in his embrace. After holding her for a while, Zhou Zhaohui kissed Chen Ying's forehead and said, "Wife, you should sleep early. I'll go take a shower." Chen Ying was confused. Hadn't this guy just come in after washing up? Why did he need to take another shower? Then she remembered something. When they had just hugged, aside from his rapid heartbeat, there seemed to be a physiological reaction. Chen Ying helplessly looked down at her pregnant belly, smiling. "Baby, your daddy is so wronged. He is going to take a cold shower now." She didn't even realize her tone had a hint of schadenfreude. By the time Zhou Zhaohui returned to the room, Chen Ying had already fallen asleep. There was no way around it. She was pregnant and naturally sleepy, plus it was almost 11 o'clock. In this era, it wasn't like the future where night owls stayed up late everywhere. Back then, most people's daily routines were still very healthy. Zhou Zhaohui quietly laid down on the bed, thinking that he hadn't gotten too close to his wife. He had just taken a cold shower and was afraid that his coolness would affect her. The next day at breakfast, Chen Ying didn't sleep in and ate with everyone, having corn and vegetable pancakes made by her mother-in-law. They had millet porridge, and Zhou's mother had specially cooked an egg for Chen Ying. In those days, eggs were considered a luxury, and many common people's ideal life was to have freedom with eggs. It's not an exaggeration. In rural homes, when hens laid eggs, they were too reluctant to eat them and would take them to the market to sell. When Zhou Zhaohui was a wealthy man, eating an egg was nothing. The whole family enjoyed egg freedom, but that wasn't the case now. Although they had just bought 30 eggs yesterday, Zhou's mother didn't cook eggs for everyone. With 6 family members, 1 egg each would mean 6 eggs per meal, finishing 30 eggs in just 5 meals. How could that work? After thinking it over, she only cooked an egg for Chen Ying, considering that her daughter-in-law was pregnant and needed more nutrition. If it were before, Wei Hongmei would have faced complaints from Zhou Xiaoya for cooking only 1 egg for Chen Ying. But now, she remained calm. Her sister-in-law was pregnant and deserved better food. If she didn't eat well, it would also affect the little nephew. Chen Ying felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone else didn't have eggs, and only she got 1 cooked. She thought the egg felt a bit hot in her hands. She wasn't particularly fond of eating eggs. Before crossing into the book, her life wasn't exactly luxurious. Compared to the resource-scarce 1980s, it was definitely a moderately comfortable life. Eggs weren't a precious food. Before crossing, having meat at every meal was very normal for her. She hesitated to peel the egg. Zhou Zhaohui was quite perceptive. Seeing that his wife hadn't taken the egg for a long time, he directly peeled it and put it into her porridge bowl. Chen Ying glared at him, thinking, what is this guy doing, being so considerate for no reason? Zhou Zhaohui smiled at Chen Ying, thinking that the clueless man thought his wife was giving him flirtatious looks. Forget it. Since it was already in her porridge bowl, it was just an egg. She might as well eat it. Zhou Zhaohui saw his wife eating happily and thought he needed to work harder to earn money, so that when his wife was in confinement, she could enjoy egg freedom. If Chen Ying knew what the man was thinking, she would definitely be speechless. Thanks, but egg freedom? You're the future richest man. Can't you have a bit more ambition? Oh, truly, it's frustrating. Zhou Zhaohui naturally had no idea what his wife was thinking at the moment. Otherwise, he would be even more flustered. After everyone finished breakfast and Zhou Xiaodi went to school, Zhou Zhaohui shared his plan to start a snack business. In her family, his words carried weight, so Zhou's father and mother naturally supported him wholeheartedly. Surprisingly, his sister-in-law Zhou Xiaoya was also very proactive this time. Chen Ying couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xiaoya. Previously, when she suggested Zhou Zhaohui sell fishball soup, Zhou Xiaoya thought it was too vulgar for a small business. In just a few days, her attitude had changed so quickly. Chen Ying was a bit confused about this sister-in-law. It wasn't that Zhou Xiaoya had become more enlightened. It was that the words her parents said to her yesterday had a deep impact on her, and she had stayed up late last night. Yes, previously, when her brother had money, she could rely on him. Now that her elder brother's life was a mess, the pressure would only increase after the little nephew was born. Although her sister-in-law looked better now, if her elder brother didn't earn much money, would she willingly stay with him? Thinking of Chen Ying's previous behavior, Zhou Xiaoya was skeptical. In such a situation, she couldn't add too much burden to her elder brother and this family. As for her parents saying she should go to high school and take the college entrance exam route, she felt it didn't suit her. One must have self-awareness. Blind confidence would only lead to greater falls. Compared to studying for college, Zhou Xiaoya felt she was more suited for work that didn't require much thought. That's why she strongly supported Zhou Zhaohui in starting his snack business. Studying wasn't her forte, but helping out shouldn't be too hard. Chapter 33. Solving the trouble of eating alone. It's a simple-minded ambition with strong limbs. A teenage girl who isn't in school can't just stay at home, eating idly every day, right? Zhou Zhaohui used to be a wealthy man, and having a little sister who eats idly at home wasn't a big deal. Now, Zhou Xiaoya can't shamelessly keep eating idly either. Her elder brother wants to start a snack business, and she can help out. If the snack business makes money, when she gets married, her brother can prepare her dowry, and her sister-in-law can't say anything about it, right? If she keeps staying at home eating idly, even if her sister-in-law doesn't say anything, Zhou Xiaoya feels uncomfortable using her brother's money. Zhou Zhaohui's snack business has the whole family as support. The man is a doer. After breakfast, he goes with Zhou's father to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy household items. Chen Ying went to find her mother-in-law, saying, "Mom, next time when you boil eggs, please boil one for each of us." Chen Ying really isn't used to eating alone. In this day and age, eggs are precious. Chen Ying believes that when there's something good, the family should share it together. Then if they think of more ideas to make money, they can buy whatever they want. Wei Hongmei was about to say it wasn't necessary, but Chen Ying had her own views. The weather is hot now, and if the eggs aren't eaten in time, they will spoil. Moreover, you and Dad are getting older and need to supplement your nutrition. Zhaohui has to think about making money every day, which is hard work. Plus, the younger brother and sister are still growing, so everyone should eat better. Chen Ying smiled cheerfully. Zhou Xiaoya paused at the door. Chen Ying actually asked her mother to boil eggs for everyone. Eggs are good things. If everyone boils eggs, 30 eggs will be gone quickly. If the family conditions don't get better, she won't have boiled eggs to eat anymore. Even so, would she be willing to let her mother boil eggs for everyone? Zhou Xiaoya instinctively held her breath, continuing to listen to the two talk. Ying, the next time I'll boil eggs for several of the younger generation. Your dad and I are older and not growing anymore, so we don't need to eat eggs. At their age, eating eggs is unnecessary. It's better to save the eggs for their daughter-in-law to eat, so the grandchild in her belly grows better. As for the 3 children, they are all flesh from Wei Hongmei, and she is reluctant to eat, so she has to stuff it into the children's mouths. Now that the family's conditions don't allow it, she only thinks of boiling eggs for her daughter-in-law. The girl who marries into their family and lives with their son, no matter how it was before, now she truly wants to live her life with Zhaohui. Wei Hongmei should treat Chen Ying well. After all, the Zhou family is kind-hearted and honest. Before entering the book, Chen Ying was in sales, so dealing with older ladies from the ADS is naturally not a problem. Chen Ying didn't talk about filial piety and virtues. Mom, Zhaohui and I are planning to start a snack business, and you and Dad support us strongly. This snack business is really hard work. Blah, blah, blah. Chen Ying only mentioned that the snack business requires getting up early and staying up late, possibly even more exhausting than farming in the countryside. In the countryside, there are busy and slack farming seasons. During busy seasons, there's no need to say more, and during slack seasons, there are only some household chores to do. But running a snack business is tough. Getting up early and staying up late is common. She and her father-in-law are getting older, and if they don't eat better to supplement their nutrition with such high intensity, what will happen if their bodies can't take it? If they end up malnourished, they will have to go to the health center, spend money on medical treatment, and suffer physically. It's a typical case of spending money to buy suffering. With that money, it's better to eat more eggs. With enough nutrition, their immunity will be stronger, their bodies will be better, and they can earn more money. A few words convinced Wei Hongmei. Indeed, as people age, their bodies are more prone to illness. If she and her husband are sick, they will drag down the children. They may not say how much help they give to the children, but they can't cause trouble for them. Wei Hongmei nodded eagerly. All right, Mom will listen to you. Having convinced her mother-in-law, Chen Ying felt very satisfied and had a sense of achievement. The older generation, having lived in harsher conditions as children, have many thoughts ingrained in their minds, such as one must endure hardship to be a person, first bitter then sweet, and suffering is a blessing. These concepts aren't necessarily wrong. Being educated with such thoughts from a young age has a significant impact. Many people from that generation carry these beliefs throughout their lives. Even in 40 years, as the economy of Huagua develops rapidly and people can eat their fill, they still hesitate to enjoy life. It's heart-wrenching. Many from that generation have never enjoyed any blessings in their lives. Chen Ying doesn't want her mother-in-law to be like that. Fortunately, her mother-in-law is quite open-minded, which makes her happy. Having resolved the trouble of eating alone, Chen Ying didn't stay idle at home. She started experimenting with snacks. She thought about making spicy hot pot. It's not as complicated as in later generations. How much for a skewer of vegetables? How much for a skewer of meat? Nowadays, many leafy vegetables are so cheap they are priced by the cent, and poultry offal is also inexpensive. With such pricing, the profit is substantial. But stringing them together takes time and effort. So, she decided to set a direct price, a big bowl full of meat, vegetables, and noodles for 50 cents. A roadside noodle stall's bone soup noodles cost 30 cents a bowl, and adding an egg cost 60 cents. In her spicy hot pot, she adds more vegetables and poultry offal, along with some noodles. It has both meat and vegetables, and it's appealing in taste, color, and aroma, making it competitive. In this era, the common people don't have high demands for taste. Practicality is the most important. Her snacks are tasty and reasonably priced, so the common people will definitely buy them. Still, she needs to learn more. At this moment, Chen Ying is very grateful that before entering the book, she enjoyed experimenting with food. She actually has many classic recipes in her mind. She misses the internet from later generations. She could easily ask Baidu for classic snack recipes. For the hot pot base, using big bones, chicken frames, star anise, bay leaves, cinnamon, and a series of spices, simmered overnight. The bone broth becomes thick and fragrant. Just thinking about that taste makes her mouth water. Chen Ying found paper and a pen and wrote down the spicy hot pot base recipe from her memory. She could teach her in-laws to make the hot pot base, and once they accumulate enough funds from the snack business, she and Zhou Zhaohui can free up energy to go to Yangcheng for clothing. Chen Ying has her own plans in mind. She looked up and saw her sister-in-law standing outside the door. Chen Ying was startled, and Zhou Zhaohui had already walked in. She glanced over at her, proactively bringing up a topic. Sister-in-law, what is this? Hearing Chen Ying talking to her mother, Zhou Zhaohui felt complicated inside. She has changed a lot. She even took the initiative to let her mother boil eggs for everyone. It's important to know that eggs are limited. If everyone eats eggs, Chen Ying will have less to eat herself. If she were just pretending, she could easily say it in front of everyone, which would also allow her and her younger brother to gain favor with her. But she chose to speak to her mother privately. If Zhou Zhaohui continues to suspect Chen Ying's intentions with malice, she would be in the wrong. Chen Ying handed the recipe in her hand to Zhou Zhaohui, saying, "This is a snack recipe. When your brother comes back, We could try making it first. If everyone thinks it's good, we can set up a stall. Chen Ying explained, and Zhou Zhaohui's words made her blush a bit. Chapter 34. Has Chen Ying really changed for the better? Sister-in-law, your handwriting is really beautiful. Zhou Xiao didn't pay much attention to the recipe, but focused on the characters Chen Ying wrote. It wasn't that she was deliberately flattering. Chen Ying's handwriting was indeed good, at least better than hers. Thinking that Chen Ying hadn't even graduated from middle school, yet she could write so well, Zhou Xiaoya felt somewhat complicated. Looking at it this way, her sister-in-law wasn't just a pretty face after all. Thank you, Xiaoya. You look great today, very elegant. Chen Ying quickly reacted, first thanking her sister-in-law, then complimenting her back. Family members should reciprocate compliments. And since her sister-in-law praised her handwriting, she returned the favor by complimenting her sister-in-law's outfit. After all, there are no ugly women at 18, and she wasn't lying. The Zhou family was known for their good looks. Although Zhou Xiaoya had previously disliked her sister-in-law, she had to admit that Chen Ying was indeed beautiful. Now, being praised by such a beauty made her happy. Sister-in-law, you're just teasing me. The young girl felt a bit shy. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Chen Ying looked at her with affection. She sincerely wanted to build a life with Zhou Zhaohui and truly regarded Zhou Xiaoya as her sister. Sister-in-law, I'll ask Mom to find some spices and see how many we have at home. As for the ingredients, let's wait for my brother to come back and have him buy them. We don't have any big bones or chicken carcasses at home. That's great. My sister-in-law is taking the initiative to help. Chen Ying gladly accepted. She was right. The Zhou family were all good people. Zhou Xiaoya happily took on the task and went to find Zhou Mu to gather the spices. Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou Fu also had a smooth time shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, since the snack stall would be set up long-term. They needed to buy quality items, so Zhou Zhaohui bought the most expensive ones. Watching his son pay so readily, Zhou Wenshan asked Zhaohui, have you secretly saved up some money? It wasn't that Zhou Wenshan was overly suspicious. As a man, he understood. He gave all his earnings to his wife, Wei Hongmei, who was very frugal. Until his son became a wealthy man, Zhou Wenshan had never had any financial leeway. His son's situation was completely different from his own. Did Zhaohui really hide some private money? If that were the case, it wouldn't do. His daughter-in-law genuinely wanted to build a life with Zhaohui, and he couldn't let Chen Ying take advantage of him. As a father, Zhou Wenshan was the first to disagree. Zhou Zhaohui was speechless. What did he hide money? He didn't. What was up with his dad? He knew his son well enough and wouldn't stoop to lying. So Zhou Wenshan voiced his confusion. You bought things today without any hesitation. Did your daughter-in-law give you a lot of money? Zhou Wenshan wasn't being overly suspicious. Women are usually tight with money. When men give money to their wives, the women rarely spend extravagantly. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. Ying gave me 100 yuan, telling me not to be stingy when buying things. Zhou Wenshan was surprised. Just for those few items, she could give him 100 yuan? How could he possibly use it all? He licked his lips, eager to know what his daughter-in-law would say about the leftover money. Zhou Wenshan was both excited and nervous. Zhou Zhaohui thought for a moment and said, she told me to keep the leftover money for myself. A man should have some money on him. You can't avoid socializing outside. Zhou Zhaohui didn't even realize how gentle his smile was. Thinking of how serious his little woman looked when she spoke, his heart was warmed, and he felt a sense of warmth all over. Zhou Wenshan was momentarily stunned. He felt both surprised and envious. Men care about their image. Having money in their pockets gives them confidence in social situations. Socializing is about mutual invitations, but ultimately, it's about self-sufficiency. Money indeed gives men courage. However, if the woman at home is too stingy and there's no money in the pocket, what's left of the man's pride? In the end, he'll earn the title of a miser, which is truly embarrassing. Zhou Zhaohui noticed his dad was lost in thought and waved his hand in front of Zhou Wenshan. Dad, Dad! Zhou Wenshan snapped back to reality and patted his son's shoulder. Zhaohui, your daughter-in-law is a good woman. You must treat her well. Our family is not what it used to be. Even if she made some mistakes before, that's all in the past. From now on, you need to treat her well and work hard to improve your lives. If Chen Ying heard that, she would blush for the supporting female character. What mistakes? The two women clearly used underhanded tactics to get close to the male lead. Zhou Zhaohui nodded seriously. Dad, don't worry, I will. He would treat his wife well and work hard to provide a good life for his family. Under the scorching sun, Zhou Zhaohui's heart was even more fervent. Hearing that the recipe was requested by his daughter-in-law, Wei Hongmei cooperated wholeheartedly and quickly gathered the seasonings. As for the ingredients, there was no need to wait for her son to return. Wasn't it just chicken carcasses and bones? Those things aren't worth much. Wei Hongmei returned to her room and dug out the flower handkerchief from her bag. One layer at a time, she opened it, revealing several bills inside, some in denominations of 1 and a total of 5 yuan and 8 jiao. Wei Hongmei initially thought of taking a little, but after some consideration, she decided to take the entire handkerchief. Before leaving, she told her daughter, Xiaoya, Mom is going to the market to buy the ingredients your sister-in-law needs. You stay home and keep her company. Zhou Xiaoya quickly nodded, saying she understood and reminded her to be careful on the way. Chen Ying also heard her mother-in-law's words and hurried to her room to get money. After Zhou Zhaohui fell on hard times, most of the family's money had gone to paying off debts, and the elderly couple didn't have much left. Previously, Zhou Zhaohui said that the money from selling fish products wasn't taken by his father. He kept all of it for himself. Now that his mother-in-law was going to buy ingredients, she shouldn't have to spend her own money. Before entering the book, Chen Ying despised those who relied on their parents. Now that she was in this situation, she didn't want to become the person she once disliked. By the time Chen Ying chased out with a large bill, her mother-in-law was already nowhere to be seen. Zhou Xiaoya looked at her sister-in-law, who stood in a daze at the door, still clutching the money. Sister-in-law, what's this? Zhou Xiaoya swallowed hard. 10 yuan was a lot. Indeed, in the 1980s, 10 yuan was enough for an ordinary family to eat for a month. Mom was going to buy ingredients, and I was going to give her some money, but she left so quickly. Chen Ying was very frustrated. So, she had inadvertently become someone who relied on her parents. Zhou Xiaoya's mind buzzed. She seemed to understand, but also felt confused. Her mother went out to buy the big bones and chicken carcasses her sister-in-law wanted. Did her sister-in-law want to give her money? Seeing the look in Chen Ying's eyes, she knew she hadn't misheard. She looked up at the sun above her head and realized the sun wouldn't rise from the west. So, had Chen Ying really changed for the better? Thus, when Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou Fu reached the door, Zhou Xiaoyi mysteriously pulled her brother away. Zhou and Shan was surprised, wondering what this girl was up to. After walking a distance, confident that no one would overhear their conversation, Zhou Xiaoya finally spoke. Brother, I have a secret to tell you. Chapter 35, Self-Strategy for Love Brain. Telling him a secret, Zhou Zhaohui was intrigued by his sister. Sister-in-law must really want to live with you, so you can rest assured, Zhou Xiaoyu said seriously. Zhou Zhaohui was speechless. He knew that. Previously, Chen Ying had told him that they wouldn't divorce and would live well together, not only privately, but also in front of their mother and younger sister. Right? At that time, Zhou Xiaoyu didn't believe Chen Ying, thinking that she was just saying that because she hadn't found a good partner and was trying to deceive everyone. She kept a close eye on Chen Ying's every move, fearing that her brother would be tricked. Through observation, Chen Ying really seemed to have changed for the better. That's why there was today's scene. She wanted to reassure her brother. When Zhou Xiaoyu found that her brother was not surprised at all, she felt a bit anxious and gave several examples, such as when Chen Ying helped with ideas, turning dead fish into fish tofu, fish balls, and fish cans to make money. She even took out 200 yuan from her own pocket to help everyone rent a house in the provincial city. Last time they went shopping at the department store, Chen Ying didn't buy anything for herself, knowing their family was struggling, and she was concerned about her brother, right? She proactively asked if Zhou Xiaoyu had any clothes she liked and wanted to buy them for her, which was also out of consideration for her brother. Taking her to a state-run restaurant for a meal and packing up big pork knuckles for everyone afterward was also thinking of the family. And today, she secretly saw Chen Ying telling their mother that she would cook eggs for everyone in the future, not just for herself. Although Chen Ying said many things to persuade her mother, seemingly worried about their parents' nutrition and getting sick, Zhou Xiaoyu wasn't foolish and could understand her intentions. True feelings are hidden in the details. Through observation, Zhou Xiaoyu felt that Chen Ying was sincerely willing to live with her brother. What she said to her brother today was meant to reassure Zhou Zhaohui that their child was secure. Xiaoyu, I already know. Zhou Zhaohui smiled, thinking about how his sister had previously held a prejudice against Chen Ying and even defended his wife a few times. Your sister-in-law is a good woman. Marrying her is my blessing. Zhou Zhaohui was full of pride. He truly thought so. Their beginning might not have been beautiful, and his wife's methods were simple and rough. Perhaps Chen Ying acted that way not because he was wealthy, but because she was attracted to him. After all, he had become poor, yet Chen Ying did not leave him, which indicated that his wife liked him. Just thinking about this possibility, Zhou Zhaohui strategized for himself. Chen Ying was indeed a brave woman pursuing love. Her methods to marry him were somewhat extreme, but one had to admit she was very courageous. Taking the initiative towards someone she liked was a spirit worth praising. If Chen Ying knew the male protagonist's thoughts, she would definitely say that love is a magical thing. Even making a decisive man like him have a romantic side. If it were before, when Zhou Zhaohui said this, Zhou Zhaohui would definitely rebut, saying that Chen Ying was a vain and lazy person. Marrying her was a misfortune. Now, Zhou Zhaohui actually thought her brother made sense. Sister-in-law is beautiful, smart, and has good handwriting. Speaking of writing, Zhou Zhaohui remembered the snack recipes Chen Ying showed her and told Zhou Zhaohui about it. After listening, Zhou Zhaohui didn't mention Chen Ying's merits anymore. His wife had too many advantages that could not be finished in 3 days and nights. He hurried home to help his wife with a new snack. Zhou Zhaohui had developed feelings for Chen Ying, and he had inexplicable confidence in her. He believed that whatever his wife wanted to do would surely succeed. The snack business she mentioned would definitely do well when set up on the street, right? What his wife said must be the best. Well, love brain level 10 achieved. Zhou and Shan had already placed the purchased household items in the yard. After the siblings finished talking, they returned home. Chen Ying heard the noise, came out, and saw the three of them fiddling with those kitchen utensils in the yard. Now that they had the tools for setting up a stall, they could try making spicy hot pot at home first, letting everyone taste it and adjust the flavor accordingly. Chen Ying had her own considerations. It was difficult to please everyone, and she wouldn't naively think that everyone would like her spicy hot pot. As long as most consumers liked it, it would be fine. As long as there was a market, there was no fear of not making money. Zhou Zhaohui's words had a significant impact on Zhou Zhaohui. He naturally wouldn't doubt his wife's sincerity in living with him. Knowing some things she did privately touched Zhou Zhaohui even more. He had to work hard to earn money to provide a good life for his wife and future child. In Yushu village, there were women who ran away from home, and the villagers all blamed those women. However, Zhou Zhaohui didn't think it was the woman's fault. With a family so poor that it was clanging, a woman would starve if she followed, and if a man was incompetent, had a bad temper, and often drank and beat his wife, it was wise for the wife to leave. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is very clear. First, physiological needs must be met, and this physiological need is about survival, which means being well-fed and warm. The next level is safety needs, belonging needs, and esteem needs, with self-actualization at the top. If survival needs aren't guaranteed, what is the point of talking about love? Zhou Zhaohui didn't blame Chen Ying for having thoughts of divorce in the past. He was prepared for the possibility that she would leave him. The situation was so bad at that time that he couldn't provide Chen Ying with a better life. All he asked for was for her to have a child. Later, when his wife said she wouldn't have an abortion and they would live well together, it showed that Chen Ying was genuinely a kind girl at heart. A day as a husband means 100 days of grace. She still had deep feelings for him. People shouldn't be lenient with themselves and harsh on others. It should be the other way around for a much easier life, especially for a couple. If they were to be calculative, how could they live? Zhou Zhaohui felt that every strand of his wife's hair was so enchanting. Lying in the same bed at night, Chen Ying's hair occasionally brushed against his face, making his cheeks tickle and his heart flutter. Wife, Xiaoyu said you want to make snacks at home. What do you need me to do? Thinking of how good his wife was to him, Zhou Zhaohui instantly felt energized. As a man, it was his responsibility to work hard to ensure his wife and child had a good life. If a woman followed him and couldn't even have enough to eat, it was no wonder she would leave. Zhou Zhaohui was doing very well now. He handed all his earnings to his wife. He didn't make as much as before, but he was also putting in effort. In the snack business, he took on the physical work actively, not letting his wife do the heavy lifting. He believed in giving money if he had it, and putting in more effort if he didn't. Truly a dutiful husband. lying in the same bed at night. Covered by one quilt, they kissed and cuddled. If it weren't for the baby in her belly, they might have gone all the way. The distance between Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui had narrowed significantly, and she even directed him to work without feeling embarrassed at all. Meanwhile, the man was very happy. It was mutual willingness, and others had no say in it. Chapter 36. Get chicken legs for Chen Ying. Chen Ying asked the man to go to the market to buy some green vegetables and then to the slaughterhouse to buy some poultry offal. Zhou Zhaohui didn't ask Chen Ying what she was going to do. He just eagerly went to buy the items. Zhou Xiaoya watched from the side, feeling speechless. She knew that the family conditions were not good now, and her sister-in-law was already thinking about eating those cheap offals. She really hoped her brother wouldn't really lose his mind and only buy poultry offals. He should buy some meat too, if his sister-in-law wanted him to buy those. It must be because she was craving meat. She wanted to remind him, but her brother ran off too quickly, leaving her no chance. Sister-in-law, why do you want my brother to buy those offals? This was to subtly inquire about her sister-in-law's intentions so that she could later give her brother a heads up and help him out indirectly. Zhou Xiaoya was also worried sick. Although she already had an answer in her mind, what if her sister-in-law's explanation was different from what she thought? Chen Ying didn't hide it. If Zhou Zhaohui bought too many offals, the whole family would have to help clean them when he got back. This wasn't about making snacks. Meat was too expensive, and using it as the primary ingredient would raise the costs significantly, making the prices of the snacks high, which wouldn't be beneficial for their initial development. Using cheap offals as ingredients would control costs much better. Chen Ying patiently explained to her sister-in-law, and Zhou Wenshan listened attentively. Ordinary people didn't have high requirements for food. The most important thing was that it was affordable in large quantities and could fill their stomachs. Real wealthy people wouldn't come to eat at roadside stalls. Zhou Wenshan thought his daughter-in-law's idea was good. So what if it was offals? It was still meat. In this day and age, there were many families that couldn't even have meat more than twice a year. Wei Hongmei returned before Zhou Zhaohui, bringing back a big bone and a large rooster, intending to make chicken soup for her daughter-in-law to nourish her health. With all the ingredients for the soup base ready, Chen Ying didn't waste time. She had her father-in-law help kill the chicken and clean the bones. She then placed the chicken carcass and the big bone into the pot, adding a series of seasonings like Sichuan peppercorn, dried tangerine peel, and bay leaves to simmer the spicy hot pot soup base. Once Zhou Zhaohui bought back the vegetables and cleaned the poultry offals, they could be put into the already simmered hot pot base. As for the chicken meat that was removed, Chen Ying planned to make a small chicken stew with mushrooms. The Zhao family's house was great. It had a separate kitchen and 2 pots, allowing them to cook and stir-fry at the same time without any issue. One pot was for simmering the hot pot soup base, while the other was for making the small chicken stew with mushrooms, which was no challenge for Chen Ying. She asked her mother-in-law to mix some cornmeal to make flatbreads to go with the chicken stew. The taste would be mouth-watering. Now that one pot was stewing chicken and the other was making flatbreads, there was no need to worry about having no place to cook. Chen Ying had everything arranged clearly. Her sister-in-law was very proactive and helped out. Wei Hongmei was very happy. Her daughter would eventually get married, and she would have to take on more kitchen work, so she would need to be prepared for her future in-laws. Thinking about her daughter getting married made Wei Hongmei feel quite lost. Once at her in-laws, it wouldn't be as comfortable as being at home as a girl. She only hoped that her daughter's future in-laws were reasonable and wouldn't make things difficult for her. Zhou Xiao didn't know her mother was worrying about her. She was happily chatting and joking with Chen Ying. Zhou Zhaohui first went to buy vegetables and then to the slaughterhouse to buy some poultry offals. In this era, poultry offals were very cheap. He bought 3 sets of pig offals for 5 yuan. Young man, this stinky stuff, do you really want so much? The uncle at the slaughterhouse was quite puzzled. Zhou Zhaohui replied that there were many people in the family, and he wanted to buy something meaty to improve their diet. The uncle stopped talking. Indeed, in this era, everyone was living tightly. Wealthy people bought meat to eat, while families with no money could only buy some offals. At least it was still meat. When Zhou Zhaohui returned home with 3 sets of pig offals, everyone was busy again. They washed the pig intestines inside and out with clean water because the slaughterhouse's cleaning was not thorough. Chen Ying also asked her mother-in-law to make some sour soup to soak the fatty intestines. Every household in the countryside loved to pickle salty vegetables and sauerkraut so that they would have something to eat in winter. Since moving to the city, Wei Hongmei kept this habit. Zhou Zhaohui washed his hands repeatedly. Zhou Xiaoya washed the leafy green vegetables Zhou Zhaohui had brought back. Wei Hongmei was making flatbreads, and as soon as she lifted the pot lid, the aroma of the chicken stew with mushrooms wafted into the air. The pig offals couldn't be cleaned up just yet. Chen Ying put the washed vegetables from her sister-in-law into the hot pot soup base to cook. By the time Zhou Xiaodong returned from school, the meal was ready. The main dish was chicken stew with mushrooms, the staple was corn flatbreads, and the vegetable dish was spicy hot pot. Zhou Yonghui looked at the sumptuous dinner on the table, a bit surprised. What's the occasion today? Why is the meal so good? Another chicken stew with mushrooms? And this? I don't know what it is, but it looks good. Different from the usual boiled vegetables? It looked appetizing and smelled fragrant. The big bone and chicken carcass simmered with a dozen seasonings for hours. How could it not smell good? This soup base could make anything taste delicious. When the food was served, Wei Hongmei directly put a chicken leg on Chen Ying's plate. She had originally intended to make soup with this big rooster for her daughter-in-law's health. But since Chen Ying wanted to make chicken stew with mushrooms, everyone in the family would eat it. Her daughter-in-law was a good child. Previously, Chen Ying had said that if she and her husband didn't get enough nutrition and fell ill, it would cause trouble for their children. Wei Hongmei wasn't foolish. Even if she didn't realize it at that moment, she could think it through later. Her daughter-in-law was looking out for her and her husband, fearing they might not want to eat or drink enough. She was truly a kind child. Zhou Zhaohui was very pleased that his mother treated his wife so well. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship that other men found troublesome was not an issue for him. His mother and wife got along wonderfully. However, Zhou Zhaohui still tried to flatter, saying that his mother treated Chen Ying so well that anyone who didn't know would think Chen Ying was the daughter and he was the son-in-law. Wei Hongmei knew her son said this to indirectly please her daughter-in-law and cooperated with it. You little rascal, what? Are you competing with your own child for food? Wei Hongmei was straightforward. Since her daughter-in-law was carrying her beloved grandson, her son and daughter naturally ranked behind her eldest grandson. If Zhou Zhaohui knew his mother's thoughts, he would definitely retort, without me as her son, where would her eldest grandson come from? Always thinking about the grandson and not the son. Was that really okay? Huh. If he really said that, Wei Hongmei would definitely retort without hesitation. What? I just like my eldest grandson. You can't even compare to my precious grandson. It's not without reason that grandparents favor their grandchildren. Chen Ying's child hadn't even been born yet. Once the child was born, it was easy to imagine how much Wei Hongmei would dote on her eldest grandson. Chen Ying watched her husband sulking and felt like laughing, trying hard to hold it in. Men care about their pride. If she laughed out loud, Zhou Zhaohui would probably feel disappointed. Zhou Zhaohui looked at the vivid expression on his wife's face, feeling his heart melt. Compared to his future grandson, he was really left with nothing in his mother's eyes. Fortunately, his wife felt sorry for him. Zhou Zhaohui was quite happy. Chapter 37 I do nothing, I just hug. Another chicken leg. Wei Hongmei divided it between her daughter and younger son. The younger son is in high school, using his brain a lot, and needs to eat better to supplement himself. As for her daughter, Xiaoya will get married sooner or later. So Wei Hongmei thinks it would be nice for her daughter to enjoy a few more years of comfort at home before she gets married. Once married into her in-laws, how can it compare to being at home as a daughter? Wei Hongmei and her husband ate chicken feet, necks, and heads, which have little meat, and gave the chicken breast to their eldest son. This scene is reminiscent of how parents always save the best for their children. Chen Ying looked down at her pregnant belly, knowing that once the baby is born, she would unreservedly love her child. The family enjoyed their dinner peacefully. The chicken stew with mushrooms was delicious, and the vegetables were nice too. Sister-in-law, this is really delicious, Zhou Xiaoya praised, knowing that this was the snack business her brother and sister-in-law were planning. If you set up a stall outside, the business will definitely be good. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou and Shan and Wei Hongmei also thought it tasted good. The soup stew with vegetables was really impressive. Even ordinary vegetables, when cooked, could taste this good. It wasn't an exaggeration from Zhou and Shan. Paired with this dish, he could eat 2 more bowls of rice. Truly a perfect accompaniment. Sister-in-law, how much are you planning to sell it for a bowl? Zhou Zhaohui asked. Chen Ying planned to sell it for 50 cents a bowl, which would include vegetables, some meat, and corn noodles. Corn flour is cheaper than white flour, and this isn't just to save costs. She could use a bit of potato starch if needed. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. Sister-in-law, this is great. It's better than the bone soup noodles sold by the aunt outside. 50 cents? I'll have this. The noodle stall aunt sells a bowl for 30 cents, and with an egg, it's 60 cents. This is more affordable. Besides the noodles, there are vegetables and, most importantly, meat. In these times, everyone is not living extravagantly, and it's hard to hide that they're having meat. 50 cents for a big bowl means a family of 3 can enjoy a meal for just $1.50. With such good taste, there should be people willing to buy. Watching everyone discuss enthusiastically, Chen Ying felt more confident. Spicy hot pot is very popular in later years. Having traveled back to the 1980s, she could seize the market early, establish a brand, register a trademark, and grow strong enough to recruit franchisees nationwide. Charging tens of thousands for the franchise fee. With such a big cake across the country, signing up 100 or 80 franchisees would mean wealth. Chen Ying's thoughts wandered a bit far, and she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. Zhou Zhaohui thought his wife was happy about the snack business potentially doing well, not realizing she was thinking big about million-dollar businesses. The soul of spicy hot pot lies in the soup base and the sesame sauce. Adding sesame sauce to the hot pot makes it sticky and delicious. After dinner, Chen Ying didn't idle. She used the sesame at home to make sesame sauce. At this time, without a blender, it was a bit troublesome, but luckily there were several laborers at home. During the hard work, she didn't have to do much. She just had to talk, and the physical work was done by others. The pure sesame sauce was done, smelling fragrant and perfect for mixing with noodles. Chen Ying boiled another pot of spicy hot pot, this time adding sesame sauce. She also added 2 spoons of the chili oil her mother-in-law had fried, and it was really satisfying to eat. Zhou Zhaohui exclaimed excitedly, "Sister-in-law, the spicy hot pot with sesame sauce and chili oil is even better." While saying this, she stuffed her mouth with hot pot, looking greedy as if afraid someone would take it away. Chen Ying nodded. The soul of the hot pot is indeed the sesame sauce, and adding it makes it even tastier. That night, when they lay in bed, Chen Ying was still discussing the stall location with her husband. Young people are more open to new things. No one had heard of spicy hot pot before. Chen Ying wouldn't just target customers of her in-laws' age. The main consumer group was still young people. Were there more young people? She initially thought of setting up a stall at the school gate, but after reconsidering, she decided to hold off. Although the school gate has a large flow of people, student spending power is limited. After a brief chat with her brother-in-law, she learned that many students were eating pickles with cold buns, and not many would spend 50 cents on her spicy hot pot. After thinking, she decided to go to the cinema entrance. It would be more conducive to the initial development of a snack business. Most of the people going to the movies are young couples. Many of them work and earn money. Spending 50 cents on a meal shouldn't be too much for them. Moreover, when couples are dating, the guys often like to show off in front of the girls. After watching a movie, treating their date to a meal is also a good opportunity to enhance their relationship. Isn't that why grandpas and grandmas selling popsicles like to hang around the cinema entrance? Chen Ying opened and closed her mouth, and Zhou Zhaohui watched the lively expression on her face. A smile appeared on his lips. Tomorrow we'll set up a stall at the cinema entrance. What do you think? Chen Ying said a lot and noticed her husband wasn't giving any opinions, so she couldn't help but ask. Zhou Zhaohui came back to his senses, nodding. Good. Good what? Chen Ying glared at him, wondering if he was even paying attention to what she was saying. Repeat what I just said. This guy must have been spacing out. While Zhou Zhaohui admired his wife's beauty, he was indeed listening to her. This little thing would be easy for him. Chen Ying smiled, considering him perceptive. Otherwise, analyzing the market for so long would have been a waste of breath. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we'll go set up a stall at the cinema entrance. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. His gaze was gentle, and he had such a handsome face. The two lay on the same bed, so close together. After just doing market analysis, hadn't he thought about much more? Now that it was over, Chen Ying felt the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous. She didn't know what Zhou Zhaohui was thinking. Her own heart was racing. It's getting late. We need to set up a stall tomorrow. Let us rest early. Good night. After saying that, Chen Ying didn't dare to look at Zhou Zhaohui, turning over and giving her back while her heart raced. It's not just men who love beauty. Women do too. Lying next to such a handsome guy, Chen Ying was really afraid she wouldn't be able to resist doing something to Zhou Zhaohui. Just as her thoughts wandered, the man suddenly moved closer from behind. Zhou Zhaohui wrapped his arms around Chen Ying, causing her body to stiffen. Sensing her tension, Zhou Zhaohui quickly reassured her, "I'm not doing anything, I just want a hug." In the dark of night, the man's voice was particularly hoarse, and their bodies were pressed tightly together, with his warm breath spraying on Chen Ying's neck, making her feel a ticklish sensation all over. Zhou Zhaohui wanted to do something mischievous, but his wife was pregnant. The last time the baby in her belly interrupted his good intentions. He was afraid that if they really got intimate, it might hurt the baby. So he just hugged his wife to alleviate his longing. Hearing the man's assurance, Chen Ying relaxed. She also loved hugging Zhou Zhaohui. Chapter 38, Spicy Hot Pot Beauty. Thinking back to the last time they were kissing, the man had a reaction and went to take a cold shower. Chen Ying felt a bit sorry for Zhou Zhaohui. Never mind. She decided to stay still and let him hold her. Otherwise, he would just go take another cold shower. The next day, except for Zhou Xiaodi who went to school, everyone else enthusiastically engaged in the snack business. Chen Ying, being pregnant, also joined in. Her mother-in-law, Wei Hongmei, suggested that Chen Ying rest at home since she was pregnant and shouldn't work too hard. Chen Ying said she felt too bored staying at home alone and that going out for a walk and getting some sun would be good for the baby. Wei Hongmei then said to let Zhou Xiaoya stay home with Chen Ying, but Zhou Xiaoya was reluctant. She felt embarrassed just sitting at home doing nothing. She had a premonition that her sister-in-law's spicy hot pot business wouldn't be bad. Both her parents-in-law were honest and hard-working people, not very talkative but skilled at their work. Chen Ying thought that women were usually meticulous in their work, so she allowed her mother-in-law and the others to help set up the stall. As for her father-in-law, she asked Zhou Wenshan to handle the procurement of ingredients, while Zhou Zhaohui, being more eloquent, was better suited to help her with sales. Besides, her sister-in-law, a beautiful girl, could also attract some customers to the snack stall. Chen Ying rubbed her round pregnant belly and thought that if she weren't pregnant, she could sell snacks here. Not to brag, but just her presence would likely bring many men over to eat. At the entrance of the cinema, they found a spot to set up the stall. The spicy hot pot broth was prepared in advance from simmering pork bones and chicken carcasses. As soon as the lid was lifted, the rich aroma of the broth attracted some people over to try it. "What's that? It smells really good," a customer asked. Chen Ying smiled and explained that it was called spicy hot pot, which contained cornmeal, vegetables, and meat. The innards and offal of poultry also counted as meat. "How much is it?" someone inquired, and Chen Ying patiently quoted the price. 50 cents a bowl. A big bowl for 50 cents, and it even had meat. That sounded good. "I'll take a bowl to try." Chen Ying quickly agreed and got to work cooking the spicy hot pot. The aroma was indeed enticing. It wafted over from afar, drawing people in. The spicy hot pot was served in large bowls, generously filled with little broth. Chen Ying added sesame sauce to the hot pot and asked the customers if they wanted it spicy. If they did, she would add 2 spoons of chili oil to their bowls. Several small stools and 2 folding tables were set up in front of the snack stall, where customers sat down to enjoy their spicy hot pot. With each bite, their eyes squinted in delight. They were fully satisfied after finishing a big bowl. At first, Wei Hongmei didn't realize that it was Chen Ying who was cooking the hot pot, but when more customers asked for it, she wouldn't let her daughter-in-law work so hard and took it upon herself to cook. Wei Hongmei was used to doing household chores and was quick in her work, something Chen Ying couldn't match. Zhou Xiaoya was also busy preparing the vegetables, pork offal, and corn noodles in the filter for the spicy hot pot. Initially, only a few customers were drawn in to try it, but when the movie ended, the aroma of the hot pot attracted many more people. The snack stall experienced a small surge in business. Just how busy was it? As soon as one customer left, the next one immediately sat down at a table to eat, and many others stood in front of the stall waiting for their hot pot. Wei Hongmei cheerfully washed the bowls and chopsticks after the customers finished eating, as she knew they had to be clean for the next round of customers. Compared to them, Chen Ying had the easiest job. She collected the money. In those days, the smallest denomination was 1 cent. Chen Ying collected quite a few 1-cent bills and coins. Holding a 1-cent coin, she thought about how she could include it in dumplings during the new year. Setting up the stall at the cinema entrance was indeed the right decision. Those coming to watch movies were either couples on dates or good friends. It seemed that people eating spicy hot pot were mostly in groups. Rarely did someone come alone. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient road, the fragrant grass connected to the sky, some patrons who had just finished watching the movie hummed along to the theme song of the film while waiting for their hot pot. Southern Town Stories was a hugely popular movie in the 1980s, and its theme song was well known across the country. Although Chen Ying hadn't seen the movie, she loved listening to that song. "Hey, can I have 2 bowls of spicy hot pot? Here's the money." A customer's voice pulled Chen Ying back to reality as she took the money from him. Realizing her earlier distraction, she quickly added, "The movie Southern Town Stories is quite good." A female customer, who had just finished watching the movie, exchanged a few words with Chen Ying. She also mentioned that Lushan Love was good. Lushan Love was released in 1980, and even in 1983, many people were still watching it. Chen Ying nodded with a smile. Zhou Zhaohui watched the woman's cheeks, his eyes narrowing. He and Chen Ying hadn't gone to watch a movie together yet. They skipped the dating phase and went straight to marriage. Watching the couples coming out of the cinema, they exchanged glances, knowing they were young lovers. Zhou Zhaohui felt he should make up for the dating part. Once the dinner rush was over, and there weren't as many customers at the stall, he thought his mother and sister could handle it while he took his wife to the cinema. He wanted to watch Southern Town Stories and also see Lushan Love, which he heard was about the romance between the main characters. Chen Ying was beautiful and greeted every customer with a smile. The customers nicknamed her the Spicy Hot Pot Beauty. Unfortunately, the Spicy Hot Pot Beauty was already taken, causing some of the single men to feel a bit disappointed. Glancing at the tall and handsome Zhou Zhaohui, the men felt somewhat guilty. Such a beautiful woman should be with such a handsome man. The couple looked very pleasing together. The Spicy Hot Pot Beauty was no longer on their minds, and the single men shifted their attention to Zhou Xiaoya. Although she wasn't as pretty as Chen Ying, she still looked good in her own right. They wondered if she had a partner. Zhou Xiaoya was unaware of why some customers were so friendly towards her. She didn't think about it at all. Her sister-in-law had said that customers were like gods, and since they were selling snacks, they had to greet the customers with smiles so that they would be willing to eat at their stall. They couldn't act like the salespeople in state-owned stores, who were aloof and indifferent, as they received fixed salaries regardless of whether customers bought anything. For them, being self-employed was different. Poor attitudes would discourage customers, affecting their business. Zhou Xiaoya found this very reasonable and kept a smile on her face. Chapter 39. A great start for the spicy hot pot business. In May, the weather had already warmed up. Chen Ying, with her keen eyes, spotted an elderly lady carrying a thermos and quickly got up to approach her. At this moment, the market for ice pops and ice cream was monopolized by elderly men and women who sold ice cream bars wholesale from a factory, packed in thermoses with wet towels on top, calling out as they walked through the streets. Thinking back to the flavors of her childhood, Chen Ying instinctively licked her lips. She wasn't a child anymore, so why would she eat ice cream? It must be that the weather was just too hot today. With no psychological pressure, Chen Ying directly blamed the weather. Ice pops cost 3 cents, ice cream was 10 cents, and the most expensive big torch was 15 cents. Chen Ying bought 4 big torches for 60 cents, and once again marveled at how beautiful the prices were in the 1980s. Zhou Zhaohui, eating the big torch his wife had given him, felt it was quite strange for a grown man to eat this, but on a hot summer day, taking a few crunchy bites and having the big torch melt in his mouth was refreshing and quite enjoyable. In the middle of the day, with the busy snack stall, Chen Ying was already sweating on her forehead. Zhou Zhaohui, feeling sorry for his wife, suggested taking her home to rest in the afternoon. Wei Hongmei also felt for her daughter-in-law, who was pregnant and still busy. Zhou Xiaoya had already been won over by Chen Ying and wholeheartedly agreed, urging her sister-in-law to go home and rest. However, Chen Ying shook her head. Back then, there were no smartphones, and lying in bed at home would just lead to daydreaming. There wasn't too much sleep to be had in the daytime, was there? Sleeping too much during the day would mean not being able to sleep at night, so it was better to set up a stall outside and enjoy being with everyone. Besides, she only had to collect money, and the work wasn't too tiring. In this future world of rapid internet development, Where everyone used smartphones for payments and very few carried cash, the feeling of having a wad of cash in hand while collecting money was still quite satisfying. The temperature in the provincial capital of Jibei was relatively mild, with the hottest months being July and August, when temperatures could reach 37 or 38 degrees Celsius, making it impossible to stay outside. By September, the temperatures would gradually drop, and now in May, it would only get hotter in the coming months. Chen Ying thought about buying a large outdoor umbrella when she had the chance, as she had to set up her stall every day, and having an umbrella would be nice. She shared her idea with Zhou Zhaohui, who naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Zhou Xiaoya was speechless. Her brother was indeed a devoted husband. Agreeing to whatever his wife said, Zhou Xiaoya felt a bit envious and hoped that her future husband would treat her as well as her brother treated his wife. After Wei Hongmei finished her big torch, she noticed her daughter daydreaming and gave her a pat on the shoulder, asking what she was thinking. "Get to work." Zhou Xiaoya let out a wail, got up from her small stool, and went to tidy up the dishes on the table and wipe it down. The snack stall business was good. The whole family was tired but happy. Chen Ying's title as the spicy hot pot beauty attracted quite a few customers. Everyone has a love for beauty. Not only do men enjoy looking at beautiful women, but women do too. If Chen Ying were single and out walking, some women might say something jealous like Vixen, simply envious of her beauty. Now that everyone was married and having children, what was there to worry about? In these times, the common people were still quite simple. Although the snack business seemed unremarkable, it actually earned quite a bit. When Chen Ying returned home at night and tallied the accounts, she was astonished. She and Zhou Zhaohui counted 3 times, and the revenue was 79 yuan and 40 cents. A bowl of spicy hot pot sold for 50 cents. And they spent 60 cents on the big torches at noon, meaning that the first day's revenue from selling spicy hot pot was about 80 yuan. They sold 160 bowls today. As for costs, Zhou Zhaohui spent 5 yuan yesterday to buy 3 servings of pig offal, along with some vegetables. The cornmeal was from home, and so were the big bones and rooster bought by his mother. The sesame seeds were also from home. And with all the miscellaneous ingredients and the coal used for the stove, the total cost was at most 30 yuan. This meant that the net profit from selling spicy hot pot on the first day was 50 yuan. Wow, Chen Ying swallowed hard. She had known that the food industry was profitable, but she didn't expect the profit to be this high. With 30 yuan in costs and 80 yuan in revenue, the profit margin was over 60%. Goodness, Chen Ying was amazed. So the more unassuming the small business, the more money it made? Just think of a simple pancake stall. The ingredients were rice flour, eggs, and homemade crispy snacks, which didn't cost much. Adding a couple of slices of vegetables. The cost of one pancake was only a few dimes, yet it sold for several yuan, directly multiplying by 10 times or more. No wonder many large shops went out of business during the 3 years of the pandemic, while some unremarkable small shops remained standing. With a great start for the spicy hot pot business, Chen Ying asked Zhou Zhaohui to buy 2 gin of meat for dinner to make pork and celery dumplings. With 6 family members, they had a lot of dumplings to wrap. In addition to the 3 women, Zhou Zhaohui also joined in to wrap dumplings. Chen Ying rolled out the dumpling skins, making them round and thin. Each dumpling was plump, nearly bursting through the skin. And Chen Ying served a large plate of dumplings to several men in the family. In these times, everyone generally had a big appetite. Dozens of dumplings were nothing, and the men in the family easily finished them. After putting down their chopsticks, Chen Ying shared her plans, saying that on the first day of opening, the spicy hot pot business was very good, with 160 bowls sold and about 50 yuan in profit. As soon as Chen Ying finished speaking, Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Xiaoti's eyes widened. Zhou Xiaoya and Wei Hongmei, who had been setting up the stall, knew that there were many customers, and they had sold out of all the prepared ingredients by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. However, the high profit of 50 yuan for the day was something the mother and daughter hadn't expected. This was different from selling fish products, where fish balls and fish tofu sold for 1 yuan per gin. A bowl of spicy hot pot contained much less, and the ingredients were mostly cheap poultry, offal, and vegetables. The cost of these ingredients was nowhere near as high as fish and meat, yet the earnings were substantial. Moreover, this was a long-term business, selling a bowl of spicy hot pot for 50 cents if they could sell 300 or 500 bowls tomorrow. Wouldn't they make even more money? Zhou Zhaohui thought that selling 500 bowls of spicy hot pot in one day wasn't impossible. Today they had sold out all the prepared ingredients by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, only managing to catch a small peak during lunchtime. They didn't manage to catch the peak during dinner time, when the flow of people at the cinema was even greater than during the day. Everyone had to work during the day, but more people went to the movies after work in the evening. With this in mind, wouldn't the spicy hot pot business continue to improve? Zhou Zhaohui's heart raced with excitement. She knew her sister-in-law was capable, and her small snack business would surely thrive. Sister-in-law, you are amazing. Zhou Zhaohui gave Chen Ying a thumbs up, grateful for her sister-in-law's good idea. She finally wasn't just sitting at home doing nothing, and she felt very thankful to Chen Ying. With Zhou Zhaohui starting the praise, the whole family began to compliment Chen Ying. Everyone's faces radiated joy. However, the next words from Chen Ying cooled down their enthusiasm. Chapter 40. Dreams are important. What if they come true? The spicy hot pot business does make money, but it has its limitations. Selling on the street can only earn a few months' worth of income. In Jibei province, once October 1st passes, the temperature drops significantly, and this business can last at most until November. Once it gets cold, she won't be able to sell on the street anymore. If she wants to earn money steadily in the long term, street vending is not a sustainable plan. She needs to find a stable storefront, whether for snacks or for the clothing business she has her eye on. Take the spicy hot pot business, for example. If she opens a shop, she can earn money all year round without worrying about the impact of bad weather. In summer, when it rains, she can't go out to sell, and that means a day without income. Chen Ying knows everyone is happy at this moment, but she can't let this atmosphere affect her. She must remain cautious. As the saying goes, if one does not plan for the future, one will face difficulties in the present. Instead of just thinking one step ahead, shouldn't she consider 3 steps ahead? Zhou Zhaohui was excited just now, but after her sister-in-law's analysis, she suddenly felt a bit deflated. Zhou's father and mother also looked a bit disappointed. Their daughter-in-law was right. In the provincial capital of Jibei, winters are very cold. Although the temperatures aren't as extreme as in Heilongjiang province, where it can drop below -20 degrees in winter, it is still very cold. In such freezing weather, how can one possibly sell on the street? Being self-employed can't compare to being a formal employee. Employees have salaries and are assured of income regardless of the weather. As a self-employed person, if you work one day, you earn for that day. If you don't work, you earn nothing. How can a whole family survive without income? Daughter-in-law, what do you suggest we do? Wei Hongmei asked anxiously. With so many mouths to feed at home, how can they not earn money? When the grandson is born, they can't let the little one live a hard life with everyone else. Chen Ying thought she needed to quickly accumulate funds to wholesale clothes in Yangqing. The clothing business would definitely have higher profits than the snack business. Plus, it would be less labor-intensive. A bowl of spicy hot pot sells for 50 cents. Even if the profit margin is as high as 60%, it's still hard-earned money. The clothing business can offer at least 50% profit, and it could even reach 70%. Don't ask Chen Ying how she knows this. Although she hasn't been in the clothing business before she transmigrated during seasonal changes, there were often buy-one-get-one free promotions or direct sales at discounted prices when stock needed to be cleared. The clothing industry is much more complex. If the snack business does well, she can accumulate funds sooner and go to Yangqing earlier. The clothing business should be started sooner rather than later. She is already 5 months pregnant, and in another 4 months, she will give birth. She doesn't want to be heavily pregnant going to Yangqing to buy clothes, let alone Zhou Zhaohui. No one in the family would agree to that. After she gives birth and recovers, the year will almost be over. Therefore, she needs to quickly accumulate the capital for the clothing business. Based on today's revenue, if she makes 50 yuan in profit a day, that amounts to 1,500 yuan in a month. With 1,500 yuan, a trip to Yangqing is feasible. If she has 3,000 yuan, she could buy even more clothes, taking advantage of the still warm weather to come back and sell them. The snack business has little technical skill involved, so she can let her in-laws sell snacks outside. She and Zhou Zhaohui can take her sister-in-law to sell clothes. By doing both businesses simultaneously, they can earn more money. The snack business is greasy and requires constant attention, so Chen Ying thinks it's better for her sister-in-law to sell clothes with her. The young girl is vibrant and looks great in nice outfits. Chen Ying didn't initially want it this way. The snack business is already tough. And now, asking everyone to go out to sell at night? She feels a bit reluctant, but considering the higher returns from the clothing business. Chen Ying still expressed her thoughts. The flow of people at the cinema entrance is large, and now that the weather is warm, they can also go out to sell at night. It will just be hard work for everyone. Just as Zhou Zhaohui thought. The foot traffic at the cinema at night is much greater than during the day. Opportunities to make money are rare. And Chen Ying feels that when there's a chance to earn, they should seize the moment to make more money. When the market is sluggish, having money on hand will provide peace of mind, allowing them to wait quietly for the next opportunity to arise. The whole family agreed, and Zhou Zhaohui even said that once he finishes school, he can join them at the cinema to sell. Chen Ying refused, saying students should prioritize their studies. She doesn't want her brother-in-law to be affected academically by helping out at the stall. In this era, knowledge changes fate, and college graduates are highly valued. If her brother-in-law gets into college, his future path will be much broader. She gently rubbed her pregnant belly, thinking that if she weren't carrying a baby, she would want to take the college entrance exam herself. In the 1980s, getting into college was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Once admitted, issues like residency and job placements would be resolved, providing a stable job that a self-employed person couldn't compete with. If she got into college, her future child would have a better starting point too. It's not that Chen Ying is arrogant. Before she transmigrated, she was also a graduate of a prestigious 985 university. She managed to get into a 985 school in the highly competitive Jibei province during the college entrance exam. So, she has her skills. Who knows? If she took the college entrance exam in the 1980s, she might even be able to attend renowned schools like Hucking University or Jing University. Cough. That's a bit too far-fetched. But dreams are important. What if they come true? The female supporting character is only 20 years old now. Even if she gives birth and takes the 1984 college entrance exam, she will only be 25 after 4 years of college. Isn't 25 also an age for attending university? Moreover, the college entrance exam had just been reinstated for a few years, and many candidates who were married with children were taking the exam. Some students repeat years. And by the time they enter college, they may be 25 or 26. By the time they graduate, they could be approaching 30. She once watched a drama set in that era, showing that in the first few years after the college entrance exam was reinstated, the candidates' levels varied widely. And in the exam hall, one woman even asked for leave to breastfeed her child. Art comes from life, and since such dramas can be made, it shows that this situation was not uncommon. Of course, Chen Ying wouldn't go to the exam hall heavily pregnant. The college entrance exam has been on her mind. Hucking University and Jing University are dreams rooted in every Chinese person's heart. At least they are in Chen Ying's heart in both her past and present lives. That night, as the two lay in bed, Chen Ying half-jokingly shared her desire to take the college entrance exam with Zhou Zhaohui. What do you think? After I give birth, how about I take the college entrance exam? I'm so smart. What if I can get into college? Chen Ying said with a smile, wanting to see Zhou Zhaohui's reaction. Would he support her or harshly discourage her and tell her not to daydream? Chen Ying looked at him eagerly, and Zhou Zhaohui, caught by her beautiful eyes, naturally offered his strong support. Yes, my wife is the best. If you take the college entrance exam, you could easily get into college. The man replied gently, leaving Chen Ying unsure of his true feelings. Cleared her throat, she said, I'm not joking. I really have such plans. Chen Ying's tone turned more serious, and Zhou Zhaohui's response made her heart skip a beat. Chapter 41. Tips for pampering your wife. He said, wife, if you want to go, just go. I support you. He said that first, she is herself, then she is my wife, and then she is the mother of our child. He said that no matter when, he hopes she can put her own feelings first. Hearing these words from Zhou Zhaohui, tears streamed down Chen Ying's face. For thousands of years, the mainstream thought in society has been that women should support their husbands and raise children, serve men, and be the ones who burn themselves to illuminate the family. This mindset has constrained many women. Many women get married and have children, and with no one to help raise the kids, they become housewives, turning into women who have to ask their husbands for living expenses, always having to consider their husband's mood. When they want to buy a piece of clothing or some cosmetics, many men complain, saying, You're a mother now. Why are you so vain? Instead of spending this money on yourself, you should buy something for the child. They don't know how to manage life, and couples may even argue over this. Even if men don't say it, women themselves feel reluctant to spend. That's why many girls shop at upscale stores before marriage, but after marriage, they switch to discount sites. In marriage, women mostly make silent sacrifices and contributions. Once they marry, they are often referred to as someone's wife or someone's mother. Only a few people call them by their names. When they encounter the wrong person, the two may end up torturing each other. Isn't that why the divorce rate is so high nowadays? It's not just because of economic development, but many women are now working, becoming financially independent, and slowly awakening to bravely say no to unfair marriages. Chen Ying felt that she was not simply infatuated. She really liked Zhou Zhaohui, and at this moment, her heart was wrapped in sweetness. Tears welled up in her eyes, and as her emotions surged, they began to fall one by one. As the beauty cried, Zhou Zhaohui was mesmerized, quickly reacting to awkwardly wipe her tears. Yes, I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? Zhou Zhaohui, like a helpless child, clumsily used a handkerchief to wipe Chen Ying's eyes. Although he was a straightforward man who didn't understand romance, his actions were unexpectedly gentle. Chen Ying felt like a fragile porcelain doll in front of Zhou Zhaohui, and this feeling of being cherished in someone's hands was beautiful. She held his hand and shook her head vigorously. No, I'm happy. I thought you would laugh at me for being so naive. The supporting character may not have much knowledge, and outsiders may not know, but can Zhou Zhaohui, as her husband, not understand? If she were capable of studying, she wouldn't have dropped out of school before finishing middle school. Now, she says she wants to take the college entrance exam, and instead of laughing at her, the man supports her. Chen Ying could see that Zhou Zhaohui wasn't just sweet-talking her. He genuinely respected her, cared for her, and even loved her. Zhou Zhaohui thought to himself, my wife is so wonderful. I like her too much to laugh at her for being naive. Don't think too much. Once the child is born, if you want to take the college entrance exam, go ahead. But what made you think of it? Chen Ying raised her neck like a proud little peacock, saying, I still need a town household registration. It'll be convenient for the child to go to school and buy a house in the future. Isn't the household registration only available if you get into college? My lovely wife, getting into college is not that easy. Listening to you, it sounds like getting into college is as simple as buying cabbage. If it were that easy, after the college entrance exam was restored in 1977, there wouldn't be a single college student in Yushu village. Just look around. Where are the college students? Zhou Zhaohui's teeth hurt, but he didn't discourage Chen Ying. Perhaps his wife thought she was good at business and wanted to challenge the college entrance exam. It could just be a fleeting enthusiasm. Regardless, whatever his wife wanted to do, he would support her with all his might. As for whether she could get in, Zhou Zhaohui had no confidence about that. He now thought, if his wife didn't get in, how would he comfort her? He hoped that Chen Ying wouldn't be too upset. He would work harder to earn money, so when his wife was unhappy, he could buy her many gifts that she liked. He remembered that every time Chen Ying went shopping, she would come back with big bags and a cheerful smile. After thinking of a good way to pamper his wife, Zhou Zhaohui felt relieved. Wife, want to go to college is a good thing. Once the child is born, if you want to do it, just do it. Your husband will always support you from behind. Zhou Zhaohui straightened his chest, speaking firmly, providing Chen Ying with plenty of emotional value. Chen Ying's heart was wrapped in Zhou Zhaohui's sweet love. She felt so lucky to have such a wonderful husband. Yet, she joked, you're supporting me so much. Aren't you afraid that if I get into college, I won't need you anymore? Since ancient times, how many people have cut ties with their loved ones after achieving success? The supporting character isn't a good person. Doesn't Zhou Zhaohui worry at all? Even though she had changed, the male lead wouldn't know, right? Chen Ying blinked, and Zhou Zhaohui's eyes flickered. After a moment, his tone became heavier. Wife, you're not that kind of person. If one day you really want to leave me, it must be because I didn't do well enough and hurt your heart. His wife was beautiful and kind, and she had never left him even at his lowest. How could she abandon him and their child after getting into college? So he needed to do better in the future and not let his wife feel sad. Chen Ying's tears fell again. This guy was just too annoying, making her cry once more. You're so annoying. It's all your fault. Chen Ying glared at him, and Zhou Zhaohui quickly admitted his mistake. Yes. It's all my fault. The man's attitude in admitting his mistake was good, and Chen Ying glared at him playfully. This guy hadn't done anything wrong, yet he apologized. No wonder he could become the richest man in Huagua in the future, having no heirs in front of his wife. Zhou Zhaohui could naturally see that his little woman was deliberately looking for trouble. But so what? As his wife, he had to pamper her. Was he supposed to argue with her? Life as a couple isn't like solving math problems. They're isn't always a right or wrong, given someone's good behavior. Chen Ying rewarded the man generously. Their bodies moved closer, and their lips came together. It was not their first kiss, so they were familiar with it. Kissing Zhou Zhaohui felt like a huge advantage for Chen Ying. Her psychological age was older than the male lead. She felt like an old cow chewing on tender grass. And Chen Ying felt delighted. She kissed him with even more passion. The man's kissing skills improved quickly. One hand wrapped around Chen Ying's waist, and the other hand moved to caress her chest. Chen Ying felt as if she had been electrified, tingling all over. While showering, she had touched her own chest and felt nothing. But Zhou Zhaohui's hand seemed to have magic. His kiss also had magic. She felt her body soften. After the kiss ended, they pressed their foreheads together, panting for a while before calming down. Chen Ying lowered her head, and Zhou Zhaohui's hand was still on her chest. When he noticed the woman looking at his hand, Zhou Zhaohui felt no guilt at all. What he said next made Chen Ying's face turn bright red. Chapter 42. I can't believe you, you little fresh meat. You're so naughty. It sounded bigger again. After saying that, someone even pinched it. It didn't hurt, but the tingling sensation intensified. Chen Ying really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Is this guy polite? He asked, teasing her so seriously. The book said the male lead was aloof, domineering, and a gentleman, right? This is clearly a rogue. But she couldn't say that either. They were a couple, and this was just a bit of couple's fun. Chen Ying convinced herself. Sure enough, her husband still preferred handsome men. She recalled a classic scene from a drama she had seen online, where Jean Lien and Delang were lying in bed, with Delang looking infatuated and Jean Lien looking disillusioned. Netizens commented below. Now, seeing Jean Lien make Delang take medicine didn't seem so strange anymore. And some commenters said that if it were them, they wouldn't be able to endure a day and would have sent Delang to meet the king of hell long ago. There was also a classic saying, as long as the villain is good-looking, their moral values follow their appearance. Chen Ying didn't know if she was the type whose values follow their looks, but anyway, when Zhou Zhaohui did this, she didn't feel at all lewd. Apart from being shy, she even felt a bit of enjoyment. Bah. She didn't enjoy it. She just thought this guy was quite lecherous. All right, enough messing around. It's getting late. Let us get some rest. And tomorrow they still have to sell spicy hot pot. Zhou Zhaohui pinched a couple more times. He felt wrong too. His wife was something he could look at, but not touch. So he could only kiss her lips and touch her chest to gain a bit of advantage. When they lay down in bed, Zhou Zhaohui held the woman in his arms. Wife, I miss you so much. The lights were off, and in the dark night, the man's hoarse voice stirred the woman's nerves. Chen Ying was speechless. She was right in his arms, so close, and he still said he missed her. Was this guy talking nonsense because he had a fever? Just as she was about to check the man's forehead, Chen Ying's heart skipped a beat. This guy wasn't having a fever. He was just feeling frisky. She pressed down on the man's wandering hand under the blanket and quickly said, "Let us sleep. Do you want to take a cold shower again?" Zhou Zhaohui sighed. Of course, once the fire is lit, I have to take a cold shower to cool it down. There were still 4 months until their baby was born, and after his wife finished her confinement and recovered, it would take at least another 2 months, which meant he couldn't be intimate with her for over half a year. How pitiful. Thinking about having to endure for over half a year, Zhou Zhaohui couldn't sleep. Chen Ying, however, slept soundly. In the morning, the family sat together for breakfast, and Zhou Zhaohui had dark circles under his eyes, clearly from insomnia. Zhou Xiaoya asked her brother, "Big brother, didn't you sleep well last night?" Zhou Zhaohui cursed his sister for being nosy. "No, I slept very well." He subconsciously looked at the little woman beside him. His wife probably wouldn't think the reason for his insomnia was unfulfilled desires, right? Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit guilty. His hands, however, were quick, placing the peeled egg into Chen Ying's bowl of porridge. Wei Hongmei felt sorry for her eldest son. Just like her daughter-in-law said, the small food business only made money for a few months. Zhaohui was a responsible good kid, definitely worried about the cold weather affecting their ability to set up a stall and the family's expenses. Today, while setting up the stall, she would learn from her daughter-in-law to be nicer to the customers. Wei Hongmei handed the eggs to those who hadn't taken any, and everyone had an egg. After hearing her daughter-in-law as previous words, Wei Hongmei boiled an egg for each family member. Zhou Zhaohui peeled his egg and was quite surprised that his mom had boiled eggs for everyone today. Zhou Zhaohui knew the reason and, while eating her egg, felt more grateful to Chen Ying. If it weren't for her sister-in-law talking to their mom, they wouldn't have eggs to eat. Zhou Zhaohui saw his wife finish her egg, then peeled his own and placed it into the woman's porridge bowl again. Chen Ying instinctively wanted to refuse. Everyone should have one egg. Why was he giving her his? Zhou Zhaohui had his own explanation. The egg is for our son. Last night I dreamed about him, and he said he likes to eat eggs. Chen Ying was speechless. This guy was really talking nonsense with his eyes wide open, claiming he dreamed about it. Wait, he said son. This guy wouldn't be biased towards boys over girls, would he? Chen Ying narrowed her eyes, forcing a smile. Dreams are often the opposite. Since you dreamed it was a son, it might mean the baby is a girl. If it's a daughter, will you still give her eggs? Of course. No matter if it's a son or daughter, they are both my treasures. Zhou Zhaohui answered without hesitation. Chen Ying was somewhat satisfied with this answer. Wei Hongmei, being perceptive, noticed the hidden anger in her daughter-in-law's words and quickly smoothed things over. Yes, both grandson and granddaughter are good. They're treasures of our Zhou family. She truly meant that, whether it was a grandson or granddaughter, they were her son's children, and she liked them both. The others also quickly agreed with Wei Hongmei. Zhou Xia even said that if Chen Ying had a little niece, she would braid her hair beautifully every day. And Zhou Zhaohui said that if his sister-in-law had a little nephew, when they returned to Yushikan, he would take his little nephew to pick bird eggs from the big elm tree. Wei Hongmei shot her younger son a glance, saying he didn't think before speaking. For a moment, the whole family talked about children, and everyone had more to say, creating a warm atmosphere. Zhou Zhaohui also leaned close to Chen Ying's ear and whispered, "Wife, when our daughter is born, I'll let her ride on my neck every day." Chen Ying glared at him. This guy changed his tune so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was saying he dreamed it was a son, and now he was talking about a daughter. "I can't believe you, you little fresh meat. You're so naughty." But the corners of her mouth curled up as she took big bites of the egg that the man had peeled for her. This was the egg he peeled for their baby in her belly. So, of course, she had to support Zhou Zhaohui in being a father. Tian Yumeng had been sleeping for several nights, clutching Zhou Zhaohui's clothes. After her clothes got a bit dirty, she finally cleaned them, hanging the clothes out in the yard. Tian Yumeng thought about going to the police station today to inquire about how those two rogues would be punished. Most importantly, she wanted to ask if the female police officer had any news about her benefactor. She looked at the coat hanging in the yard. She had to return the clothes to her benefactor. When she returned home that day, her mother saw her wearing a man's coat and thought she had been bullied. Without saying a word, she hugged her and cried, saying that both mother and daughter were unfortunate. Tian Yumeng knew her mom misunderstood and quickly explained. Hearing that her daughter had almost been violated by rogues, her mother trembled as she held Tian Yumeng, crying for a long time. After finally calming her mother down, Tian Yumeng felt even more troubled. For the past few days, scenes from that day in the small alley kept flashing in her mind. She was torn to pieces by two little rogues, and, at the critical moment, that handsome man came down from the sky and subdued the two rogues in just a few moves. At that moment, her heart raced, and every time she thought of the hero who saved her, Tian Yuming's heart would race again. She also thought of that pregnant woman. If only he didn't have a wife. Chapter 43. There are quite a few return customers, aren't there? Tian Yuming shook off some chaotic thoughts from her mind and called out to the woman in the house, "Mom, I'm going out. If I'm not back by noon, don't save me any food." The woman inside responded, reminding her to pay attention to safety outside and advising her to take the main road where there are more people, rather than shortcutting through some remote paths. The last incident had scared Tian's mother. What if those two thugs had succeeded? Her daughter's life would be ruined. Tian Yumeng assured her mother that she would be careful and then left the house. At the Yin Mountain City police station, Tian Yumeng first sought out the female police officer who had kindly comforted her last time. Since she had been frightened then, she didn't know the officer's name. Today, in the police officer's office, she saw a work ID on the desk and learned that the officer's name was Chen Ying. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Ying got straight to the point and asked Officer Sun how the two thugs would be sentenced. As long as the two thugs weren't sentenced, Chen Ying couldn't sleep soundly at night, fearing that the police might release them and that they would seek revenge. Officer Sun reassured her that it would only be a few days before the two thugs were sentenced. As for the exact sentence, the final decision hadn't been made yet, but she hinted that the two could face a minimum of 10 years or even life imprisonment, which eased Chen Ying's mind. She mentioned that they had received orders from above for a nationwide crackdown, and they were currently apprehending several typical cases. Thieves and harassers of women had been caught and were being detained. In the coming days, those bad elements would be paraded publicly, so Chen Ying should also stay vigilant. Hearing this news, Chen Ying sighed in relief. As long as they couldn't be released in the short term, it was fine. She then asked Officer Sun about the hero who had helped her. Officer Sun, do you have any news about that kind-hearted person? Chen Ying inquired with a smile. Only she knew how nervous she was inside. Sun Yin handed Chen Ying an envelope. You're just in time. I was about to write to you. Chen Ying took the envelope and thanked Officer Sun before leaving the police station. Once outside, she opened the envelope to find a piece of paper inside. It read, Zhou Zhaohui, age 22, from Yeko City, Luqing County, Yushu Village, currently running a snack business, setting up a stall at the cinema entrance. Chen Ying tightened her grip on the envelope. She felt a connection with her benefactor since her hometown was also in Yeko City. Now that she had moved to the provincial capital of Yin Mountain City, it turned out they were actually fellow villagers. Knowing her benefactor's information excited her, and she walked briskly toward the cinema. At the cinema entrance, Zhou Zhaohui had already set up the snack stall. He was an action-oriented man. Yesterday, Chen Ying had mentioned needing an outdoor sunshade. Today, he had already taken care of it. He was also very thoughtful, buying several fans to keep Chen Ying cool. Chen Ying was very satisfied. No wonder the male lead was successful. His execution was top-notch. The spicy hot pot had sold exceptionally well yesterday, so they had more ingredients today than yesterday. Chen Ying was still in charge of collecting money, while Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou Xiao handled food preparation and cooking the spicy hot pot, and Zhou's mother mainly took care of cleaning tables and washing dishes. The four had their own roles. Chen Ying initially wanted her mother-in-law to collect money today, as she had her own plans. Once they saved enough capital, she intended to go to Yancheng to buy clothes, and by then, her in-laws could run the snack stall. However, her mother-in-law quickly waved her hand, saying she was bad at counting and refused to collect money. So, Chen Ying had to do it herself. In this era, many rural women didn't handle money themselves. Otherwise, they would have to let their father-in-law collect it. Previously, her father-in-law had sold fish at the farmer's market, so he wouldn't be nervous about collecting money. Anyway, once the clothing business took off, her in-laws could sell snacks without needing to keep someone at home to buy ingredients. They could set up their stall during the day and not have to come out at night, making things easier for them. The spicy hot pot was delicious, and they had quite a few return customers today. Some had just seen a movie yesterday and came specifically for the spicy hot pot today. Young lady, your spicy hot pot is really good. I just ate it yesterday, and I want to have it again today. A customer smiled and chatted with Chen Ying. Chen Ying collected the money, her words sweet as she engaged with the customers. Comrade, I'm glad you like it. All the ingredients were bought by my father-in-law early in the morning. They're all fresh. The vegetables looked fresh, with leaves so tender they could almost drip water. There were indeed quite a few return customers. Before she transmigrated, Chen Ying had worked in sales and was good at remembering faces. Now, she noticed there were 8 people eating, 3 of whom were return customers from yesterday. They appeared to be in their 20s, looking under 30. Judging by their attire, their family conditions should be decent. These days, many people struggle to fill their stomachs, and clothing is often patched up from old to new. But these 3 return customers wore clothes that looked homemade from bought fabric, yet they were very clean and didn't appear shabby at all. Chen Ying guessed they were reasonably well off. Although Yin Mountain City was the capital of Jibei Province, the consumption level was still limited. Even in the 1980s, and even 40 years later, development remained mediocre. for better opportunities. Moving to first-tier cities like Beijing or Shanghai was still necessary, where education, healthcare, and various benefits were appealing. Of course, it was best to plan early. Before she transmigrated, Chen Ying, as a worker in Beijing, had colleagues whose grandparents went to Beijing to make a living. And later, they took the opportunity to settle in the capital. Having a Beijing hukou was advantageous. Descendants had better chances in the college entrance examination. Top scorers from provinces with high competition could only attend prestigious schools like Huking and Jingda. However, with a Beijing hukou, one could get into a prestigious school with scores almost 100 points lower than those from other provinces. They say choices matter more than hard work. Often, choices directly determine success or failure. Chen Ying's mind was racing. In fact, the distance from Yushu village to the provincial capital was about the same as to Beijing. In the long run, they still needed to develop in Beijing. However, Chen Ying wasn't in a hurry. She had already paid a year's rent for their home in the provincial capital, and the snack business was just starting. Once the baby was born, and she finished her confinement, she could start preparing for the college entrance examination. By then, with proper study, she could definitely get into a university in Beijing. Moreover, she wanted to go to Yangshan to buy clothes, but there were certainly fewer trains directly to Yangshan from Yin Mountain City than to Beijing. She needed to think through her future direction, accumulate funds, and then she could really showcase her skills. Chen Ying wasn't too worried at all. Zhou Zhaohui noticed his wife was lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Chen Ying came back to her senses. Nothing much. It's not a place for talking outside, and right now, I'm just thinking. Implementing it later will require a series of plans. So, Chen Ying didn't say anything more. However, Zhou Zhaohui's words left Chen Ying a bit stunned. Chapter 44. My own young hunk is being thought about by another woman. Let's call it a day and let mom and little sister go back first. You and I could go watch a movie, Zhou Zhaohui said, his ears slightly reddening. Watching a movie? How did this guy suddenly think of that? After a while of silence from the woman, Zhou Zhaohui pressed on. We haven't watched a movie together yet. A hint of loneliness flickered in his tone. Chen Ying immediately understood. Was this guy asking her out? Sure, let's go. After all, she was much older than this young hunk, and he treated her so well. She should reciprocate with some emotional value. Chen Ying told herself this, but she couldn't help but smile. It was also a good opportunity to see what an 80s cinema looked like. When she responded, Zhou Zhaohui was naturally very happy. Great, I'll go buy tickets now. He excitedly ran off to the small ticket window. Chen Ying sighed. Is it really that exciting just to watch a movie? She mentally complained, but the smile on her face was hard to suppress. Chen Ying wasn't too foolish. She knew Zhou Zhaohui was so happy not because of the movie, but because he was going with her. There was a strong scent of romance in the air. To be precise, it was the sweet taste of love before marriage. Before Tian Yuma even reached the cinema, she spotted the tall and handsome Zhou Zhaohui from afar. He was so dazzling that she noticed him at first glance among the crowd. The man was busy arranging snacks on a small table, smiling and wishing the customers an enjoyable meal. Tian Yuma quickened her pace, wanting to greet him, but her steps froze upon seeing a figure, Zhou Zhaohui's pregnant wife. Tian Yuma felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head. The restless flame of excitement was instantly extinguished. She then realized that the snack stall had not just the two of them, but also an older woman and a younger girl. At a distance, she couldn't see the faces of the mother and daughter, but she guessed they must be a family running the stall together. She didn't move closer. It was the right time to thank her benefactor. There were plenty of customers, and she was empty-handed, which would be a bit rude. Plus, she had some unspoken thoughts in her heart. If only Zhou Zhaohui were alone at the stall, that would be perfect. However, she knew the likelihood of that was slim. Tian Yuma stood there for a while, watching Zhou Zhaohui before turning to leave. Instead of going home directly, she stopped by the butcher's to buy 2 pounds of pork. When her mother saw her returning home with the meat, she looked surprised. Tian Yuma explained. Officer's son said those 2 thugs might get 10 years or even life in prison. No matter which it is, it's great news for me. Mom, let us celebrate with meat buns tonight. Hearing this, Tian's mother nodded seriously. It was indeed good news, and they should celebrate properly. Tian's mother took the pork from her daughter's hands and quickly began chopping it for the filling. What should we pair it with, dear? Tian Yuma originally wanted to say to make braised meat buns, but then thought, let us add some pickled vegetables. Let us make pickled pork buns instead. Once the buns were steamed, she would go to the cinema to see if her benefactor was still there. If he was, she could offer him some steamed buns and ask when he would have time to go to the state-run restaurant for another meal to express her gratitude. Knowing there were 4 people at the stall, she decided to ask her mom to make pickled pork buns. If Zhou Zhaohui had been the only one at the stall, she would have definitely made braised meat buns. Tian Yuma's little thoughts were completely unknown to her mother, who was busy making the dough. While they were wrapping the buns, Tian Yuma told her mother that she went to the police station today and Officer Sun informed her about her benefactor's whereabouts. She planned to wait until the buns were steamed to deliver clothes to her benefactor and bring a few buns along. Then she would ask him when he was free to invite him to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Tian's mother nodded seriously, saying it was the right thing to do to properly treat him. After all, saving a life couldn't be offset by just a few pickled pork buns. Dear, on the day we treat him, I'll go with you so we can thank him properly. Tian's mother was genuinely grateful to the young man who saved Tian Yuma. Her daughter was her lifeline, and she would be thankful to him for a lifetime. Tian Yuma's eyes sparkled. Mom, that's not urgent. I'll first go see when he is free. Tian Yuma had her own selfish thoughts. She only told her mother that she was harassed by 2 thugs and that Zhou Zhaohui kindly rescued her and helped contact the police, who took the 2 thugs to the police station. She was vague and didn't mention that it was her benefactor's wife who called the police. In other words, Tian's mother only knew that a kind young man saved her daughter and was unaware that he had a wife. Tian Yuma felt there was no need to mention such trivial matters to her mother. But was it really so? Perhaps only she knew. Tian Yuma understood her mother. If she found out Zhou Zhaohui had a family, then after delivering the clothes and treating him to a meal, her mother would definitely not let her seek him out again. What did Tian Yuma think? She couldn't quite clarify whether she felt more gratitude towards Zhou Zhaohui or if she was more emotionally stirred. Chen Ying still didn't know that her own young hunk was being thought about by another woman. Or maybe she could have guessed. After all, she had initially figured out Tian Yuma's identity as the original female lead and had sent Zhou Zhaohui to rescue her. Deep down, Chen Ying believed that life was more important than anything else. Those 2 thugs undoubtedly intended to harm the original female lead. And what would happen afterward? The original female lead might be lucky enough to survive, but could also be killed after being assaulted. Either way, it was something Chen Ying did not want to see. Her actions at that time might have planted hidden dangers in her marriage with Zhou Zhaohui. She had hesitated, but ultimately her sense of justice prevailed. Running a snack business was hard work. There was little time to be attentive during meal times when the busiest moments came from serving customers. Zhou Zhaohui, fearing his wife might go hungry, made a bowl of spicy hot pot for Chen Ying amidst his busyness. You eat first, he said, turning back to the hot pot preparation. Chen Ying watched the busy figure of the man while taking small bites of the spicy hot pot he had prepared. This man was really great. He treated her well and was a good husband who would also be a good father in the future. Chen Ying caressed her swollen belly, taking a bite of the hot pot and saying to the baby inside, "Baby, isn't the hot pot delicious? Your dad made it himself." The next moment, the child kicked her belly. Chen Ying smiled. It seemed the baby also liked the spicy hot pot Zhou Zhaohui made. If the man weren't so busy, seeing the scene would surely have made him very excited. Chapter 45. Big Brother's Bad Luck with Romance. Today, there were many more ingredients prepared than yesterday, and the thought of getting home around 4 in the afternoon was out of the question. Zhou and Shan couldn't possibly wait for Wei Hongmei to come home and cook. When the time was about right, Zhou and Shan began to start a fire to cook. The few of them were hungry and could eat spicy hot pot. He only needed to cook for himself and his younger son. Cooking for a man was simpler. Zhou and Shan heated up the leftover corn cakes from lunch and boiled some cabbage and potatoes. He only added salt as seasoning, and the taste was nothing to write home about, but as long as it was cooked, that was enough. When Zhou Xiaodi got home from school, their dinner consisted of cabbage and potatoes, paired with corn cakes. If Zhou Xiaodi had to say, this meal was not as delicious as the spicy hot pot his sister-in-law made. However, he was not so emotionally unintelligent as to say his dad's cooking was bad. Having something to eat was already good enough, and if he complained, he was afraid his dad would hit him. After dinner, you stay home and do your homework. I'll go help your mom and the others. Zhou and Shan was a bit worried about setting up the stall at night. Daytime was fine, but he was concerned that some small-time delinquents might cause trouble at night. With only Zhou Zhaohui as the male companion and his daughter-in-law pregnant, Zhou and Shan thought he should go out and help in the evening. The more people, the more strength. They could sell the ingredients faster. Zhou Zhaohui quickly expressed his desire to go along. Zhou and Shan glared, not knowing when they would close the stall. He feared it would affect his son's studies. Zhou Xiaodi said it was fine. He had already finished all his homework at school. Zhou Yonghui was now in the first year of high school, and relatively speaking, his coursework was not too heavy. Zhou Xiaodi's grades were quite good, ranking in the top 10 of his class. However, Zhou Wenshan decisively rejected his younger son's request to help out, educating him that he must not slack off in his studies and should read more books whenever he had time, as getting into college was not easy. Dad, I just wanted to contribute a bit to the family, Zhou Xiaodi insisted, noting that after his big brother fell from grace, the family had little spare money. Now that they were in the snack business, even his pregnant sister-in-law had to go out to set up a stall. Zhou Yonghui felt like a burden, which made him very embarrassed. Zhou Yonghui was just a child, and his thoughts were written all over his face, which Zhou and Shan could see. You are a student. The most important thing is to study hard and strive to get into college. Don't think too much. His daughter-in-law was a straightforward person. She would certainly not say that his younger son was a burden. Besides, he and his wife could do more work and earn enough for his son's meals. Why did your mom boil eggs for everyone this morning? It was your sister-in-law who asked her to do it. Your sister-in-law is a kind-hearted person. She wouldn't say you're a burden, so don't feel embarrassed. Zhou and Shan, a big man, couldn't say anything too sentimental and just explained a couple of things to his younger son. Zhou Xiaodi understood. No wonder his mom had boiled eggs for everyone today. It was his sister-in-law's idea. His sister-in-law was really nice. You clean up and wash the pot. Remember to study hard at home. After saying this, Zhou and Shan put on his coat and prepared to go out. Zhou Xiaodi nodded vigorously while biting on the corn cake in his hand. At the cinema entrance, as the movie ended, the spicy hot pot business was booming. Even Chen Ying had started helping to cook the hot pot. She originally wanted to help serve bowls and clean tables, but Zhou Zhaohui was worried she might trip while moving around. His wife was pregnant, and he couldn't afford any accidents. Chen Ying thought about it and decided to help cook the hot pot instead. However, there were only a lot of people for a short while. After a while, the crowd thinned out. Seeing her husband working hard and sweating, Chen Ying felt sorry for him. While she was full, the others were still hungry. Seeing him sweating on his forehead, Chen Ying stood on tiptoe and used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Zhou Zhaohui cooperatively bent down so that Chen Ying could wipe his sweat better. Zhou Xiaoya watched the two of them constantly showing affection. She had gone from being surprised at first to being calm about it now. In front of her sister-in-law, her brother could instantly turn into a fool. How eye-popping. Wei Hongmei was very happy. The couple had a good relationship, which made her, as a mother-in-law, genuinely pleased. Comrade, would you like some spicy hot pot? As Tian Yuming walked over, she saw the scene of the two lovingly wiping each other's sweat. She tightened her grip on the aluminum lunchbox. Zhou Xiaoya politely inquired, as her sister-in-law had said that they must greet customers with a smile. That way, customers would be willing to spend money on their food. Tian Yuming did not respond to Zhou Xiaoya, but instead kept staring at Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Xiaoya frowned. Why was this woman staring at her brother and sister-in-law? Zhou Xiaoya couldn't help but glance at Tian Yuming a couple more times. With proper features and looking quite good, she still wasn't as pretty as her sister-in-law. The woman was holding an aluminum lunchbox in one hand and a man's coat in the other. Zhou Xiaoya blinked. Why did she feel that the coat in the woman's hand looked familiar? It seemed like her brother had one just like it. She looked a few more times. The coat did seem to belong to her brother. How strange. How could her brother's clothes be in the hands of a stranger? Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoya's imagination ran wild. Could it be that her brother and this woman? No, that couldn't be. Her sister-in-law was so beautiful. How could her brother possibly be attracted to another woman? But why was this woman staring at her brother and sister-in-law? Was it possible that her brother had some bad luck with romance? Zhou Zhaohui wanted to get this woman away before her sister-in-law saw her, but thinking of Chen Ying's previous methods made her nervous. Tian Yuming's gaze was fixed, and Chen Ying felt it too. She turned her head and just happened to meet Tian Yuming's gaze. Upon realizing that Chen Ying was looking at her, Tian Yuming awkwardly turned her head away. She felt guilty. Wife, what is wrong? Zhou Zhaohui followed Chen Ying's gaze and saw Tian Yuming. His expression momentarily turned confused as he couldn't recall who Tian Yuming was. The day he rushed into the alley to save someone. Tian Yuming's clothes had been torn by two delinquents. He was too focused on dealing with the delinquents to pay attention to Tian Yuming. In that situation, staring at a woman was hardly more noble than what those two delinquents did. However, Chen Ying recognized Tian Yuming at a glance. It was the original heroine. Zhou Zhaohui's gaze also fell on the coat that the woman was holding. Only then did he remember that she was the woman he had saved. Hello, comrade. I'm here to return your clothes. Upon noticing Zhou Zhaohui looking at her, Tian Yuming confidently walked over. I've washed the clothes. Tian Yuming smiled gently as she handed over the coat. The surrounding diners quietly perked up their ears, out of the corner of their eyes. They were watching the small stall, and the information was quite substantial. What was the relationship between this woman and the stall owner? Why did his clothes end up in that woman's hands? Eating spicy hot pot while listening to gossip was not too much to ask, right? Especially this kind of ambiguous romantic gossip. The key was that the stall owner's wife was present. The diners firmly denied that they were interested in the drama. Chen Ying felt the attention from the crowd, and as she opened her mouth, those people instantly gave Zhou Zhaohui a thumbs up. Chapter 46. How did you know we were here? Chen Ying took the clothes that Tian Yuming handed over and smiled appropriately. I said I couldn't find those clothes. They must have slipped away when I was chasing after those two thieves that day. Oh, next time, don't be so foolish. If your wallet gets stolen, it gets stolen. But you need to ensure your own safety. It was really dangerous when you were trying to fight those two thieves. Last time, we just happened to pass by and saved you from the thieves. Not every time will we have such good luck. By the way, what happened to those two bad guys after the police took them away? Chen Ying explained everything clearly in a few sentences. She originally wanted to say rogues, but thinking about the many people around and considering that the other party was a woman, she didn't want the diners to spread any rumors. So she changed rogues to thieves. The diners showed expressions of understanding, realizing that this woman had fought with the thieves and was saved by this couple. However, this woman also spoke unclearly. They almost misunderstood the relationship between the two. The police said they haven't been sentenced yet, but they will be paraded in public in the next few days, and then we will know. Tian Yuming replied, How did you know we were here? Zhou Zhaohui's voice was indifferent. He wasn't a warm person to begin with, and besides, he was married, so naturally, he kept his distance from other women. He was a bit unhappy. What was wrong with this woman? Her words were unclear, and the looks from those diners just now were full of gossip. If it weren't for his clever wife, those customers would definitely misunderstand his relationship with this woman. Chen Ying looked at Tian Yuming with a smile. It seemed she had gotten herself into trouble. The original female lead was not someone to be trifled with. Speaking so vaguely was clearly meant to mislead others. She was a scheming woman. Earlier, I was watching a movie with my friends and happened to see you. Tian Yuming replied to Zhou Zhaohui. Hero, these buns were made by my mom to thank you for your help that day. By the way, when are you free? I want to invite you to eat at the state-run restaurant. Tian Yuming handed over the aluminum lunchbox, but Zhou Zhaohui did not take it. We are all children of Huaxia. It's only right to help each other. You don't have to be polite. Zhou Zhaohui repeated his previous words. Tian Yuming pushed the aluminum lunchbox forward again, but Zhou Zhaohui showed no intention of accepting it. With so many people watching, Chen Ying took the lunchbox. Smiling, she responded, Comrade, you were too polite. The reason we didn't go to the police station with you and the police that day is that we felt helping others was the right thing to do. As for the buns, we will accept them, but let's skip the meal at the state-run restaurant. You see, we still have to do business and really can't leave. Chen Ying put the buns from the lunchbox into a large bowl and then added a portion of spicy hot pot to the lunchbox before handing it back to Tian Yuming. This is our spicy hot pot. You should try it too. Chen Ying's words indirectly conveyed to the diners that their act of bravery was not for the sake of getting something in return. Tian Yumeng blankly accepted the lunchbox, while Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying had already gone back to their business. They didn't even spare her a glance. Knowing that this was the woman who was saved by her son, Wei Hongmei stepped forward to express her concern. "Comrade, next time you go out, find a partner. You mustn't go to such secluded places alone. There are too many rogues, and it's unsafe." Wei Hongmei knew that if it weren't for her son and daughter-in-law's bravery that day, this girl would have been harmed by those two rogues. A decent girl. If something had really happened, her life would be ruined. "Thank you, Auntie." Tian Yumeng learned from the diner's words about the relationships between the people. This was Zhou Zhaohui's mother, and the young girl was Zhou Zhaohui's sister. But Zhou Zhaohui was so indifferent. Tian Yumeng felt a little disappointed, thinking about how gentle he was with his wife. She felt a bit envious. Zhou handed Tian Yumeng a pair of chopsticks and kindly reminded her to eat while it's hot. Cold, spicy hot pot wouldn't taste good. Before coming, Tian Yumeng had already had dinner. Perhaps she didn't want to leave so soon, or maybe she just wanted to see Zhou Zhaohui a bit longer. She did take the chopsticks Zhou Xiaoya handed over. "Thank you." She sat down at a nearby table and began to eat the spicy hot pot from the lunchbox. Tian Yumeng had brought 4 buns, and Chen Ying divided the buns among the 3 of them. She took a bite. Why not eat? This bun was exchanged for a bowl of spicy hot pot. With one bite, the aroma of sauerkraut and pork spread throughout her mouth. It was quite delicious. Chen Ying finished her bun in just a few bites. Zhou Zhaohui saw that his wife loved these buns, so he didn't eat his bun either, but gave it to Chen Ying instead. Chen Ying looked at the man in confusion. "Aren't you going to eat?" Zhou Zhaohui explained that. He couldn't eat food sent by another woman. He was afraid his wife would be unhappy. Besides, he didn't feel any good impression toward that woman. Her words were unclear. Fortunately, his wife was present that day. Otherwise, what would have happened if she misunderstood what that woman said? "I might not be able to eat anymore." Chen Ying hesitated. She had already eaten a big bowl of spicy hot pot and just had a sauerkraut and pork bun. If she ate another, she might not finish it. "I'll eat what you can't finish," Zhou Zhaohui said with a gentle smile. Chen Ying blinked. This guy wanted to eat her leftovers. Then her expression became calm again. It wasn't the first time she had shared her leftovers. Previously, when they were eating bone noodles outside, Zhou Zhaohui had eaten her leftovers. Chen Ying took the half bun that Zhou Zhaohui had and took a bite. Tian Yumeng's peripheral vision kept an eye on their movements. Noticing that Chen Ying was eating Zhou Zhaohui's bun, her actions with the spicy hot pot became noticeably heavier. This woman really didn't understand. She took 4 buns just to give one to each of them. Tian Yumeng felt extremely displeased. Chen Ying had some leftover bun. Looking at Zhou Zhaohui, her eyes seemed to say, "See, I told you I couldn't finish a bun, and you still want me to eat." Zhou Zhaohui then took the half bun that Chen Ying had left and finished it in 2 bites. This bun was different. This bun had been bitten by his wife. Of course, he wanted to eat it. Tian Yumeng's head buzzed. That woman was too much, actually making her man eat the leftover half bun. She had no manners at all. If she couldn't finish a bun, she could just break it in half, sharing it. But she went straight for the one she had bitten. Tian Yumeng was also thick-skinned. After finishing the spicy hot pot, she didn't leave immediately. She helped to clean the bowls and wipe the table. Wei Hongmei quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Comrade, put that down. How can I let you take the burden?" But Tian Yumeng smiled. "Andy, this is what I should do. I really owe a lot to the 2 benefactors, otherwise She didn't finish her sentence. But Wei Hongmei understood what she meant. Zhou Zhaohui was eating the spicy hot pot that his wife had made, feeling warm inside. Looking at Tian Yumeng, who was helping to clean the bowls, Zhou Zhaohui's expression was not so good. Was this woman here to repay her kindness or to add to his troubles? Chapter 47, she really helped in the wrong way. Chen Ying hurriedly looked at her wife's expression, and fortunately, she wasn't too angry. Chen Ying's mouth twitched. What was the original female lead doing? Helping out to repay Zhou Zhaohui's life-saving grace? She glanced at the man, revealing an indescribable expression. Zhou Zhaohui felt very nervous inside, afraid that Chen Ying would misunderstand. "Wife, I don't know what is going on with her either." The straightforward Zhou Zhaohui really couldn't understand Tian Yumeng's actions. He hadn't thought about being thanked or rewarded when he saved her. He wouldn't seek the hollow reputation of being a good Samaritan. Otherwise, he would have followed the two police officers to escort the two thugs to the police station. Why do good deeds without leaving a name? As Zhou Zhaohui said, as fellow compatriots, it's only right to help each other. Even if it weren't Tian Yumeng that day, he would have helped any woman in that situation. Besides, she was a woman and he had a wife. What was the point of leaving his name? So she could come over repeatedly to thank him and Korea back and forth? He wouldn't he do that? Unexpectedly, she still came looking for him, which made Zhou Zhaohui quite upset. Heaven knows, besides his wife, he didn't want to have any interactions with other women. Chen Ying also couldn't understand this woman's actions. She went to grab a cloth to wipe the table, but Tian Yumeng snatched the cloth from her hand, saying, "Benefactor, you should sit down. I can handle this. You're pregnant. Don't overwork yourself." Tian Yumeng skillfully wiped the table with the cloth. Chen Ying felt a bit awkward. "Comrade, you're too polite. We help you not to gain any benefits from you. You doing this makes us feel very embarrassed." Wei Hongmei and Zhou Xiaoya also advised Tian Yumeng not to be so polite and to go home early. However, Tian Yumeng insisted, saying it was what she ought to do. When Zhou and Shan came to help, he saw Tian Yumeng helping to carry bowls and wipe the table. No matter how they tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. Chen Ying felt quite frustrated. Did this woman not understand human words? If Tian Yumeng weren't the original female lead, Chen Ying would have been quite happy with her actions. At least it showed that the person they saved wasn't Tian ingrate and had a grateful heart. But unfortunately, she was the original female lead. And thinking about how this woman would end up living a shamelessly sweet life with Zhou Zhaohui in the original book, Chen Ying couldn't be happy. She now vaguely regretted why she had to go back so quickly that day. If she had wandered around a bit more, she might not have run into Tian Yumeng. She knew herself. She wouldn't just sit by and watch the original female lead be mistreated by thugs. If she encountered it, she would still let Zhou Zhaohui save her, but that would be the limit. Was she supposed to cultivate a rival and send her own husband clean to the original female lead's bed? Chen Ying wasn't that foolish. Chen Ying was speechless. Fine, if she wanted to do it, let her do it. After all, it was her who would be tired. She couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Tian Yumeng's actions garnered praise from the diners, who said she was a girl who understood gratitude. Indeed, she earned a good reputation. Zhou and Shan learned about her identity from his wife, and thought the young girl was quite nice. Tian Yumeng had her own little calculations. She helped out a bit. And when it got dark, she could find an excuse to have Zhou Zhaohui give her a ride home. With this in mind, she worked even harder. Tian Yumeng miscalculated. She initially thought that after the snack stall closed, when it got dark, she could shamelessly ask Zhou Zhaohui to take her home. However, when it was time to close up, Zhou Zhaohui directly went to watch a movie with Chen Ying. The Zhou family naturally supported this. Take good care of your daughter-in-law. Wei Hongmei reminded her son. Tian Yumeng was struck dumb. This was not what she had in mind. Her mouth opened, but she didn't say anything. What could she say? The male lead went to watch a movie, and she was left alone to perform a monologue, which was pointless. "Uncle Andy, I'll head back first. I'll come help again next time." Wei Hongmei quickly waved her hand. "Little Tian, you've worked hard today. Don't think too much of it. My son and daughter-in-law are good people. No matter who encounters difficulties, they will help. Don't think about repaying us. Next time you come to play, Annie welcomes you, but you can't work anymore." This woman was so diligent in helping that Wei Hongmei felt a little at a loss, especially hearing the diners say how grateful this girl was. Wei Hongmei's feelings became somewhat complicated. It made it seem like her son and daughter-in-law did good deeds just to gain benefits. Tian Yumeng just smiled, nodded at the three, and turned to leave. "Old Zhou, see off Comrade Tian. It's late at night. It's not safe for a young girl to go back alone." Wei Hongmei urged her husband to see her off. Tian Yumeng quickly waved her hand, and after being unable to refuse, she could only thank him. "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Zhou." After Zhou Wenshan sent Tian Yumeng away, Zhou Xiaoya pouted, "Mom, this Tian comrade is too annoying." Wei Hongmei was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoya looked at the furniture at the stall. Big brother and sister-in-law went to watch a movie, and Dad went to take that woman home. Who is going to help us carry this stuff back? If it wasn't for how overly enthusiastic Tian Yumeng was insisting on helping, Dad wouldn't have had to go out at night to take her home. and she and Mom Wu and T have to carry so much stuff back. She really helped in the wrong way. It was just helping carry bowls and wipe the table. It's not that hard a job. If she really wanted to help, she could have washed the dishes. Isn't she just afraid of getting her hands greasy? Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit irritated with her. Moreover, when she came earlier, she talked about bringing clothes for her brother and having them washed, which was too misleading. Looking at the gossiping gazes of those diners, she felt anxious. Did they think her brother had something with her? Anyway, Zhou Zhaohui really didn't like her. Zhou Zhaohui shared her feelings with her mother, but Wei Hongmei didn't respond, her eyes darkening a bit. When a mother and daughter returned home, it was already 9:30 p.m. Zhou Zhaohui heard the noise and quickly came to help in the yard. The two women struggled to bring back the stall items. Both sweating, Zhou Yonghui looked behind and didn't see anyone else. Mom, sister, why are just the two of you back? Zhou Zhaohui panted as she put down the stall items, taking a moment to reply to her brother. Big brother and sister-in-law went to watch a movie. Dad went to take someone home. Blah, blah, blah. Zhou Zhaohui told her brother about Tian Yuming's situation. In the end, she also complained that the woman seemed to help, but actually caused them a lot of trouble. All right, stop talking so much. Wei Hongmei shot her daughter a glance. This child has been chattering all the way back, and now that we're home, her mouth doesn't stop. Don't say these things at the stall tomorrow. That girl helped with good intentions, and the customers praised her. If you say that, it will make others uncomfortable. If it reaches Comrade Tian's ears, wouldn't that be bad? Wei Hongmei reminded Zhou Zhaohui. As a mother, she understood her child's personality very well. Her daughter spoke straightforwardly, without much guile, and sometimes just blurted things out. This would lead to trouble in the future. Zhou Zhaohui of course understood. She wouldn't be that foolish. She was just complaining in front of her family. However, Zhou Zhaohui's sudden comment startled both mother and daughter. Chapter 48. Wife, I only like you. Fortunately, Dad went to help out in the evening, or else Big Brother would have to send her off. Zhou Yonghui murmured softly, and it was possible that Big Brother and sister-in-law would go to send her off together. Sister-in-law was heavily pregnant, so Big Brother would definitely be worried. That woman almost got assaulted by a thug in the small alley last time, and now it's so late. Big Brother and sister-in-law, being kind-hearted, must also be concerned about her safety on the way home. It really was possible that they would go to see her off, Zhou Zhaohui thought to himself. His sister was right. That woman was indeed there to be a hindrance. Zhou Zhaohui almost jumped up. Good. I knew it. That woman has ulterior motives. No wonder she kept helping out. It turns out she wanted Big Brother to send her home. The more Zhou Zhaohui thought about it, the more she felt her brother was right. That Tian woman was like someone who couldn't understand human words. Sister-in-law had said helping her was not for any repayment. Yet she insisted on doing the work herself. The way she snatched the rag from sister-in-law's hand was anything but gentle. Was she out of her mind? Sister-in-law was pregnant. She wasn't worried about tiring her out. She was clearly trying to show off. Thinking about how the diners praised Tian Yuming for being grateful, Zhou Zhaohui felt nauseous. Because Zhou father went to see Tian Yuming off, Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou mother brought back the stall items. Now, Zhou Zhaohui found everything about Tian Yuming unpleasant. Reflecting on what happened tonight, she felt that Tian Yuming was not there to express gratitude, but to steal a man. Zhou Yonghui was quick-witted. Hearing his sister say that, he pointed out the crux of the problem. Wei Hongmei's expression changed slightly. With her younger son saying that and her daughter analyzing it, she also felt that Tian was not very sincere. When Zhaohui returned in the evening, she would remind him that now that they were married, if other women were overly attentive, he should keep his distance. In the cinema, Zhou Zhaohui carefully observed his wife's expression. He could sense that Tian Yuming's behavior today had upset his wife. On the big screen, the movie Lushan Love was playing, and at that moment, the female lead kissed the male lead on the cheek. Zhou Zhaohui's heart stirred, and he gently placed a kiss on Chen Ying's cheek as well. This kiss was devoid of any lust, just a man's deep feelings for his wife. Chen Ying was taken aback, instinctively touching the spot where the man had kissed her, then nervously looking around. Fortunately, everyone was focused on the movie and didn't notice their little action. Chen Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She shot a glance at the man, thinking, this guy's too bold. There are so many people in the cinema, and he just kisses her. How embarrassing if someone sees. Chen Ying thought this. but her cheeks involuntarily turned crimson. Seeing his wife shy, Zhou Zhaohui felt a sweetness envelop his heart. He gently leaned closer to Chen Ying's ear and said, "Wife, I only like you." He almost whispered this in her ear, his warm breath teasing her, making every cell in her body tingle. Was this guy really? Chen Ying inexplicably understood that Zhou Zhaohui was explaining the situation with Tian Yameng to her. She naturally trusted Zhou Zhaohui's character and found Tian Yameng somewhat annoying. It couldn't be blamed on Zhou Zhaohui. He was just too handsome, and some women would throw themselves at him. Which was the other party's lack of decency for knowing he was married, yet still having ulterior motives. She couldn't blame her cabbage for growing too well. She wasn't that unreasonable. Got it. Let us just watch the movie, Chen Ying replied, gently with a smile in her eyes. Zhou Zhaohui let out a sigh of relief. His wife was not angry anymore, which was great. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed. "You shameless scoundrel." A sharp female voice drew the attention of many. A woman with 2 large braids glared at the man in front of her. The woman had a pretty face, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, fitting the aesthetic of the era. The man, on the other hand, was somewhat hard to describe. He had a buzz cut, a few pimples on his face, and small eyes that squinted into slits when he smiled. There were 5 fingerprints on his face, indicating just how hard the woman had slapped him. The man looked aggrieved as he gazed at the woman. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" Several concerned bystanders began to criticize the man nearby. Shameless, being a rogue in the cinema. The crowd collectively scolded the man, showering him with insults. The man seemed not to hear the accusations, still looking at the woman with a pitiful expression, his eyes filled with confusion and tears threatening to spill. "Who told you to kiss my face just now?" the woman said impatiently. It turned out he was being a rogue. Some kind-hearted individuals began to suggest taking the man to the police station. Suddenly, the man shouted, "We are married. What's wrong with me kissing my wife?" His loud voice silenced the surrounding crowd. Some people looked at the woman who had just slapped him with questioning eyes. She didn't speak, but quietly defended herself. "Even if you're married, kissing my face in public, how is that different from being a rogue?" They really are a couple. The enthusiastic crowd that had just fervently condemned the man went silent. All right. Let's just watch the movie. It's a couple's little romance." At that moment, a voice rang out, and the crowd felt it was no longer interesting. So they returned to their seats to continue watching the film. This couple really was a nuisance. The man shouldn't have kissed her in public, and the woman was unreasonable too, calling her husband a rogue and slapping him. It was truly outrageous. The crowd internally criticized the woman for being unreasonable. What was wrong with a couple sharing a kiss? Why make a scene and disturb everyone's movie-watching experience? Chen Ying glanced at the couple before refocusing on the screen. This little episode quickly passed and didn't significantly affect everyone's interest in the film. And Chen Ying soon put the incident behind her. She remembered seeing some people online saying that when looking for a marriage partner, one must find someone they can kiss. Otherwise, it would be torment. That couple just now, the man was not good-looking, but the woman was quite pretty. If the man were tall and handsome, the woman probably wouldn't have slapped her husband. The man did well not to retaliate. Men care about their dignity. Being called a rogue by their wife in public and slapped is quite embarrassing. The man endured it, and Chen Ying admired him for being a real man. She couldn't help but look at the man in front of her. If one day she embarrassed him in public, what would Zhou Zhaohui do? Chen Ying's thoughts wandered a bit too far. When the movie ended, everyone filed out of the cinema. It was dark, illuminated by the streetlights and the moonlight above. Zhou Zhaohui gently supported his wife, afraid she would trip. Chen Ying saw the couple from the cinema again. The woman was crying pitifully, and the man also looked aggrieved. "Xiaoyan, does it hurt so much if I kiss you?" The woman didn't respond, but wiped her tears and ran away, with the man hurriedly following her. Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui exchanged glances. Zhou Zhaohui was the first to regain his composure. He squatted down and said, "Wife, hop on, I'll carry you." Although the moonlight provided some illumination, the night roads were still not as easy to navigate as during the day. Zhou Zhaohui, worried that Chen Ying might trip, decided to carry her back. He felt more at ease that way. Seeing the man's broad shoulders, Chen Ying stepped forward without hesitation. Okay. In the dark night, Zhou Zhaohui carried Chen Ying on his back, and the moonlight shone on them, creating a beautiful scene. Chapter 49. Comrade Xiaoya. Are you polite? When Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying returned home, the family was gathered together discussing the situation of Tian Yuming's family. On the way back, Zhou and Shan had talked with Tian Yuming about her family circumstances. Comrade Xiaoyan's home was also quite difficult. Her father was a gambling addict who resented her mother for giving birth to a daughter, often beating and scolding the mother and daughter. He even had affairs with other women, which led him to kick them out of the house. Now, the mother and daughter were relying on each other, which was truly pitiful. Zhou won Shan's side. When he sent Tian Yuming home, her mother, upon learning that he was the benefactor who saved Tian Yuming, grasped his hand in gratitude and insisted he come in for tea. It was already quite late, and Zhou and Shan had a sense of propriety. So after a few words urging them to rest early, he went home. Wei Hongmei had just analyzed Tian Yuming with her children and had formed an opinion about her. Now, hearing her husband mention Tian Yuming's unfortunate family background, she didn't react much. Every family has its own difficulties. Who doesn't have some dirt at the bottom of their pot? In the countryside, it's common for men to beat their wives. It's really nothing unusual. The three of them just listened. Oh, Zhou Xiaodi at least cooperated a bit and gave some response, while the mother and daughter didn't even blink. Zhou and Shan had talked for a long time, and the three of them had such a reaction. He found it hard to accept. Why were these three so indifferent? He despised those men who beat their wives. What's the point of being tough outside, but bullying their wives and children at home? At that moment, Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying returned from outside, and the topic came to a halt. Sister-in-law, what movie did you watch? Was it good? Zhou Xiaoya had a black and white personality. She looked down on Tian Yuming and didn't want to hear anything about her. If it weren't for fearing her father's anger, she might have even made sarcastic comments. After accepting Chen Ying as her sister-in-law, she naturally found everything Chen Ying did pleasing. The movie Lushan Love, which was released in 1980, quickly became popular across the country. Although Zhou Xiaoya hadn't seen it, she had heard of it. I've heard this movie is really good. Indeed, it was excellent. The actors of that era had strong acting skills, unlike the fast food culture of later generations where stars rise and fall quickly. Actors from that time, decades later, became seasoned artists, truly representing an era. Despite the lack of the internet and developed channels for idol worship, the loyalty of the common people to their idols was very high. People in later generations were more restless, and there were many idols. Chen Ying briefly talked about the movie, emphasizing what happened in the cinema. The couple was watching the movie when the man kissed the woman, and she angrily scolded him for being a rogue. In such a situation, the man truly embarrassed himself. I don't know why they got married. Xiaoya as a girl. Your sister-in-law hopes that when you find a husband in the future, it's someone you like. Don't marry just because the conditions seem right. If you really don't like him, even a kiss would feel disgusting. Such a marriage would be a nightmare. Life is short, and enduring it is not a solution. Marrying the wrong person means every day is torture. Life is only about 30,000 days. Why not live happily? Chen Ying took the opportunity to give her sister-in-law a lesson on emotions. Many girls in later generations hurriedly marry because of their parents' or societal expectations, without knowing the man well, and end up unhappy. They either suffer from domestic violence or lose half their lives in marriage. Some even face death. Girls are different from boys. When a man marries, he brings a woman into his family. If the couple has conflicts and the man gets physical, he is the one who benefits. Women can't fight back. Girls have to be passive in marriage, integrating into their in-laws' family on their own. And if the man is irresponsible, they will suffer many grievances. There are also many mama's boys and foolish men who bully their wives together with their families. It's truly a nightmare. Chen Ying firmly believed that marrying the wrong person is scarier than not marrying at all. Zhou Xiaoya, being Zhou Zhaohui's sister, was treated like a younger sister by Chen Ying, who genuinely wanted to live a good life with her husband. She said more for Zhou Xiaoya's sake. The young girl was quite naive, her thoughts written all over her face, making her vulnerable in relationships, perhaps due to her young age. She would improve in a few years. Chen Ying couldn't help but say a few more words. Zhou Xiaoya listened, feeling dazed. Sister-in-law, what kind of person should we look for in marriage? That was an easy question for Chen Ying to answer. She pointed to Zhou Zhaohui beside her. Xiaoya, find someone like your brother, who is responsible, has good character, is caring, and is ambitious. Such a man is worthy of lifelong trust. Chen Ying smiled. Zhou Zhaohui felt somewhat elated. It turned out he had so many virtues in his wife's eyes. His sister-in-law was not bad. Seeing Chen Ying speak passionately, he quickly poured her a glass of water. Sister-in-law, have some water. Chen Ying smiled as she accepted the water from her sister-in-law. Xiaoya, if you ever like a boy, make sure to bring him home to meet mom and dad and your brother. If they all think he's good, congratulations. He has passed the test. If everyone opposes him, no matter how much you like him, you need to think carefully. Once the conversation started, Chen Ying couldn't help but say more. Zhou Xiaoya, in her innocence, said, So sister-in-law, after you like my brother, you used a scheme to marry him? Chen Ying sprayed the water she had just sipped, choking on it and coughing. Tears came out from her coughing. Chen Ying lamented, what a foolish thing the original owner had done. Now she had to clean up the mess. But comrade Xiaoya, are you polite? After all, I am your sister-in-law, and the past between me and your brother isn't exactly honorable. Is it really appropriate for a young girl like you to say such things? Don't I have any pride? At that moment, Chen Ying was relieved that her younger brother had gone to bed early because he had school the next day. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Zhou Zhaohui hurriedly patted his wife's back. Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Zhaohui reprimanded his sister. Wei Hongmei also shot a glare at her daughter. You silly child, you can't just say whatever comes to your mind. This is something that shouldn't be casually mentioned. The fact that my son and daughter-in-law are together is already due to your sister-in-law using some underhanded tactics. How embarrassing for her if you say this now. Zhou Wenshan was also speechless. With 3 children at home, why was the daughter the most reckless? If she gets married in the future and encounters a strong-willed mother-in-law, who knows how she would be bullied? Zhou Wenshan felt worried. Everyone had their own thoughts, while the stubborn Zhou still looked eagerly at her sister-in-law, hoping for a response. And Chen Ying's answer made everyone's hearts tremble. Chapter 50. Zhou Xiaoya is in awe of Chen Ying. Xiaoya, I used an underhanded method to marry your brother. It was undoubtedly a gamble. Thankfully, your brother is a good man, treating me well after we got married. If he were irresponsible, I would be crying right now. So, Xiaoya, don't learn from your sister-in-law's mistakes. What did she do? She was stuck in the body of a character she disliked the most. Even if those things weren't her doing, others wouldn't believe her, and she had to accept it. Chen Ying felt exhausted too. Thinking about how she had such an outstanding husband like Zhou Zhaohui, she reassured herself that this deal wasn't a loss for her. If you really like a guy, be bold and confess. If he rejects you, don't be disheartened. Liking someone is your freedom. Rejecting you is his freedom too. Xiaoya, feelings don't guarantee returns just because you put in effort. Don't feel resentful in love. Being rejected is okay. Make yourself better, and at that time, you'll attract a better partner. Xiaoya, excellent men are attracted, not chased down relentlessly. You might get some return from other efforts, but not in love. It's not about how much you love someone. The other person might just not love you back. That's not your fault. It's their lack of vision. Don't doubt or deny yourself because of them. In reality, many people struggle to let go and feel dissatisfied, constantly exhausting themselves. Chen Ying found it ridiculous. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time making money? Once you have money, what kind of partner can't you find? It's hard to find a 3-legged toad. But 2-legged men are everywhere, Chen Ying thought. As she spoke, her eyes radiated confidence, and she seemed to shine. Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but be mesmerized, thinking that if he hadn't jumped in to save her when she fell into the water, would she have found another way to appear before him? If she made herself even better when she stood in front of him, he would be dazzled, and then he would probably pursue Chen Ying relentlessly. Chen Ying's words shocked everyone present. Zhou Xiaoya was already won over by Chen Ying, and now felt her sister-in-law exuded an impressive aura. No wonder her elder brother was so considerate of her sister-in-law now. Wei Hongmei also felt her daughter-in-law had a strong personality. Sister-in-law, you speak so well. You really are amazing. Zhou Xiaoya gave Chen Ying a thumbs up. With such an outstanding sister-in-law, it was no wonder her elder brother liked her. Chen Ying checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. In this era, without modern smartphones, people rarely stayed up late. 11 o'clock was already late. Chen Ying suggested everyone rest, as they would need to get up early to set up their stall the next day. They exchanged goodnights, and Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui returned to their room. After hearing Chen Ying's words, Zhou Zhaohui was excited, feeling as if she were floating. That Tian Yumeng wasn't even worth a single strand of her sister-in-law's hair, yet she shamelessly tried to get close to her elder brother. Ugh, how shameless! That Tian Yumeng could only wipe tables, carry bowls, and do basic physical labor anyone could do. A waitress in a small restaurant might only earn 20 yuan a month, working from dawn till dusk without a moment's rest. That woman wasn't even worthy of carrying her sister-in-law's shoes. Her sister-in-law was so capable, with just one idea. She could help the family earn a lot of money. After her elder brother fell on hard times, the whole family was about to return to Yushu village. If it weren't for her sister-in-law finding a way to process the dead fish into fish products and earn some money, they would have already gone back to Yushu village to farm. No matter how capable her elder brother was, if others could dig out 200 yuan from the land a year, her elder brother might double it and get 400, which was just barely enough for their family to live well. They were still living in the provincial capital, each person even having their own room. In the city, housing was tight, and many families had 3 generations squeezed into one house. She and her younger brother still had their own rooms under such circumstances, all thanks to her sister-in-law. With just a few words, her sister-in-law got the landlady to reduce the rent by half. They had decent food too. Spicy hot pot with vegetables and meat, and offal was still meat. If they went back to Yushu village, they might not even see meat twice a year. Her sister-in-law was also really nice, even specifically asking their mom to boil eggs for everyone. Zhou Zhaohui felt deeply touched. Eggs are a good thing. Who doesn't want to eat good things? Her sister-in-law was truly impressive. Zhou Zhaohui was in awe of Chen Ying. The younger sister-in-law silently supported Chen Ying, while Zhou Zhaohui expressed his love for his wife through actions. Chen Ying loved cleanliness, but conditions were limited now. They didn't have a water heater, and bathing wasn't as convenient as in later years. Feet needed to be washed every day, especially in hot weather after being out all day. They could get smelly. Zhou Zhaohui prepared warm water for Chen Ying to wash her feet and helped her. At first, Chen Ying felt uncomfortable and wanted to do it herself. But after being served by her husband once, she felt it wasn't a big deal. Isn't it normal for a husband to wash his wife's feet? She reminded herself that being pregnant was much harder than what men go through, and with that thought, she comfortably accepted Zhou Zhaohui's care. He was truly a good man. Although the original character was vain, her choice of husband was good. If she hadn't been so shallow, the original heroine wouldn't have had any place in the story. Thinking of the original heroine, Chen Ying felt speechless. When she came to deliver clothes today, she deliberately spoke ambiguously, trying to provoke misunderstandings. If she hadn't been a witness, just hearing those words could have led to overthinking. How could such a person be the original heroine? To be honest, Chen Ying felt a bit disappointed. When she read the novel, the author made the heroine seem like an extraordinary presence, practically invincible. She could do anything and was portrayed as someone loved by all. Meanwhile, the supporting character was given beauty but was as dumb as a pig. In her opinion, the author lacked experience. Human nature is complex, and the world isn't black and white. There are no perfect good people or perfect bad people. There are too many mindless novels. They're just good for passing the time. Now that Chen Ying found herself in the story, she felt deeply that, although it was a novel, it was a real world. The characters in the book weren't just flat figures. They were real people with their own thoughts, each with their way of dealing with life. In other words, the world within the book was far from simple. What was she thinking? Zhou Zhaohui gently washed Chen Ying's feet, noticing that the little woman seemed lost in thought. Unable to resist, he asked her about it. Chen Ying wasn't foolish enough to bring up the topic of the original heroine. That would only remind Zhou Zhaohui of that person. Her answer made Zhou Zhaohui's expression soften even more. Chapter 51. Zhou's vinegar jar can't tolerate it. I suddenly really like my face, Chen Ying said while touching her own cheeks. The female supporting character's face is exquisite and flawless. A small face with perfectly proportioned features. A beauty in any era. Zhou Zhaohui looked greedily at his wife. Chen Ying was flawless from her face to her figure and temperament, and she was very wise. Chen Ying truly embodied both beauty and inner strength. Marrying such a woman as his wife, Zhou Zhaohui felt incredibly fortunate. Men are straightforward and express their thoughts openly. Meeting the sincerity in Zhou Zhaohui's eyes, Chen Ying felt so pleased. She hummed lightly. Of course, I'm this good-looking, with just a flick of my finger. Which man wouldn't fall at my feet? She couldn't help but think, if the female supporting character were an ugly monster, would Zhou Zhaohui, such a proud man, feel disgusted enough to vomit his dinner after being sullied by her? The woman in the cinema who resisted her husband's kiss so much was experiencing physiological disgust. It's not just women who have such disgust. Men do too, which is why Chen Ying joked about loving her face so much. Thinking about the female version of a handsome man sullying the pure male protagonist, that scene was truly eye-watering, and Chen Ying couldn't help but feel a bit wicked. This talk poked a hornet's nest. Zhou Zhaohui, as the male protagonist, naturally possessed many excellent qualities. But he was still a man, and if his woman got close to other men, he'd surely become furious. Not to mention, a proud man like Zhou Zhaohui, capable and talented, would definitely have a strong possessiveness over his woman. Zhou Zhaohui was extremely sensitive when it came to emotions. Chen Ying was a bit carried away. Zhou Zhaohui didn't show it on the surface, but when they lay in bed, the score would be settled. The nature of men and women is love. Lying next to a top-notch handsome guy, who happens to be her husband, and teasing her, Chen Ying wasn't cold to sex, so she naturally had physiological reactions. Men are so bad. They stir up Chen Ying's desires and then act innocent, saying, "Wife, I know you're feeling uncomfortable, but you're pregnant. We can't do that, right? What if we hurt the baby?" The man looked innocent, but his actions were anything but vague, holding Chen Ying close, kissing and nibbling her, making her slightly pouting red lips swollen. In the dark of night, she looked beautiful like a blooming midnight rose, fragrant and pure, tempting to be picked. Chen Ying wanted to curse. That stinky man Zhou Zhaohui said sweet things, but wouldn't let her go, using both hands and mouth to ignite her, while pretending to be a virtuous gentleman. How could he bully her like this? Chen Ying's eyes brimmed with tears for being bullied, and this pitiful look softened Zhou Zhaohui's heart completely. But it wasn't enough. He needed the little woman to realize her mistake, and with just a casual finger flick, men would fall at her feet. Don't even think about it. The only subject under his wife's skirt could only be him. "Husband, are you unhappy?" The little woman looked aggrieved. She wasn't stupid. Zhou Zhaohui was clearly doing it on purpose. This guy was usually serious, but turned mischievous in bed. Chen Ying tried hard to replay what she did to upset him. They had gone to see a movie together that night and had a great time. Could it be that Zhou Zhaohui was unhappy because of what she said to her sister-in-law, thinking she was meddling? Chen Ying's brain raced. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things to Xiaoya. Zhou Zhaohui looked at the woman's aggrieved face. Her adorable effort to admit her mistake almost made him laugh. Was he angry because of what Chen Ying said to her sister? On the contrary, he actually agreed with her. In relationships, chasing after someone isn't a transaction. Not to mention that a woman chasing a man is like a veil. He, as a man, believed he understood men's thoughts. A woman chasing a man is like a veil. The premise is that the man doesn't dislike the woman and even has a vague fondness for her. At that time, if the woman is a bit proactive, the two are likely to get together. If the man has no feelings for the woman, then it's like a wall of reinforced concrete. Even if the man is moved by the woman and reluctantly accepts her, remember that it's gratitude, not feelings. And he might not cherish that affection. In the end, the woman still gets hurt. Human nature is inherently cheap. What one cannot have is always restless, while what comes easily is often not cherished. Zhou Zhaohui fully recognized his wife's point of view. Just like him and Chen Ying, their beginning was not beautiful. He had fallen from grace, and Chen Ying initially wanted a divorce and to abort their child, which deeply pierced his heart. Later, after a psychological struggle, she decided to keep the child and live well with him. For Zhou Zhaohui, that was a recovery. The more they interacted, the more he was attracted to her. He couldn't help but fall deeply in love with his wife. Zhou Zhaohui believed he wasn't a lecher. Otherwise, he would have surrendered long ago. So, excellent men rely on the inner attraction of excellent women, just like him and Chen Ying. He couldn't help but think, if he hadn't fallen from grace, and if Chen Ying hadn't inflicted that wound on his heart, they might still be outwardly harmonious but inwardly discordant. And Chen Ying might not know how long it would take to enter his heart. To him, Chen Ying was his wife and the mother of his unborn child. He would be responsible for her and treat her well, but that was as far as it went. As for love, he really hadn't studied what that was. Now, it was different. After developing feelings for Chen Ying, he was afraid he wasn't doing well enough, giving enough, wishing he could present all the beauty in the world to his wife, yet fearing she wouldn't like it. The man smirked, revealing 8 teeth. So handsome. Chen Ying couldn't help but swoon a little. In the quiet night, the sound of her swallowing was particularly loud. How embarrassing. The light wasn't off yet. She must be blushing now, and Chen Ying's toes curled up in embarrassment. Zhou Zhaohui kissed the corner of Chen Ying's mouth. His tone was incredibly sincere. Wife, what are you talking about? You did nothing wrong. Everything you said to Xiaoya was for her own good. I'm happy and grateful for you. It wasn't flattery. A wife taking care of her sister was an extension of love, and Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit elated, realizing he still held a significant place in his wife's heart. But it still wasn't enough. She dared to flick her finger and think of other men. And Zhou's vinegar jar couldn't tolerate that. Chen Ying blinked. It wasn't because of her sister-in-law. Why was this guy not sleeping at night, acting crazy, teasing a pregnant woman? It was too much bullying. The man reached out to touch her belly, 5 months into her pregnancy, and her baby bump was already noticeable. Zhou Zhaohui's hand seemed to have magic. Wherever it went, Chen Ying felt a tingling sensation. She wanted the man to stop, to not ignite her. Zhou Zhaohui, however, looked innocent, claiming he was just greeting the baby in her belly. And his words truly made Chen Ying so angry she wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 52. Zhou Zhaohui, are you jealous? Baby, don't blame your mother. She doesn't choose her words carefully. She talks about other men falling at her feet, which affects your prenatal education. Baby, don't be angry. Can we forgive mommy this time? Daddy promises you that I will supervise mommy so that she won't speak or think recklessly in the future. Okay? The man looked serious, but the corner of his eye was closely watching the expression on the little woman's face. Zhou Zhaohui. Chen Ying gritted her teeth. Was this annoying man really teasing her? Sure. The man gently placed his index finger on his lips, signaling Chen Ying to be quiet. Don't speak so loudly. It's not good to scare the baby in your belly. You're already a mother, yet you're still so reckless. Zhou Zhaohui had a look of disappointment. Chen Ying glared at him. This annoying man had gone too far. The baby was only 5 months old. How could it understand? Just as she was about to criticize the man as shameless behavior, she felt a gentle movement in her belly. It was the baby kicking her. Now, Chen Ying didn't dare to voice her accusations. Could it be that the little one was really angry? What she said was also true. The female supporting character's looks alone could attract many men. Just a little bit of initiative and wouldn't a bunch of men rush over? In the original story, the female supporting character relied on her looks and figure to attract quite a few men, but unfortunately, she lacked the wisdom to match her beauty and ended up with a tragic fate. Beauty, like any trump card, is powerful, but being single is a dead end. This isn't a joke. After the baby kicked, Zhou Zhaohui seemed to have received a magic sword, his tail almost wagging with joy. Wife, I know your awareness is high, and you didn't think things through at the time, so your words were a bit inappropriate. Look, the baby is upset. In the future, don't say things like that anymore. And don't even think about it. You're a married woman. It's good that you said that when I was the only one around. If you said it outside and someone heard, who knows how they'd gossip about you behind your back? Who would gossip? Chen Ying hadn't lied. She was beautiful, could earn money, and it was normal for her to be popular with men. It was clearly someone being petty. Blah, blah, blah. Zhou Zhaohui lectured Chen Ying for half an hour, hoping the little woman could truly realize her mistake. Chen Ying's head hurt. She didn't expect Zhou Zhaohui to have such a gossipy side. If she were to compete with the village gossip, who knows who would win? Then Chen Ying smiled. It wasn't that she disliked Zhou Zhaohui. At this moment, she realized clearly that Zhou Zhaohui was not the domineering, aloof character portrayed in novels. He was an ordinary man who could also be jealous and had this down-to-earth side. Chen Ying wouldn't think Zhou Zhaohui was petty just because he was jealous. On the contrary, she felt a sweetness in her heart. This man loved her. That's why he cared and got jealous. If he didn't have her in his heart, he wouldn't waste half a day on words. Zhou Zhaohui, you're jealous. Chen Ying smiled brightly, her sparkling eyes looking at him with a smile, truly making it impossible for him to resist. Zhou Zhaohui felt a bit uncomfortable, his gaze darting around, not daring to meet Chen Ying's eyes. Was his behavior that obvious? It was okay, right? He felt uncomfortable. Chen Ying was his wife, and he didn't want other men to look at her even once. Chen Ying said other men were just a metaphor. He knew his anger was somewhat irrational, but he couldn't help it. He loved Chen Ying and wanted to merge with her so that no one could separate them. However, he also knew he couldn't be too domineering. Chen Ying's inherent stubbornness matched his own. In the world of emotions, whoever loves deeper will give more. Right now, Zhou Zhaohui clearly understood that in their marriage, he loved Chen Ying more, so he naturally cared for her more and gave more. But he wouldn't feel unbalanced about it. That was his willing choice. To love someone deeply makes one prone to anxiety and sensitivity. He was afraid that, like a hedgehog, his raised quills would accidentally hurt her. So, the usually confident Zhou Zhaohui also became timid in love. He didn't even dare to express his dissatisfaction directly to Chen Ying. He was so childish that he used the baby in her belly to express his grievances, hinting at his feelings. It was just like a peacock showing off its feathers, as if saying, "Wife, look at me, I'm upset. Can you comfort me? If you don't, can you at least glance at me?" He felt wronged inside, but didn't dare to show it, fearing that Chen Ying would be upset, which would hurt him even more. "Yes, I'm jealous. Call me petty if you want. I'm just jealous." Suddenly, Zhou Zhaohui bravely locked eyes with Chen Ying, admitting that being jealous was nothing to be ashamed of. In ancient times, many doting husbands would kneel on a washboard when they made mistakes after coming home. In a patriarchal society, even officials would do so, and he admired such men who loved their wives, acknowledging that his feelings weren't cowardly. Chen Ying didn't expect Zhou Zhaohui to admit it so generously. Don't all men care about their pride? Hearing him say that made her very happy. It showed that in his heart, she was more important than his pride. "Silly, I was just making a metaphor, and you got jealous." Chen Ying teased him. This guy was as childish as a kid. Thinking about how in a few months she would have to comfort 2 children made her head spin. Yet the man was very serious. "Wife, I admit I was being stubborn about this. I might be a bit petty, but I don't think it's wrong. Maybe it's a bit silly. So what? Nobody is perfect. I may seem smart in other areas, but when it comes to you, I can't control myself and end up acting foolishly. You can't dislike me for that." Listen to how sincere that sounds. Chen Ying could also hear a hint of caution in his words. No matter how confident a person is, once they fall in love, they can become cautious and anxious. It's said that even heroes have a hard time dealing with beautiful women. In ancient times, some infatuated emperors would choose beauty over their kingdoms. Zhou Zhaohui, who felt insecure, made Chen Ying's heart feel complex emotions, pride, a sense of accomplishment, and more importantly, heartache. This was the future richest person in Huagua. Yet he had such a humble side in love. In their relationship, Zhou Zhaohui wasn't the only one performing a solo act. The man held a significant position in her heart too. Their feelings were mutual. Cooking can have sweet, sour, bitter, and salty flavors. Life is no different. And love is the same. She was in a real society, not a fictional soap opera that mindlessly pours sugar and leaves people feeling overwhelmed. She held the man's hand, gazing gently into his eyes, her words giving Zhou Zhaohui a sense of reassurance. Chapter 53. The beauty scheme of inflicting 800 on the enemy and hurting 1,000 on oneself. Of course, I won't mind you. Jealousy isn't just a privilege of women. Men can be jealous too. However, dear husband, if there's anything that's bothering you, you must tell me. If you don't tell me, I won't know that you're feeling uncomfortable. After all, I'm not a worm in your stomach. Just like this time when I made that joke. I didn't think too much about it, and you got angry without me realizing it. These seemingly trivial issues, if not communicated in time, can affect our relationship over time. We're going to spend our lives together. If our feelings are impacted by this, wouldn't that be unfair? In human interactions, there are bound to be frictions. Misunderstandings must be resolved in a timely manner so that friendships can last longer. If misunderstandings are not communicated promptly, over time, there will be grudges, and relationships will gradually become distant. Living together as a couple is even more so. Spouses spend a lot of time together, and the frictions in daily life are definitely more than those in general interpersonal relationships. If both parties keep their problems bottled up and continue to misunderstand each other, over time, there will be suspicion between them, and neither will trust the other. It would be strange if the marital relationship remained unaffected. Why do couples in long-distance relationships often end up divorcing? Because the two haven't seen each other for a long time, and any misunderstandings cannot be communicated in time. Both harbor suspicions, and their hearts are no longer together. Once a loving couple's relationship breaks down, divorce is just a matter of time. Chen Ying is sincere about living with Zhou Zhaohui. She is not afraid of frictions between them. When they encounter issues, she is also unafraid of disagreements. As long as they communicate promptly when problems arise and discuss things together, their marital relationship will not have major issues. What she fears is that Zhou Zhaohui takes things too seriously, imagines things by himself, and doesn't give her a chance to explain, which would be really unfair to her. They're just an ordinary couple, not acting out some melodramatic love story. Chen Ying has no intention of playing the mind game with Zhou Zhaohui. In those novels, the male and female leads misunderstand each other from the beginning until the near end, which is understandable if they didn't write those ridiculous plots. The novels couldn't continue. They can't just write about the couple's daily meals. It must include some dramatic events, and in the end, the male and female leads endure hardships to be together. The theme often revolves around suffering for the sake of suffering, especially in older melodramatic novels where the male lead mistreats the female lead 1,000 times, and she still treats him like true love. There are even plots where the male lead digs out the female lead's kidneys for his white moonlight. The most absurd part is that in the end, they reconcile. Chen Ying really finds that ridiculous. Such plots are utterly nonsensical. In real life, a simple little episode can lead a pair of lovers to drift apart. In novels, there will surely be a reunion scene arranged for them, ultimately leading to a happy ending. Haha, such absurd plots only exist in novels. Life isn't a soap opera. There aren't that many ups and downs. Chen Ying doesn't envy the exaggerated lives portrayed in novels. Blah blah blah. Chen Ying expressed a lot of her thoughts. Zhou Zhaohui's eyes sparkled like little light bulbs as he admitted that he was jealous. He felt a bit shy, which indirectly acknowledged his small-mindedness. He thought his wife would be angry, but he didn't expect Chen Ying to understand him so well and even said some reassuring words. His wife is truly profound and wise. He loves her so much. After exchanging heartfelt words, their relationship was as sweet as honey. Now, Zhou Zhaohui didn't need to kiss and tease Chen Ying. Chen Ying took the initiative to kiss the man, and their lips naturally met in a passionate kiss. Before crossing into the book world, although Chen Ying was single until the age of 30, most of her friends were already married. When they dined together, they often discussed relationships between men and women. One friend's story left a deep impression on her. When she was dating her husband, they had a fight, and he broke up with her, even blocking her. In the end, she managed to reconcile with him, and they got married and lived happily. Some colleagues sought her advice, asking how she got her man back. That female colleague had a happy marriage, and many married co-workers envied her for having such a good husband who was willing to spend money on her when they were dating, and even handed over all his money after marriage. Chen Ying still remembers that female colleague saying, "Just sleep it off." In the adult world, there is not much room for nonsense, especially in relationships. If one sleep isn't enough, then just sleep too. Relationships between men and women require deeper communication for emotions to flourish. There are some inappropriate scenes here. As a lifelong single, Chen Ying just laughed when she heard that and didn't think much of it. Now, she doesn't know if that friend's method works. Anyway, she just did it. Now that she is pregnant, it's unrealistic to have deep communication with Zhou Zhaohui, but kissing and hugging are still fine. As they kissed, someone developed a physiological response. Chen Ying is pregnant, and they can't have a marital life. In fact, a 5-month-old fetus can handle it if it's gentle. But Zhou Zhaohui didn't take the risk. He was afraid of losing control and hurting the baby in Chen Ying's belly. If anything happened to the child, not only would he never forgive himself, but his mother would also be furious with him. So he had to go take a cold shower, feeling wronged. Remembering that someone had a frustrated look, Chen Ying lay on the bed and laughed. After a busy day, she soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Zhaohui, who went for a cold shower, wasn't he so comfortable? This guy was petty. He had planned to use jealousy to make Chen Ying care more about him and not think about other men. As a result, he shot himself in the foot. In the prime of his youth, how could he not react in front of his fragrant wife? Looking at his excited lower body, Zhou Zhaohui smiled bitterly. He really made a foolish move. Does this count as inflicting 800 on the enemy while hurting himself 1,000? After taking a cold shower, he finally managed to cool down. When the man opened the door, preparing to return to the room, he found his mother standing behind the door. "Mom, why are you standing here at night?" Zhou Zhaohui was speechless. He was startled to see his mother standing there in the dark as soon as he opened the door. Fortunately, he was a man and didn't scream. If it were his wife, she would have been frightened. Zhou Zhaohui thought to himself, and his tone became a bit heavier. Wei Hongmei rolled her eyes. She was about to fall asleep when Zhou Zhaohui's bathing noise woke her up. Older people usually have light sleep, and any little noise affects their sleep. So she got up to check. It's late at night. Why isn't he sleeping well and instead going outside to take a shower? The house doesn't have hot water, so it's obvious that Zhou Zhaohui took a cold shower. As a mother, she couldn't help but worry. Thinking about her son being young and taking a cold shower made her so angry. Chapter 54. He doesn't want to run naked. At such a big age, how can he not pay attention to his health? What if he gets sick or catches a cold? Although the weather in May has warmed up considerably, the nighttime temperature is still not very high. Taking a cold shower at night can easily lead to catching a cold. Wei Hongmei is waiting behind the door, ready to have a serious talk with Zhou Zhaohui. Why are you taking a cold shower at night instead of sleeping well? Zhaohui, your mom knows you like to be clean, but you can't neglect your health. It's cool at night. What if you catch a cold? Your daughter-in-law is pregnant, and if you catch a cold and pass it to her, she can't take cold medicine because of the baby. That will be so hard for her. You're old enough. Can't you understand a bit? The more she spoke, the more angry Wei Hongmei became. Zhaohui is getting more and more reckless as he grows up. Taking a cold shower this late at night could indeed lead to him catching a cold and passing on to his daughter-in-law, making her suffer along with her grandchild. Wei Hongmei unleashed a torrent of words. Zhou Zhaohui was scolded by his mother like a child, remaining silent. He had indeed done many foolish things tonight. First, being petty and jealous, then teasing a young woman, which led to a physiological reaction and taking a cold shower. His mother was right. If he caught a cold and passed it to his wife, thinking of her suffering with a runny nose and tears while being unable to take medicine for the baby made him scold himself in his mind. His mother's reprimand was justified. He had behaved poorly. "Mom, I was wrong. I won't do this again." As soon as he softened his tone, Wei Hongmei's anger dissipated. She was just an old mother worried about her son catching a cold, so she had spoken a bit more. Now that her eldest son realized his mistake, she wouldn't hold it against him anymore. "All right, hurry in and go to bed early. You just took a cold shower, so when you lie down, keep your distance from your daughter-in-law. Don't pass the chill to her. Pregnant women have weaker immunity." Wei Hongmei reminded him again, and Zhou Zhaohui nodded. The mother and son returned to their rooms. Chen Ying had long fallen into a deep sleep. Pregnant women are naturally more drowsy, so she was unaware of the little episode that had occurred. Zhou Zhaohui returned to his room and looked at the sleeping young woman, feeling a wave of softness in his heart. He wanted to kiss his wife on the forehead, but remembered his mother's warning. So he lowered his head and forced himself to resist. He couldn't lie too close to his wife after taking a cold shower. If he passed the chill to Chen Ying, it would be bad if she caught a cold. Therefore, Zhou Zhaohui didn't lie down in bed to sleep. The moonlight shone into the room, and with the light guiding him, he found another blanket and made a makeshift bed on the floor. Lying back down, the man did not fall asleep quickly. Firstly, he wasn't used to it. The floor was nowhere near as comfortable as the bed. In bed, he could hold his wife and feel satisfied both physically and mentally, but now lying on the floor made Zhou Zhaohui uncomfortable all over. In the dark night, The man kept his eyes open and counted sheep. After counting 100, he still felt no drowsiness. By the time he reached 500, not only did he have no sleepiness, but his mind felt even clearer. How could he not be clear-headed? Taking a cold shower in the middle of the night had cooled him down, but his mind was wide awake. He closed his eyes and forced himself to count sheep, trying to fall asleep as quickly as possible. Chen Ying slept soundly until dawn. Before she transmigrated, she had always been a sound sleeper, and now, perhaps due to her pregnancy, her sleep was even better. When Chen Ying opened her eyes, she was startled by the scene before her. Zhou Zhaohui was not sleeping beside her, but on the floor. How did he end up sleeping on the floor? Did she kick him off the bed while tossing and turning? Chen Ying felt a bit guilty. She really wasn't a good sleeper and had a habit of kicking the covers. Being single and sleeping alone, no one could know about her poor sleeping habits. Now that her relationship with the male lead had warmed up and they were sleeping in the same bed, although she was pregnant, they wouldn't engage in any inappropriate activities. Her poor sleeping habits hadn't changed just because she transmigrated. She glanced at the time. It was 6:30 a.m. Chen Ying felt relieved that she woke up early today. What if her in-laws found out Zhou Zhaohui was sleeping on the floor? They would probably think the couple had a quarrel. Living with her in-laws has its benefits, but it also comes with inconveniences. Chen Ying got out of bed and nudged Zhou Zhaohui, who was making a bed on the floor. The man groggily opened his eyes. "Wife, what is wrong?" Zhou Zhaohui still wasn't fully awake. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating he hadn't slept well. After thinking all night, just when he finally started to feel sleepy, dawn broke. He felt like he had just fallen asleep when Chen Ying woke him up. "Why are you sleeping on the floor? Hurry and get back in bed. What if the family finds out? They'll all think something is wrong." His in-laws would surely misunderstand the two had quarreled. Even if they didn't say it, they wouldn't be able to help worrying. Okay. Zhou Zhaohui rubbed his eyes, gathered up the bedding on the floor, and prepared to climb back into bed for a nap. Due to lack of sleep, he looked tired, and his mind felt slower than usual. When he lay back in bed, he suddenly remembered he had just taken a cold shower. Afraid of passing the chill to Chen Ying, he quickly sat up. "No, I just took a cold shower. I have chill on me. You're pregnant. What if I pass it to you and you get sick? I'll just sleep on the floor?" The man mumbled. Chen Ying's heart trembled. So it wasn't because she kicked him off the bed. He was sleeping on the floor because he was afraid of passing the chill to her. "Fool, Zhou Zhaohui. You're such a big fool." Her eyes glistened with tears, feeling bittersweet and more distress for her man. It was all her fault. Why did she have to kiss him last night? If she hadn't taken the initiative later, they wouldn't have kissed again. If they hadn't kissed, Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't have had a physiological reaction, wouldn't have taken a cold shower, and wouldn't be sleeping on the floor. Chen Ying felt it was all her fault and felt both love and guilt for Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Zhaohui subconsciously agreed. Yes, I'm a big fool. Just your big fool. As long as his wife didn't mind him being a bit foolish, what did it matter? After admitting to being petty yesterday, Zhou Zhaohui could bend down in front of Chen Ying. What has face compared to having a wife? As long as his wife was happy, he could be a fool. Fools have their blessings. That is how he could marry a beauty like Chen Ying. If any of Zhou Zhaohui's male friends knew he was so spineless, they would definitely laugh at him, saying brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. If you spoil your wife like this, be careful, she'll ride on your back and make you suffer. Zhou Zhaohui would definitely retort fiercely, "You don't understand at all. To me, clothes are far more important than brothers. I don't want to run naked." Chapter 55, he can't bear to make his wife jealous. Annoying. Chen Ying pouted at him. This guy is getting better at flirting. He wasn't like this before. Yet her heart felt like it had fallen into a honey pot, sweet and sticky. She didn't expect the aloof male lead to have such a side. Chen Ying found it both funny and happy. "Don't say this in front of Mom," she warned. She had raised her son with great difficulty, and now he says he only belongs to his wife. If his mother hears this, how disappointed she would be. At that moment, Chen Ying suddenly understood why some mothers-in-law might look unfavorably at their daughters-in-law, feeling that their sons were being taken away. It must be upsetting. Zhou Zhaohui was very clever. Upon hearing this, he understood the little woman's thoughts. Chen Ying, just waking up, looked a bit dazed and in someone else's eyes. She was enveloped in a hazy beauty. His wife is really wonderful, good-looking and so understanding. Chen Ying had just gotten out of bed, her messy hair sticking to her charming little face, adding a few more points of allure. Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. "Wife, you're really great." The man gazed deeply into Chen Ying's eyes, but he didn't control his strength well, and her slightly messy hair became a complete mess. Zhou Zhaohui realized his mistake and quickly withdrew his hand before Chen Ying got angry. He really didn't mean to mess up his wife's hair. He just couldn't help it and wanted to touch it, but ended up using a bit too much force. Zhou Zhaohui chuckled. "I'll help you comb your hair later." The man smiled cautiously, hoping his wife wouldn't be angry. Chen Ying rolled her eyes at him. She wouldn't dare let him comb her hair. This guy has no sense of gentleness. She didn't want to go out with a bird's nest on her head. "I'm going to the bathroom. You hurry and sleep a little longer." Seeing the red, bloodshot veins in his eyes, her annoyance from him messing with her hair vanished instantly. Why bother quarreling over it? If her hair was messy, she could just comb it. Chen Ying wouldn't take such trivial matters too seriously. She almost fled the room. She realized that if she stayed in there, he would think of even more ways to flirt with her. They still had to go out to sell spicy hot pot today, and Zhou Zhaohui hadn't slept well on the ground last night, so Chen Ying wanted him to rest a little longer. With only herself left in the room, Zhou Zhaohui was stunned for half a second, the smile on his face slowly spreading across his entire face. He looked at his hand, as if savoring the softness of his wife's hair. The sensation of her hair brushing against his fingertips was so deeply touching. Their hearts were connected. Chen Ying's hair was not just brushing against his fingertips. It was clearly teasing at the tip of his heart, sending a wave of sweetness and softness through him. A little morning incident left Zhou Zhaohui energized for the entire day. The smile on his face never faded. He was truly radiating joy, to the point that Zhou Xiaoya barely recognized her brother. Her brother, who often wore a cold expression, was now genuinely him. It wasn't that this version of Zhou Zhaohui was bad. Previously, he was a cold and aloof CEO, and when he had a serious expression, his aura was very stern, making people hesitate to approach him. Now, with a face full of smiles, he was truly a gentle war man, tall and handsome, making people unable to resist wanting to get closer. Chen Ying thought that this version of Zhou Zhaohui was even more handsome. "Sister-in-law, what happened to my brother?" Zhou Xiaoya was curious about her brother's drastic change. Was it just because they went to see a movie together yesterday that it had such a lasting impact? "The business selling spicy hot pot is good, so your brother is happy," Chen Ying casually replied. Zhou Xiaoya hadn't dated yet and didn't understand the psychological changes involved. Chen Ying didn't want to say too much for fear of corrupting the young girl. Zhou Zhaohui had definitely had enough. The strong scent of love was detectable from far away. In fact, Chen Ying didn't express her calmness either. Her heart was also fluttering. They had married first and then fell in love. At this moment, Chen Ying tasted the sweetness of love. So she had indeed married for love. Chen Ying thought to herself, but the smile at the corners of her mouth just couldn't be suppressed. Zhou Xiaoya looked astonished. Her sister-in-law's expression was remarkably similar to her brother's. She originally wanted to remind her sister-in-law that Tian Yumeng had ulterior motives. Knowing full well that her brother had a wife but still trying to get close to him, and to warn Chen Ying to keep an eye on her brother. But now seeing the two of them like this, Zhou Xiaoya decided not to say anything. With her sister-in-law so happy, why spoil the mood with such words? When that Tian Yumeng appears again, she would keep a close eye on her. If she wanted to get close to her brother and disrupt their relationship, she had to get through her first. Zhou Xiaoya thought this, feeling like a warrior guarding the happiness of her brother and sister-in-law. "Xiaoya, you've really changed quickly. Not long ago, she was saying she wanted to keep a close watch on Chen Ying, fearing she might say something to stay and enjoy a good life with her brother, which was all insincere. The goal was just to look for a better man and kick her brother to the curb. She was still worried about her brother being hurt by her sister-in-law. Now it's good. Her heart has shifted entirely to Chen Ying's side. She even wanted to keep an eye on any potential love rivals that appeared, and even thought of reminding Chen Ying to keep a close watch on her brother. Zhou Xiaoya, are you Zhou Zhaohui's sister or Chen Ying's sister? Wow, your heart has directly shifted from your biological brother to your sister-in-law. If Zhou Zhaohui knew that his sister, whom he had doted on since childhood, had quickly sided with Chen Ying, and was no longer supporting him as her biological brother, he would surely feel quite complicated inside. However, given Zhou Zhaohui's nature as a devoted husband, he would probably soon wholeheartedly support his sister. His wife is amazing, having quickly won over his sister. Xiaoya is stubborn, and now her heart is with Chen Ying. He would be happy about that. Wouldn't he? He himself listens to his wife. So there's nothing to be jealous of. Look, he really isn't a petty man, at most. He is a bit jealous of other men in front of his wife. As for his sister siding with Chen Ying, he can't bear to be jealous of his wife. Even if his brother is unhappy, Xiaoya doesn't care. She has a black and white personality. If she likes someone, even if they do something wrong, she won't be very repelled. If she dislikes someone, even if they do good deeds, she won't have any good feelings. Moreover, she doesn't think she is in the wrong. That Tian Yumeng is clearly not a good person. Putting on a pitiful look, who is she trying to fool? She should take a look at herself in the mirror. With her appearance, she is just embarrassing herself. How could she compare to her sister-in-law? Just by showing her face. She wins 60% of the battle. As for the remaining 40%, her sister-in-law just needs to use a little strategy to win completely. Zhou Xiaoya thought about the abilities Chen Ying had shown a few times and got a bit lost in thought. Her sister-in-law was already very capable. After all, she couldn't think of how to turn a dead fish into meat paste, make fish tofu and fish balls, and she had never even heard of how to make delicious spicy hot pot to earn money. Suddenly, Wei Hongmei slapped Zhou Xiaoya on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and get to work. Chapter 56. Captured by Chen Ying's glance. Why does this child look so absent-minded? Wei Hongmei was a bit worried. The snack business is booming now, and everyone needs to portion out the ingredients in advance so that when customers come, they can be cooked right away. Oh, okay, Zhou Xiaoya responded, but her movements weren't very nimble, unable to focus on two things at once. Zhou Xiaoya thought about keeping an eye on Tian Yumeng, making sure she didn't keep bothering her sister-in-law, which made her a bit unfocused in her work. Chen Ying noticed that her sister-in-law wasn't in a good state either. Xiaoya, are you feeling unwell? Chen Ying asked with concern. She quite liked this earnest little sister-in-law, and her tone was full of caring. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Her sister-in-law was beautiful and had a sweet voice. If she had a little niece in the future, she would be so pretty. However, Chen Ying said nothing, just stared at her. She had a pair of beautiful watery eyes that made it hard for the other person to withstand when she looked at them. Zhou Zhaohui definitely couldn't handle it. And as for Zhou Xiaoya, if it were before, she would have secretly cursed Chen Ying as a vixen while unable to help but gaze at her. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Now, she had turned into a die-hard fan of Chen Ying, naturally being captured by just one glance from her. She wasn't foolish enough to express her true feelings out loud. Whether Tian Yumeng had bad intentions was just their speculation. The other party hadn't done anything to actually harm the relationship between brother and sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaoya wouldn't be foolish enough to blurt out about Tian Yumeng. That would only remind her brother of such a person. If Chen Ying knew her sister-in-law's thoughts, she would give her a thumbs up. Not bad. The girl has matured a lot. Before doing things, she would first think about whether to do them or not. This is good. In the future, when encountering more complicated interpersonal relationships, it also gives herself some buffer time. Otherwise, rushing in without considering the consequences could lead to significant losses. Zhou Xiaoya's eyes were rolling. Sister-in-law, I was thinking that since the weather is hot, the department store should have new dresses. The department store is the trendiest shopping center in the provincial city. When Zhou Zhaohui had money, his younger sister, Zhou Xiaoya, also enjoyed the good life, always buying new clothes from the department store. Young girls love beauty. Who doesn't like pretty clothes? The reason Zhou Xia casually mentioned was accompanied by a hint of longing in her eyes. Clothes from the department store aren't cheap. A bowl of spicy hot pot only costs 50 cents, and it would take selling over 100 bowls to buy a piece of clothing from the department store. Zhou Xiaoya felt a bit dejected. When would their family be able to return to their previous life? The young girl couldn't hide her emotions. Her expressions of longing and disappointment were all over her face. It's easy to fall from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Chen Ying empathized with her sister-in-law's perspective, realizing it was like a little princess falling from the clouds. Just right, these days have been hot. And I was thinking of taking some time to go to the department store to buy your brother a couple of clothes. There's no time like the present. Xiaoya, let's go together. Whatever you like, sister-in-law will buy for you. Chen Ying was not joking. She was genuinely willing to spend money to buy clothes for Zhou Zhaohui. The last time they went to the department store, her sister-in-law had already said she wanted to give her clothes. Zhou Zhaohui knew their family situation wasn't good and was sensible enough not to ask for anything. Today, her sister-in-law said she wanted to buy for her again. The spicy hot pot business had been doing well these past few days, and with a few hundred yuan earned at home, she wondered if she could accept it. Zhou Zhaohui looked at her mother, asking with her eyes if she should accept Chen Ying's kindness. Wei Hongmei couldn't bear to look. What situation is the family in now? A cheap piece of clothing from the department store costs dozens of yuan. What is the point of joining in the fun? Besides, their home isn't without clothes. The clothes from before can still be worn, even though they can't be compared to the past when they bought new clothes several times a year. Compared to the rural girls, her daughter's clothes were already quite good. Some young girls in Yushu village don't even have a decent piece of clothing to go out in, and their everyday clothes are full of patches. The snack stall is busy. Xiaoya, help me out here. Daughter-in-law, if you want to go to the department store, let Zhaohui accompany you. Zhou Zhaohui immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Her mom's words clearly showed she was worried that if she went to the department store, her sister-in-law would buy her clothes and spend money. She also knew their family's current limited conditions. This was not just an eye signal asking her mother. Although she guessed how things would develop, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Yes, sister-in-law, the snack stall is busy. I have to help Mom. Zhou Zhaohui felt wronged. She tried hard to swallow her grievances, looking particularly endearing. Chen Ying found it speechless. Her mother-in-law's reasoning was quite weak. The snack stall is busy, and the little sister-in-law has to help, so Zhou Zhaohui can leave. If it were up to her, Zhou Zhaohui's role at the snack stall was much more helpful than the mother-daughter duo. Her mother-in-law was a diligent and honest worker, while her sister-in-law was quite stubborn and couldn't handle the twists and turns of interpersonal relationships smoothly. If they encountered unreasonable customers, the mother-daughter duo could easily suffer losses. Zhou Zhaohui was different. He could handle interpersonal relationships much better than the two of them. Mom, Xiaoya and I are both women. If we see any clothes we like, we can discuss it. Zhaohui won't be able to offer much advice. Zhou Zhaohui had been helping at the snack stall for the past few days and was quite tired. Today, let us treat it as giving her a break. Is that okay? Chen Ying was a daughter-in-law, so her words were hard for Wei Hongmei to refute. Moreover, her daughter-in-law was pregnant with their grandchild. If a pregnant woman is in a bad mood, it wouldn't be good for the baby. Wei Hongmei didn't readily agree to Chen Ying's request. Even when the two of them were leaving, Wei Hongmei still gave her daughter a knowing look. The rare, innocent Zhou Zhaohui understood her mother's eye signals, indicating that she should go to the department store but not ask for everything. Don't let her sister-in-law spend too much money. Zhou Zhaohui thought, how could she be so ungrateful? If her sister-in-law wanted to give her gifts, she would accept the cheaper ones, but if they were too expensive, she would firmly refuse. She wanted to save money to buy something nice for her little nephew when her sister-in-law's baby was born. Zhou Zhaohui naturally felt a fondness for the child in Chen Ying's belly due to their blood relation, and now, having wholeheartedly accepted Chen Ying as her sister-in-law, she felt even more love for the future little nephew. Xiaoya, in crowded places, hold on to your sister-in-law. Wei Hongmei reminded from behind. Zhou Zhaohui responded loudly, reassuring her mother and brother that she would take good care of her sister-in-law. Zhou Zhaohui also smiled. His wife going shopping made him happy, right? Standing in the scorching sun at the stall, he felt distressed. He had privately told his wife not to come to the stall, but she wouldn't listen. Zhou Zhaohui couldn't be too forceful, fearing that Chen Ying would be unhappy. When you fall in love with someone, you can't help but consider things from their perspective. And Zhou Zhaohui was just like that. It's nice to go shopping. The department store has fans, unlike the heat outside. Zhou Zhaohui wasn't worried about his wife spending money while shopping. Since she would be with him for life, he naturally wanted to treat her well. Being stingy like a miser, counting every penny, what is the meaning of life? A capable man never complains about his woman spending money. He only thinks of ways to earn more so his wife can buy whatever she wants. Zhou Zhaohui was naturally that kind of person. Yet, Wei Hongmei's words truly left Zhou Zhaohui feeling quite helpless. Chapter 57. No chance for the sister-in-law to refuse. Xiaoya is a child who's been spoiled by me and your dad. I'll talk to her privately later. We can't always let the daughter-in-law spend money on her. Just now, Chen Ying was present, and Wei Hongmei couldn't say too much. That would be disrespecting her daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law is someone else's daughter, after all, not someone born from her own womb. Wei Hongmei can scold her own daughter, but with Chen Ying, she can't take advantage of being the elder to reprimand her. That would only cause trouble for her son. Besides, the daughter-in-law has good intentions. She wants to spend money on clothes for her daughter. Wei Hongmei is not unreasonable. She is a straightforward person who believes in returning kindness. If someone respects her a little, she would repay them even more. Mom, where are you going with this? It's normal for my sister-in-law to buy a few clothes for her sister. You don't need to worry about it. Besides, Chen Ying is doing well now. She is taking Xiaoya shopping for clothes. That shows the good relationship between the sister-in-law and the sister, so you shouldn't interfere. Since ancient times, conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have been troublesome, and many older sisters and younger sisters often don't play a good role, giving bad advice behind the scenes, which only intensifies the already tense relationship. In families where there are unreasonable people, if there are many sisters on the man's side, the wife has to deal with more than one mother-in-law. The older sister and younger sister can also represent the wicked mother-in-law. Now that the daughter-in-law and the younger sister get along well, Zhou Zhaohui naturally supports it wholeheartedly. He understands his mother's personality. She is not a wicked mother-in-law who torments her daughter-in-law. His younger sister is a stubborn girl and has had her share of conflicts with Chen Ying before. Now that the relationship between the sister-in-law has improved, Zhou Zhaohui is the happiest one. If there are conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, he will be caught in the middle and suffer the consequences. If his wife and sister-in-law don't get along and often have conflicts, it will be him who feels troubled. So what if he buys a few clothes for his sister? It's worth spending some money if it can make his sister genuinely like his wife. There is no such thing as something that must be done. If the daughter-in-law buys clothes for Xiaoya, it shows that she is a kind person. You can't take it for granted. You should treat Chen Ying better, got it? Wei Hongmei's tone became more serious. In this world, there is nothing that must be done or should be done. Interpersonal relationships are based on mutual kindness, not to mention more complex relationships, even between parents and children. People often say that a father is kind and a son is filial, but parents must first do well. Only then will children feel grateful and be filial. Otherwise, it's easy for things to go astray. Wei Hongmei is honest and straightforward, without many tricks, but she has her own wisdom in dealing with things. When dealing with others, if the other party is sincere, Wei Hongmei will reciprocate with sincerity. If the other party is high and mighty, she won't use her warmth to approach someone who is cold. If a person has no temper at all and can easily forgive others for their harm, then everything they suffer is deserved. Zhou Zhaohui nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 Mom. I will listen to you. The sisters-in-law headed straight for the department store, and the atmosphere along the way was very relaxed. Chen Ying talked to her about a lot of things. Xiaoya, just because it's bitter at first doesn't mean it will always be bitter, but if it's sweet at first, it will definitely be sweet. You have to treat yourself a little better. At 18, there are no ugly girls. Young girls are beautiful no matter what they wear. Of course, you should dress yourself beautifully at the best age. What's the point of wearing clothes you liked at 18 when you're 80? The older generation teaches their children that suffering is a blessing, that you must endure hardship before you can enjoy sweetness, and that you should be frugal. Zhou Xiaoya was raised with this kind of education. Hearing Chen Ying's words now is contrary to the mainstream ideas she has accepted since childhood. If it were before, Zhou Xiaoya would have retorted against Chen Ying. She might even have turned around and lectured her. This time, however, she listened carefully to Chen Ying's words and thought about them deeply. Her sister-in-law's words are worth pondering. Zhou Xiaoya has made progress. At least she didn't explode like a firecracker when someone else's viewpoint didn't align with hers. This is progress. Zhou Xiaoya didn't respond to Chen Ying's words, and Chen Ying didn't mind. A person's thoughts are not easily changed. In this day and age, the mainstream idea is still to endure hardship and work hard. If Zhou Xiaoya were not her own younger sister, Chen Ying wouldn't speak so frankly with her. In front of outsiders, Chen Ying still has to put on an act. Life is like a play, entirely dependent on acting skills. The clothes in the department store are beautiful in this era, and Zhou Xiaoya saw something she liked and couldn't move on. She found a round-necked half-sleeve top with a lace trim around the neckline, sewn with a circle of colorful beads using transparent thread. From Chen Ying's perspective, this half-sleeve top can withstand market scrutiny. It's indeed nice. She also spotted a pair of high-waisted flare pants. Flare pants were also fashionable in the 1980s, with Japanese movies like Nostalgia and The Chase popularizing them in Huagua. Flared pants caught the attention of young people, boldly expressing individuality, as young people inherently crave uniqueness. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Zhou Xiaoya also likes to wear unique clothes. In the past, her brother was wealthy and would come to the department store several times a year. Although he didn't go to the extent of wanting to bring the department store home every time, he never returned empty-handed either. Chen Ying thought it was nice and encouraged Zhou Xiaoya to try it on. She glanced at the two pieces of clothing. One pair of flared pants costs 100 yuan, and a lace-trimmed half-sleeve top is a bit cheaper at 20 yuan. Buying this whole outfit would cost 120 yuan, which is a considerable amount in the 1980s when every cent counted. But since her sister-in-law likes it, and Chen Ying is not a stingy person, she decided to buy the clothes for her sister-in-law. Why think so much? Money can be earned back. The good mood that a whole outfit brings to her sister-in-law cannot be replaced by anything. Sister-in-law, I think I want to try it on. It's too expensive. The whole outfit costs over 120 yuan, which could buy 240 bowls of spicy hot pot, not to mention the costs. Just thinking about it makes Zhou Xiaoya feel pained. If her mom found out, she would definitely be angry. Making money from snacks is tough. The whole family works hard from dawn till dusk. Her sister-in-law is pregnant and still has to work hard, so Zhou Xiaoya feels she can't be so inconsiderate, although she really likes the clothes from the bottom of her heart. However, Chen Ying encourages Zhou Xiaoya to try them on. It won't cost her anything. Zhou Xiaoya was persuaded by Chen Ying and really took the clothes into the fitting room. She thought to herself that trying on such beautiful clothes would be enough to satisfy her. She wouldn't buy them. She would save the money for these clothes to buy milk powder for her little nephew after he was born. The clothes really looked great. Wearing them made Zhou Xiaoya appear even more elegant. Chen Ying thought it was nice and didn't give her sister-in-law a chance to refuse. She quickly paid, and by the time Zhou Xiaoya realized and tried to stop her, the sales assistant had already processed the payment. Chapter 58. The Zhou family has a good daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law, this dress is too expensive. I can't accept it. Zhou Xiaoya was so anxious that she was about to cry. Comrade, hello, could you please refund my sister-in-law? I don't want to buy this dress. The sales assistant in the department store looked at the two, her expression impatient. Should they buy it or not? One said yes, and the other said no. Was this some kind of joke? In this day and age, sales assistants in department stores don't have performance evaluations. They earn a fixed salary, so don't expect a good attitude from them. Of course you should take it, Chen Ying said with a smile, while Zhou Xiaoya was anxious to take off the dress. But Chen Ying stopped her. Xiaoya, don't take it off. You look good in it. A young and beautiful girl should dress nicely. Being with her 18-year-old sister-in-law made Chen Ying feel like she was 18 again. Seizing the moment when her sister-in-law wasn't paying attention, she ripped off the tag from the dress. Great, the tag fell off. Now there's no way to return it. Zhou Xiaoya's tears genuinely fell this time. Sister-in-law. The glimmer in Zhou Xiaoya's eyes was truly pitiful. The two dresses cost a total of 120 yuan, enough for the family's living expenses for 2 months. Zhou Xiaoya's expression was complicated, filled more with anxiety. Her brother used to be a wealthy man. Spending over 100 on a dress was nothing, right? Now, the family relied on selling snacks for income. Buying a dress meant the family would go several days without earnings. Wearing nice clothes made Zhou Xiaoya feel a heavy sense of guilt, thinking she was wasting the family's hard work. The young girl was straightforward, her thoughts written all over her face, and Chen Ying, an experienced professional, easily saw through Zhou Xiaoya's feelings. The little sister-in-law was so sensible it was heart-wrenching. It's still a simple age. In 30 or 40 years, where would you find such a sensible girl? Chen Ying used the situation with the dress to give Zhou Xiaoya a lesson. Xiaoya, it's just a dress. You're the most precious thing. Clothes have a price, but happiness is priceless. The greatest value of this dress is that it makes you happy. Chen Ying also told Zhou Zhaohui that when she dates in the future, she should look for a man who is willing to spend money on her and make sacrifices for her. Money is the best mirror. Don't listen to a man's sweet words. You've heard of false emotions, but have you heard of false money? A man's money is where his heart is. Your brother turns over all his earnings every day. Chen Ying felt quite proud. She was also slowly instilling some ideas in Zhou Zhaohui, hoping she wouldn't end up hurt by scumbags like in the stories. Zhou Zhaohui nodded eagerly. With tears still in her eyes, Chen Ying gently helped her wipe them away. No more tears. What if everyone thinks I bullied you when we go back? Chen Ying wanted to change the subject, but Zhou Zhaohui was very serious. No way. Sister-in-law treats me the best. As soon as she spoke, Zhou Zhaohui's voice choked, and tears were about to fall again. Meeting Chen Ying's gaze, she forced herself to hold them back. What sister-in-law said was right. If she cried too hard and left marks around her eyes, her family would suspect that her sister-in-law was bullying her. She couldn't cry. She couldn't let her sister-in-law be misunderstood. Then, since sister-in-law treats you so well, why don't you smile at her? Zhou Zhaohui broke into a smile. Thank you for the dress, sister-in-law. I like it very much. Chen Ying smiled back. A young girl should smile more. A vibrant and beautiful teenager should have a bright smile. The ready-to-wear clothes in the department store were indeed not cheap. If they were to buy a full outfit for everyone in the family based on Zhou Zhaohui's standards, it would cost 600 or 700 yuan. Chen Ying wasn't that extravagant. She was thinking about going to Yangcheng to wholesale clothes for her clothing business. Buying this outfit for her sister-in-law made Chen Ying more determined to go to Yangcheng soon for clothing procurement. Most people who could shop in department stores weren't short on money. As long as the styles and quality of the clothes were good and they could be matched well, selling them wouldn't be a problem. Chen Ying couldn't help but glance at her sister-in-law a couple more times. Zhou Zhaohui had a slim figure and a beautiful face. When she wore the new clothes from Yangcheng, she would definitely look like a model. Chen Ying wished she could wear them herself, but with her pregnant belly, she could only show off about 60% of her beauty. Chen Ying also went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fabric, preparing to make clothes at home. In this era, everyone wore clothes made by tailors. Both young girls and young wives had this skill. Even the mother-in-law had a sewing machine, and since the family didn't have a lot of money, making clothes from fabric was still feasible. At this time, resources were scarce, and people's lives were generally poor. Dual-income families couldn't afford to make clothes for everyone often. First, the economy didn't allow it, and second, they couldn't save up that many fabric coupons. Now it's better. In Hebei province, various coupons have been gradually abolished. For those that haven't been canceled, the restrictions aren't as strict as before. You can buy fabric without coupons, though the price is a bit higher. Buying fabric yourself is much cheaper. Chen Ying didn't buy fancy satin fabric, not because it was too expensive, but because the family was selling snacks, and that kind of clothing wasn't practical. The workers' blue fabric was quite good, only 2 yuan per meter, and the clothes made from it were durable. Zhou Zhaohui was very observant and helped carry things. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask her sister-in-law to buy her a set of clothes, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she swallowed them back. She didn't have any money, so she had no position to say such things. But she thought that when she got home, she would privately say some kind words to her brother, urging him to treat his sister-in-law well. Her sister-in-law was kind-hearted, buying fabric for the whole family to make clothes, and spending 120 yuan to buy her a dress. She wouldn't even spend money on herself. Her sister-in-law was just too good. She wanted to tell her brother this, and also share it with her parents, saying that the Zhou family had married a good daughter-in-law. If Chen Ying knew what her sister-in-law was thinking, she would probably smile helplessly. Sister, you're overthinking it. It's not that she can't bear to buy a new dress for herself. It's that she thinks the styles in the department store are just average, and their ISNTAP she likes so much that she can't walk away. Besides, she is pregnant, and her belly is growing bigger every day. Even if she buys a new dress now, she won't be able to wear it in a few days. And she still wants to go to Yangcheng to buy clothes. When she starts her clothing business, will she still lack new clothes to wear? She really isn't the kind of person to deprive herself. Her sister-in-law is misunderstanding. Even if Chen Ying didn't know Zhou Zhaohui's thoughts, she wouldn't explain it. This beautiful misunderstanding made her image more charming. Why explain? After the two finished shopping at the department store and the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Ying bought some fruits to take home. At this time, people were struggling to fill their stomachs and wouldn't pay much attention to healthy eating. Chen Ying, having come from a later time, wanted to cultivate healthy eating habits for her family. She planned to gradually influence everyone to develop good living habits, like how much carbohydrates, dietary fiber, and protein to include in each meal, and how much fruit to consume in a day. Chapter 59 gave the big fat meat to Zhou Zhaohui. When the two sisters-in-law returned home, Wei Hongmei had already prepared dinner. Normally, she wouldn't close her stall until all the ingredients were sold out. As for dinner, if they didn't want to eat spicy hot pot, they could just buy a couple of baked pancakes outside to get by. She wasn't thinking about her daughter-in-law, taking her daughter to shop at the department store, worried that if they came home to a cold stove, they would go hungry. Her husband was at home cooking, but when men cook, it's just for show. Her daughter-in-law was pregnant, and pregnant women need to eat more nutritious food. Eating spicy hot pot outside at least has a balance of meat and vegetables. According to her daughter-in-law, that's called a balanced diet. But at home, her husband was just serving cornmeal with pickles, which wasn't suitable for a pregnant woman to eat. The ingredients for spicy hot pot were either offal or fresh vegetables. And what wasn't sold today could be taken home to eat. Wei Hongmei also had her son cut 2 pounds of meat, planning to make red braised pork at home. After all the hard work of setting up the stall recently, she wanted to treat the whole family to something good. Wei Hongmei knew how to make red braised pork. Back in Yushu village, they hardly had meat to eat throughout the year. There weren't many ways to cook meat either. Most families would just add a piece of meat to their stir-fried dishes, and there wouldn't be many pieces in one plate. Otherwise, it would be cabbage and potatoes with a bit of meat stewed together just to get a taste of meat, with vegetables dominating. No family was extravagant enough to make red braised pork. Rural people had never even heard of it until her son became a wealthy household. And the whole family moved to the provincial capital. It was only when they went to the state-run restaurant that Wei Hongmei got to taste red braised pork. The bite was fatty but not greasy, and with each bite, the rich meat aroma filled her senses, providing immense satisfaction. This dish was something Wei Hongmei had put effort into researching, even learning skills from the chefs at the state-run restaurant. Now that her son was a wealthy household, the family could afford to buy meat, so she figured she could just make it herself. This was Wei Hongmei's signature dish. As soon as Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui entered the door, they were greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of meat. Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but swallow hard. "Mom, you made red braised pork?" Zhou Zhaohui was so happy today. First, her sister-in-law took her to the department store to buy new clothes, and now at home, her mom had made her signature dish, red braised pork. She felt so happy today. Before her brother fell from grace, they could eat meat every day. But since the family had fallen on hard times, Zhou Zhaohui hadn't had her mom's red braised pork in months. Now, smelling that familiar aroma felt like a century had passed. Wei Hongmei looked at her daughter's short-sleeved shirt and flared pants and sighed inwardly, realizing her daughter-in-law had spent quite a bit. She knew that flared pants had become popular in China due to the Japanese films Looking Homeward and The Chase, and even housewives like Wei Hongmei were influenced. She often saw young women on the street wearing flared pants and could easily guess they weren't cheap. And you let your sister-in-law spend money, Wei Hongmei thought helplessly. Zhou Zhaohui stuck out her tongue. "Sister-in-law, she's just being nice to me." "Mom, sister-in-law bought a lot of fabric to make new clothes for the whole family. It's really a blessing for our family that my brother could marry such a good sister-in-law." Zhou Zhaohui spoke sincerely, not wanting anyone to underestimate her understanding just because she was young. In Yushu village, she had seen plenty of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law arguments. In these times, families had many children and elders were less likely to be fair. Especially in families that hadn't split, the conflicts were even more intense. Some daughters-in-law would complain about their in-laws favoring other sons, and when the conflicts escalated, it wasn't just the daughter-in-laws arguing with their in-laws. Several daughters-in-law would fight among themselves, and even the brothers would join in. It was pointless to have a family quarrel like that. Their family was quite good, although they hadn't split. Her sister-in-law didn't cause much trouble. She thought, now that my younger brother is in school, isn't it fine that my older brother had money in the past? Now that the family has fallen, supporting a student in school costs a lot of money, and sister-in-law has no complaints. In the countryside, especially in families that hadn't split, the sisters-in-law often had opinions when younger siblings went to school. Any extra money spent by the younger siblings meant less for their own families. People are selfish, and once money is involved, all sorts of ugly faces can be seen. Her sister-in-law was really great, even spending over 100 yuan to buy clothes for her younger sister-in-law. How could Zhou Zhaohui not like Chen Ying? Thinking about her son's words, Wei Hongmei smiled too. The bond between the two sisters-in-law was good, and as a mother, she was happy. The whole family was cheerful. Even if they had to eat rough food, they were still very happy. For dinner, the main dish was red braised pork, along with a spicy hot pot. And the staple food was cornmeal steamed buns made by her mother-in-law. At this time, cornmeal was used because there was little white flour at home, so they added some coarse grains. Chen Ying actually liked this way of eating. Mixing coarse and fine grains was very beneficial for health. Wei Hongmei served meat to Chen Ying, daughter-in-law. Eat some meat. Zhou Zhaohui quickly chimed in. Sister-in-law, you have to try it. Red braised pork is Mom's specialty. As Zhou Zhaohui spoke, she had already taken a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth. So delicious. She felt like she could swallow her tongue along with it, her eyes squinting in enjoyment. Chen Ying nodded, but felt a bit troubled looking at the meat in her bowl. These days, everyone liked fatty meat, with low living standards. Common people didn't have much fat in their bellies, so if they could get some fatty meat when buying, rural women would feel proud for a long time. Red braised pork was indeed delicious when made with streaky pork. But Chen Ying didn't eat fatty meat. She hadn't eaten it even before the story began. If there was a bit of fatty meat, it would only be in meat sandwiches, where the fatty meat was chopped up, making it less greasy, or in dumpling fillings, where it was a mix of 30 fat and 70 lean. Wei Hongmei just happened to serve her the biggest piece of fatty meat. Chen Ying knew her mother-in-law meant well. These days, everyone thought fatty meat was nutritious, and this was her mother-in-law giving her the best. There was only a little bit of lean meat on top, and seeing the whole family eating meat heartily, Chen Ying knew that if she just ate the lean meat and discarded the fatty part, it would be a waste. This was the 1980s, a time of scarcity. If it were before the story began, she could have easily bitten off the lean meat and thrown the fatty part away. Chen Ying looked at her husband and decided to give the meat in her bowl to Zhou Zhaohui. Looking at the meat in the bowl and seeing his wife smile, Zhou Zhaohui was momentarily taken aback. You've worked hard during this time. Eat some meat. Chen Ying smiled at him, knowing it wasn't good to say she didn't like fatty meat. It would hurt her mother-in-law's feelings. After all, her mother-in-law had kindly served her the biggest piece of fatty meat. Daughter-in-law, don't mind him. We bought 2 pounds of meat today. Let's all eat. Wei Hongmei saw that Chen Ying had taken the red braised pork she served and given it to her son, feeling very pleased inside. That piece of meat was what she considered the best. Now that her daughter-in-law gave it to her son, was it because she cared for him? Every mother-in-law in the world hopes her son finds a gentle, kind, and understanding daughter-in-law who takes good care of her son. Wei Hongmei was no exception. Seeing the couple's good relationship, she couldn't help but say, Zhaohui, don't just eat for yourself. Quickly serve some meat to Ying. Chen Ying wanted to say it wasn't necessary. She had just managed to give the big piece of fatty meat to Zhou Zhaohui and now. But Zhou Zhaohui's actions warmed Chen Ying's heart. Chapter 60. The meat my husband picks is tastier. Zhou Zhaohui picked a piece of braised pork for Chen Ying, thoughtfully removing the fat with his chopsticks and only giving her the lean meat. Mom's braised pork is pretty good. You should try it. The man smiled, and Chen Ying returned the smile. Their eyes met, and everything was unspoken. Chen Ying took a bite of the meat and found it delicious. Nowadays, pigs are raised for a year before being slaughtered, and the meat is tender and flavorful, much better than the pork from pigs raised for 3 months in later times. How is it? The man looked at Chen Ying expectantly. Chen Ying nodded. It's really good. Mom's cooking is amazing. She silently added in her heart. The meat my husband picks is even tastier. Zhou Zhaohui smiled gently, while Zhou Zhaohui felt goosebumps. Can't these two stop showing off their affection everywhere? Not caring about the occasion, with the whole family watching? In the past, Zhou Zhaohui would have mocked Chen Ying for being a vixen, flirting with her brother during meals. But now she just felt the couple was sweet, and she was happy for them. Wei Hongmei and Zhou Wenshan remained calm. Youth is wonderful. When she was younger, she and Lao Zhou were also very sweet, but after having children, they focused all their energy on the 3 kids and rarely had sweet moments. Ying, if it's good, eat more. If you want to eat, Mom will make it for you. Wei Hongmei smiled, and Zhou Xiaoya and Zhou Zhaohui were delighted to hear that their mom would make braised pork. Thank you, Mom, Chen Ying said obediently. Zhou Zhaohui picked a few more pieces of meat for Chen Ying, again removing the fat. As his wife served him meat, Zhou Zhaohui felt happy, but also noticed the slight sadness between Chen Ying's brows. The little woman didn't like fatty meat. He could see her pursed lips and conflicted expression. When you love someone, you notice everything about her, just like Zhou Zhaohui, whose gaze never left his wife during meals. Otherwise, how would he know Chen Ying's true feelings? The whole family was satisfied after the meal, and with a little bit of braised pork sauce left in the dish, Zhou Xiaodi cleaned it up with corn buns. Wei Hongmei also realized that her daughter-in-law probably didn't like fatty meat. Next time she makes braised pork, she will buy an extra 2 pounds of lean meat. Wei Hongmei didn't think Chen Ying was being too picky by not eating fatty meat. After all, it was normal for a pregnant woman to have a delicate palate. Some pregnant women suffer from severe nausea, unable to eat anything or even tolerate any oily smell. But her daughter-in-law was much better, and the little grandson in her belly was well-behaved. Wei Hongmei, as a mother-in-law, genuinely accepted Chen Ying, so naturally, everything she did was good. In this regard, Zhou Xiaoya agreed with her mother. After having a bit too much for dinner, Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui went outside for a walk. After Wei Hongmei finished washing the pot, she asked her daughter, Xiaoya, how much did your sister-in-law spend on the clothes she bought for you today? Zhou Xiaoya told her the price of the clothes, mentioning that the half-sleeve top and flare pants cost 120 yuan. Zhou Wenshan and Zhou Yonghui, who were sitting nearby, gasped. 120 yuan? That's too expensive. Wei Hongmei's expression changed as well. Child, why are you so clueless? Such expensive clothes, and your sister-in-law had to buy them for you. 120 yuan is not just 2 yuan. The whole family could eat for 2 months with that amount. Zhou Xiaoya felt a bit wronged and explained the situation. I just wanted to try it on. I didn't plan to buy it, but my sister-in-law insisted on getting it for me. She recounted what happened, saying she hadn't even reacted when her sister-in-law paid for it and tore off the tag, making it impossible to return the clothes now. Zhou Wenshan lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs, then exhaled heavily. Zhou Xiaoya continued praising Chen Ying, saying, sister-in-law is really nice. She bought me clothes and even fabric to make clothes for everyone, but she didn't even buy herself anything. Sister-in-law also told me that girls should treat themselves well. Just because it's hard now doesn't mean it will be sweet later, but if it's sweet now, then it's sweet. Zhou Xiaoya thought Chen Ying's words made sense and shared them with her family. Zhou Wenshan nodded, that's a good girl. Wei Hongmei shot her husband a look and said, your daughter-in-law used to have a bit of temper, but when things got tough for Zhaohui, she was willing to stay and live with him. She's naturally a good woman. You have no ambition at all, just know how to smoke. When your daughter-in-law comes back, you must not smoke. Secondhand smoke is not good for pregnant women. Fortunately, Zhaohui doesn't smoke. Otherwise, having 2 smokers at home would affect the daughter-in-law, Wei Hongmei thought. Zhou Wenshan nodded. I know. He wasn't blind. He never smoked when his daughter-in-law was home. Xiaoya, since this dress was bought by your sister-in-law, you should wear it well. But in the future, if you two go to the department store again, don't just take any clothes you see. Zhou Wenshan reminded his daughter. Life at home is not what it used to be. Once your sister-in-law gives birth, there will be one more mouth to feed. Although the small snack stall business was doing well, his daughter-in-law had previously mentioned that spicy hot pot could only be done in warm weather. When it got cold, the business would be difficult. In winter in Jibei province, temperatures dropped below 20 degrees, making it impossible to set up a stall. I know, she wasn't a 3-year-old child. How could she be so clueless? Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying strolled into a nearby park, and on the way, Chen Ying couldn't help but ask the man, how did you know I don't like eating fatty meat? Zhou Zhaohui shared the details he had observed. Chen Ying nodded, thinking this guy was quite attentive. No one in the family had noticed, but he was the first to figure it out. Wait, was her behavior so obvious? It shouldn't be. She wasn't a 3-year-old child who would wear her emotions on her face. So, the man had been paying attention to her all along, which made her heart feel sweet. This feeling of being cared for was really nice. They entered the park and came across a swing set, which made Chen Ying look over curiously. Do you want to swing? Chen Ying initially wanted to decline, thinking about how old she was. But then she nodded, okay. So, Chen Ying sat on the swing, while Zhou Zhaohui gently pushed from behind. A handsome man and a beautiful woman truly made a stunning sight. Before reading this book, Chen Ying was also from a rural background and had never swung on a swing as a child. She had only seen swings on TV. The male lead gently pushed the female lead on the swing, and that scene was so beautiful. In her youth, Chen Ying had fantasized about meeting her Prince Charming, who would gently push her on the swing. She squinted her eyes, enjoying the beautiful moment. So could this be considered the realization of her youthful romantic dream? Chapter 61. Make a wish upon a shooting star. Zhou Zhaohui is definitely a tall, rich, and handsome Prince Charming. She recalled the short video she had seen in her future life, where handsome men and beautiful women strolled happily with their children. A family of 3 enjoying a blissful life. How many people envied such a romantic life? As she gently swayed on the swing, Chen Ying felt a wave of softness in her heart. "Husband, I'm so happy." Zhou Zhaohui smiled. "As long as you're happy." He even asked Chen Ying if he should adjust the strength with which he pushed her. "Just push me a little higher, just a bit more." If she weren't pregnant, Chen Ying would have let Zhou Zhaohui push her even higher. The man was not unaware of the balance. And with a slight increase in force, Chen Ying burst into laughter. Her bright laughter echoed through the park, attracting quite a few onlookers. Handsome men and beautiful women always draw attention more easily. Not far away, Tian Yumeng tightly pursed her lips. The scene was too beautiful. The 2 bullies who had bullied her were paraded around, sentenced to 20 years, and Tian Yumeng felt relieved, wanting to share this good news with her benefactor. She went to the cinema entrance, but found Chen Ying and Zhou Xiaoya were not there. She was happy and was about to approach when Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou's mother decided to pack up and leave. Unsure of her feelings, she followed them to their doorstep, keeping her distance lest she be discovered. Zhou Zhaohui did not notice her trailing behind. With Chen Ying and Zhou Xiaoya not at the stall, Tian Yumeng initially wanted to invite Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou's mother to a state-run restaurant for a meal to thank Zhou Zhaohui for saving her last time. A meal for 3 at the state-run restaurant would cost about 10 yuan. If she invited 2 more people, she didn't know how much more it would cost. The mother and daughter relied on each other, and Tian Yumeng didn't have much money either. She was a bit reluctant to treat 2 more people. After all, it was Zhou Zhaohui who saved her, not Chen Ying. She thought it was enough to just thank Zhou Zhaohui. She had a bowl of bone noodle from a street stall for 3 mao and was about to head home when her feet disobeyed her, leading her towards the Zhou family's direction. Just then, she saw Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui out for a stroll. She followed them into the park, keeping her distance so as not to be discovered. Watching Zhou Zhaohui push Chen Ying on the swing, envy etched on her face. The past few nights, she and T slept well, constantly dreaming about the events in that small alley. At the crucial moment, Zhou Zhaohui had descended from the sky and rescued her from the 2 bullies. Since childhood, Tian Yumeng had admired capable heroes. When she heard about Wu Song fighting a tiger, she fantasized about marrying a hero like Wu Song in the future. Her father was a tyrant at home, disdainful of her for being a girl. Since she could remember, whenever he got drunk, he would hit her mother, calling her a bad luck charm for giving birth to a worthless daughter and ruining his family line. In rural areas, people favored sons over daughters. Those without sons were often ridiculed. Whenever Tian Dali was unhappy, he would beat and scold the mother and daughter. During their time in the Tian family, Tian's mother often bore bruises from being beaten by Tian Dali. If only Zhou Zhaohui didn't have a wife. What a wonderful man he was. If she could marry him, she would definitely be very happy, but unfortunately, he was married. Tian Yumeng glanced at the 2 again before turning to leave. These past few days, her heart had been in turmoil. She hated the widow who destroyed her family. If it weren't for that woman, her father wouldn't have driven them out of the house. Although life in the Tian family wasn't great, at least it was a complete family. Now, the mother and daughter went to the provincial city to make a living without any man in the house. 2 women living together was very inconvenient. When they hadn't been kicked out, even though her father was a gambling addict, no one dared to bully them. Why do rural people want sons? One reason is the old feudal mindset. Rural areas need labor. The main reason is that without a man in the house, they are easily bullied. The mother and daughter rented a place in the provincial city and endured some humiliation. In these times, divorce was a disgrace. After being kicked out of the Tian family, They returned to the mother's family, but their grandparents wouldn't let them in, ashamed of their divorced daughter. They stayed at the eldest uncle's house for 2 days, but the eldest aunt was afraid they would stay and eat for free, and spoke very harshly, so they couldn't stay there either. As for the mother's other siblings, upon hearing that they had been kicked out, they kept their distance, afraid they would cling to them. The villagers, upon hearing that they had been thrown out, gossiped behind their backs, saying her mother must have been unfaithful to be driven away by her father. Some even said her mother was useless and couldn't bear a son and deserved to be divorced. This world is unfair to women. Not having a son is like an original sin. Unable to stay in the village, the mother and daughter had to endure hardships to make a living in the provincial city. The hurt caused by rumors is no less damaging than physical blows. The former torments the mind, while the latter hurts the body. The emotional scars are just as impactful as physical wounds. If she were a boy, hearing those gossiping neighbors slandering her mother, she could easily throw a punch at them. But now, the mother and daughter could only endure. Her mother even comforted her, telling her to let them talk. It wouldn't cost them anything. When she was pinned down by the 2 bullies and her clothes were torn, Tian Yumeng felt despair. When Zhou Zhaohui appeared and saved her from the bullies, her heart fluttered. At that moment, the heroic figure she had fantasized about merged with the Zhou Zhaohui before her. A hero saving a damsel in distress. From then on, they would start a beautiful romance together. Isn't that how stories are written? She had feelings for her benefactor, but her benefactor had a wife and would soon have children. Tian Yumeng couldn't miss Chen Ying's noticeable pregnancy. They say giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell. What if something happened to Chen Ying during childbirth? Tian Yumeng didn't want to think further. She felt so despicable. Zhou Zhaohui was her savior. How could she have such terrible thoughts? She disliked this side of herself. She stumbled, almost falling. Raising her head, the sky was slowly darkening, and Tian Yumeng quickened her pace, wanting to hurry home. If she encountered the bullies again, she wouldn't have the same luck as before. The two were unaware that Tian Yumeng had come by and quietly left. Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui strolled outside for a while before stepping back home under the moonlight. In the 1980s, there weren't as many streetlights as in the future, but the city's starry sky was beautiful. Twinkling stars filled the sky. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across, and Chen Ying quickly closed her eyes to make a wish. When she opened her eyes, she met Zhou Zhaohui's smiling gaze. "What did you wish for?" Zhou Zhaohui asked gently. Chen Ying lightly huffed. Wishes lose their magic when spoken. The man reached for her hand, saying, "Maybe I can help you fulfill your wish." Zhou Zhaohui winked like a big bad wolf, trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood. Chen Ying's heart stirred, and then she laughed. "That's a secret." Chapter 62. When the child is born, you must compensate me well. What wish did Chen Ying make? At the moment the meteor streaked across the sky, only 8 words flashed through Chen Ying's mind. Hold your hand and grow old together. Zhou Zhaohui was right. This wish required the cooperation of both parties to be fulfilled. Chen Ying chuckled, thinking of the original book's female lead, Tian Yumeng. Her eyes darkened at the thought of Tian Yumeng's ambiguous words about Zhou Zhaohui. Did she have feelings for him? And what about him? Would he also develop feelings for Tian Yumeng? Chen Ying shook off her chaotic thoughts. Why worry about things that hadn't happened yet? That would only bring her self-discomfort. When faced with problems, she would think of ways to solve them. She wasn't the type to back down. Life is short, only about 30,000 days. Cherishing the present and enjoying life is the way to go. With that time, she might as well think more about how to make money. As she stroked her rounded belly, she reminded herself that as a parent, she needed to work hard to create better conditions for her child. It's not enough to say that children will have their own fortunes. That's not a responsible mindset. The efforts of one generation can't be compared to the accumulated efforts of several generations. Before she entered the book, her parents didn't let her start at the finish line. After entering the book, the supporting character was also born ordinary. She didn't have the fate of being a rich second generation, so she had to work hard to create better conditions for her child to start ahead. Thinking this way, Chen Ying's expression softened. Zhou Zhaohui truly adored his wife's little appearance. Every gesture stirred his heart. He noticed her rubbing her legs and, being very perceptive, squatted down and said, Wife, come on, I'll carry you back. Chen Ying's eyes curved into a smile. This guy was quite observant. After walking for a while, she was indeed a bit tired. Having been carried by the male lead before, it felt familiar. Chen Ying stepped forward and climbed onto Zhou Zhaohui's back. Zhou Zhaohui stood up steadily, thinking that his wife was still too thin. He would tell his mother to make more delicious food for her to replenish her health. When they reached the entrance of their home, Chen Ying asked him to put her down. Would her family think she was too delicate if they saw Zhou Zhaohui carrying her? The man complied, squatting down to let the little woman down gently. Chen Ying was overthinking. Why worry about being seen by her family? Once inside the courtyard, they found that the lights in her in-laws and sister-in-law's rooms were off, while the light in her brother-in-law's room was still on. He was probably still studying. At this time, there weren't many entertainment activities, and since there was no television at home, many people went to bed around 9 o'clock. It was a good habit, unlike later generations, where many stayed up late. Chen Ying quite liked the lifestyle of the 1980s. Once the couple returned to their room, Chen Ying took out an iron box from a drawer, counted the money inside, and realized that after more than half a month of selling at the market, along with her previous savings, they had over 1,000 yuan in savings at home. She then shared her plan to start a clothing business. Today, she spent 120 yuan on bell-bottom pants and short sleeve for her younger sister. And after deducting the cost of clothing and rent, there would still be at least half the profit left. She planned to rely on selling at the market initially, saving on rent, which would yield even more profit. Chen Ying had a premonition that the clothing industry would thrive for at least several more decades. Many successful figures in the 1980s started by reselling clothing. Now, urban workers earned only a few dozen yuan a month, while many stall owners had quietly become 10,000 yuan households. Being ahead by one step meant being ahead in every subsequent step. As long as these early affluent individuals did not experience irreversible investment mistakes or get involved in vice, they would only become richer, widening the gap between the rich and the ordinary. Zhou Zhaohui had already recognized the potential in the clothing business. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Liang Hai 10,000 yuan to go to Yangcheng to purchase clothing. Thinking of his childhood friend running away with the money, Zhou Zhaohui felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If he hadn't given Liang Hai the 10,000 yuan, their family wouldn't have fallen into hardship, and Chen Ying would still be living a comfortable life as before. How could they be troubled by money? The thought of trusting the wrong person and making his family suffer made Zhou Zhaohui's heart ache painfully. I'm sorry. The man's face was filled with guilt. Chen Ying was bewildered. She was talking about the clothing business, so why was he suddenly apologizing? Wife, I made you suffer alongside me. Zhou Zhaohui gently stroked his wife's hair, silently telling himself that he must work hard to earn money so that his wife and child could live a good life. Chen Ying was taken aback. This guy was truly sentimental at any moment. If we talk about their marriage, it was the female supporting character who shamelessly plotted against the male lead, making Zhou Zhaohui the victim, right? She wasn't unreasonable, so how could she blame anyone? Moreover, Chen Ying didn't feel like she was suffering. Compared to the future, the Zhou family's living standards surely couldn't compare, but compared to other families in the 1980s, the Zhou family was already living quite well. Let us not even mention farmers. Whether it was 1983 or 40 years later, farmers' lives hadn't improved much. In later years, corn would sell for 1 yuan per gene, sometimes even less than 1 yuan, while a bottle of mineral water cost more than 1 yuan. With the costs of seeds and fertilizers added together, farmers worked all year round only to end up exhausted without making much profit. In the 1980s, good-performing units could earn a couple of hundred yuan a month combined, and if they didn't eat or drink all year, they could save a few thousand yuan. But who could really live without spending anything? A spicy hot pot stall could sell around 200 bowls a day, with a gross profit of 100 yuan. After deducting costs, there would still be at least 60% profit, earning 60 yuan a day, which would total 1,800 yuan a month. Even if due to weather reasons they could only operate for a few months a year, they could still earn several thousand yuan, while farmers struggled to make even that from the land. This was the beautiful price environment of 1983, where the smallest denomination of money was counted in fun. At this time, money was valuable, The largest banknote was the 10 yuan Great Unity note, and several thousand yuan, stacked thickly, felt quite substantial. Zhou Zhaohui even handed all the money to her. This life was simply delightful. What are you talking about? We are a couple. When a couple works together, they can achieve great things. If you say this kind of thing again in the future, I'll be angry. Chen Ying pouted like a proud little princess. Zhou Zhaohui was charmed by her delicate appearance, feeling a stir in his heart. He couldn't help but lean in closer. Somehow their lips met, and Chen Ying cursed Zhou Zhaohui for being unprincipled, taking the chance to sneak an attack while she wasn't paying attention. But her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, responding warmly to his kiss. Why should she panic? Kissing her own husband was perfectly legal. Her body arched into an S shape, and Zhou Zhaohui reached to touch Chen Ying's chest. It had grown quite a bit. One hand couldn't cover it all, and some was spilling out. Though it was appropriate for a pregnant wife to engage in more intimate actions, kissing and touching were still fine, right? After the kiss ended, both were breathless, their lips and teeth brushing against each other in an intimate dance. Chen Ying felt shy and didn't dare to look into Zhou Zhaohui's eyes. However, Zhou Zhaohui was unabashed, holding the woman in his arms and unwilling to let go. When a child is born, you must compensate me well. Chapter 63. Go sleep on the floor. Boom! Chen Ying's entire face turned red. This guy was really too shameless. Although she was still a young lady at heart, she had some theoretical experience. This guy clearly wanted to have a deeper exchange with her. There's nothing wrong with deeper exchanges, especially since Zhou Zhaohui was so handsome and her legal husband. She had heard that love between a man and a woman was beautiful. Although Chen Ying had never experienced it, she was very much looking forward to it. Once the baby was born, they would be a couple, and intimacy would naturally follow. Right? But why did he have to say it out loud? Oh my, how embarrassing. Wasn't it said that the atmosphere in the 1980s was conservative? Male lead. You are not conservative at all. What do you think about starting a clothing business? Chen Ying awkwardly changed the subject, her little hand mischievously circling on the man's chest. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. I agree. He had already been optimistic about the clothing business. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Liang Hai 10,000 yuan to go to Yang City. Now that his wife mentioned wanting to start a clothing business, he felt they were truly in sync and was very happy. Let's go to Yang City to buy wholesale clothes. Seeing the man agree, Chen Ying quickly added, there is a wholesale market in Jingbei. In Yanshan City is close to Jingbei. It only takes 4 to 5 hours by train. However, Chen Ying didn't plan to go to Jingbei for wholesale clothing. All the other vendors went to the Jingbei wholesale market to get goods, and the same items wouldn't have any competitive edge. If they were to start a clothing business, they needed to create unique products. It shouldn't be about customers picking her goods, but rather her choosing her customers. Zhou Zhaohui also thought of this and agreed wholeheartedly. All right, I'll go to Yang City in the next few days to bring back some clothes to sell. You stay home and wait for me. The man kissed the woman on the forehead. But Chen Ying voiced her thoughts. I want to go to Yang City with you. Zhou Zhaohui's tone was firm. No way. Jingbei Province and Yang City were on opposite sides. It would take at least 70 to 80 hours of train travel back and forth. His wife was pregnant. How could she endure that? These days, train tickets were also not easy to buy. People had to go to the train station 2 or 3 days in advance to queue for tickets. And many ended up with standing tickets, unable to even get hard seats. As a big man, even if Zhou Zhaohui couldn't get hard seat, he would have to stand all the way to Yang City. How could his wife, with a big belly, bear such hardship? Zhou Zhaohui's refusal was very resolute. No matter how Chen Ying acted cute or pouted, the man wouldn't budge an inch. Chen Ying felt very wronged. Even in Yang City, not every style sold well. How could a big man like him choose clothes better than her? If the styles weren't new, what was the point of having stock accumulating? The capital was originally not abundant, and even if they went to Yang City once, they couldn't bring back many clothes. If the styles were new and beautiful, only then would every piece sold be money. Only if the goods were good enough would customers be willing to pay. Then let us hold off on the clothing business for now. Let's focus on the spicy hot pot first. Don't worry, my wife. I'll work hard to earn money, and one tea let you and the baby suffer. The little woman felt wronged, and Zhou Zhaohui's voice softened. He couldn't bear to see his wife angry, could he? Chen Ying was still very unhappy, I can't be bothered with you. As she got into bed, turning her back to the man, her shoulders shaking slightly, clearly still angry. Zhou Zhaohui sighed and quietly got into bed, but Chen Ying turned her head. I feel uncomfortable seeing you. You sleep on the floor? Chen Ying glared at him. Zhou Zhaohui sighed. She was really angry this time. The man had no complaints and obediently went to sleep on the floor. His wife was pregnant. As long as she could calm down, sleeping on the floor was nothing. Chen Ying actually wanted the man to go sleep outside, out of sight, out of mind. It was late at night, and everyone in the house was asleep. Letting the man sleep outside would disturb others. Besides, there was no need to let everyone know about their little quarrel. Watching Zhou Zhaohui go sleep on the floor, Chen Ying felt like she was hitting a pillow with her fists, so powerless. Why was this guy so stubborn? She was now over 5 months pregnant, and the baby was stable. It wasn't the early stages of pregnancy, so what was wrong with going to Yang City? Chen Ying lay in bed, knowing the man was worried about her, and felt bad in her heart, tossing and turning. Ultimately, it was a pregnant woman with a baby in her belly, and soon fell asleep. On the other hand, Zhou Zhaohui, sleeping on the floor, couldn't sleep a wink all night. The next day, the family felt the strange atmosphere between the young couple. Zhou Zhaohui had big dark circles under his eyes, and the bloodshot whites of his eyes were a clear sign he and T slept well. As for Chen Ying, she looked listless as well. During breakfast, Zhou Zhaohui peeled eggs and served dishes to Chen Ying, but the little woman responded with indifference. It was clear she was still upset. Zhou Zhaohui felt a headache coming on. His wife was very stubborn and wouldn't easily change her mind once she had made it up. Zhou Xiaoye and Zhou Yonghui exchanged glances, realizing that the sister-in-law and elder brother were quarreling. The two shared a silent understanding, then lowered their heads quietly, eating their meals without daring to make a sound. It must be that elder brother annoyed sister-in-law, Zhou Xiaoye thought, her heart completely siding with Chen Ying. Wei Hongmei also exchanged glances with her husband, realizing that the young couple was having a conflict, and the atmosphere didn't seem right. After breakfast, Chen Ying said she felt a bit tired and wanted to rest at home, so she wouldn't go to the market. Naturally, the family had no objections. Wei Hongmei even suggested that Zhou Xiaoye stay behind to keep her company, but Chen Ying refused, as she wasn't really unwell. She just didn't want to see someone. Zhou Zhaohui was so good. If he had a big fight with her, Chen Ying might have vented her anger a bit. Now, no matter how she made things difficult, he had no complaints, just a firm attitude not letting her go to Yang City. Wasn't that infuriating? After breakfast, Chen Ying returned to her room and closed the door. Zhou Xiaoye looked at her elder brother. Brother, did you annoy sister-in-law? Zhou Zhaohui was already feeling troubled, and hearing this, he responded irritably, no. Zhou Xiaoye muttered a few words, certain that elder brother must have done something unlikable for sister-in-law to be upset. On the way to the market, Wei Hongmei added a few words. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. You, as a big man, should be a bit more accommodating to her and not let her get angry. Wei Hongmei understood her son well. He wasn't unreasonable. When a young couple had conflicts, it was mostly on the daughter-in-law's side. It wasn't that Wei Hongmei was biased towards her son. She knew her own child well. She had been pregnant too, and a pregnant woman's emotions could sometimes be inexplicable. When a woman is pregnant, her mood can fluctuate greatly, and as a husband, one should be more accommodating. Don't argue with her, or else her mood will worsen. Pregnancy is tough. Stretch marks appear on the belly, and later on, the body can swell, and sometimes there could be leg cramps at night, making it hard to sleep. Due to hormonal changes, spots can also appear on the face. Some women find that the spots fade after giving birth, while for others, they remain. It mainly depends on individual constitution. Wei Hongmei talked a lot about the difficulties of pregnancy, urging her son to be more accommodating towards Chen Ying, even if she was being unreasonable. Zhou Zhaohui should let her have her way. However, Zhou Zhaohui's next reaction left Wei Hongmei and her daughter stunned. Chapter 64. He didn't want to keep sleeping on the floor. Mom, when my little sister goes set up the stall, I have something to take care of. After saying this, Zhou Zhaohui hurriedly handed the stall items to the two of them and ran off before they could react. This left Wei Hongmei and Zhou Xiaoye staring at each other in surprise. Big brother, is he going home to coax his wife? After a while, Zhou Xiaoye asked her mother. Wei Hongmei nodded. Daughter, let's go. We'll give your big brother a day off. She hoped her son would put in some effort and quickly comfort his obedient daughter-in-law, Wei Hongmei thought. If Zhou Zhaohui found out, he would definitely ask, "Am I your son, or is Chen Ying your daughter?" Wei Hongmei would certainly reply, "So what if your wife gave you children, her figure has changed, and she worries about her looks? It's hard work for her, so why shouldn't I, as her mother-in-law, care for her a bit more?" Wei Hongmei was a woman herself and understood how tough pregnancy can be. She also had a daughter and believed in metaphysics. If she treated her daughter-in-law well, she believed that when her daughter got married, she would also meet a good mother-in-law. In the end, Wei Hongmei was a kind-hearted person. It was Chen Ying's luck to encounter such a family. Zhou Zhaohui ran back home, panting. Chen Ying was sunbathing in the yard. When she saw him, she was first taken aback and then turned her head away. "Is she still angry?" Zhou Zhaohui sighed and walked up to her, reaching for her hand. Chen Ying shook him off a couple of times but couldn't get free. He held on tightly. "Let go of me. This annoying man. Is he trying to use his charm on her?" She wouldn't be easily swayed. She had principles. Chen Ying told herself this, even though her attitude softened a little. "Wife, do you really have to do the clothing business? Do you really have to go to Yancheng with me?" Zhou Zhaohui asked seriously, staring into her eyes. As they locked eyes, Chen Ying saw her own reflection in his gaze, feeling a sense of connection between them. She nodded yes. "I want to go to Yancheng with you to choose clothes." Chen Ying was also very determined. It's just a few days on the train. Before she transmigrated, she had done sales. It wasn't like she hadn't worked hard before. In sales, the company's motto was to treat women like men and men like livestock. Sales come with performance evaluations, and the pressure is huge every day, leading to acne and insomnia, which even made her menstrual cycle irregular. She wasn't a delicate queen. She had strength and means. Back to the point. "But what about your health?" Zhou Zhaohui hesitated. Although many rural women work while pregnant, and some even give birth in the fields, which is not uncommon, there are such cases in Yushikin. He couldn't bear to let his wife suffer. His tone softened. It seemed promising. Chen Ying no longer maintained a straight face and smiled at him. This was the first time she smiled at him today, and Zhou Zhaohui couldn't help but blink. His wife looked really beautiful when she smiled. He hoped she could keep smiling. Chen Ying straightened her belly and rolled up her sleeves to show off her non-existent muscles. She patted her arm. "I'm in great shape, and besides, moderate exercise is good for the baby. Many women in the countryside work while pregnant. I'm just going a little far. What's the big deal? The baby is over 5 months old, and the pregnancy is stable. Don't worry, it'll be absolutely fine." Chen Ying patted her chest in assurance, her eyes blinking as if saying, "Come on, just agree with me." Zhou Zhaohui averted his gaze. He was afraid that if he kept looking into Chen Ying's eyes, he would surrender. "All right, let's go to the hospital first and have the doctor check your health. If the doctor says you can travel far, then I'll let you go to Yancheng with me." He finally relented. His mother was right. Pregnancy was tough, and he didn't want his wife to be gloomy all day. Chen Ying's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded. "If the doctor disagrees, then you stay home to take care of the baby, and don't even think about going to Yancheng, and you can't be angry either." There were conditions. Chen Ying automatically ignored that part. The female character's physical condition was still pretty good. She was born in the countryside and had done her fair share of farm work before. Plus, she was still young, so her physical condition was definitely better than it was before she transmigrated. "Got it," Chen Ying said impatiently. Why was this guy so talkative? He didn't have the slightest air of a high and mighty tycoon. The two went to a health clinic in the provincial city, where the doctor, a middle-aged woman, checked Chen Ying's health. The doctor was smiling and seemed very familiar. "Your wife has good physical condition, and the baby is doing well. Just go home and take care of the pregnancy, and keep a happy mood." Chen Ying looked at Zhou Zhaohui triumphantly. She knew her body was fine. However, Zhou Zhaohui asked the doctor, "Doctor, can my wife travel far?" "It's about a 70 to 80-hour train ride," he added. The doctor glanced at Chen Ying, then responded to Zhou Zhaohui, "Principally, there's no problem. The fetus is very healthy. Not only can she travel far, but even having intercourse is fine." Ahem. At that moment, a few crows flew overhead, and Zhou Zhaohui's face turned bright red. Chen Ying felt a bit shy too. Wasn't it said that the 1980s were conservative? Was this doctor so open-minded? However, she couldn't care about being shy. Now that the doctor said she could travel far, Zhou Zhaohui couldn't possibly oppose her going to Yangcheng, right? Chen Ying walked out of the doctor's office with a light step, eager not to be slow, fearing that the female doctor would say something embarrassing. Zhou Zhaohui, however, wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked the female doctor some precautions for pregnant women, focusing on the precautions for intercourse. For every sentence the doctor said, he noted it down. Watching Zhou Zhaohui seriously taking notes outside the door made Chen Ying's heart soften. She touched her round belly. Baby, Daddy loves us very much. If Chen Ying knew that Zhou Zhaohui was noting down the doctor's advice on various positions for intercourse, she wouldn't know what to think. In any case, it's essential to keep the pregnant woman in a good mood, and during marital life, attention must also be paid to the pregnant woman's feelings, the female doctor patiently advised. People are visual creatures. Seeing a couple with good looks and charm, the female doctor couldn't help but talk a bit more. Zhou Zhaohui eagerly agreed, then thanked the doctor before leaving. Chen Ying was already waiting at the door. When she saw him come out, she quickly went up to pull his arm. The doctor said, I can travel far. You must promise me to go to Yangcheng. The little woman looked at him eagerly. Zhou Zhaohui nodded. How could he not agree? He had a premonition that if he didn't agree to his wife's trip to Yangcheng, he might as well forget about being intimate with her before the baby was born. He certainly didn't want to keep sleeping on the floor. I'll go get the introduction letter and then buy tickets at the train station. You just wait for me at home. However, Chen Ying's reaction made the man feel quite helpless. Chapter 65, I'm going with you. I'm going with you. What if Zhou Zhaohui changes his mind halfway and buys a ticket to go to Yangcheng by himself? That's not impossible, right? It's safer to go together. The little woman's eyes darted around. Zhou Zhaohui wasn't foolish. After thinking carefully, he guessed the little woman's thoughts. All right, I'll listen to you. They first went to the street office to get an introduction letter. Upon hearing that they were going to Yangcheng, the staff kindly reminded them to be vigilant on the journey, as various situations could arise. There are human traffickers on trains who use sweet words to lure people away and abduct them. In this era, people are simple-hearted, and there are many good-hearted individuals. Chen Ying sincerely thanked the staff who issued the introduction letter, saying, Thank you, comrade. We will take good care of ourselves. Chen Ying carefully stored the 2 introduction letters. They were very important. Without them, it would be difficult for them to buy train tickets, let alone deal with food, accommodation, and transportation in another place. At that time, people did not have identity cards, and the introduction letter was the only thing that could prove one's identity, detailing the holder's basic information and travel destination. After getting the introduction letters, they didn't go straight to the train station, but returned home first. After a busy morning with hospital checkups and getting the introduction letters, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Zhou Zhaohui initially wanted to take Chen Ying out to eat, but she shook her head, saying, Let us cook at home. Eating out is expensive, and we can make more food to take on the road. The money saved could be used to support the clothing business, Chen Ying thought. Back at home, Chen Ying was about to cook when Zhou Zhaohui stopped her and went into the kitchen himself. The fresh ingredients Zhou Wenshan had bought were washed, and Zhou Zhaohui cooked a large pot of spicy hot pot. The 3 of them ate very satisfactorily. After finishing the hot pot, Zhou Zhaohui told his father about the couple going to Yangcheng to buy clothes. Zhou Wenshan frowned, agreeing with the trip to Yangcheng for clothing, but disapproving of his son going alone with his pregnant daughter-in-law, saying she should stay at home to take care of the baby. He thought that earning money was a man's job, and his daughter-in-law, being pregnant, should honestly stay at home and nurture the baby instead of going to Yangcheng, which was over 2,000 kilometers away. Zhou Zhaohui smiled wryly. He would have preferred his wife to stay home, but the little woman wasn't having it. He relayed the doctor's words to his father, and Zhou Wenshan fell silent. Well, it's better for an old man like him to stay out of the young couple's matters. He also feared that his daughter-in-law would be unhappy and think he was meddling. Zhou Wenshan felt that his eldest son was not someone without sense. Since he had made this decision, there must be his reasons. After lunch, the couple went to the train station to buy tickets. Zhou Wenshan wasn't idle either. He went to the cinema to talk to his wife about their children going to Yangcheng to buy clothes. Wei Hongmei frowned upon hearing this, thinking it was nonsense. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant. Why go to Yangcheng? She tossed aside her rag and immediately wanted to go home to stop it, but Zhou Wenshan called out to her. Do you not know what kind of person Zhaohui is? Once he makes a decision, it's not easy to change. I just wanted to inform you. Don't nag when you go back. Otherwise, your daughter-in-law will be unhappy. Since Chen Ying decided to stay and live well with Zhou Zhaohui in the Zhou family, what they said went. I think Zhaohui must have tried to stop her, but in the end, he compromised. Zhou Wenshan sighed, recalling the young couple's earlier awkwardness. What was there to not understand? Wei Hongmei stopped talking. On the way to set up the stall, she reminded her son not to upset his daughter-in-law, saying that pregnancy was not easy for women and emotions could fluctuate. She told Zhaohui to be accommodating towards Chen Ying. Was she helping or hindering? In 1983, traveling far was inconvenient. Yinshan City was over 2,000 kilometers away from Yangcheng, and direct trains between the two places were rare, with maybe one train a day. Yangcheng, being a large southern city, was closer to Beijing, and many trains starting from the capital passed through Yinshan, so there were some trains they could choose from. The Yinshan train station in 1983 was quite shabby compared to later generations, but the crowding was even more intense. In another 40 years, travel would become more diverse. With the rise of private cars, high-speed trains, and discounted plane tickets providing convenience for long-distance travel. Families carrying large bundles and squished onto trains with squawking poultry, excrement on the ground, and people fighting and arguing, along with those crying about stolen wallets or being scammed, made the station vibrant and filled with various strange smells. The smell of stinky feet, the odor of children's urine, the scent of sweat, the smell of poultry droppings, and the sourness of the dry rations they carried made Chen Ying try hard to hold her breath. Zhou Zhaohui carefully protected her, fearing she would be bumped into by people at the station, slip on fruit peels on the ground, or be taken advantage of by thieves or hoodlums. The two moved slowly towards the ticket counter, and by the time they reached it, they were both soaked in sweat. Comrade, are there any tickets to Yangcheng today? Their SA ticket to Yangcheng leaving at 11:30 p.m. Please show me the introduction letter. An 11:30 p.m. train meant they would have to travel overnight. And the train station at night was even more chaotic. Zhou Zhaohui hesitated and asked if there were any daytime trains to Yangcheng tomorrow. Chen Ying handed over the introduction letter and said to Zhou Zhaohui, whether we leave during the day or at night. We'll have to spend the night on the train anyway, so let us just buy the ticket for 11:30 p.m., 35 or 36 hours. If we take the night train, we'll arrive in Yangcheng just as it gets light. Chen Ying thought this train was just fine. Zhou Zhaohui stopped hesitating. The hard seat from Yinshan to Yangcheng was 35 yuan and 40 cents. Are there any sleeping berths? For a 35 or 36-hour journey, sitting in a hard seat would be torturous. If it were just him, he could stand all the way to Yangcheng. But thinking of the little woman having to endure such hardship made Zhou Zhaohui feel very pained. There were many people buying tickets, and the ticket seller's attitude was also poor, saying there were only hard seats available. If you don't want it next. At this time, railway resources were tight, and there weren't many sleeper tickets available for each train. Most of those who could buy sleeper tickets were cadres from units and public officials. Ordinary people dreaming of buying sleeper tickets was nearly impossible. Comrade, I'll take 2 hard seats. Chen Ying directly handed the money to the window. Having seats was already good enough. Tickets were tight, and many people were in a hurry to travel. Even standing tickets were being sold. A train ticket cost 35 yuan and 40 cents, making 2 tickets over 70 yuan, which was more than many people's monthly salary. 2 hard seats were already quite luxurious. The ticket seller took the money and handed Zhou Zhaohui 2 tickets and the introduction letter. The man carefully stored the tickets and introduction letter and cautiously protected Chen Ying as they squeezed out of the station. Looking at the little woman drenched in sweat, Zhou Zhaohui felt heartbroken and said, "Let us go home first. You should rest a bit." The train leaves at 11:30 p.m., so they needed to rest well. Chen Ying nodded. Okay, let us go home first. However, going home didn't necessarily mean catching up on sleep. There were more important things to do. Chapter 66. High price for sleeper tickets. When Chen Ying returned home, she counted the money in the house. Originally, there was 1,020 yuan in savings. After spending 5 yuan for a hospital checkup and 70 yuan and 80 cents for 2 train tickets, she now had 944 yuan and 20 cents left. Chen Ying set down the 2 small bills and prepared to take the 944 yuan to Yangcheng. She initially thought about bringing the money her mother-in-law and sister-in-law earned from selling spicy hot pot today, but after some thought, she decided against it. Although she had given her father-in-law money for ingredients in advance, the family still needed to keep some money. Besides, that was the hard-earned money from her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. And Chen Ying didn't want to take it all. The family needed to eat and drink too. As her son and daughter-in-law were heading to Yangcheng, Wei Hongmei closed up early to prepare dinner for the two. Just as she reached the doorstep, Zhou Zhaohui came out to greet her. "Mom, how much did you make today? Business was pretty good today. We sold over 300 bowls of spicy hot pot. Did you make more than 150? Zhou Zhaohui initially wanted to say, "Mom, give me today's money, consider a loan." Before he could say anything, Wei Hongmei handed the money box to her son. "Zhaohui, a poor family travels far. Take today's money with you. When you and your wife get to Yangcheng, find a decent guest house and don't be stingy with food and drinks." Wei Hongmei advised her son a couple of times. Zhou Zhaohui nodded and stuffed the money from the box into his pocket. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Let Chen Ying rest well at home. Our train is at 11:30 tonight." Wei Hongmei didn't think much of it and reminded her son to come back early so as not to delay dinner. Chen Ying stared blankly at the money in her hand. Over 900 yuan in cash was not like the thin 9 bills of the later years. With a maximum denomination of 10 yuan, 900 yuan was quite thick. She missed the smartphones of the future. With one in hand, all worries would vanish. Thinking about smartphones and mobile payments, it was impressive how they eliminated the profession of thieves, which had given the police headaches. When out, wanted to take good care of their belongings. She suggested that Zhou Zhaohui also take 500 yuan so they could split the cash. Chen Ying called out a couple of times but got no response. Strange, where did Zhou Zhaohui go? Not seeing him, she saw her in-laws and sister-in-law returning from selling. Chen Ying quickly greeted them. "Mom, have you seen Zhaohui? He said he had something to do," and went out. "Daughter-in-law, don't worry about him. It's still early. You should rest for a bit, or you'll be tired on the train. With such a long train ride, who dares to sleep deeply? If one falls asleep, what if a thief comes and takes the money without knowing?" It was nice for the couple to go together to Yangcheng. If they needed to use the restroom on the way, one could watch the bags, and they could sneak a nap without both falling asleep at the same time. Ying, be sure to keep the money safe. There are many thieves on the train. Wei Hongmei couldn't help but say more. Chen Ying quickly nodded, assuring that they would split the money for safety. The money they carried wouldn't all go missing, right? Chen Ying was stunned by the way money was hidden in the 1980s. Wei Hongmei directly sewed a pocket onto both Chen Ying's and Zhou Zhaohui's close-fitting clothes and underwear. Putting money in pants pockets was something Chen Ying found hard to accept. Whether Zhou Zhaohui should put it in his underwear was not her concern. Chen Ying insisted that her mother-in-law sew 2 pockets onto her top. Wei Hongmei also advised Chen Ying, daughter-in-law, there are many creative places to hide money. Some people even put in shoe insoles. Putting it in a stinky shoe would make the money smell like feet when taken out. Chen Ying chuckled awkwardly. Let us skip that. Dinner was ready, but Zhou Zhaohui still hadn't come back. Wei Hongmei stood at the door looking out, unable to help but complain. Where has that child gone? Why isn't he back yet? Thinking about the pregnant daughter-in-law at home, Wei Hongmei didn't want to wait foolishly for her eldest son. Others could go hungry, but she couldn't let her daughter-in-law and the baby go hungry. Wei Hongmei set aside food for Zhou Zhaohui, and the family sat down to eat. For dinner, Wei Hongmei made a lot, both for the family and for the young couple to take as food on the road. In those days, everyone was accustomed to bringing their own food when going out. There were military green water bottles, boiled eggs, flatbreads with pickled vegetables, and stewed poultry offal. Train box meals were expensive and not tasty, and food sold at the platform was a bit cheaper, but with hot weather, there were plenty of flies and mosquitoes, and hygiene was truly concerning. It was much safer to bring their own food. After the family finished dinner, an hour later, Zhou Zhaohui finally returned. Sweat covered his forehead, and his clothes were soaked. Chen Ying poured water into a basin for him to wash his face first and to wipe his body down a bit. Where did you go? Why are you so sweaty? Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Chen Ying bombarded him with questions as she was worried about her man. Zhou Zhaohui probably hadn't eaten dinner yet. While washing his face, Zhou Zhaohui patiently answered his wife. It turned out he had gone back to the train station to exchange his hard seat tickets for sleeper tickets at a high price. It cost quite a bit more, but he thought it was worth it for the comfort of sleeper tickets. Chen Ying tightened her grip on the towel, originally intending to wipe her man as sweat. Hearing that he had gone to the train station to exchange for sleeper tickets, she complained about him not knowing how to manage money. Sleeper tickets are so expensive. Did you buy them from the scalpers? That must have cost a lot. Tears welled up in her eyes. How much did you spend? Chen Ying bit her lip. Zhou Zhaohui chuckled, washed his face, took the towel from his wife's hand, and wiped his face carelessly. He reached out to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. It wasn't too much. Just that Mom and my little sister worked hard all day today. The loss wasn't just a day's earnings. It also included the 70 or so yuan spent on train tickets. Scalpers weren't doing charity. Sleeper tickets were inherently expensive. Zhou Zhaohui handed over the more than 150 yuan in cash he had on him and the 2 hard seat tickets to the scalpers in exchange for 2 sleeper tickets. How much did you sell today? Chen Ying asked Zhou Zhaohui. He hesitated and just said it wasn't much. Chen Ying didn't believe it and went to ask Zhou Zhaohui, as she could roughly estimate the earnings. Selling about 200 bowls of spicy hot pot was about right. Zhou Zhaohui didn't know about the ticket exchange incident and obediently reported today's earnings. We sold over 300 bowls of spicy hot pot and made more than 150 yuan. Chen Ying gasped. More than 150 yuan in cash, plus the 70 or so yuan spent on train tickets, added up to more than 220 yuan for just one-way tickets to Yangcheng. Now, Chen Ying was completely unsettled. The available capital for purchasing goods was only over 900 yuan, and more than 200 had already been spent on one-way tickets. She really wanted to grab her man by the ear and give him a good lecture. But looking at Zhou Zhaohui's sweat-drenched body, Chen Ying felt more moved and heartbroken. Chapter 67. Husband, your family is so nice. Zhou Zhaohui was not someone who couldn't endure hardship. Chen Ying believed that if he couldn't buy a hard seat, he would be willing to stand for 35 to 36 hours without a word of complaint. Why spend a high price on a sleeper ticket? It was all for her. He was a considerate husband who cared for his wife. Chen Ying touched her pregnant belly, saying, "Baby, Daddy is so good to us. After you were born, you must be filial to Daddy. Didn't I tell you to come back early? The food is getting cold," Zhou's mother complained. But her hands were quickly pouring hot water from the kettle into an enamel cup and handing it to Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Zhaohui only told Chen Ying about the sleeper ticket he bought because he was afraid his family would be upset about spending money and criticize his wife for being pampered. After the man finished dinner, they returned to their room, and Chen Ying counted out 500 from their household money to give to Zhou Zhaohui, asking him to keep it. Zhou Zhaohui changed into the underwear that his mother had sewn pockets into. Once he was dressed and had secured the money, Chen Ying stepped forward to hug him. "Next time, you mustn't buy sleeper tickets at such a high price from scalpers. When we get to Yangcheng, we can find a cheap guest house to stay in and eat at inexpensive stalls, okay?" Chen Ying advised her husband earnestly, fearing that he might overspend out of concern for her comfort. Buying expensive sleeper tickets from scalpers and staying in nice accommodations made travel comfortable, but once in Yangcheng, they would still need to eat and drink, which would cost money. In any business, especially when starting, one must think about controlling costs. If one only thinks about enjoyment from the start, that would lead to self-destruction. Zhou Zhaohui opened his mouth and finally said one word, "Okay." This word felt heavy as he wanted to provide better conditions for his wife, but his wallet didn't allow it. His little woman was so understanding that it pained him. He tightly embraced Chen Ying and gently kissed her hair, calling her wife. He held her so tightly that it seemed he wanted to embed her into his flesh. Chen Ying also wrapped her arms around his waist. A knock on the door interrupted their affection. "Come in," Chen Ying replied, turning to find her younger brother standing at the door. "Little brother, is there something you need?" Zhou Zhaohui generally didn't come to their room, especially when Chen Ying was there, so Zhou Zhaohui asked. Zhou Zhaohui entered the room and pulled out a handful of money from his pocket, consisting of 1 yuan, 50-cent, and 10-cent bills. "Big brother, sister-in-law, here's 5 yuan I saved from my pocket money. Take it. It's not easy outside, so you should have more money." Zhou Zhaohui's eyes were full of sincerity, and Chen Ying was moved. The two didn't take the money from Zhou Zhaohui's hand. Zhou Zhaohui pushed the money forward again. Chen Ying shook her head at Zhou Zhaohui, who smiled back at his wife. Little brother, keep this money for yourself. Your sister-in-law and I have enough. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on studying, okay? Zhou Zhaohui closed his brother's hand holding the money and urged him to go back to his room to study. After some back and forth, Zhou Zhaohui ultimately conceded and returned to his room with the money. Once he left, Chen Ying looked at Zhou Zhaohui and said, "Husband, your family is so nice." This was Chen Ying's heartfelt sentiment. Just because her in-laws and sister-in-law didn't come to give them money didn't mean they were not good. Her father-in-law was responsible for purchasing supplies daily, and they had a limited amount of money. Her mother-in-law and sister-in-law sold snacks, and the earnings from the stall were managed by Chen Ying, with Zhou Zhaohui giving the money to her. As for her mother-in-law and sister-in-law's occasional earnings, they were also kept in a money box and not used. Today, her mother-in-law even gave Zhou Zhaohui all the money earned from a stall for the day. So indeed, the Zhou family was very nice. Zhou Zhaohui gently scratched Chen Ying's palm and said, "You said it. You are also part of our family." Chen Ying smiled. Yes, she was married to Zhou Zhaohui, and they were on the same household register. At 10 o'clock in the evening, except for Zhou Zhaohui, who had school the next day, everyone else accompanied the couple to the train station. The three of them would also be selling spicy hot pot tomorrow. Upon arriving at the station, Chen Ying urged them to hurry back. However, the three insisted on waiting until the couple boarded the train before leaving. When Wei Hongmei left, she brought a flashlight, and although there was moonlight, the road wasn't dark, so the three weren't afraid of returning late together. The train station was still crowded in the evening, with some homeless people setting up makeshift beds, preparing to sleep there. There wasn't a single empty seat in the waiting room. With so many people, the air was stagnant, and the smell in the room was unpleasant. The five of them chatted, and time passed quickly, making the tedious wait more bearable. The train station and the train were always a mix of people. Wei Hongmei reminded Zhou Zhaohui a few times, "Take good care of your wife outside, and don't pay attention to strangers' advances. Don't eat or drink anything offered by strangers." Zhou Zhaohui nodded. His wife was traveling far with him, and he certainly had to remain vigilant. Zhou Zhaohui's father went to the restroom midway and returned with a bag of apples, telling them to take some for the journey. When it was time for ticket checking, the couple lined up to have their tickets checked, and after that, they headed to the platform, waving goodbye to Zhou's parents and sister-in-law. They had originally intended to see the couple off on the train, but Chen Ying declined their kindness. Since it was already an 11:30 train, if they saw them off, it would be past midnight by the time they returned home. In these times, the world was still not peaceful. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a crackdown in '83. When the three insisted on coming to see them off, Chen Ying said it wasn't necessary, as her in-laws were older and she worried about her beautiful sister-in-law walking back at night. However, the three were quite insistent, especially her sister-in-law Zhou Xiaoyu, who insisted on coming to the train station to see them off. Originally, Zhou Zhaohui wanted to come along too, but Zhou Zhaohui firmly refused, saying he had school the next day and couldn't delay his studies, so Zhou Zhaohui relented. Zhou Zhaohui carefully guided Chen Ying to their sleeper spots. There were 2 sleeper tickets, one for the lower berth and one for the upper. Naturally, Zhou Zhaohui wanted his wife to sleep in the lower berth, making it easier for her to rest without having to climb up and down. The train's whistle sounded long and loud, and as they watched the train depart, the 3 Zhou family members turned on their flashlight and left the train station, heading home. After a day of selling at the stall and sending the couple to the train station in the evening, the 3 were yawning all the way back. When they returned home, they found Zhou Zhaohui still awake. Dad, Mom, sister, brother, and sister-in-law have left? The 3 nodded. Wei Hongmei looked at her son and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Zhou Zhaohui was still holding a book. He couldn't sleep because the family was tea back, so he decided to read more. Seeing their son studying so late, the older couple felt a deep sense of pride. "Yonghui, get some rest early." They exchanged good nights and returned to their respective rooms. Almost as soon as they lay down, they fell into a deep sleep. On the train, Zhou Zhaohui waited until Chen Ying was asleep before quietly climbing up to his upper bunk. His upper bunk was diagonally opposite Chen Ying's lower bunk, allowing him to see her sleeping face perfectly, and he couldn't bear to blink his eyes. Chapter 68. Saving People on the Train. compared to the chaotic hard-seat carriage. The sleeper carriage is much quieter. Passengers find their own beds and do not disturb each other. When the train stops at a station throughout the night, the sound of the train's whistle occasionally rings in their ears, along with the sounds of snoring from other passengers. Fortunately, Chen Ying sleeps well, and these noises do not affect her much. However, Zhou Zhaohui cannot sleep soundly. Being away from home, he dares not let himself fall into a deep sleep. He is especially happy that his wife is resting well. The next morning, as soon as Chen Ying wakes up, she sees the gentle brows and eyes of the man. He takes out some dry food he brought from home and washes 2 apples that his father-in-law bought the night before. Let's eat something. Just waking up. Chen Ying is still a bit dazed, nodding and shaking her head. I'll go wash up first. After waking up early, her mouth feels a bit stale, and there might even be some sleep in the corners of her eyes. So Chen Ying pays attention to her appearance. Zhou Zhaohui quickly helps Chen Ying to the restroom to wash up. Chen Ying wants to tell him to watch the bag and that she can go by herself. But the man insists on holding the bag and following her. Knowing the man's stubbornness, Chen Ying lets him be. Once Chen Ying finishes washing up, they return to the carriage, but the water in the kettle is gone. Zhou Zhaohui tells Chen Ying to wait in the carriage while he goes to fetch hot water. It'll be too dry if we don't eat something. Chen Ying's bed is opposite a middle-aged woman with a good demeanor. The woman looks familiar, and when she notices Chen Ying looking over, she politely nods. Chen Ying smiles back. When Zhou Zhaohui returns with the water, the couple takes out the dry food they brought, preparing to eat. Chen Ying places the food on the small table by the window and smiles at the middle-aged woman. You can try some. The middle-aged woman thanks Chen Ying, but does not eat the fragrant marinated food. Instead, she stands up and leaves the carriage. Do you know her? Zhou Zhaohui asks, confused. Chen Ying shakes her head. No, when our eyes met just now, she nodded at me, and I smiled back at her. Chen Ying casually explains. Zhou Zhaohui wraps some marinated food in the pancake and hands it to Chen Ying. Chen Ying eats the pancake he rolled up, and Zhou Zhaohui also hands her a peeled egg. A bite of egg, a bite of pancake, paired with the hot water Zhou Zhaohui fetched, creates a unique flavor. After they finish eating, the middle-aged woman has not returned to her bed. Her things are still here. She can't have gotten off the train. Chen Ying thinks to herself. After drinking water, she feels the urge to use the restroom. As soon as she opens the sleeper carriage door, she sees a crowd gathered outside. She must have suffered from heat stroke. Hurry and call the train staff. People chatter, and Chen Ying looks inside to see someone lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it is the middle-aged woman from across the aisle. Please make way. Chen Ying shouts, and the crowd automatically parts. Chen Ying crouches down to check the woman's nose. She still has a pulse. She checks the woman's eyes and realizes that it must be the heat in the crowded carriage that caused her to faint due to heat stroke and low blood sugar. Husband, bring the kettle over and put some sugar in it. Chen Ying calls out. Zhou Zhaohui hands her the army green kettle and adds sugar, which he gets from the train staff. Seeing the crowd gathered in front, the train staff are also alerted. Chen Ying takes the kettle, shakes it vigorously, and asks Zhou Zhaohui to help lift the woman's head so she can give her some water. The middle-aged woman quickly opens her eyes. Thank you, the woman says to Chen Ying. The people around her see that the woman has woken up and all start praising Chen Ying. Amazing. This lady is really capable. At this moment, the kind-hearted train staff also arrive and, seeing the woman awake, say a few words of concern. The staff then ask the crowd to disperse. Chen Ying lets Zhou Zhaohui help the middle-aged woman back into the carriage while she goes to the restroom first. When Chen Ying returns to the sleeper carriage, the middle-aged woman is thanking Zhou Zhaohui. Young man, thank you so much today. Upon seeing Chen Ying enter, the middle-aged woman thanks her again. Chen Ying waves her hand. Auntie, you don't need to be polite. It's only right to help each other when we're out. You should carry some sugar with you in case you feel unwell. Just eat a bit of it. Chen Ying kindly reminds her. The woman nods earnestly and thanks the couple again. Chen Ying feels a bit shy, but is in a good mood. Helping others feels pretty good. The middle-aged woman solemnly thanks the young couple and introduces herself. Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui also introduce themselves. The middle-aged woman's name is Yu Minghui, and she is getting off at the station in Shanghai. Before leaving, she gives Chen Ying her phone number, saying that if Chen Ying ever needs help, she can call this number. Chen Ying carefully keeps it and reminds Yu Mingwei to take care of her health. This little episode quickly fades from Chen Ying's mind. She did not save someone for the sake of being repaid or seeking benefits. The couple spends another night on the train, and around 10 o'clock on the third day, the train arrives at Yangqing Station. Yangqing Station is larger than Yinshan Station, with more people. Zhou Zhaohui protects Chen Ying all the way, fearing she might get jostled. They have been on the train for about 35 to 36 hours. Now outside, Chen Ying takes a deep breath of fresh air. At this time, without smartphones, it is indeed inconvenient to go anywhere. They either have to ask people or look at road signs. Assuming there are road signs, Zhou Zhaohui checks the road signs at the train station entrance, and a person approaches them, asking if they need to find a hotel or catch a ride. The couple declines politely. Fortunately, there are quite a few road signs here. They first follow the signs to find a guest house to check in. Guest houses in the 1980s are somewhat similar to hotels in later years. There are several accommodation standards. A large dormitory where 10 or so people sleep, usually damp and on the first floor without sunlight, which is the cheapest at 50 cents a night. Then there are slightly better 4-person rooms, with each bed costing 1 yuan. Even better are single rooms, which cost 5 yuan a night. These have 2 beds, similar to standard rooms in later years, with a private bathroom, shower, and even a television. The best are suites, generally costing 10 to 15 yuan, with even higher standards and single rooms and a dedicated living room. Such accommodations are usually reserved for leaders on business trips. Units with poor efficiency may not even have people staying in suites for business trips. The dormitory and 4-person rooms are not suitable for the young couple, so they ultimately choose the single room at 5 yuan a night. After handing over their introduction letter and marriage certificate, the staff asks several questions before finally allowing them to check in. After spending 2 nights on the train in the hot weather, the couple is covered in sweat. Upon reaching their room, Chen Ying rushes to the bathroom to take a shower first. Zhou Zhaohui, who is half lying on the bed, listens to the sound of water in the bathroom and sees the blurred silhouette reflected in the glass door, swallowing hard. Chapter 69, he is taking a cold shower. The doctor said that his wife is in good health, and the baby is also healthy, so they can have a sexual life. Zhou Zhaohui's face turned red. He felt a bit annoyed that the room had 2 beds instead of 1 big double bed. The man silently complained in his heart. At this moment, Chen Ying had finished her shower and was drying her hair with a towel. While drying her hair, she said to the man, "Do you want to take a shower too? After we shower, we can go out to eat, and then we can check out the wholesale market." Zhou Zhaohui suppressed his inner excitement and said, "Okay, I'll go take a shower." Chen Ying nodded, and as soon as the man went in to shower, she turned on the television in the room. The environment of the guest house was not bad. The room was quite clean, and there was a 14-inch television. When she turned on the TV, Yangqing Satellite TV was airing the Hong Kong drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This drama is quite classic, and Chen Ying really got into watching it. Before she entered the book, she had watched this drama when she was a child, back when her family had a black and white TV. She was very young then and asked her mother why the people on TV bled black blood. Wasn't blood supposed to be red? Her mother explained that the TV was black and white. She then asked what a black and white TV was. Children always have many questions. It's like 100,000 whys. Later, the adults became impatient and stopped answering her. When she was a child, the kids in the village would watch Journey to the West, and they would argue about whether Tang Sing's cassock was black or red. Anyway, the Tang Sing on her family's TV wore a black cassock, while at other people's houses, he wore a red one. Little Her even asked others why their Tang Sung wore a red cassock. The adults joked with her, saying they captured Tang Sung and dyed his cassock red. She went home and asked her parents to capture the Tang Sung on TV and dye his cassock red. Thinking back to those childhood memories, a small smile appeared on Chen Ying's lips, but it quickly stiffened. So these were all things from her past life? She gathered her thoughts and focused on watching TV. In the bathroom, Zhou Zhaohui was feeling a bit miserable. He was taking a cold shower. Just now, he had seen the blurry figure of his wife taking a shower, and the man had some thoughts. Although he and Chen Ying had been intimate before, he was drunk that night and hadn't really seen the woman's body. Now, although they were lying on the same bed, the little woman was wearing pajamas, and his wife was pregnant. They hadn't had a deep conversation. Just now, When he caught a glimpse of the little woman's hazy figure, the kind of vague beauty made his body react. Zhou Zhaohui took a cold shower for over 40 minutes before the heat in his body finally subsided. When he came out, Chen Ying was still mumbling. This guy really loves cleanliness, washing for so long. Is he trying to scrub his skin off? The man's hair was short, so it was easy to wash. Unlike a woman's long hair, which naturally took more time. Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't reveal his true situation. Thankfully, the little woman didn't ask further. Are you hungry? Let's go out. Chen Ying nodded, and in the spirit of cost-saving, they ate cheap rice noodles. After finishing their meal, the two went to browse the clothing wholesale market, which was just a few hundred meters from the train station, in line with market rules that large goods need to be transported by train. The wholesale market in Yangcheng was quite impressive. In many years to come, it would control over 50% of the national supply. And clothing wholesale from various provinces would come from Yangcheng. This place had direct sources, and at this time, several well-known large clothing wholesale markets had not yet been unified in management, and there were no tall buildings. It was just some scattered roadside stalls, with flour oilcloth spread on the ground and clothes piled on top. Everything is 3 yuan each. Come and take a look. Come and choose. Half sleeves are 5 yuan. Suit pants are 8 yuan each. The sounds of hawking were ringing in their ears. Chen Ying didn't rush to buy, browsing one stall after another. She didn't fancy those cheap clothes. There was no need to come all this way for such goods. Zhou Zhaohui closely followed her, afraid that his wife would be bullied. After browsing a whole street of stalls, Chen Ying finally stopped in front of a clothing stall. This stall looked a bit more upscale. They were doing wholesale and hadn't piled the clothes haphazardly. Each piece of clothing was neatly hung on hangers and looked very high quality. Chen Ying touched the fabric. Comrade, how much is this clothing? The man looked up. Are you buying wholesale or retail? Wholesale. It's 10 yuan for wholesale, 15 for retail. Other stalls sold this kind of round neck half sleeve for just a few yuan. You're asking for 10 yuan, which is several yuan more expensive than others. Chen Ying squinted. The boss chuckled, not arguing, just saying for Chen Ying to take a good look at the clothes. Chen Ying carefully felt the fabric. It was indeed of better quality than other stalls. The style was also stronger than the others. The half-sleeve she bought for her sister-in-law at the department store had slightly worse material and was not as good-looking as this one. The department store sold it for 20 yuan each. If she took this clothing back to sell for 25 or even 30, there should be buyers. Can I get a few more pieces for a cheaper price? Chen Ying asked the boss. The man gave her the lowest price directly. What colors do you have? I'll take one of each. Black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The colors are quite complete. Black and white are the main colors. And Chen Ying took 5 pieces of those, while she also took 2 pieces of the other colors. She spent over 200 on the half sleeves. Seeing that Chen Ying was quick to buy, the boss also promoted other clothes to her. Chen Ying then took 10 pairs of bell-bottom pants. The cost price was a bit higher at 25 yuan each. The quality was similar to the one she bought for her sister-in-law. And Chen Ying felt that selling it for 90 yuan at a street stall would not be a problem. Mainly, the style was good-looking, and she wouldn't worry about selling them when she took them home. Chen Ying took small and medium sizes of the bell-bottom pants. Nowadays, people's living standards are generally not high, and most people are relatively thin, with few overweight individuals. These 2 sizes could fit over 80% of women. Money really doesn't last long. Just getting 2 types of clothes had already cost nearly 500. Chen Ying went to other stalls to grab a few pairs of shorts and skirts, spending another 200. With over 900 in capital, she had already spent over 700 on inventory. With just over 200 left, Chen Ying didn't dare to spend more. She and Zhou Zhaohui needed their train tickets back, plus the cost of staying at the guest house and food. They at least needed over 100 yuan. The remaining few dozen yuan. Chen Ying planned to buy some local specialties from Yangcheng or small gifts for her family. The gifts didn't have to be expensive. She just wanted to buy something for everyone since she had come such a long way. Zhou Zhaohui had no complaints about his wife's arrangements. Chen Ying had filled 2 large bags with goods, and the originally bulging wallet was now flat. The man had strength, easily carrying the 2 big bags of clothes without even breathing hard. On the way back, Chen Ying asked Zhou Zhaohui, "Do you think I'm wasteful for spending so much money so quickly?" Chapter 70. He is willing to coax her for a lifetime. Zhou Zhaohui shook his head, saying, You're spending money to stock up, not just for yourself. He's not a fool. His wife is in the clothing business to make money, ultimately for the good of their family. How could he complain? What if I can't sell these goods? These days, clothing is very tight. It's already good for individual vendors to get new styles. Many wholesalers are just one-time deals without a fixed stall, and you might not find them next time. Who will exchange or return goods for you? If I bring this batch back and can't sell it, it'll really be a burden. Although Chen Ying was confident in her aesthetic sense and believed that the clothes she chose wouldn't go unsold, she still wanted to know what the man was thinking. 900 yuan is not a small amount. Would Zhou Zhaohui be angry if a bunch of clothes didn't sell? Chen Ying looked at him eagerly. But Zhou Zhaohui didn't even frown. Then just keep them for yourself and change every day, he said seriously. Chen Ying rolled her eyes. With so many clothes, how long would it take to wear them all? Besides, if new styles come out, she wouldn't want these anymore. These clothes cost several hundred yuan. If they don't sell, it would be a waste of money. Chen Ying mumbled softly, knowing she was being a bit unreasonable, but couldn't help it. She suddenly understood why some girls, who are usually nice, become a bit petty when they start dating. She felt that way now. Zhou Zhaohui laughed. He wasn't stupid and noticed Chen Ying's little awkwardness. It wasn't really about the clothes. It was about his attitude, right? Wife, even if all this money is spent on you, it's only right. Zhou Zhaohui spoke earnestly. A man without ability would resent his wife spending money. When Chen Ying spends, Zhou Zhaohui only thinks of ways to earn money and wants his wife to spend happily. Chen Ying loved hearing this. She didn't like stingy men. If the male lead only had a handsome face, but was a miser at heart, she wouldn't like him either. What is the point of being a rich man if he won't let you spend a dime? I think my taste is pretty good. These clothes won't end up as a burden. Zhou Zhaohui's attitude pleased Chen Ying, and her tone softened a lot. Yes, my wife is the best. Zhou Zhaohui quickly echoed Chen Ying's words and gave her a thumbs up. You just know how to coax me. Chen Ying glared at him playfully. Zhou Zhaohui smiled. He was willing to coax his wife for a lifetime. The couple returned to the guest house first and put the clothes in their room. Chen Ying was thinking about buying something for her family, so she said they should stroll through the night market in Yangcheng while having dinner later. Zhou Zhaohui naturally had no objections. The night market in Yangcheng was also bustling, with many food stalls and vendors. Chen Ying spotted a stall selling leather goods, claiming they were from Hong Kong. There were belts and wallets. Chen Ying squeezed one and found it was indeed genuine leather. The small wallets were very cheap, only 3 yuan each, so she directly bought 20. Thinking she could sell them along with her clothes and use them as gifts for difficult customers. The price was so low it didn't seem like Hong Kong goods, but Chen Ying didn't care. She would sell them as if they were. The belts were 5 yuan each, and she bought 3, one for Zhou Zhaohui, one for her father-in-law, and one for her brother-in-law. She also picked out 3 women's bags, one for herself, and one for her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. The quality of these 3 bags was visibly better than the small wallets. Since she would be using them herself, she decided to buy the pricier ones. For dinner, they ate 2 bowls of wonton noodles from a roadside stall. The filling of the wontons was pork and shrimp. One bite was so delicious, she felt like swallowing her tongue along with it. The bamboo noodles made with duck, eggs, and flour were even chewier, leaving a fragrant taste in her mouth. Chen Ying focused on enjoying the food. Money really doesn't last long. After this round, she had spent over 100, and she didn't dare to spend any more. If she kept spending, they wouldn't even have money for their return tickets. After they were full, Chen Ying prepared to go back to the guest house to rest. It was late at night, and they shouldn't stay out too late. She had seen on TV that Yangcheng could be chaotic at night, and she was afraid of getting into trouble. When they returned to the guest house, Zhou Zhaohui looked at the 2 single beds and thought that next time they came to Yangcheng to stock up, they should stay in a place with a double bed. With so many family members, they couldn't make too much noise at night if they wanted to cuddle and kiss, but outside, they could enjoy their couple's world. Chen Ying didn't know what the man was thinking and urged Zhou Zhaohui to hurry up and wash up to rest since they had to get up early tomorrow. They planned to return the next day. The goods had already been selected, and staying another night at the guest house was just spending money. A trip to Yangcheng would take 4 or 5 days just on the road. It was better to head back early, sell the goods in hand quickly, and accumulate capital for the next wave. Zhou Zhaohui felt wronged. His wife didn't know what he was thinking. Looking at the tired little woman, he could only suppress his own thoughts. He couldn't say to Chen Ying at this time. The doctor said we could have relations. Let's have a deep conversation tonight. Not to mention that the room had 2 single beds, just looking at the fatigue in the little woman's eyes. Even though they had bought hard sleeper tickets for the trip, it was still not as restful as staying at home. At this moment, no matter how many thoughts he had to suppress them. The 35 to 36-hour train ride was exhausting, especially since Chen Ying was pregnant. She lay in bed, talking to Zhou Zhaohui 1 second, and the next second, she was fast asleep. Zhou Zhaohui listened to the little woman's even breathing. He walked to Chen Ying's bedside and leaned down to kiss her forehead, saying, "Wife, good night." He turned and returned to his own bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. Did the kids know they had arrived in Yangqing? In the Zhou family, Wei Hongmei lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her son and daughter-in-law were on their first long business trip. Whether they made money or lost money was secondary. Safety was the most important. It would be better if they made money. If they lost, it wouldn't matter. The family still had the spicy hot pot business. As long as they worked hard, the family wouldn't starve. With Zhaohui there and his daughter-in-law being smart, what was there to worry about? Zhou Wenxian comforted his wife. Though he was also concerned about the 2 kids, he couldn't say it out loud, or his wife wouldn't sleep at all. That said, Wei Hongmei was still very worried. Her daughter-in-law was pregnant. If something were to happen outside, how could they get to a hospital in time on the train? The train only stops at stations. There were no doctors on the train. Next time, it should be Zhaohui going to Yangqing alone. They shouldn't keep making his daughter-in-law suffer. Wei Hongmei murmured. Zhou Wenxian comforted his wife again. Go to sleep early. We have to get up early tomorrow. The couple lay in bed, comforting and encouraging each other, while in another room, Zhou Xiaoya and Zhou Yonghui silently worried about their elder brother and sister-in-law going to Yangqing, hoping for their safe journey. Chapter 71. She didn't touch randomly, did she? On the way back, there were no sleeper seats available. After buying the train tickets, Chen Ying had less than 20 yuan left. Zhou Zhaohui held 2 large snakeskin bags of clothes in one hand and reached out to hold Chen Ying's hand with the other, afraid she would get pushed around. In the 1980s, transportation was not well developed, and there were indeed many people taking the train. Last time on the sleeper, it didn't feel too crowded, but in the hard seat carriage, it was really packed. Luckily, they had hard seats. If they had standing tickets, Chen Ying wouldn't know how to endure the 30-plus hours. There was hardly any space in the carriage, filled with the smells of sweat, stinky feet, and the unpleasant odor of children who had soiled themselves. Going to the restroom midway was a real squeeze. Zhou Zhaohui was very considerate and wanted to accompany her to the restroom, but Chen Ying refused, saying that there were still 2 large snakeskin bags of clothes that needed to be washed by the man. Otherwise, they would have wasted their effort if the goods were stolen. Zhou Zhaohui looked at Chen Ying with burning eyes. He bought 2 box meals on the train, and instead of eating right away, he first offered the chicken leg from his meal to Chen Ying. Chen Ying didn't eat the chicken skin, so she peeled it off and gave it to Zhou Zhaohui, who happily accepted it without any complaints. After eating 2 chicken legs, Chen Ying felt a bit full and left some rice. I can't finish it. Zhou Zhaohui took the leftover rice from her and finished a few bites. The older sister sitting opposite them was astonished. Who would give their food to the woman first? Men are the pillars of the family. They need to take care of their wives and children, so naturally, they should eat well. But these 2 were different. The man gave the chicken leg to the woman, and the woman was picky, refusing to eat the chicken skin, and in the end, the man even cleaned up the woman's leftover rice. If they were a couple, sharing leftovers would be normal, but in public, it was embarrassing for a man to eat his wife's leftovers. Men care about their image, and if her family couldn't do that, it would be shameful. The woman was also being pretentious. When Zhou Zhaohui got up to get hot water, the kind older sister sighed meaningfully. Your husband treats you so well. How many women wish for such luck? We should cherish it. The sister's subtext was, don't take advantage of your good looks to act spoiled. You should take care of your man more. Chen Ying could only smile and nod. As night fell, Chen Ying, being pregnant, couldn't help but yawn continuously. Sitting for too long made her back sore and sleepy. Zhou Zhaohui kindly let her lean on his shoulder. Chen Ying didn't hold back and found a comfortable position. Why should she be polite? Zhou Zhaohui was her husband, and she was carrying his child. It was only right for him to treat her well. While thinking this, Chen Ying knew it was because Zhou Zhaohui was responsible and a good man. Some men would still fool around while their wives were pregnant. It really is true that men fear choosing the wrong career, and women fear marrying the wrong man. Time passed, and the people in the carriage gradually quieted down. Chen Ying unknowingly fell asleep with her head resting on Zhou Zhaohui's shoulder, and he didn't dare to move. Once he confirmed she was sound asleep, Zhou Zhaohui carefully shifted her upper body down so her head rested on his lap, trying to make her as comfortable as possible. He covered her with his coat, and her warm breath was on his leg, making Zhou Zhaohui feel a softness in his heart. He gently gazed at the little woman sleeping soundly, and everything around him seemed irrelevant. Time appeared to stand still, and the world was only him and her. Being with someone you like, even doing nothing, Zhou Zhaohui felt completely immersed in a bubble of happiness. When Chen Ying woke up, she hesitated to look at Zhou Zhaohui. It was nothing for her to sleep on his lap, but what made her anxious was the suspicious wet spot on his pants. It must be her drool? Zhou Zhaohui, however, remained calm, as if the drool on his pants didn't exist, and gently asked, "Do you want some water?" Her throat was a bit dry after waking up. So Chen Ying took the water bottle he handed her and gulped down several big mouthfuls. She felt truly embarrassed that she had drooled on his pants while sleeping. She knew she had a bad sleeping posture, and aside from drooling, she hadn't touched him randomly, right? Thinking about being in a public place. If she had really done something inappropriate like touching his abs, it would be too embarrassing. Lost in thought, she choked a bit while drinking. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Ying's tears came out from coughing. Zhou Zhaohui quickly patted her back, saying, "Drink slowly." After coughing a few times, she finally calmed down. "I'm fine." Meeting Zhou Zhaohui's concerned gaze, Chen Ying felt a bit shy. When they reached Yinshan Station, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Zhou Zhaohui held the 2 large bags of goods in one hand and took Chen Ying's hand with the other. As soon as they exited the station, they saw 3 familiar figures. Chen Ying thought she might have seen it wrong, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. Were they still there? Uncertainly, she asked Zhou Zhaohui, "Is that Mom, Dad, and my little sister?" Zhou Zhaohui also spotted his parents and sister. "Yes." Chen Ying smiled. Her in-laws and sister-in-law were setting up a stall at the train station entrance. Initially feeling a bit down, seeing the 3 of them instantly energized Chen Ying. She no longer needed Zhou Zhaohui to hold her hand and quicken her pace. "Dad, Mom, little sister." Zhou Zhaohui, still carrying 2 large bags, couldn't walk fast and anxiously called out from behind, "Slow down." Hearing Chen Ying's voice, the 3 of them immediately looked up. "Hey." They quickly responded, as Zhou's parents were busy collecting money for spicy hot pot and couldn't get away. However, little sister Zhou Xiaoya flitted over like an excited little bird. "Sister-in-law." Zhou Xiaoya ran over and gave Chen Ying a big hug. "Sister-in-law, I missed you so much." Zhou Xiaoya hugged tightly, and Chen Ying deeply felt her sister-in-law's enthusiasm. I missed you too." Chen Ying returned the hug. Zhou Zhaohui, walking behind, had a dark expression. This little sister was taking advantage of his wife. The petty Zhou was really being jealous. If Zhou Xiaoya knew what her big brother was thinking, she would definitely scorn him. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Zhaohui coughed heavily. Zhou Xiaoya still held on to Chen Ying without letting go. "Sister-in-law, while you and brother were in Yangqing these few days, I couldn't sleep well at night." She was worried that Chen Ying wasn't eating or sleeping well outside, and was also concerned about the little nephew in her sister-in-law's belly. As for her big brother, she wasn't too worried about him. He was tough enough. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that his sister didn't react, Zhou Zhaohui continued coughing. Now Zhou Xiaoya couldn't ignore him. Reluctantly, she let go of Chen Ying and turned to look at her big brother, noticing his unpleasant expression, connecting it to his earlier cough when Zhou Xiaoya spoke. It made Zhou Zhaohui want to hit someone out of anger. Chapter 72. "Brother, are you crazy? Brother, are you crazy?" Zhou Xiaoya spoke without thinking, and Zhou Zhaohui's face darkened even more. The young girl, lacking any malice, realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. "Brother, what I mean is, are you feeling unwell? I heard you coughing a lot just now." Zhou Zhaohui coldly replied, "I'm fine." He was not polite at all and tossed a snakeskin bag he was holding to Zhou Xiaoya. She quickly caught it. "Xiaoya, let us carry it together." Chen Ying turned around and glared at her husband. "It's just a few steps. You can carry it yourself." Why make your sister carry it? Zhou Zhaohui felt wronged. His wife cared more for her sister than for him. Sister-in-law, it's not necessary. Zhou Xiaoya had often done farm work when she was younger, so she had some strength. The bag contained clothes, which weren't heavy, and she lifted it effortlessly. The two walked side by side, with Zhou Zhaohui following behind. Xiaoya, why are you guys setting up a stall at the train station? Chen Ying asked, puzzled. The foot traffic at the cinema wasn't too bad, but the train station had decent traffic too, even though it was farther from where they lived. Sister-in-law, you and brother are going to Yangcheng, and everyone is concerned. I suggested we set up a stall at the train station these days so that when you get off the train, you can see us right away. Zhou Xiaoya was quite pleased, wanting to see them sooner. Chen Ying nodded. Oh, I see. She then asked Zhou Xiaoya how the stall was doing. Zhou Xiaoya said it was so, not as stable as by the cinema. The train station had a lot of foot traffic, but there were many food stalls, leading to fierce competition. Plus, most people taking the train made one-time purchases, so there weren't many repeat customers who would take the train every day. The situation was different at the cinema, which was close to the farmer's market, where many people would stop by to buy groceries and might just decide to grab some spicy hot pot. Let's not set up here tomorrow. Let's go back to the cinema, Chen Ying suggested. Zhou Xiaoya nodded vigorously. When the three reached the stall, Chen Ying greeted her in-laws, Dad, Mom. They responded. Wei Hongmei quickly wiped her hands and came forward, taking Chen Ying's hand and examining her closely. You've lost weight. You must have suffered a lot outside. Knowing that being away from home meant not eating or sleeping well, Wei Hongmei felt a pang of sympathy. Chen Ying chuckled awkwardly, Mom, I didn't tea. Zhaohui takes good care of me. If there was any suffering, it was just the hassle of traveling. As for food and drink, she hadn't gone hungry. Her mother-in-law's concern warmed Chen Ying's heart. Daughter-in-law, sit down quickly. I'll make you some spicy hot pot. Wei Hongmei pulled Chen Ying to a small table on the side. The smell of the hot pot was enticing, and she felt a bit hungry. On the train, Chen Ying had only eaten to about 70% full, afraid that eating too much would lead to frequent bathroom trips, as the train carriage was crowded, making it hard to get to the restroom. She missed the high-speed trains of the future. Traveling by train was such a hassle. Wei Hongmei skillfully prepared the hot pot while also chatting and asking about their time in Yangcheng. The trip went smoothly, right? Naturally, they only shared positive news. Soon, the hot pot was ready. Wei Hongmei served them 2 big bowls filled to the brim, which contained mostly offal and less vegetables. Chen Ying realized she couldn't finish such a large bowl. If there had been more vegetables, she might have been able to challenge herself. With so much meat, she would get full quickly, taking up too much space in her stomach. I might not be able to finish this. Chen Ying glanced at Zhou Zhaohui. Want to share some with him? Zhou Zhaohui said she should eat first, and if she really couldn't finish, he would eat the rest. Hearing her husband say this made Chen Ying laugh. He was no longer concerned about his image at all, so calmly offering to clean up the leftovers. Male lead, you are supposed to be the future richest man in Huagua. Where's your cool demeanor? Chen Ying thought to herself, but in reality, it was quite endearing. Chen Ying really didn't finish. Zhou Zhaohui ate the leftovers, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, and even drank the soup. What a shame to waste the broth made from big bones. Zhou Zhaohui cleaning up the leftovers surprised Zhou's family at first, but it was now a common sight. The three of them were quite calm about it. Once they finished eating, Wei Hongmei urged her son to take his wife home to rest. You've been on the train for 70 or 80 hours, right? Your wife is pregnant. She needs to rest properly for a few days. With the sun shining brightly and such good weather, it would be a waste of a great opportunity to just sleep at home. Chen Ying smiled at her mother-in-law, Mom. Can I borrow someone from you? Wei Hongmei was taken aback. Borrow someone? Who? Chen Ying explained her idea. It was still early, not yet 3 in the afternoon, and she wanted to set up a stall to sell clothes at the train station. When her in-laws packed up, they could all go home together. After eating such a big bowl of spicy hot pot, she wouldn't mind if she skipped dinner. She wanted her sister-in-law Zhou Xiaoya to help her with the stall. Hearing that her daughter-in-law wanted to sell clothes, Wei Hongmei agreed. After all, they were going to Yangcheng to do clothing business, and now that the clothes had arrived, they needed to sell them quickly. Daughter-in-law, you just sit here quietly. Let Zhaohui and Xiaoya sell the clothes. Wei Hongmei thought to let Chen Ying rest a bit longer. Being a kind person, once her daughter married into their family, she wanted to treat Chen Ying well. Wei Hongmei could also instruct her son and daughter-in-law to do some work without hesitation. Chen Ying shook her head. Mom, I'm really not tired. I just finished eating. I want to take a stroll. Some moderate exercise is good for the baby. While speaking, Chen Ying smiled and gently touched her pregnant belly, radiating maternal warmth. Wei Hongmei stopped talking. Her daughter-in-law was right. Pregnant women should exercise more, as it would be beneficial for childbirth. All right then, daughter-in-law, if you get tired, just sit down and rest. Don't force yourself, Wei Hongmei advised. Chen Ying smiled and nodded okay. She was truly touched. Wei Hongmei was such a good mother-in-law. Deciding to set up the stall, Zhou Zhaohui and Zhou Xiaoya took out the clothes from the snakeskin bag. When Chen Ying saw her sister-in-law's reaction, she knew this batch of clothes would sell well. Zhou Xiaoya exclaimed, holding up a dress, "Sister-in-law, this dress is so beautiful." Chen Ying generously replied, "Xiaoya, this dress is a gift for you." Chen Ying was sincere about living with Zhou Zhaohui and considered her sister-in-law as a real sister. What was a dress to her? Zhou Xiaoya was thrilled. "Thank you, sister-in-law." She placed the dress aside with excitement. Chen Ying smiled. Wei Hongmei coughed twice, hoping her daughter wouldn't be so unobservant. She didn't lack clothes. That dress could be saved for selling. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoya, who had just received the dress, was too excited to notice her mother's hint. Wei Hongmei exchanged a helpless glance with her husband, wondering about their daughter's lack of awareness. Zhou Anshan was quite happy, thinking it was great that his sister-in-law and daughter-in-law got along well. Otherwise, the home would be chaotic. Women's matters were the most troublesome. Zhou Xiaoya looked at the clothes, loving each piece, touching one and then the other, unable to part with any of them. "Sister-in-law, your taste is amazing. All these clothes are so beautiful, even better than those in the department store." Zhou Xiaoya gave a thumbs up. Wei Hongmei felt a surge of blood pressure, fearing her naive daughter might express a desire for all the clothes. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoya was not that naive and didn't ask Chen Ying for any clothes. The little girl knows her limits. These clothes are meant to be kept for selling. Brother and sister-in-law took a train to Yangcheng, spending 70 or 80 hours round trip, with the sister-in-law suffering more as she is pregnant and has to endure more on the way. They chose these clothes just to sell them for more money. These clothes were definitely chosen by the sister-in-law. Her brother doesn't have such good taste. Zhou Xiaoya is very sure that if Zhou Zhaohui knew what his sister was thinking, he wouldn't be angry, but rather proud. Of course, his wife is quite capable. The clothes are put in a snakeskin bag, and when taken out, they look wrinkled. Chen Ying frowned. The originally high-end clothes now look cheap. "Xiaoya, is there a tailor shop nearby?" Chen Ying thought about going to a tailor shop to find an iron to press the clothes. Zhou Xiaoya was still fondling the beautiful clothes. Hearing this, she quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, we just came here to set up a stall in the past 2 days, so I don't know if there's a tailor shop." Zhou Xiaoya's voice got lower. She should have paid more attention to her surroundings. "If not, I could go look for one now." Zhou Xiaoya raised her voice. She is a die-hard fan of Chen Ying, and if her sister-in-law asks about a tailor shop, there must be a reason. Chen Ying shook her head. "It's fine, Xiaoya. Let's set up our stall first. With so many clothes, it's impossible to sell them all at once, and besides, we still need hangers for the clothes. We should find time to buy an electric iron and hangers. We'll need them for future stalls," Chen Ying thought, glancing at her sister-in-law's clothes. Chen Ying picked up 2 sets of clothes from the ground and pulled Zhou Xiaoya away. Chapter 73. Finally made the first sale. My sister-in-law was wearing her usual old clothes and didn't put on the new clothes Chen Ying bought for her last time at the department store. This was understandable. When making snacks, it's greasy and easy to dirty clothes, so wearing new clothes would be a waste. Now that they were selling clothes, Chen Ying needed to make her sister-in-law model. "Sister-in-law, where are we going?" Zhou Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. Chen Ying shared her plan, pulling her sister-in-law straight to the public restroom outside the train station. Hearing her sister-in-law asking her to change into new clothes, Zhou Xiaoya was quite excited. But sister-in-law brought 2 sets of clothes, and they weren't the dress she wanted, if she had to change into them. Wouldn't that mean these 2 pieces couldn't be sold either? This was just a roundabout way of giving her new clothes. Her sister-in-law was too kind. She must have noticed how much she liked those clothes and decided to gift her again. Her sister-in-law was generous, but she couldn't be ungrateful. Selling clothes means making money. she also had clothes to wear. The family's situation wasn't good, so she couldn't think about wearing new clothes every day. In the countryside, it might take several years to get a new piece of clothing. A few days ago, her sister-in-law had just bought her new clothes at the department store, and now she was giving her a new skirt. Zhou Zhaohui was already very satisfied. When they reached the restroom door, Zhou Zhaohui didn't take the clothes Chen Ying handed her. Sister-in-law, these clothes look good. If others see them, they will buy them. I don't necessarily have to wear them. Anyway, she liked those clothes, and others would surely think the same, especially those women who enjoy shopping at the department store. The clothes her sister-in-law chose were much prettier than those at the department store. But Chen Ying insisted, Xiaoya, wearing the clothes will sell them faster. Why do clothing stores hire staff with good figures and looks? It's precisely because clothes look better on them, which can induce consumption. When others see the clothes on the staff and look good, many impulsive customers won't care if the clothes suit them, as long as they can wear them. They'll buy them. In the 1980s, there weren't as many overweight people, and it was said that how good the clothes looked largely depended on the figure. In later years, if an overweight person came to buy clothes and they didn't look good, to encourage customers to buy, staff might even lie and say they look good. But now, when women try on clothes, they still have to praise each other. They wouldn't be so shameless as to lie. Having her sister-in-law as a model would unconsciously entice customers to buy, allowing the clothes to sell faster. Originally, it would take 5 days to sell out the clothes. Now they might sell out in 3 days. Time is money. Selling goods quickly means making more trips to Yangcheng in a month, which speeds up capital accumulation. Chen Ying explained this reasoning to her sister-in-law. Zhou Zhaohui no longer hesitated. As her sister-in-law said, selling goods quickly could earn a lot of money, and this set of clothes didn't seem like much. So, Zhou Zhaohui took the clothes Chen Ying picked out and went into the public restroom. Chen Ying chose a beige round-neck half-sleeve top for her sister-in-law, which was fitted at the waist, paired with bell-bottom pants. Last time at the department store, Chen Ying thought that outfit suited her sister-in-law well. This half-sleeve top was even prettier than the one bought at the department store. Chen Ying planned to sell it for 30 yuan. As for the bell-bottom pants, they were sold for 100 yuan at the department store. Selling them for 90 yuan wasn't unreasonable. With her sister-in-law as a model, Chen Ying felt confident about this pricing. When Zhou Zhaohui changed into the clothes and appeared in front of everyone again, everyone said she looked good. Zhou Zhaohui was also very happy. What young girl doesn't like pretty clothes? Zhou Zhaohui even flattered, sister-in-law, if you weren't pregnant. You definitely look better than me in this. This was music to Zhou Zhaohui's ears. Of course, his wife would look the best in it. Chen Ying could only smile helplessly. She was growing fonder of her sister-in-law, Zhou Zhaohui. Chen Ying's judgment was correct, with her sister-in-law as a model. Soon women were attracted by Zhou Zhaohui's outfit and came over to ask about the prices. Upon hearing that the same half-sleeve top was 30 yuan and the bell-bottom pants were 90 yuan, totaling 120 yuan for the outfit, the women gasped. Was 120 yuan expensive? It was extremely expensive. During these years, most people's monthly salary was only 30 to 50 yuan. Buying this outfit would take several months of savings. The woman who asked about the price immediately hesitated. The fabric of the clothes felt nice. But no matter how good the fabric was, she could buy some expensive cloth and make clothes with a sewing machine at home for not much money. Why should she spend over 100 yuan on this outfit? She wasn't foolish. Chen Ying seemed to see through the woman's thoughts. Comrade, these clothes are the latest styles from Yangcheng, not available at the department store. Many female celebrities from Hong Kong wear them this way. The woman's heart was stirred. If female celebrities from Hong Kong wore them, then that 100+ yuan didn't seem so expensive. Bell-bottom pants weren't cheap. A pair at the department store would probably sell for over 100 yuan. But that was the department store, and the quality of the clothes was guaranteed. Why should a roadside stall sell them for such a high price? She didn't compare the styles, and didn't know if they were better looking. She couldn't just listen to this person's empty talk. Just because the department store didn't have it, didn't mean it didn't exist. She stubbornly didn't believe this, and decided to go check the department store to see how the quality of their bell-bottom pants and half-sleeve tops compared. The woman didn't linger with Chen Ying, but decisively left. Watching the woman hurriedly walk away, Zhou Zhaohui stomped her foot. What kind of person is this? Asking so many questions and dirtying the clothes, and then just leaves. Zhou Zhaohui looked at her sister-in-law, holding back the urge to curse. Chen Ying took the opportunity to instill the idea that customers are kings into Zhou Zhaohui. Young lady, don't be so anxious. A set of clothes costing over 100 yuan is a lot in 1983 when the average salary is only a few dozen yuan. It's normal for people to hesitate. After all, many people are still struggling to make ends meet. In short, be a little more tolerant towards potential customers who might bring money, and you won't feel so upset. Chen Ying had a good mindset. She had developed this attitude over time. Before she transmigrated, she was in sales and often got scolded by customers. If she cried every time a customer scolded her, how could she continue in this line of work? In sales, you have to be thick-skinned and persistent. There's a classic saying in sales, even grandfathers come for grandsons. In her previous sales experience, Chen Ying had endured a lot. If women asked a few more questions and didn't buy clothes, so what? Zhou Zhaohui was Chen Ying's diehard fan, and now hearing her sister-in-law say this, she nodded seriously. Her sister-in-law made a lot of sense. Chen Ying had brought in several styles of clothes. Zhou Zhaohui was only wearing 2 of them, along with skirts and shorts. The cheapest was a small wallet she bought from a leather goods stall, which cost 3 yuan wholesale, and Chen Ying priced it at 10 yuan, claiming it was a Hong Kong-made cowhide product. Once they heard it was from Hong Kong, many people stopped to take a look. Where there are people, there is business. Finally, they made their first sale. Chapter 74. The clothes were snatched up. Rather than saying that this sale was attracted by the small wallet, it would be more accurate to say it was drawn in by Zhou Zhaohui's handsome face. Comrade, this small wallet is 10 yuan each. I want 3. Can you give me a discount? The woman's eyes were practically glued to Zhou Zhaohui. My wife is in charge at home. You should ask her. Zhou Zhaohui responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Ying smiled too. She had initially been rather displeased. This woman was quite annoying, standing there with a pregnant belly and flirting with her man. But now, after Zhou Zhaohui's words, her entire demeanor relaxed. Comrade, this small wallet is really the lowest price. It's from Hong Kong, made of cowhide. Feel it. Chen Ying smiled, thinking, humph, throwing flirty looks at her man and still wanting a discount? Dream on. Internally, she cursed the woman for being shameless, but her smile grew even brighter. The woman asking about the price genuinely liked the small wallet and naturally also had her eye on the clothes at the stall. Why ask Zhou Zhaohui? This probably comes down to the attraction between the sexes. Who doesn't like a handsome guy? So what if she was married? It doesn't mean she can't appreciate a good-looking man, right? The woman inquired about a few clothing items, and Chen Ying cheerfully quoted the prices. The woman attempted to haggle, particularly over the flared pants Zhou Zhaohui was wearing. Chen Ying quoted 90 yuan, and the woman countered with 70. Selling at that price would still yield some profit, albeit less. A crowd had gathered around the stall, and Chen Ying knew she couldn't give in too much if she did. The customer would think there was too much wiggle room and would expect even lower prices, which could lead to them not buying at all. Chen Ying was resolute. Giving away too much would mean all her efforts were in vain. Her gaze landed on the small wallet beside her, and her eyes narrowed. The cheapest clothing item of the stall was the short-sleeve top Zhou Zhaohui was wearing, which Chen Ying priced at 30 yuan. The woman wanted 3 small wallets, which totaled 30 yuan. There were only 20 small wallets in stock, and since many people were picking them up to look at them, it showed that they were quite popular. Even if all 20 wallets sold out, she would only make a total profit of 140 yuan, and considering there would be haggling, the actual earnings would likely be less. Suddenly, Chen Ying had a clever idea. She announced that anyone who bought 50 yuan worth of clothing could receive a small cowhide wallet for free, and that it was a Hong Kong product. Limited quantity, first come, first served. The woman who wanted 3 small wallets stopped haggling and quickly asked Chen Ying, "So, if I buy 100 yuan worth of clothing, how many will you give me?" If buying 50 yuan only got her 1 small wallet, then buying 100 yuan seemed like a loss. Chen Ying understood the woman's thinking, so she confidently replied, "Comrade, as long as you spend 50 yuan on clothing, you'll get a free cowhide wallet worth 10 yuan. If you spend 100 yuan, you'll get 2 wallets, and so on. As long as you hit 50, you'll get a wallet." The woman then purchased the entire outfit Zhou Zhaohui was wearing for 120 yuan and also bought a different color short-sleeve top. Wow, that was a big sale right off the bat at 150 yuan. The woman happily took home her 3 free wallets. Thanks. Chen Ying's mouth twitched. This woman was indeed a spendthrift. She was still haggling over 10 yuan for the small wallet, but now bought 150 yuan worth of clothes without batting an eye. Counting the neatly stacked 15 bills, Chen Ying felt a sense of poverty limiting her imagination. Who said people in the 80s were all poor? This woman seemed quite wealthy. Her clothing and style were very simple, yet she spent 150 yuan in one go. As the saying goes, customers don't like cheap products. They like to feel they are getting a bargain. Chen Ying's idea made the woman feel like she was getting a great deal. Originally, the small wallet cost 10 yuan each. 3 would be 30 yuan. Now, she spent 150 yuan on clothes and directly saved 30 yuan. As for the clothes, she thought they looked good anyway. She had been to the department store and found that the flared pants there weren't as nice as these, so buying here was better. She got the clothes and received the wallets for free, feeling like she really scored a great bargain. Chen Ying packaged the clothes the woman wanted and enthusiastically handed them over, saying, "Take care." God knows, her smile this time was incredibly sincere. Her man was handsome, and it was normal for other women to want to look at him a little longer. Everyone has a desire for beauty. She wasn't petty and wouldn't get jealous over trivial matters. You might have forgotten that just a moment ago, she was cursing that woman for being shameless. And now her attitude had changed so quickly. You really can turn on a dime. The woman took the clothes and turned to leave, exuding a sense of ease. As if to say, I leave without taking a single cloud with me. The clothes were already good-looking, and many women had been wanting to buy them. Now, with the offer of a free gift for spending 50 yuan, and with limited quantities of the small wallets displayed, those interested women naturally flocked to the stall. They didn't even glance at Zhou Zhaohui anymore. No matter how handsome he was already taken, while the small wallets were real and tangible, something they could get by buying clothes. If they waited too long, they might miss out on the free gifts. In the face of the cowhide wallets, even the handsome face of the male, lead took a back seat. I want a set of clothes just like that woman's. I want a pair of flare pants. Chen Ying smiled and said, everyone, please don't rush. One at a time. We have plenty of stock, and everyone will surely find clothes they like. But what good is having plenty of stock if they wait too long and miss out on the free wallets? Previously, when selling spicy hot pot, the 3 of them worked well together. Chen Ying handled the money. Zhou Zhaohui packaged the clothes. And Zhou Zhaohui was responsible for handing out the gifts. In no time, the clothing stall was exceptionally busy. Many women who couldn't manage to spend 50 yuan themselves pulled in others around them who wanted to buy clothes to share the cost. As for the free small wallets, the party wanting them would just offer the other party cash, save 5 yuan, so they could both benefit without anyone feeling cheated. The other party was also happy. This way, the original clothes ended up costing 5 yuan less. These days, rice was only 20 cents a pound. 5 yuan could buy 25 pounds of rice, enough for a family to eat for a month. Chen Ying hadn't expected the free gifts to have such a good effect. It made sense, really. Deep down, everyone loves a bargain. As the saying goes, if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you're a fool, and that truly is a classic. Soon, the clothes at the stall were completely sold out. Chen Ying deeply felt the shopping frenzy of women in the 80s. Of course, this was also due to the good styles of her clothing and her sweet-talking skills. Chen Ying had a knack for pairing outfits, and her attitude was 100 times more enthusiastic than that of department store salespeople. She praised every woman who bought her clothes. Each customer was like a treasure to her, and when she spoke, they felt like movie stars with grace. Even if women knew the compliments were insincere, they still enjoyed the flattery. With the woman being so good-looking, receiving praise from Chen Ying, a beauty herself, really lifted their spirits. With all the clothes sold out, they were preparing to pack up when a familiar figure rushed over, panting, and all 3 of them were taken aback. Chapter 75. My sister-in-law is tough too. The visitor was none other than the woman who had previously left after asking about the price. She was indeed tough and had taken the time to go to the department store. She wasn't just talking nonsense. The styles at the department store were not as novel and attractive as those at their stall. As for the quality, she had just seen Chen Ying's clothes and was quite impressed. The quality of the clothes at their stall was indeed not inferior to that of the department store. Previously, Chen Ying had mentioned that these clothes were new styles from Yangcheng, worn by female stars from Hong Kong. The more she thought about it, the more tempted she became. The clothes at the department store were not as good-looking as those at this stall and were also more expensive. Clothes worn by female stars were definitely worth more than 100 yuan. If female stars from Hong Kong could wear them, why couldn't she? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, and she even went home to get money. Wasn't she just eager to buy clothes now? However, when the woman saw the scene before her, she was a bit dumbfounded. Are you closing up? Earlier, there had been many clothes displayed, but now there was not a single piece left, only a few scattered wallets. The three of them looked like they were ready to head home. Chen Ying nodded, yes. Comrade, we have sold out of clothes and are also getting ready to leave. When she left earlier, there had still been quite a few clothes at the stall, and she had only gone to the department store and back home to get money. At most 2 or 3 hours had passed. How could so many clothes be sold out so quickly? The evidence was right in front of her, so the woman naturally wouldn't suspect they were putting on an act. Indeed, the new styles from Yangcheng were popular. Now she felt a bit regretful. She should have given them a deposit earlier before going home to get the money. In this day and age, apart from a few rich folks, no one carries 100 yuan while shopping. Many had given Chen Ying a deposit and rushed home to get money. If they hadn't been waiting for some female customers to come with the money, the three of them would have left long ago. The woman felt very frustrated, but perked up again. Will you set up your stall here again tomorrow? She thought to herself that since today's clothes were sold out, she could come back tomorrow to buy more. Chen Ying shook her head, comrade. We sold out all the clothes we brought back from Yangcheng this time. We will need to go to Yangcheng again to restock before we can set up the stall again. As for whether we will be here, that's uncertain. These days, individual vendors are essentially guerrilla fighters. Today, they might set up here, and tomorrow they could be somewhere else. Oh, I see, the woman said, feeling very frustrated. She really liked those clothes. Zhou Zhaohui also noticed that this woman had returned, definitely wanting to buy clothes again. She kindly reminded her, comrade. The clothes my sister-in-law chose are all the latest styles from Yangcheng, styles that are not available in the department store. If you want to buy clothes, you should come to us. Previously, this woman had asked a lot of questions and touched many clothes, many of which were light-colored and had become a bit dirty from being handled. Zhou Zhaohui had initially felt a bit unhappy, but Chen Ying had done some mental preparation for her. Buyers often complain about the goods, and besides, selling clothes requires customers to try them on. How else would they know if they fit or look good? After trying on the clothes, some customers would definitely buy decisively, while others might pick out a bunch of flaws and end up buying nothing. Chen Ying had warned her sister-in-law in advance to keep a calm mindset, as there are all kinds of people in this business. If one gets angry over small matters, it's truly like being at odds with oneself. Zhou Zhaohui felt her sister-in-law made a lot of sense and stopped dwelling on it. Later, as the clothes were snatched up, Zhou Zhaohui was in a good mood. Having witnessed the crazy purchasing power of women from Yanshan today, with her spirits high, she talked more. The woman also knew that these vendors were unstable. Today they were here, but who knows where they'd be tomorrow. Moreover, since this woman said these were clothes worn by female stars from Hong Kong, they must be very popular. What if they went to Yangcheng again to restock and there were none left? She also wanted to wear the same clothes as the female stars. The woman's eyes fixed on the clothes Zhou Zhaohui was wearing, and she suddenly had an idea. Comrade, are the clothes you're wearing for sale? She had thought of buying them simply because Zhou Zhaohui looked good in them. Isn't there still one set left? The woman really liked this outfit, and her expression softened a bit. Chen Ying thought she had misheard, but seeing the serious expression on the woman's face, she knew she hadn't. This outfit was meant to be worn by her sister-in-law as an advertisement. She was prepared to give it to her sister-in-law. Although selling the clothes would earn money, all the other items had sold out, and they had made quite a bit of money from this trip to Yangcheng, so she wasn't worried about the profit from this one outfit. Chen Ying was about to refuse, I'm sorry, comrade, but this. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Zhaohui spoke up. She held onto the clothes she was wearing and took a deep breath, as if she had made a significant decision. Sell it, why not? But let me make it clear first, the price of the clothes won't change. You can't lower the price just because I've worn it. This is merchandise from Yangcheng, the same style worn by female stars. Zhou Zhaohui babbled on. The young girl learned quickly. Having observed how Chen Ying interacted with those female customers, she picked up quite a bit. When the price of the clothes was quoted, Many women felt it was expensive. The price, after all, shouldn't be easily lowered. Gifts could be included. Just like her sister-in-law said, if you buy clothes worth 50 yuan, you'll get a 10 yuan leather wallet for free, very fashionable. This is equivalent to saving 10 yuan. No family's money comes easy, and in the resource-scarce 1980s, 10 yuan had incredible purchasing power, enough for a month's living expenses. Selling these two pieces of clothing for 120 yuan could provide a family with good food and drink for 2 months. Although Zhou Zhaohui also really liked this outfit, beautiful clothes are certainly less practical than filling one's stomach. Moreover, since her sister-in-law had already given her a dress, she couldn't be too greedy. Her sister-in-law had good taste and was in the clothing business. She would still need new clothes to wear in the future, right? Thinking this way, all her inner turmoil vanished, and she smiled sincerely at the woman who wanted to buy. The woman quickly waved her hand. No, how could that be? I brought the money. Afraid that Zhou Zhaohui would change her mind, the woman hurriedly pulled out a handful of cash from her pocket, including 10 yuan bills, 5 yuan bills, and 1 yuan bills. Judging by their thickness, it was about 120 yuan. All right, wait here for a moment while I go to the restroom to change clothes. Zhou Zhaohui picked up the old clothes she had changed out of and turned towards the public restroom. Chen Ying called out, Xiaoye. She wanted to say not to sell that outfit, as they had made quite a bit of money today, and it wasn't worth selling this one. She wanted her sister-in-law to keep it for herself. However, Zhou Zhaohui had a bright smile on her face. Sister-in-law, I'm going to change clothes. You take care of this, comrade. After saying that, she walked away with a light step. Chen Ying watched her sister-in-law's cheerful figure and thought to herself, my sister-in-law is also quite tough. Chapter 76. It's all thanks to my sister-in-law. Chen Ying is not a heartless merchant. When Zhou Zhaohui handed the clothes to the female customer and the younger sister confirmed the payment, Chen Ying still gifted the female customer 2 small wallets. Comrade, thank you for supporting our business. You bought 2 pieces of clothing, so here are 2 small wallets for you. These are from Hong Kong, priced at 10 yuan each if bought separately, and they're made of cowhide. Why didn't Chen Ying say that if you buy 50 yuan worth, you get 1 small wallet free, and if you spend 100, you get 2, and so on? Now that all the clothes were sold out, even if she wanted the female customer to buy clothes worth 150 yuan to boost sales, she had to have clothes to sell. The female customer didn't expect this pleasant surprise. Initially, she had accepted 120 yuan to buy a set of clothing similar to what a Hong Kong female star wore. Over 100 yuan isn't cheap. She would need to save a few months' salary. Now, with the chance to wear clothes like a Hong Kong star, she would be the most stylish at her workplace. And it wouldn't feel so painful to spend. Plus, there were gifts involved. The initial awkwardness of buying the sample clothing from Zhou Zhaohui disappeared, and when she left, her eyes were squinting with happiness. Zhou Zhaohui was puzzled. Sister-in-law, why are you giving her small wallets? A small wallet costs 10 yuan, so 2 would be 20 yuan, which Zhou Zhaohui thought was unnecessary. Her sister-in-law replied, giving small wallets is to encourage customer spending. Now that all the goods are sold out, this female customer likes our clothes so much that she even wanted the sample I'm wearing. There's no need to give her anything. Chen Ying smiled mysteriously and said, Xiaoye, don't just look at immediate benefits. Consider long-term perspectives. When we first started selling clothes, we didn't have enough capital, but once we accumulate enough, we will definitely plan to open a store. As long as this female customer lives in the provincial capital, once the clothing store opens, she might come to buy clothes. Leaving her with a good impression now lays the groundwork for her to become a loyal customer later. The small wallets cost 3 yuan each, and giving away 2 is just 6 yuan. She made us a profit of several tens. What is 2 small wallets compared to that? Chen Ying didn't take it seriously. After all, who doesn't have a few good friends? If this female customer had a pleasant shopping experience, she might introduce a few friends to buy clothes later. Then, they would see the value of those 2 small wallets. Zhou Zhaohui pondered this, while Zhou Zhaohui looked at his wife with appreciation. He knew his wife had a vision and wasn't short-sighted. Zhou Zhaohui handed the money she received from the female customer to Chen Ying. Sister-in-law here. But Chen Ying didn't take the 120 yuan. Instead, she smiled at her sister-in-law and said, Xiaoye, keep this money. It's your reward. Chen Ying's expression was gentle. The clothes were originally a gift for her sister-in-law, and since Zhou Zhaohui decided to sell them, Chen Ying felt the money should go to her sister-in-law. Zhou Zhaohui was anxious upon hearing this. Sister-in-law, please take it. I can't accept such a large reward. She had already received a dress, and now the 120 yuan from selling the clothes was something Zhou Zhaohui felt she couldn't take. Her sister-in-law traveled for 70 or 80 hours by train to Guangzhou to sell clothes. Although Zhou Zhaohui had never traveled far, she understood that being away from home was not as comfortable as staying at home. Looking at the busy train station every day, one could imagine that the train environment wasn't great either. Her sister-in-law, pregnant and exhausted, went to buy clothes. She couldn't take advantage of that. But Chen Ying was adamant. Xiaoya, those clothes were originally a gift from me to you. Now that you've sold them, you should keep the money. Don't give it back to me, or I'll be upset. Zhou Zhaohui felt conflicted, but it was only when her brother spoke that she finally put the money away. Just take what your sister-in-law gave you. Zhou Zhaohui was happy to see his wife treating her sister well. He thought to himself that he should treat his wife's family well in the future as well. Zhou Zhaohui had little affection for his brother-in-law, especially after the unpleasant beginning with Chen Ying. He rarely visited his in-laws. He even called the female supporting character's parents uncle and aunt. You can't blame the male lead. Who could be happy after being schemed against by the female supporting character's family? Now that his older brother had spoken, Zhou Zhaohui no longer hesitated and carefully put the money away. Deep down, she was very grateful to Chen Ying. Her sister-in-law was beautiful and kind-hearted. Zhou Zhaohui didn't see it as her brother's money. It was something she deserved. After all, if it weren't for her sister-in-law accompanying her to Guangzhou to pick styles, the clothes wouldn't have sold so well. Her brother was smart, but when it came to selling women's clothing, Zhou Zhaohui didn't think her brother's judgment could match her sister-in-law's. Even her own eye for choosing clothes was better than her brother's. Therefore, the quick sales of the clothes were all thanks to her sister-in-law. Zhou Zhaohui had completely become a fan of Chen Ying. With all the clothes sold out, Zhou Zhaohui hurried to report this good news to her parents, leading the way. Zhou Zhaohui followed behind with Chen Ying. After 70 or 80 hours on the train, it was naturally tiring for a pregnant woman. But thinking about the crazy purchasing power of the women in Yanshan, Chen Ying felt invigorated, as if she had been injected with adrenaline. Money was so easy to earn. Her fatigue seemed to vanish. Looking absent-mindedly in the direction of the train station, she wished she could immediately book another ticket to Guangzhou to roll that money over a few more times. If luck was on her side, the clothes she brought back could be sold out again quickly. If she made a few more trips, she could soon buy back the Western-style house that the Zhou family had mortgaged. Chinese people have an obsession with houses. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Chen Ying was no exception. Before we're in the book, she had worked hard in a big city for many years, but still couldn't afford a house there. Renting was too insecure. One year, an apartment in Beijing's burned down, and the Beijing municipal government rolled out policies prohibiting apartment rentals and even partitioned rooms. Overnight, rents skyrocketed, forcing many migrant workers to return home early, and the worst had to sleep under bridges. Chen Ying was kicked out by her landlord in the middle of the night with a suitcase. Standing on the streets of Beijing, she felt lost, as if she didn't know where to go. At that moment, she was so distressed that she couldn't even cry. There was no time for tears. She had to quickly find a place to stay, or she would have to sleep on the street. Zhou Zhaohui, however, was unaware of his wife's thoughts. He saw her staring at the train station and said, "Dear, let's go." During these days in Guangzhou, they had spent most of their time on the train, and they hadn't rested well. As a big man, Zhou Zhaohui didn't mind too much, but he was worried that Chen Ying would get too tired. He was eager for her to return home and lie down to rest. Chen Ying gathered her thoughts and nodded emphatically. "Let us go." She had arrived in the 1980s and was determined to buy a house in Beijing through her hard work to give herself and Zhou Zhaohui a home. Chen Ying was filled with confidence. When they reached her in-law's spicy hot pot stall, Zhou Zhaohui was passionately recounting the frenzy of women buying clothes. She spoke animatedly. "Dad, Mom, sister-in-law is amazing." The clothes she picked made those women's eyes light up. They surrounded us, and soon the clothes were all snatched up. Originally, I was wearing a set of clothes that sister-in-law asked me to wear for promotion, but it ended up being bought by a customer too. Zhou Zhaohui also told her parents about how Chen Ying insisted that she keep the money from selling the clothes. Chapter 77. This is for my sister-in-law. Dad, Mom, what about this money? 120 yuan is not a small amount. If you want it, I can give it to you. After all, I just eat and drink at home and usually help you set up the stall to sell spicy hot pot. So I don't have many expenses. Zhou Xiaoya handed a wad of cash to her parents. Wei Hongmei was about to speak when Zhou Wenshan spoke first. This is from your sister-in-law. You should keep it for yourself. Don't forget to thank her properly. As soon as Zhou Wenshan finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoya quickly turned to Chen Ying to say, "Thank you. Thank you, sister-in-law." Chen Ying smiled. Wei Hongmei shot her husband a glare. "You're just trying to be the good guy, aren't you?" She originally wanted to tell her daughter not to ask her daughter-in-law for money next time. She had already accepted new clothes, and now she was asking for money again. While her daughter-in-law was generous, they shouldn't always take advantage of her. "Mom, can we have braised pork for dinner tonight? I'll treat you." Zhou Xiaoya was very generous and handed Wei Hongmei a big note. Thinking back to the last time her mom made braised pork, when her elder brother served meat to her sister-in-law, he removed all the fatty pieces. And her sister-in-law probably preferred lean meat more. Zhou Xiaoya added, "Mom, don't just buy pork belly. Get 2 more gene of lean meat." Chen Ying was touched. What does my sister-in-law mean by this? She looked at Zhou Xiaoya, who playfully blinked at her. Last time, when her mother-in-law made braised pork, the young girl ate heartily without any discomfort. So it was that her sister-in-law wanted to eat lean meat. She was doing this for her. Chen Ying felt warmth in her heart. Hearing her daughter's words, Wei Hongmei's eyes sparkled with appreciation as she accepted the large note from her daughter. Wei Hongmei teased her daughter, "Just 2 gene of lean meat? I'll spend this 10 yuan to buy more lean meat." If her daughter could notice such details, Wei Hongmei wasn't foolish. She certainly had noticed too. If it weren't for the fact that lean meat has little fat, she worried that her daughter-in-law would miss out on nutrition by only eating lean meat. Wei Hongmei even thought about directly buying lean meat to make braised pork. Since her daughter-in-law loved lean meat, other people's preferences didn't matter. After some thought, she decided to buy some pork belly for flavor. Otherwise, if there was too little fat, her daughter-in-law wouldn't get enough nutrition, and Wei Hongmei was also concerned. Once the clothes were sold, Zhou Wenshan and Wei Hongmei were very happy. They packed up and the whole family went home together. Passing by the butcher shop, Wei Hongmei went up to buy meat. "Master, I'd like 10 yuan worth of meat, and please give us more lean meat," Wei Hongmei said to the butcher. The boss was puzzled. Nowadays, everyone liked fatty meat because it was juicy. Who liked lean meat? He uncertainly asked, "Do you want more lean meat?" Wei Hongmei nodded seriously. Now the butcher didn't hesitate. He quickly weighed the meat. Pork was 8 mao per gene, and the butcher was somewhat skilled. Wei Hongmei wanted 10 yuan of meat. The piece weighed 12 gene and 4 liang, but the butcher didn't mind the extra weight. It wasn't much money, so he charged Wei Hongmei 10 yuan. With such a large piece of meat, it couldn't all be made in a braised pork. On the way home, Wei Hongmei asked Chen Ying if she wanted to eat dumplings. In the countryside, having a big meal of meat dumplings was quite a treat. Chen Ying said she was fine. She wasn't picky. Zhou Wenshan chimed in from the side. "Save the dumplings for the next meal. Braised pork is best with rice or steamed buns." Wei Hongmei thought the same. So they decided to make rice for dinner since they had prepared dough for steamed buns. The few of them chatted and laughed all the way home, preparing to make braised pork for dinner. When they got home, Zhou's mother went to the kitchen to get busy, and Zhou's father helped out. With a whole family to feed, if it all depended on his wife, who knows when they would get to eat. Zhou Zhaohui also went to help with the fire. In this day and age, many men don't enter the kitchen, especially in the countryside. For many years, it hasn't been the custom, and male superiority over female inferiority is quite serious. When hosting meals, women aren't allowed at the table, and men don't do any kitchen work, as if working in the kitchen undermines the position of the family head. But in the Zhou family, there's no saying that men don't go into the kitchen. When Wei Hongmei cooks, Zhou Wenshan helps wash the vegetables and assists. After all, the 3 siblings in the Zhou family have all worked in the kitchen. Otherwise, Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't have learned how to cook. Compared to respecting women, the Zhou family is ahead of many families in Yushu village. Chen Ying returned to her room and felt exhausted. She lazily lay on the bed and didn't want to move. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoya came to knock on the door. Chen Ying let her sister-in-law in. Zhou Xiaoya looked around and didn't see her brother, letting out a silent sigh of relief. Chen Ying smiled. Xiaoya, is there anything you can't let your brother hear? The younger sister-in-law's thoughts were written all over her face, and Chen Ying thought she was too cute. This really couldn't be heard by her brother. She was afraid of getting scolded. Sister-in-law, I need to tell you something. You must keep an eye on my brother. The girl you and my brother saved last time. That Tian Yuma. Do you remember? Zhou Xiao lowered her voice intentionally, fearing that the soundproofing of the house wasn't too good and her brother would overhear. Which would be bad. Chen Ying nodded. What about the original female lead? Seeing her sister-in-law's nonchalant expression, Zhou Xiaoya looked anxious. She explained that in the past few days they had gone to Yangsheng and Tian Yuma had come to their spicy hot pot stall again. These days, Tian Yuma was suppressing her feelings for Zhou Zhaohui, but the more she suppressed them, the stronger they became. She went to the cinema entrance again, but this time she didn't see Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying, only Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Xiaoya selling spicy hot pot. She went to help and casually inquired where Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying had gone. She noticed that whenever she mentioned Zhou Zhaohui, Zhou Xiaoya acted like a prickly hedgehog. Why are you asking about my brother? Don't you know he is married? My brother and my sister-in-law have a great relationship. Don't even think about having any bad ideas. Zhou Xiaoya spoke without any politeness. Her brother was handsome, and there were shameless girls trying to get close to him. Back when her brother was still wealthy, many girls would come to their house to curry favor. Why didn't they go directly to her brother? Because he always had a cold face, giving off a vibe that strangers should keep their distance. So those girls could only take a roundabout approach to get into her good graces. Now Zhou Xiaoya saw Tian Yuma in the same way. Wei Hongmei's expression wasn't too good, and Tian Yuma could feel it. Among the three of them, only Zhou Wenshan had no objections to her. Xiaoya, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Wenshan scolded his daughter. Then he turned to Tian Yuma with a smile. Comrade Tian, don't mind her. Xiaoya is young and doesn't understand. Her words can be quite rude. Zhou Wenshan felt embarrassed. What was wrong with his daughter? Why was she so brainless? He picked up the conversation. Comrade Tian, you're a girl. Saying things like that is quite embarrassing. Tian Yuma, feeling guilty, maintained a calm demeanor. Comrade Xiaoya, you misunderstood. I wanted to invite Comrade Zhou and Comrade Chen to have a meal at the state-run restaurant to thank them for their help. Tian Yuma spoke sincerely. But Zhou Xiaoya wasn't having any of it. She huffed, believing that Tian Yuma had ulterior motives towards her brother. Hearing this, Zhou Wenshan quickly said that his son and daughter-in-law had gone out of town, but he didn't specify where, only saying that Tian Yuma shouldn't be polite. It was only right to help when seeing injustice. Later, Zhou Xiaoya suggested that her parents set up their stall at the train station, saying that her brother and sister-in-law would see them as soon as they got off the train, which was also a way to avoid Tian Yuma. That is how it was. Sister-in-law, you must keep an eye on my brother and also be careful of that Tian. Zhou Xiaoya felt that Tian Yuma didn't have good intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Ying's response made Zhou Zhaohui, who was outside the door, heart race. Chapter 78. My wife, I only have you in my heart. Xiaoya, your brother is not that kind of person. No need to keep an eye on him. Chen Ying still has confidence in this. If Zhou Zhaohui could be easily seduced by just any woman, he wouldn't be the aloof future billionaire. However, Tian Yumeng is the original female lead. In the original book, she is Zhou Zhaohui's official match. Whether they will spark something is a bit of a headache. But Chen Ying didn't think too much about it. Worrying about things that haven't happened yet is just asking for trouble. Chen Ying didn't want to engage in internal conflict. Hearing his wife's words, Zhou Zhaohui was overjoyed, feeling like he was floating in the air. His wife truly understands him. He only has eyes for his wife. No other woman should even think of getting close. Chen Ying's words made Zhou Xiaoya nod emphatically. Sister-in-law, my brother's character is absolutely reliable. You don't need to worry. I just think that Tian Yumeng is not honest. Anyway, sister-in-law, just keep an eye on her. Of course, her brother is a good person. To make her words more credible, Zhou Xiaoya mentioned that her brother used to be a man with a decent income, and some women would flatter him, but he wouldn't even glance at them. This Tian Yumeng is even worse than those flattering women. Those women approached him when he was still single. But Tian Yumeng knew he was married and still came to flatter him. How shameless. Zhou Xiaoya was still young and hadn't been battered by society much. Her world was black and white, as she ground her teeth when mentioning Tian Yaman. Sister-in-law, just be careful of that Tian. I wish I had known better than to let my brother save her. I hope he didn't save a thankless wolf. Zhou Xiaoya chattered nonstop. Zhou Zhaohui, standing by the door, wanted to scold her. Xiaoya, are you my sister or Chen Ying's sister? He had nothing to do with Tian Yaman, okay? No way. He couldn't let her keep talking nonsense. Zhou Zhaohui pushed the door open, interrupting Zhou Xiaoya's chatter. Seeing her brother enter, Zhou Xiaoya felt guilty. Brother, when did you get here? She wanted to ask how much he had heard of her conversation with sister-in-law. Zhou Zhaohui's expression was not good, and Zhou Xiaoya felt anxious. Would her brother hit her? She sought help from her sister-in-law with her eyes. Chen Ying looked at Zhou Zhaohui. Why do you have that face? It's quite scary. Then Zhou Xiaoya saw her brother, who had just been sulking, instantly transform into a smiling flower. Does he really need to change his expression that quickly? Whether or not sister-in-law was scared, Zhou Xiaoya felt a bit startled. Brother, sister-in-law, you two chat first. I'm going to help mom and dad. Zhou Xiaoya prepared to leave, but Chen Ying called her back. Zhou Xiaoya's heart raced. My dear sister-in-law, can we talk about this later? She was afraid her brother would hold her accountable for what she said earlier. Chen Ying took out 3 women's leather bags she had bought in Yangcheng. Xiaoya, pick one. The styles are the same, just different colors, cream white, black, and maroon. This bag is so pretty, Zhou Xiaoya said as she touched it. This leather bag was much better in quality than the small wallet sister-in-law gave to customers. Finally, Zhou Xiaoya chose the maroon bag. Sister-in-law, I want this one, thank you. Zhou Xiaoya's eyebrows were jumping with excitement. After all, she was still a child at heart. Chen Ying smiled and nodded. Okay, then, goodbye sister-in-law, goodbye brother. Zhou Xiaoya happily walked away with the bag. Zhou Zhaohui closed the door, feeling that his little sister was so annoying, chatting about irrelevant things with his wife. He wondered if his wife was angry. The man carefully observed his wife's expression. Chen Ying looked up, her gaze locking onto Zhou Zhaohui. How much did you hear? Chen Ying was really 20 years old. She guessed he had been listening outside for a while. Zhou Zhaohui rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Listening in was not a glorious thing, but he really wanted to know his position in his wife's heart, which was why he didn't push the door open immediately. Not much, just that my sister said to keep an eye on you. Zhou Zhaohui's voice grew quieter. Chen Ying nodded, indicating she understood, and didn't say anything more. Now Zhou Zhaohui felt anxious. Wife. Chen Ying looked puzzled. What's wrong? I only have you in my heart. I have no feelings for that Tian Yaman. Don't be angry just because of what my sister said. Zhou Zhaohui was very serious. He really didn't have much impression of Tian Yaman. When he saved her in the alley, he only knew her shirt was torn by a thug. He directly threw off his own shirt to cover her. Barely glancing at her, he saved her without even asking her name. Firstly, Zhou Zhaohui didn't expect a thank you, and secondly, because she was a woman, he didn't want any entanglement with her. He had a wife. Why would he need to have any connection with other women? Zhou Zhaohui was still very principled. The man explained so seriously, and Chen Ying also expressed, of course, I believe you. My man is handsome. It's normal for women to admire him. Just like today, when selling clothes, some women were trying to talk to you in various ways. If I were to get jealous for no reason, that would just make me unhappy. However, since Xiaoya spoke so confidently, Tian Yaman might have really done something inappropriate. Xiaoya is not the type to wrongly accuse someone, right? Zhou Zhaohui certainly knew what kind of person his younger sister was. She didn't have much guile and wouldn't easily wrong someone. Thinking of Tian Yaman made Zhou Zhaohui feel a headache. The last time I met at the spicy hot pot stall, she spoke ambiguously, which could lead to misunderstandings. If it weren't for his wife's intelligence, clarifying things with just a few words, the customers at the restaurant and his family members might have misunderstood. That Tian Yaman's way of speaking was indeed inappropriate. Wife, don't worry, I want to look at her more than once. Zhou Zhaohui didn't want to have saved a thankless wolf. Chen Ying smiled, and Zhou Zhaohui's words reassured her. Zhou Zhaohui was a responsible good man, and Chen Ying trusted him. As for Tian Yaman, just because you're the original female lead, if you come to seek attention in front of her man, Chen Ying is not a soft persimmon to be easily provoked. If the other party truly has bad intentions, Chen Ying mind, taking some drastic measures to resolve this trouble. She hoped Tian Yumeng let down the kindness she initially showed. Suddenly, Chen Ying exclaimed. Zhou Zhaohui quickly stepped forward nervously. Wife, what is wrong? Chen Ying looked up, touching her bulging belly, her face full of joy. I'm fine. It's just the baby moving. Zhou Zhaohui also saw it. Chen Ying's belly was indeed moving. Zhou Zhaohui was very excited. He bent down and trembled as he touched Chen Ying's belly. Baby, I'm your dad. Then, a magical scene unfolded. Chapter 79. Wife, the baby is greeting me. Chen Ying's belly moved again, as if responding to Zhou Zhaohui's words. The man's eyes were moist, and he was so excited that his hands trembled. Wife, the baby is greeting me. Zhou Zhaohui's voice carried a slight choked sound. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Chen Ying was also happy. She felt the vigorous little life inside her at this moment. That was her baby. She gently placed her hands on her belly, her eyes smiling. Baby, I'm your mom. Perhaps Chen Ying's gentle touch made the little one inside reluctant to let her mother down. Her belly was kicked again, indicating that the child was interacting with its parents. Chen Ying's heart instantly softened. Before entering this story, she had been single while most people around her were married and had children, and her social media was filled with posts about babies. Her family urged her to find a partner and get married quickly, to have a child before she got old and no one would care for her. They would say, look at so-and-so from the village. Dying alone without children is so pitiful. Hearing such things repeatedly really affected her mood. At one point, Chen Ying even thought about going to the hospital for IVF, so she wouldn't have to worry about old age. But now, as she caressed her pregnant belly and felt the vitality of her baby, her eyes became misty. She was pregnant and about to be a mom. Chen Ying considered herself not an emotional person, yet tears still moistened her eyes. Surely it was the original owner's tendency to cry easily. Zhou Zhaohui looked nervous, helping her wipe away her tears, wife. His voice was cautious. Chen Ying smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. I'm just happy. Zhou Zhaohui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He was also happy and excited about the baby's movements. While Chen Ying wasn't paying attention, Zhou Zhaohui quickly touched the corners of his eyes. Thankfully, he hadn't shed any tears. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Before entering this story, Chen Ying had never been touched by a man's hand, and she didn't understand what prenatal education was. Now, her child was greeting her. Chen Ying thought about prenatal education and reminded Zhou Zhaohui to speak civilly and avoid swearing, as it would affect the baby's education. She talked excitedly until her mouth was dry. Zhou Zhaohui listened very seriously. Okay, I'll go buy a book of Tang poetry tomorrow and read it to you every day. That way, our child will be influenced by knowledge in the womb and will be extraordinary when born. Zhou Zhaohui said earnestly. Chen Ying chuckled. You don't have to go that far. This guy was even more nervous than she was. Chen Ying said this, but in her heart, she felt very happy. The male lead's concern for the baby was evident. This little episode brought them closer together. As soon as Zhou Xiaodi arrived home, the whole family was ready to eat. Smelling the delicious red braised pork, Zhou Xiaodi nearly drooled. Mom, what's the occasion today? Why is there red braised pork again? Zhou Yonghui couldn't believe how wonderful life could be. His mom was making red braised pork again. How happy. Wei Hongmei smiled. Today's red braised pork is treated by your sister. Zhou Xiaodi turned to Zhou Xiaoya. Sister, where did you get the money? Zhou Yonghui was still a student, usually receiving living expenses from home, and any leftover pocket money he could save up. His sister usually ate and drank at home, and although she went out to sell spicy hot pot with their parents, the money was kept at home. If she wanted to buy something, she had to ask their mom for money. Now that their mom said this red braised pork was from his sister, how could Zhou Yonghui not be curious? It's all because my sister cares for me, Zhou Xiaoya said proudly, briefly explaining the events of the afternoon when the three of them sold clothes. She had previously told her parents about the frenzy of women buying clothes and now recounted it to her brother, speaking fluently. Sister-in-law, you eat the meat. Zhou Xiaoya picked the largest piece of lean meat from her plate and gave it to Chen Ying. Chen Ying quickly pushed her bowl forward, allowing her sister-in-law's chopsticks to pick the meat more easily. Thank you, Xiaoya. Everyone, let's eat quickly. The meat will get cold and won't taste good. Chen Ying noticed that as soon as her sister-in-law finished speaking, The whole family looked at her with admiration, and her brother looked at her with admiration, even giving her a thumbs up. Zhou Zhaohui looked especially proud. Of course, my wife is the best. Chen Ying spoke up, and only then did everyone turn their attention back to the dining table, starting to battle with the fragrant red braised pork. The delicious red braised pork, paired with rice, made them want to swallow their tongues. Chen Ying didn't eat fatty meat, and today the red braised pork had mostly lean meat, so she enjoyed it with satisfaction. Her mother-in-law's cooking was truly excellent. She couldn't help but think that once the spicy hot pot business grew and developed into a snack shop, they could also introduce new dishes like rice bowls. Fast food, which was common in later years, didn't exist at this time. If they could make it, it would be easy and even simpler than spicy hot pot. Chen Ying pushed down her thoughts, as the clothing business was so profitable now. She and Zhou Zhaohui definitely needed to make more trips to Yangqing. The spicy hot pot stall only had her in-laws and sister-in-law working. And even when the clothes came in, her sister-in-law had to help sell them. The snack stall only had her in-laws left with limited manpower, so they couldn't make too many varieties. The rice bowl idea could wait. Chen Ying suppressed her thoughts and quietly ate. The family was filled with laughter and joy, eating heartily. Meanwhile, at this moment, Tian Yumeng felt heavy-hearted. Chapter 80, she did all this for Zhou Zhaohui's good. That day, when she went to help at the stall, Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying were not there. Zhou's father said the two had gone out of town. Tian Yumeng thought about checking back the next day to see if they had returned, but the next day, the Zhou family did not set up their stall at the cinema entrance. She knew where the Zhou family lived in Yanshan City, so she ran over, but the door was locked. Tian Yumeng swore she really just wanted to see if Zhou Zhaohui was back. When she asked about Zhou Zhaohui, Zhou Xiaoye responded sarcastically. Tian Yumeng's explanation was not a lie. She genuinely wanted to invite Zhou Zhaohui to dinner. If Zhou Zhaohui hadn't shown up to save her that day, she would have been violated by two thugs in that situation. She was truly grateful to Zhou Zhaohui, and it was only right to treat him to a meal at a state-run restaurant. Tian Yumeng knew she had developed feelings for Zhou Zhaohui, but dared not show it in front of her mother. The spicy hot pot business was doing so well. Why hadn't the Zhou family come out to set up their stall? Tian Yumeng was puzzled. And where had Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying gone? With so much on her mind, she couldn't help but zone out. Seeing her daughter deep in thought, Tian's mother asked her what was wrong. Tian Yumeng spoke about the Zhou family. I went to the cinema in trance these past 2 days and didn't see the Zhou family setting up their stall. I wonder if something happened? After hearing this, Tian's mother became somewhat worried. Zhou Zhaohui had saved her daughter, and although she had never met the young man, she genuinely hoped the Zhou family was well. However, she comforted Tian Yumeng, saying maybe they went to set up their stall elsewhere, and that she shouldn't worry. She could check back at the cinema in a while. Tian Yumeng almost blurted out that she had already gone to the Zhou's house and found it locked. She held back, thinking perhaps they had returned to their hometown. Tian's mother muttered. According to her daughter, the Zhou family was not from the provincial capital, so maybe they'd gone back to take care of something? The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Tian Yumeng actually knew where Zhou Zhaohui's hometown was. The last time she went to the police station, Officer Sun Yin gave her a note that included Zhou Zhaohui's household registration. From Yushu Village, Luqing County, Hiku City, Hebei Province. Yushu Village, Tian Yumeng whispered to herself. She could go to Yushu Village to inquire about it. Zhou Zhaohui had saved her, and she was worried something had happened to the Zhou family. It was only right to visit his hometown and care for her benefactor, right? Tian Yumeng repeatedly told herself that she would take the bus to Yushu Village the next day to gather information. The Zhou family was quite well known in Yushu Village. As soon as Tian Yumeng inquired, the villagers told her a lot about the Zhou family. That young man was capable, through his own efforts. He became a wealthy man and brought his family to the city to enjoy a better life. Zhou Zhaohui was kind-hearted. After making money, he even repaired the roads in the village. Whenever Zhou Zhaohui was mentioned, the people of Yushu Village praised him. Tian Yumeng was excited to hear this. She knew Zhou Zhaohui was a good man. From the villagers' mouths, she also learned another thing. Zhou Zhaohui's wife had used underhanded tactics to marry him. Bah, shameless. That Chen family girl was not a good person. She had plotted against Zhou Zhaohui. Chen Ying was beautiful and well-known in the surrounding villages. and the villagers expressed their righteous indignation, partly to stand up for Zhou Zhaohui, but also with some hidden thoughts, as they were envious of Chen Ying's looks. The villagers described the situation with such detail, it felt as if they had witnessed Chen Ying plotting against Zhou Zhaohui firsthand. Their beginning was indeed disgraceful. The original owner and her mother conspired to set a trap for Zhou Zhaohui, with Chen Ying pretending to have fallen into the water on his path. Zhou Zhaohui jumped in to save her and performed CPR on Chen Ying, only to be threatened by the original owner's family that if he didn't marry her, they would report him to the police for being a rogue. This had caused quite a stir back then, and now the villagers despised the shameless behavior of the Chen family. Yet in their hearts, they thought it would have been better if they had known their daughter was setting a trap. Tian Yumeng clenched her fists, not expecting that woman to be so despicable. Already disliking Chen Ying, Tian Yumeng joined the villagers of Yushu village in cursing Chen Ying for being shameless. Tian Yumeng also learned from the villagers that Zhou Zhaohui had been betrayed by a childhood friend who ran away with his money, leaving his family impoverished. The villagers found it strange that Chen Ying hadn't separated from Zhou Zhaohui. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, and they thought life should be not too bad for them now. If things were really that tough, the Chen family's girl would have definitely run away long ago. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts, but Tian Yumeng was feeling increasingly troubled. The Chen family valued vanity. If they knew Zhou Zhaohui had fallen from grace and was no longer a wealthy man, would they force Chen Ying to divorce him? Upon returning from Yushu village, Tian Yumeng pondered this question. The villagers said that ever since Zhou Zhaohui married Chen Ying, the Chen family had taken advantage of the Zhou family quite a bit. Some even laughed at Chen Ying for being foolish, saying that after getting married, she didn't think about her own family, but kept taking things from her in-laws to her own family, calling Chen Ying a muddled egg who couldn't tell inside from outside. The villagers had no good feelings towards Chen Ying. Tian Yumeng also felt the same and wondered if she should inform Chen Ying's family that Zhou Zhaohui was no longer a wealthy man. The Chen family couldn't possibly keep benefiting from him forever. Would they still be satisfied with such a son-in-law? Tian Yumeng wouldn't admit her selfish motives. She just thought that Chen Ying had shamelessly plotted to marry Zhou Zhaohui, and Zhou Zhaohui was averse to this marriage. She was doing this to help her benefactor, right? Chen Ying was vain and had her eyes on Zhou Zhaohui's wealth, not out of true feelings. If her warning led the Chen family to divorce them, wouldn't that be saving Zhou Zhaohui? Now that the Zhou family was running a snack stall, working hard from dawn to dusk to earn money, it was a burden on Zhou Zhaohui that Chen Ying kept taking her in-laws' money to her family. Tian Yumeng finally convinced herself that she was doing all this for Zhou Zhaohui's good. If Zhou Zhaohui knew Tian Yumeng's thoughts, he would definitely be furious. What's wrong with this woman? What business is it of hers? And now she wants to go stir things up in front of my mother-in-law? No one in the Zhou family knew about the little schemes Tian Yumeng was plotting behind their backs. After dinner, the family tidied up. Chen Ying took out the gifts she had bought for everyone. Her sister-in-law had previously chosen a maroon handbag, and Chen Ying let her mother-in-law pick from the remaining 2 women's handbags, with Wei Hongmei choosing the black one. The belts prepared for the 3 men were all the same, one for each of them. Everyone was happy to receive their gifts. Wei Hongmei held the handbag and admired it, feeling moved inside. Daughter-in-law, don't spend so much money on us next time. When the baby is born, there will be more places to spend money, so save up for the child, she said, thinking about how the family situation was not as good as before. Wei Hongmei wanted to save up all the money for her future little grandson. Chen Ying's response warmed her in-laws' hearts. Chapter 81. Took a cold shower for half an hour. Mom, even crows understand how to repay their parents. As their children, we should be filial to you, Zhaohui, and I need to ensure good prenatal education for the baby in my belly. Chen Ying smiled as she stroked her stomach. Parents are the best teachers for their children. That's why people often say that when buying pigs, you should look at the pen. There's truth in that. Wei Hongmei and Zhou Wenshan were deeply moved. If it were their daughter saying this, they would find it normal, but their daughter-in-law, who isn't to even their own child, showing this kind of thoughtfulness made them very satisfied. Chen Ying asked Zhou Zhaohui to close the door. With only close family in the room, Chen Ying took out all the money from her pocket. The bills of varying denominations looked like a lot. A pair of flared pants could earn over 60. while short sleeves and skirts earned a bit less, around 20. The two of them took 944 yuan to Yangcheng, and, after deducting various expenses, they brought back nearly 800 worth of goods. Now, after counting, there was 1,960 yuan on the table. Is all of this from this trip? Zhou Zhaohui hesitated. Yes, it includes both the principal and the interest. In fact, there's more. Chen Ying didn't even count a dress for her sister-in-law and the 120 yuan for the sample dress her sister-in-law wore. Add another 120 yuan. Zhou Xiaoya chimed in. Wei Hongmei and Zhou Wenxian nodded. This is how much can be earned from a trip to Yangcheng. The investment doubled, and of course, it's also tied to Chen Ying's good eye. If Zhou Zhaohui went alone to get the goods, he might not have chosen such popular items. A trip to Yangcheng, plus the time selling goods, takes at least a week. They could make 4 trips a month. With over 900 in capital, it could be doubled. What about next time with 2,000 in capital? At this rate, making 4 trips a month could turn them into thousandaires. Of course, this is an ideal scenario, but it's not impossible. Long-term guerrilla tactics aren't a solution. Chen Ying still believes they should open a store in the provincial capital. This way, bad weather won't affect business, and as for the rent, compared to the high profits, it's really just a drop in the bucket. Chen Ying shared her plans, and the whole family supported her. She also asked her in-laws to pay attention to any rental shops while they were out setting up stalls. Wei Hongmei nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Finding a shop can take time. To have a good business, location, and foot traffic are very important. Chen Ying brought it up today just to get her in-laws invested in it too. With the whole family working together, it would be hard not to do well. Wei Hongmei urged Chen Ying to put the money away and encouraged Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying to go back to their room to rest early. The two kids had spent 7 or 8 hours on the train to Yangcheng, and just thinking about it was exhausting. With her mother-in-law saying this, Chen Ying nodded. All right, Dad, Mom, little sister, little brother will go rest now. Zhou Zhaohui quickly helped his wife back to the room. I can walk by myself, no need to help. Chen Ying glared at him. The family is still watching. This guy really treats her like a precious porcelain doll. But Zhou Zhaohui didn't care. Lightly supporting Chen Ying to the room. Once Chen Ying lay down on the bed, he walked out. Where are you going? Chen Ying asked, confused. I'm going to heat some water so you can take a shower later. Zhou Zhaohui explained. The weather was hot, and after spending 7 or 8 hours on the train, their clothes had a bit of a smell. Zhou Zhaohui knew his wife liked to be clean. If she didn't take a shower, she wouldn't feel comfortable sleeping at night. They couldn't do anything about it on the train. But now that they were home, he wanted to create better conditions for his wife. Hearing this, Chen Ying felt warmth in her heart. Husband, you're so nice. The little woman looked at him with sparkling eyes, and Zhou Zhaohui felt his heart melt. Chen Ying really thought Zhou Zhaohui was wonderful. Usually, it was women who heated water for showers, but now Zhou Zhaohui was doing it for her, which moved her. The male lead was great. A good man who cared for his wife. After Zhou Zhaohui left, Chen Ying covered herself with a blanket and smiled. Zhou Zhaohui went to the kitchen to heat the water and poured it into the bathtub, being very considerate. As Chen Ying sat in the bathtub enjoying her hot shower, she felt every pore in her body relax. Zhou Zhaohui didn't waste time either. He quickly washed up. When the man returned to the room, Chen Ying asked him to scrub her back. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhaohui gulped. His wife wanted him to scrub her back. Come on, hurry up. I'll come out after you finish scrubbing my back. The water is going to get cold. Seeing the man not moving, Chen Ying urged him. Oh, okay. Zhou Zhaohui stepped forward, took the towel Chen Ying handed him, and began scrubbing her back. The little woman's skin was as smooth as cream. The room's lighting wasn't very bright, and Zhou Zhaohui felt unsure where to place his hands as he looked at her back. Hurry up, Chen Ying urged. After her shower, she wanted to go to sleep quickly. Okay. Zhou Zhaohui felt like a fool, unable to form a complete sentence. He felt all the blood rush to his head, feeling dizzy. He was being as gentle as possible. His wife had delicate skin. What if he scrubbed too hard and hurt her? They had only been intimate once, and Zhou Zhaohui had been drunk that time. He hadn't really looked at Chen Ying's body. Usually, when they lay on the same bed, she wore pajamas. That time in the guest house, while she was showering, he had vaguely seen her body through the glass door. Now he could see clearly. Her beautiful back was so white. Standing, he could easily see her body, the alluring curves. and below that was her cute belly, where their baby was. Further down, cough, cough, that was a bit inappropriate. Zhou Zhaohui felt like his heart was swinging on a swing, up and down, and he felt enveloped in a pink bubble. Chen Ying sat in the bathtub, squinting her eyes, enjoying the man's service. Put in a little more effort. Scrub lightly like that. How will you get the dirt off? Zhou Zhaohui followed her instructions passively, increasing the pressure of his hands. His breathing became rapid. It was so hot. It must be because Mei was too warm and the water in the bathtub was hot, making his lips feel incredibly dry. Scrubbing her back lasted only 5 or 6 minutes, but Zhou Zhaohui felt like it lasted a century. When Chen Ying finished her shower and got out of the tub, Zhou Zhaohui quickly turned his back, afraid the little woman would notice his reaction. You rest first. I'll go dump the bathwater for you. Without waiting for Chen Ying to respond, Zhou Zhaohui hurriedly carried the tub away. Chen Ying watched the man's back and shook her head. Why was he running so fast? Not thinking much of it, Chen Ying changed into clean underwear and found a set of fresh pajamas before getting into bed to sleep. After a trip to Yangcheng and not resting well outside, of course, she needed to rest well at home. As for Zhou Zhaohui, he had it tough. He dumped the bathwater and took a cold shower for half an hour. Only then did the heat in his body gradually subside. When he returned to the room again, the little woman was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. Zhou Zhaohui carefully lay down beside her and gently kissed her forehead. Good night, wife. Chapter 82. The fantasy male lead changes diapers. Chen Ying woke up naturally from her sleep, and by the time she opened her eyes again, it was already past 10 o'clock the next day. The Zhou family naturally wouldn't disturb Chen Ying's rest by knocking on her door. After all, their daughter-in-law had been working hard in Yangcheng, so it was only right for her to sleep a bit longer. Zhou Zhaohui was also kept at home by Wei Hongmei and her husband, telling him not to set up the stall today, but to stay home and accompany his daughter-in-law, and also take a good rest. Since their son and daughter-in-law were running around Yangcheng, they needed to replenish their energy after not getting enough rest on the road. Zhou Xiaoye was also reminding him, Brother, you must take good care of sister-in-law. So when Chen Ying woke up, the only ones left in the house were her and Zhou Zhaohui, who was washing clothes in the yard. Zhou Zhaohui was washing the dirty clothes they had changed out of the day before, the clothes they wore while in Yangcheng. Chen Ying stretched lazily, got up, and walked outside. Hearing the noise, Zhou Zhaohui continued scrubbing the clothes on the washboard. Wife, I left some food in the pot for you. Just leave the dishes there when you're done, and I'll wash them later. Zhou Zhaohui's back was to Chen Ying, so she couldn't see his expression, but his voice held no hint of complaint. Chen Ying felt warm inside. Many men disliked doing housework, but her male lead was so good, not only cooking for her, but also washing her clothes. Chen Ying was very touched. She walked over, thinking of praising him, since he treated her so well. It wouldn't be too much for her to provide some emotional value, right? However, when Chen Ying approached and saw the scene before her, her cheeks flushed red. Zhou Zhaohui was washing her bra, his large hands pressing on the cup of the bra, washing it very carefully, his long fingers making it seem as if they were pressing against Chen Ying's chest. She suddenly felt an electric current surge through her chest, tingling all over. What's wrong? Zhou Zhaohui hadn't yet noticed anything unusual. When he finally saw the little woman's flushed cheeks and then looked at the underwear he was washing, he realized what was happening. He stumbled over his words. He had been washing his wife's underwear without thinking much about it. But seeing her shy face made Zhou Zhaohui gulp involuntarily. His body tensed up, feeling a bit hot. It must be because the weather was too nice today, with the sun shining brightly. Zhou Zhaohui thought this, but he couldn't help but swallow hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down, making Chen Ying's heart race. She didn't dare look into his eyes. The allure of a man was too distracting, and with her handsome male lead, it made it impossible for her to think straight. After a while, Chen Ying finally managed to stutter out her thoughts. You can leave it, I'll wash my own clothes later. After saying this, she turned and ran away, feeling so embarrassed and shy. In the kitchen, Chen Ying took deep breaths, taking about 2 minutes to calm down. There was food left for her in the pot, a bowl of corn and white flour dumpling soup made in the morning, along with a boiled egg. Chen Ying ate a bowl of the soup and finished the egg. After eating, she washed the pot clean. Zhou Zhaohui didn't listen to Chen Ying's words and really put her clothes down, waiting for her to wash them herself. His wife had delicate skin. How could she do such rough work like washing clothes? He had tough skin and plenty of strength, so wasn't it only right for him to do more housework? By the time Chen Ying came out, Zhou Zhaohui had already finished washing the clothes and was hanging them on the clothesline in the yard. Her underwear had long been hung out to dry, making Chen Ying feel so shy and embarrassed. Usually, after taking a shower, she would wash her underwear casually. She was just too tired yesterday. After showering, she went straight to bed without thinking about washing her underwear, and, as a result, it had been washed by the man. She tried to maintain her composure. They were husband and wife, and they were even expecting a child. It didn't seem like too much for a husband to wash his wife's underwear, right? After some mental preparation, Chen Ying walked towards the man. "Let me help you." She joined Zhou Zhaohui in hanging the washed clothes on the line. Compared to women, men are generally more careless, and it's normal for them to not clean thoroughly or wash clothes well. However, she found that Zhou Zhaohui had washed the clothes quite clean, especially her clothes. The collars and cuffs were washed very well, and she silently gave him a thumbs up in her heart. He was truly a wonderful husband. An image floated in her mind. When the baby was born, Zhou Zhaohui would be squatting in the yard washing diapers. Thinking of this, Chen Ying lightly bit her lip, unable to help but smile. Chen Ying was beautiful. Just standing there without doing anything could attract many gazes. Zhou Zhaohui considered himself not a lecherous man. At least he didn't feel aroused the first time he saw Chen Ying, but now, looking at the little woman standing there, his feet moved towards her against his will. "What are you thinking about?" The man's sudden voice startled Chen Ying, nearly making her drop the clothes in her hands. Zhou Zhaohui was quick and caught the clothes, bringing their bodies even closer together in an ambiguous manner. Zhou Zhaohui hung the clothes on the line, keeping his eyes locked on Chen Ying's. He was looking for an answer. Remembering her earlier thoughts, Chen Ying felt a bit shy. She couldn't just say she was imagining him washing diapers. "I wasn't thinking about anything." The little woman's eyes darted around, refusing to meet his gaze, and Zhou Zhaohui knew she wasn't being truthful. He didn't mind, though. He wrapped his arms around Chen Ying's waist. The atmosphere was too good at that moment, with no one else around, and it was a rare two-person world that they should cherish. Zhou Zhaohui became a bit reckless. They were married, and hugging in a yard during the daytime was nothing. Doing even more intimate things was also legitimate. Cough, cough, he thought a bit too far. Chen Ying shifted her body, wanting to say, "Why are you holding me so tightly?" But Zhou Zhaohui looked in her eyes and said, "Wife, I really like you." During the movie, Zhou Zhaohui had kissed her cheek and expressed his feelings in front of so many people, but at that time, Chen Ying was still angry about the original female lead and felt shy, not thinking much about it. Now the atmosphere was even better. Chen Ying's heart raced a bit. Zhou Zhaohui seemed to have no intention of waiting for her answer. He lowered his head, and light kisses fell on Chen Ying's neck, making her feel as if an electric current had passed through her. It was a tingling sensation. Chen Ying secretly scolded the man for ambushing her again. Just as she was about to express her thoughts, her mouth was covered. This wasn't their first kiss, but Chen Ying was still very nervous. Their kisses usually happened at night. Now, in broad daylight, with just the two of them in the yard, she still felt very shy. Zhou Zhaohui, however, wasn't thinking about that. While kissing her, his hands weren't idle either, already slipping under Chen Ying's clothes to touch her chest. When he was washing his wife's bra earlier, he hadn't thought much of it, but seeing the little woman blush made him want to do this. The sensation was really nice, Zhou Zhaohui thought, giving it a gentle squeeze. Chen Ying was startled, letting out a soft gasp. Chapter 83. Women should serve men. She hurriedly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed at the shameful sound she had made. It was so awkward. She didn't even dare to look into Zhou Zhaohui's eyes. People from Huagua were inherently conservative and avoided discussions about sex. Chen Ying was also a conservative person at heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been single all her life before entering the book. Zhou Zhaohui gently gazed into her eyes. He sensed the little woman's unease and reached out to smooth her furrowed brow. With his forehead against hers, he said, "Wife, I really like you. Do you like me?" This question successfully shifted Chen Ying's focus. Did she like the male lead? Of course she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so devoted to living her life with him. She also couldn't deny that the male lead's future status as the richest man in Huagua attracted her. But so what? Zhou Zhaohui was her husband. His money and his person were one and the same. Chen Ying didn't see any conflict in that. Besides, what's wrong with a wife liking her husband's money? Zhou Zhaohui initially looked forward to her answer, but when she remained silent for a while, he felt a bit anxious. Their beginning wasn't beautiful. Rather than being attracted to him as a person, it was more about his wealth. If he were still the kind of man with just a few thousand in savings, Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't have felt nervous at all after falling for Chen Ying. After all, he had what his wife liked. But now, without money, did his wife still like him? A look of tension flashed across his face, and the previously ambiguous atmosphere dissipated. Zhou Zhaohui cautiously watched Chen Ying, fearing that she might say something unfavorable. Even if she didn't like him, he wouldn't let her go. She had married him and would have to be his wife for life. Chen Ying nodded, saying she liked him. If she had met a man like Zhou Zhaohui before entering the book, and he happened to be single, she would definitely confess her feelings. Come on. She was in sales and had thick skin. Love should be expressed loudly. Everyone was busy, and she didn't have time for mind games. Zhou Zhaohui let out a big sigh of relief. He knew his wife liked him. Having received the answer he wanted, he felt a bit smug and asked, "So, what do you like about me, wife?" Zhou Zhaohui's eyes seemed to sparkle like the sun and moon, filled with a proud demeanor. "You're handsome." She was indeed a face person. If Zhou Zhaohui were an ugly brute, even if he were the future richest man, Chen Ying wouldn't compromise and live with him. Come on, if he were too unattractive, she wouldn't even want to kiss him. Such a marriage would be a nightmare. As a person who had crossed into the book and possessed thoughts that were decades ahead of her time, she believed that with hard work, she could thrive in the opportunity-filled 1980s. Why should she settle for less? Life is short, and happiness is what matters most. Upon hearing this, the stone in Zhou Zhaohui's heart finally fell to the ground. His wife said she liked his face. Zhou Zhaohui didn't find Chen Ying superficial. Everyone has a love for beauty. He used to think that a man's abilities were more important than looks, but now that his wife liked his face, he realized he needed to take care of it. What if his wife stopped liking him? He also had a sense of responsibility, treated her well, entrusted her with his money, and had good character. In short, he was a great person, and she just liked him. Chen Ying counted the man's virtues on her fingers. Zhou Zhaohui's heart was melting under the charm of the little woman. He hugged Chen Ying tightly, calling her wife repeatedly. Zhou Zhaohui felt proud, thinking he had so many merits in Chen Ying's heart. Chen Ying also reached out to hug Zhou Zhaohui back. Their bodies were close, and their hearts were silently drawing nearer. In Xinghua village, Tianyumeng had missed several buses, but finally found Chen Ying's family village. Upon entering the village, she approached a few rural women sitting at the village entrance and asked, "Hello, comrades, could you please tell me how to get to Chen Ying's family?" She didn't know Chen Ying's parents' names and could only refer to her family. "Just follow this road ahead, and you'll see 5 red brick houses. That's her home." The woman pointed the way, and Tianyumeng thanked her before moving forward. She overheard the women behind her gossiping, saying that the Chen family had struck it rich. Their daughter married a man with money. They were once very poor, and now they were the most envied family in the village. Previously, they lived in a mud house that leaked in the rain, but now their daughter had married a wealthy man and built a red brick house. The best in Xinghua village, making others envious. Bah, a shameless family, scheming to marry into wealth. If they hadn't played dirty, the Chen girl wouldn't have married into the city, one woman remarked. A black cat or a white cat that catches mice is a good cat. Who cares what methods were used? The Chen girl is married to a wealthy man, and her family enjoys the benefits. The women fell silent, realizing that the Chen family had indeed struck it rich, and regardless of the means, the result was that everyone envied them. Following the woman's directions, Tianyumeng found the Chen family, only to discover that the door was locked. No one was home. Tianyumeng frowned, wondering where they had gone. Chen Ying's parents were genuine farmers, and at this time, Chen Ying's younger brother was in school. Chen Ying's father had gone to the fields to check on the crops. For farmers, crops were treasures, and their growth depended on the care given. Rural people are simple and hardworking. By removing weeds in a timely manner, crops can grow better. When he had free time, Chen Ying's father would take a hoe to the fields to look after the crops, picking up stones and weeding. As for Chen Ying's mother, she was at the river washing clothes. Compared to Chen Ying's mother had less luck. Her husband wasn't the kind of man who spent all day in the kitchen. Household chores like washing and cooking were rarely done by him. However, it wasn't that Chen Ying's father was a bad person. He was very diligent. He never complained about the hard work in the fields and did everything from slaughtering chickens to gutting fish. He would never bully his wife. Chen Ying's parents were an ordinary rural couple, and their married life was a reflection of most rural couples. Chen Ying's mother had to wash the clothes for the whole family, and before the supporting female character got married, she would do housework and wash clothes with her mother. This was quite common in rural areas. The mindset was that women should serve men. Chen Ying's mother had been instilled with this belief since childhood. After getting married, she should serve her husband and be filial to her in-laws. Chen Ying's parents married in the 1960s, when love was rarely discussed. Matchmakers arranged meetings, and as long as neither party had significant disabilities, they generally agreed. As for their personalities and tempers, those were things that were gradually adjusted after marriage. They certainly had arguments and fights, but in the end, they had to live together. In their generation, divorces were rare. Who would get divorced, considering what outsiders would say? Who would take care of the children? The opinions of both parents and gossip from relatives were hard for most people to withstand. Chapter 84. The Zhou family is too bullying. At this moment, Zhou Zhaohui was washing clothes by the river. Ever since Chen Ying married Zhou Zhaohui, her family's life had visibly improved. First, they built a new house, and their food and drink had greatly improved. In the past, they were so poor that they counted the rice before cooking, and throughout the year, they could only have meat dumplings during the new year. Usually, they didn't have any oil or meat at all. Now, things are much better. Zhou Zhaohui was willing to spend a little on meat to celebrate during festivals. And occasionally, they could have boiled eggs on the dining table. Previously, they were so poor that they sold eggs for money and couldn't afford to eat them. With a good daughter, Zhou Zhaohui felt like a proud woman in Xinghua village. Sister Zhaohui, I heard your daughter is pregnant. Yes, she's over 5 months along. When talking about her daughter, Zhou Zhaohui's eyes were filled with joy. Her daughter was beautiful, and even though her son-in-law was initially dissatisfied with the marriage, once the grandson was born, any discomfort in his heart would disappear. The young couple's relationship was good, and her son-in-law was capable, which brought good fortune to her family, making Zhou Zhaohui very happy. Congratulations, you'll soon be a grandmother. That Ying child, I always thought she was blessed, and she married a good man. Yes, having a son for a wealthy family, then your whole family will be taken to the city to enjoy life. Several middle-aged women took turns complimenting Zhou Zhaohui. The villagers of Xinghua village knew about Chen Ying and her mother's calculations regarding Zhou Zhaohui and secretly whispered about how shameless and despicable they were. But in front of Chen Laer and his wife, they praised and flattered them, saying they were fortunate to have a good daughter. The Chen family's little girl was indeed beautiful, and even if the wealthy husband was a bit unhappy at first, once they had a child, men would be proud on the outside, but honest in their hearts. These middle-aged women, being experienced, thought that once Chen Ying's daughter gave birth to the wealthy family's child, they could build good relations with the Chen family and benefit from it later. They had heard that Chen Ying's wealthy son-in-law owned a fish farm, and they were flattering Zhou Zhaohui now, hoping that in the future she could help them find jobs for their husbands at the fish farm, which would be better than struggling in the fields. Life was hard for rural people, toiling from sunrise to sunset, and the whole family worked hard all year round, barely saving 200 yuan. Why go to the city? We don't want to add trouble for the children. Life is good for me and her dad in the countryside. Zhou Zhaohui was humble on the outside, but was overjoyed inside. Once her daughter had a grandson, she would go take care of her daughter during the month of confinement. And at that time, her son-in-law wouldn't kick her out. Her son-in-law was truly capable, living in a 2-story villa in the provincial city. Zhou Zhaohui had visited once during her daughter's wedding and didn't want to leave. She wasn't just there to eat. Once her daughter had a child, she could help take care of her grandson in the city. Anyway, her son was still young. First, she'd take care of her grandson and later her son. Zhou Zhaohui had everything planned out clearly. But thinking of the two's calculations regarding their son-in-law, Zhou Zhaohui didn't dare to act recklessly. Plus, her daughter had married into that family, and she was afraid her actions might be inappropriate, making her son-in-law bully her daughter. At that time, her daughter had even told her mom, "Once I handle Zhou Zhaohui, I'll bring our whole family to the city to enjoy life." Her daughter was truly capable. Now that she was pregnant, once the grandson was born, her daughter would have a firm foothold in her in-laws' family. Su Guifan was so happy she could burst, imagining the good life of living in a villa and being a city person waving at her. "I was promised to the Zhao family since childhood. How could I marry Zhu if I don't know him? My dad already withdrew the engagement at the district office. This time, I have to find my own in-laws." In a good mood, Su Guifan hummed a song on her way home. Her daughter was truly capable, even better than Lu Qiaoer in the song. As she got closer, she noticed a young woman sitting on a stone at her doorstep. Su Guifan frowned. She didn't recognize this person. "Who are you?" Hearing the noise, Tian Yumeng looked up, and upon seeing Su Guifan, she confirmed her identity. Su Guifan looked good. Otherwise, Chen Ying wouldn't be so beautiful. Tian Yumeng saw Chen Ying's shadow in Su Guifan's features. Having worked in the countryside for a long time, Su Guifan had become a down-to-earth middle-aged woman. But she had good looks. It was likely that she was a beauty in her youth. "Auntie, you are Chen Ying's mother, right?" Tian Yumeng spoke, and Su Guifan nodded. "Yes, I am." Tian Yumeng, using the alias Zhao Zhaohui, said she was Chen Ying's friend. Upon hearing that she was her daughter's friend, Su Guifan quickly invited her into the house, letting Tian Yumeng sit on the kong. In rural Hebei province, everyone had a kong. The cooking stove was connected to the kong, so when cooking, the kong would warm up. In winter, rural people were reluctant to buy coal to heat the stove. They would burn more firewood to keep the kong warm. They would also make a fire basin out of yellow mud, taking the charcoal from the stove and putting it in the fire basin to keep warm in winter. "Comrade Zhao, please sit." Su Guifan didn't even have time to hang up the washed clothes and hurry to find tea leaves to brew tea for Tian Yumeng. Tian Yumeng told Su Guifan not to fuss and said she was just there to deliver a message. Hearing this, Su Guifan stopped looking for tea leaves and poured hot water for Tian Yumeng. "Auntie, the Zhou family is in trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Guifan dropped the enamel teacup in her hand. The hot water splashed on her feet, but she didn't mind. She stared at Tian Yumeng, waiting for her to continue. "What do you mean?" Tian Yumeng recounted everything she had learned from the villagers of Yushikan. "This is what happened. Zhou Zhaohui is no longer a wealthy man. They have lost their small villa, and now the whole family is setting up a stall to become self-employed, living a tight life. Chen Ying, with her big belly, has to follow them and work hard." Su Guifan couldn't believe what she was hearing. Just before, the other women in the village were still flattering her, saying that once her daughter gave birth, their whole family would enjoy life in the city. She had been thinking about moving to the provincial city, living in a small villa, and being a city person, right? Now, Tian Yumeng told her that her son-in-law's small villa had been seized to pay off debts, and the Zhou family had become poor. Her daughter, with a big belly, had to follow the Zhou family outside to set up a stall and sell snacks. Spicy hot pot? I've never even heard of it. Now that the weather is hot, just standing outside for a little while makes one sweat. How can my daughter endure this under the sun while pregnant? Doesn't her husband care for her at all? Why can't the Zhou family let her rest at home? She is pregnant. Pregnant rural women have it tough, carrying a big belly and still having to work in the fields. But fieldwork isn't available every day. Rural life has busy and slack seasons. During busy times, it's not a problem, but during slack times, pregnant women shouldn't have to run around outside. From what this woman was saying, that snack stall required early mornings and late nights, standing there all day long. How could her daughter handle that? The Zhou family is really too bullying. Chapter 85. Tian Yumeng's Provocation. Aunt. Tian Yumeng shouted twice, and Su Guifan's expression was quite dramatic, changing from green to white, as if she were performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act. When did this happen? Su Guifan's voice was hoarse. Such a big incident occurred. Yet her daughter didn't mention it to the family? It wasn't long ago, just last month, not even a month ago. "Aunt, I'm here to deliver a message from Chen Ying." She originally wanted to write a letter home, but the Zhou family is watching her closely, afraid she might tell you the situation and that you would make her divorce. Tian Yumeng observed Chen's mother's reaction, and sure enough, upon hearing this, her face turned even uglier. She decided to add more fuel to the fire, Chen Ying told me that when she married Zhou Zhaohui, there were some conflicts. After marrying into the Zhou family, everyone looked down on her, and her husband didn't support her either. According to Tian Yumeng in the Zhou family, Chen Ying was just a pitiful person bullied by the whole family, getting up early to cook for everyone, while all the housework was done by her. Even then, her mother-in-law criticized her for not being diligent, and there was a sister-in-law fanning the flames. Whenever there was a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Zhou Zhaohui stood by his mother's side, showing no sympathy for his pregnant wife. The couple often quarreled, and Zhou Zhaohui would say that all the money at home had been sent to Chen Ying's family. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living so poorly. Chen Ying often cried from grievances. What Tian Yumeng described was a true reflection of many rural women's lives. When a woman married, she had to serve the whole family in her in-laws' house. Zhou Zhaohui believed this wholeheartedly. She had also suffered from her in-laws' mistreatment. When she first married into the Chen family, they hadn't split up yet, and the whole family lived together. Her in-laws had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter was married off, and the eldest brother and his wife had jobs, leaving the family with just 1 daughter. The in-laws favored the eldest son and were biased towards the youngest. As for her second branch, they were stuck in the middle, taking all the frustration. Later, when she had a daughter, her in-laws criticized her for giving birth to a granddaughter, implying that she was not worthy. She was furious. The eldest brother also had a daughter, and that was their precious granddaughter, while her own daughter was treated as worthless. Fortunately, her husband was supportive and didn't join his parents in bullying her. Otherwise, Zhou Zhaohui would have gone mad. Later, her brother-in-law also got married, and his wife was a formidable character, wanting to split the family as soon as she came in, which finally allowed Zhou Zhaohui to breathe a little easier. Her brother-in-law had a daughter and 2 sons, and her in-laws were most biased toward her brother-in-law's family, often stuffing them with money. After she gave birth to her daughter, her health suffered, and it took many years before she had a son. Her mother-in-law was truly not a good person, and her married sister-in-law was also troublesome. The 2 often teamed up to make life difficult for the 3 daughters-in-law. Later, when her father-in-law passed away, her mother-in-law was afraid of offending the daughters-in-law too much and not being taken care of in her old age. So she stopped causing trouble and settled down a lot. The reason Zhou Zhaohui wanted to move to the city was partly due to her longing for a better life, and partly to avoid her mother-in-law, who was a meddlesome old woman, often stirring up trouble between her and her husband. Zhou Zhaohui thought that if she moved to the city, out of sight would mean out of mind. Thinking of those painful days, Zhou Zhaohui felt a pang in her heart. Now her daughter had to suffer this too. She initially thought Zhou Zhaohui was a wealthy man, and that her daughter marrying him and moving to the provincial capital would mean living a good life. But now, it turned out to be nonsense. The man was a pauper, yet so arrogant. Why was that? The Zhou family even said that after Chen Ying gave birth, she should just roll away. Now that the child hadn't even been born, she could only serve them like a laborer. As soon as Tian Yumeng finished speaking, Zhou Zhaohui nearly ground her teeth in anger. She was not the type to just endure. On the contrary, she was an ambitious rural woman. Otherwise, she and her daughter wouldn't have conspired against Zhou Zhaohui's marriage. This is too much. Zhou Zhaohui slammed the table, startling Tian Yumeng. Aunt, you really need to support Chen Ying. Otherwise, she doesn't know how much more suffering she will endure in the Zhou family. Tian Yumeng incited her further until Zhou Zhaohui said she would go to the provincial capital, have Chen Ying divorce Zhou Zhaohui, and get rid of the child, finding her daughter a good match instead. Tian Yumeng left a note for Zhou Zhaohui with the current address of the Zhou family in the provincial capital. And seeing Zhou Zhaohui holding the note with eyes that seemed to shoot fire, she left satisfied. That was the effect she wanted. As for the slanderous words she had spoken about Zhou Zhaohui and the Zhou family, Tian Yumeng felt no guilt. She believed she was doing a good deed. The Chen family was already vain and greedy, and what she did was to help Zhou Zhaohui rid himself of his mother-in-law's family of vampires. And she felt she had done a good deed, with no psychological burden at all. Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui rested at home for 2 days before preparing to continue going to Yangcheng to buy clothes. The clothing business was so profitable that they had to seize the opportunity to earn more money. This way, when the baby was born, They could provide a better life for the child. Wei Hongmei saved the money for purchasing food ingredients, giving the remaining earnings from the stall over the past few days to the couple. In just over a week, the stall selling spicy hot pot had earned over 300 yuan. And even Zhou Zhaohui took 100 yuan from the money she made selling clothes to give to Chen Ying, asking her sister-in-law to take it to Yangcheng to buy clothes. The sample outfit her sister-in-law wore sold for a total of 120 yuan. She had given her mother-in-law 10 yuan to buy meat for braised pork that day, and now she took out another 100 yuan, leaving only 10 for herself. Chen Ying refused. Xiaoya, you should keep this money for yourself. Zhou Zhaohui was very understanding. Sister-in-law, clothes in Yangcheng are so profitable. Take this 100 yuan to buy clothes, and it might turn into 200 yuan when you come back. It won't have a bigger effect in my hands. Zhou Zhaohui sincerely offered the money. The family had faced difficulties before and nearly had to move back to Yushu village to rent a place in the city. Her sister-in-law had given all the money from selling bags. She had enough to eat and drink at home. And this 100 yuan was originally given to her by her sister-in-law out of kindness. She didn't feel wronged at all by taking it out. In the end, it was Zhou Zhaohui who spoke up before Chen Ying accepted the money. Facing her in-laws and sister-in-law, she said, "Dad, Mom, little sister, this 400 yuan is your investment." Chen Ying had a serious expression. The earnings from the spicy hot pot stall over the past few days were originally earned through the hard work of her in-laws and sister-in-law. Even if Zhou Zhaohui was their son, Chen Ying wouldn't comfortably enjoy the fruits of her in-laws' labor. Before the book's events, she looked down on those who relied on their parents, and after entering the book, she was even less willing to be a parasite. Besides, her in-laws had a younger son, and when her brother-in-law got married, splitting the family was inevitable. When her sister-in-law got married, her in-laws would definitely have to prepare a dowry. Otherwise, without a dowry, she might be looked down upon by her in-laws. Previously, when the family faced difficulties, everyone worked together, pooling their money together. Now that they were doing business and life was improving, Chen Ying felt it was better to keep the money separate. She and Zhou Zhaohui would focus on the clothing business, and any future earnings from the snack stall would be kept for her in-laws. She didn't say this now, but planned to discuss it privately with Zhou Zhaohui first. Many things require communication in a married life. Upon hearing this, Wei Hongmei quickly waved her hand. Investment? What investment? The 300 yuan is just my support for my daughter-in-law's business. If my daughter-in-law has the ability and sells well, this old thing, don't have any other abilities, so I can only support her at this time. Chen Ying's words warmed the hearts of everyone in the Zhou family. Chapter 86. Thank you, daughter-in-law, dad, mom, and little sister. The earnings from selling snacks these days are all your hard-earned money. Zhaohui and I cannot keep it for ourselves. That would be too selfish. It would not only be draining the in-laws, but also indirectly taking advantage of the unmarried younger sister. Chen Ying would never do such a thing. I believe the clothing business will continue to improve, and when the business grows and we open a store, if everyone helps out of the clothing store, I will pay them a salary every month. Chen Ying said seriously. Hiring store staff requires paying salaries, and family members shouldn't work for free. The younger sister will definitely help them sell clothes, and Chen Ying won't be stingy with the money. As for the in-laws, if they feel that the snack stall is more free, they can keep the money they earn from it. If they later want to help at the clothing store, Chen Ying will also pay them a salary. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family felt warm inside, not because of the salary amount, but because Zhou father, Zhou mother, and Zhou Xiaoya felt that their contributions were recognized. Zhou Zhaohui was also moved. Chen Ying is his wife, and it's only right that he hands over his earnings to her. He felt guilty about taking money from his parents, let alone exploiting them. You child, we are family. No need to talk about money for work. Wei Hongmei, at her core, is an uneducated rural woman. She lacks extraordinary wisdom and is not as clever as Chen Ying, who can come up with so many good money-making ideas. All she can do is obediently follow and put in some effort. Hearing her daughter-in-law say this, Wei Hongmei felt both touched and anxious. In the countryside, who pays you for doing housework? Wei Hongmei thought selling clothes was similar to doing housework, yet her daughter-in-law wanted to give salaries. Women tend to be more sentimental. Wei Hongmei wiped her tears, feeling her daughter-in-law was so thoughtful. Zhou Zhaohui was quite calm. All right, let's listen to our daughter-in-law's arrangements. He wanted to refuse generously, but their daughter was no longer a child and would eventually speak of her in-laws. He and his wife intended to keep their daughter a few more years. Previously, they had let Xiaoya go to high school, preparing her for college. But their daughter showed little interest. He knew their plans might fall through since Xiaoya had no standout skills. How could they delay their daughter's age? Hoping she would find a good match then, if their daughter earned a salary, she could keep her own money for her future dowry. He couldn't shamelessly ask his daughter-in-law to prepare a dowry for when their daughter got married. Chen Ying preparing a dowry for Xiaoya showed her kindness toward her sister-in-law, and Zhou Zhaohui couldn't find fault with it. After all, with the arrival of a grandchild, there would be another mouth to feed, adding pressure on the eldest son. In this new era, not splitting families is outdated. If they were still in Yushu village, Zhou Zhaohui would have moved out after marriage. It's not that the Zhou family situation is special. Zhaohui was capable before, making a decent living, and the family still lived together. However, Zhou and Shan wouldn't really lose his sense of propriety. After all, he had 2 sons. He couldn't guarantee fairness when it came to his children. The younger son was still in school and would eventually marry, and when their daughter got married, it would be most likely that the younger son would marry next, leading to him and his wife living separately. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Zhaohui's mind, but he showed none of it on his face. With Zhou Zhaohui's stance, the rest of the Zhou family naturally had no objections to Chen Ying's proposal. When the couple was alone, Zhou Zhaohui held her hand and rubbed it again. Thank you, wife. Thank you for what? Gratitude for his understanding wife. If Chen Ying were still as greedy as before, thinking that her parents' contributions were a given, Zhou Zhaohui might have taken control of the finances, giving Chen Ying a fixed allowance each month. Otherwise, if all the money went to her and when they needed it, she wouldn't give a cent, that would be troubling. Chen Ying glanced at the man, and Zhou Zhaohui smiled. Their eyes met, and everything was unspoken. Chen Guisheng had been weeding in the field for half the day and picking some wild vegetables, preparing to return home to have his wife make dumplings. The wild vegetable he picked was called stinky orchid, a common wild green in the countryside. The weather was getting hotter, and Chen Guisheng returned home drenched in sweat. Upon arriving, he found the stove cold and his wife, Su Guifan, squatting on the ground. Chen Guisheng's expression turned sour. "You lazy woman, why haven't you cooked yet?" His tone was quite harsh. Su Guifan looked up with swollen eyes, clearly having been crying. Chen Guisheng was taken aback. "What happened to you?" Su Guifan choked as she relayed the news brought by Tian Yumeng to her husband. After a while, she remembered she had forgotten to hang the washed clothes. "I forgot to dry the clothes." Su Guifan tried to get up, swayed a bit, and squatted back down. She had been squatting too long, and her legs had gone numb. "You take your time, I'll hang the clothes." After saying this, Chen Guisheng went to the yard and hung the clothes from the wash basin on the clothesline. The weather was nice, and some of the clothes were already half dry. When he returned to the house, Su Guifan was still squatting on the ground and seemed to have not regained her strength. Chen Guisheng helped her sit on the kong. "Old Chen, what should we do?" Su Guifan, being a woman, had been provoked by Tian Yumeng and, in a fit of anger, wanted to rush to the provincial city to support her daughter. However, after calming down, she felt a bit cowardly. Not to mention that there were several men in the Zhou family. If she rashly went to the provincial city to cause trouble, it was their territory. Instead of seeking justice for her daughter, what if the Zhou family bullied her and gave her a beating? Su Guifan had 1 son and 1 daughter. Her daughter, Chen Ying, married the well-off Zhou Zhaohui, while her son was in junior high school in town, just 13 years old, younger than Zhou Zhaohui. What would make her daughter divorce and have an abortion, then find her a better match? Those words were just said in anger. If her daughter really divorced and had an abortion, what good match could she find in a poor village like Xingwakan? Divorced women either end up with lazy men who can't find a wife or widowers. Who would want to marry a divorced woman? Moreover, if her daughter really divorced, the gossip in the village would be enough for Su Guifan to drink a pot of it. Previously, her daughter married a wealthy man, and she was the pride of the village, receiving compliments from many. Su Guifan enjoyed a lot. Now, asking her daughter to divorce felt embarrassing. Thinking about what Tian Yumeng said, Su Guifan cursed the Zhou family repeatedly. Chen Guisheng's expression was also grim. He had opposed the mother-daughter duo's scheme against Zhou Zhaohui from the start. As a man, he thought about issues from a male perspective. When his son-in-law married, he had repressed his anger, and after marriage, he would definitely vent that anger, which made it easy to imagine that his daughter would not have a comfortable life in her in-laws' home. Later, when their daughter got pregnant, only then did Chen Guosheng feel a weight lift from his heart. And now? Chapter 87. His daughter really can do such a thing. Chen Guosheng rolled himself a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Old Chen, say something. Su Guifan was now without a backbone, just wanting her husband to make a decision. It's often said that a married daughter is like spilled water, but that's only true for a few heartless parents. Most parents still care for their married daughters, especially mothers, as they think of their daughters as pieces of flesh they carried for 10 months. The moment they become mothers, they can't help but worry endlessly about their children. Is their married daughter doing well at her in-laws? Is the son-in-law treating her well? People often talk about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, where mothers-in-law tend to grind down their daughters-in-law, but rarely do you hear about mothers-in-law grinding down their sons-in-law. Usually, mothers-in-law look at their sons-in-law with increasing fondness, fearing that their sons-in-law might not treat their daughters well. You mean the son-in-law's whole family is doing business as individual proprietors? Chen Guosheng exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said after a while, in recent years, doing business as individual proprietors usually means setting up a stall in a nearby county town. Chen Guosheng thought that the son-in-law's family was probably doing that kind of business. As for how much money they could make, it surely couldn't compare to the wealthy households of the past. But it should be better than the farmers who toil in the fields. His daughter, being at her in-laws, should not be starving. Chen Guosheng's mind raced. The girl who brought the news said that the Zhou family had also fallen on hard times and were now doing embarrassing individual business. Even so, they still looked down on our daughter. That son-in-law is not a good person either. Even if we mishandled the marriage earlier, our daughter is pregnant with his child, and he doesn't even care about his wife. He even said that once the daughter gives birth, he would kick her out. As he spoke, Su Guifan began to cry again. With a big belly, bullied by the entire family at her in-laws, and her husband not supporting her, she could only imagine how desperate her daughter must be. Chen Guosheng paused in his smoking. He thought the son-in-law was a decent person and shouldn't do something so excessive. In their marriage, if the son-in-law felt resentment, it was likely that he just didn't want to deal with their daughter. Previously, when their daughter came home, the clothes she wore looked expensive, and the gold bracelet on her wrist meant that even if the son-in-law didn't like her in his heart, he hadn't let her suffer in terms of food and clothing. Moreover, their daughter had sent money home before, and he didn't believe that the son-in-law was completely unaware. His daughter was not the type to keep secrets. If the son-in-law really wanted to argue with her because she sent money home, then Chen Ying would not send money again. Hadn't he treated their daughter well before? Not to mention that their daughter was pregnant. For the sake of the child, Zhou Zhaohui shouldn't be too harsh on their daughter. Besides, the elders all want grandchildren, even if the Zhou family didn't look favorably upon their daughter before. Now that their daughter is pregnant, for the sake of the child, the whole family shouldn't be targeting her. Chen Guosheng explained this to Su Guifan. As a man, he understood some men's thoughts. No matter how much they might not cherish a woman, the child is still theirs, and they shouldn't treat a pregnant wife too poorly. Unless he was a rare bad seed, he didn't think the son-in-law was that kind of person. After hearing her husband's analysis, Su Guifan's expression didn't improve much. But the girl who brought the news spoke with such certainty that it didn't seem fake. Chen Guosheng also fell silent. He still understood his daughter well. She was quite the troublemaker, always wanting to be the best. The girl who brought the news said that the Zhou family was keeping an eye on her, not allowing her to write to her family. Did their daughter do something excessive before? For example, when the son-in-law fell on hard times, did she want to kick him out? Cough, cough. The couple was once like two birds of the same feather, but in times of trouble, they fly apart. His daughter really could do such a thing. Chen Guosheng choked on his smoke. After years of marriage, they had developed some tacit understanding. Su Guifan obviously thought of something too, her expression a bit awkward. Her daughter may not be a typical selfish individualist, but she was certainly proud. Did their daughter say something unpleasant after the son-in-law fell on hard times, causing the whole Zhou family to target her? As parents, they understand their children. If Chen Ying were to know her biological parents' thoughts, she would surely give them a big thumbs up for understanding their daughter so well. Indeed, when Zhou Zhaohui fell on hard times, the original host's first reaction was to want a divorce and an abortion. If she hadn't transmigrated here, the child at her womb would probably have been aborted by the female supporting character long ago. Let's cook first, boil that stinky lanxiang, and make dumplings for dinner. Su Guifan complained that her husband only cared about eating and wasn't worried about their daughter's situation at all. Thinking about the delicious white flour dumplings, Su Guifan couldn't help but swallow. She quickly got busy. Tian Yumeng could never have imagined that after she went to Xinghua village to stir trouble in front of Chen Ying's mother, Chen Ying's parents would still have the mind to make dumplings for dinner that night. It's not that the couple was indifferent and didn't care about their daughter. It just happened to be Saturday, and their younger son, who was studying in a middle school in town, would be coming home. In the 1980s, students went to school for 5.5 days, and on Saturday morning, they still had classes for half a day. After class at noon, the younger son would return home from school in town, and the Chen couple was just thinking about making something delicious for dinner. Parents are like this. They usually don't want to spend on food or drink, but when their children come home, they think of ways to make something good for them, improving their own lives in the process. Making dumplings is a time-consuming task, and Chen Guisheng helped out as well. For the next few days, while Xiao Jie is home, you must not mention our daughter's situation. It would affect his studies. Chen Ying's younger brother was named Chen Jie, and just by the name, it's clear that the Chen family had high expectations for him. Chen Guisheng hoped his son would go to college and bring glory to the Chen family. After having a daughter, his wife had suffered physically and raised her for many years before finally giving birth to Chen Jie. Before the son was born, the villagers had mocked Chen Guisheng for not having a son, saying that after 100 years, no one would be there to pay respects at his grave. A family without a son is indeed easy to gossip about in the countryside. Influenced by the village gossip, Chen Guisheng felt bad and even found it hard to lift his head. But after his son was born, he felt a sense of pride. I know, Su Guifan replied to her husband while busy mixing the dumpling filling. Stinky Lanxiang's pickled meat dumpling filling. Because Chen Ying married Zhou Zhaohui, the Chen family also slaughtered a pig during the new year. In previous years, the pigs at home were sold entirely to pig traders by the end of the year. They couldn't even smell a single strand of pig hair. At that time, they sold some meat, and Su Guifan pickled a jar of pork to keep for everyday meals. Now, while making dumpling filling, they used the pickled meat. When Chen Jie returned home, he also saw his mother's swollen eyes and asked her why she was crying. Su Guifan could only lie and say that she had a quarrel with her husband. Chen Jie even lectured his father a few times, "Dad, don't bully my mom. She's not easy." What could Chen Guisheng do? He could only admit his son's scolding. "Got it, son, let's eat." During dinner, Chen Jie asked about his sister, and the couple didn't show any unusual reactions at all. Chen Guisheng even said that when the grandson was born, he expected Chen Jie, as the uncle, to dote on his nephew. Chen Jie repeatedly promised that he would certainly treat his sister's child like his own eyeball. Once the weekend was over, and Chen Jie went back to school, the couple began to pack their things to prepare for a trip to the provincial city. Chapter 88. Don't just go up and curse. Chen Guisheng is more shrewd than Su Guifan. He doesn't just believe hearsay. How his daughter is doing at the Zhou family can only be known after they go and see for themselves. Hearing is not as reliable as seeing. Simply listening to a stranger can lead to misunderstandings. When they arrive at the Zhou family, they'll act according to the situation. And Su Guifan shouldn't just go up and start cursing. On the way, Chen Guisheng reminded Su Guifan, knowing that his wife is impulsive, and he feared she might ruin things in a fit of anger. It's normal for couples to quarrel, but if their daughter has truly been wronged, and now she is pregnant, they should try to mediate rather than stir up more trouble. The Zhou family must look down on his daughter. Chen Guisheng knows that, as the Zhou family is a capable household with money, and they have been pressured into marriage by the mother and daughter duo. Thinking of what his wife and daughter have done makes Chen Guisheng feel embarrassed. However, if their daughter marries into the Zhou family, the family will also benefit from it. Not to mention the new house being built, which a farmer like him could never afford to build. Who knows when he would be able to build a new house? Chen Guisheng is also a beneficiary of his daughter's marriage, so he only criticizes his wife and daughter in his heart. What else can he do? The situation has already happened, If he complains about his wife's unscrupulous behavior every day, how will they live? Just arguing every day. Do you need to tell me that? Zhou Zhaohui shot her husband a glance. He is just good at pretending to be a nice guy, acting like a simple farmer in front of his son-in-law. On the other hand, she is the shameless one in front of her son-in-law, Zhou Zhaohui. The two men can sit down and have a drink, but her son-in-law doesn't want to say a word to her. If she is shameless, so be it, even if given another chance. Zhou Zhaohui would not regret scheming against Zhou Zhaohui. Her daughter is beautiful, and a pretty girl should marry into the city, enjoying a good life. Otherwise, marrying a farmer and working in the fields, no matter how beautiful one is, the beauty will be worn away by hardship. When she was young, she was the most beautiful girl in the area, but marrying the farmer Chen Lauer meant laboring hard, living in poverty, and having to measure rice before cooking. Zhou Zhaohui could not bear to let her daughter live such a hard life. As a mother, she wants her daughter to marry well and live a good life. And Zhou Zhaohui feels she is not wrong. It's just that her daughter has not a good luck, marrying into the Zhou family only to see her son-in-law fall into ruin after a couple of years. The couple truly loves their daughter Chen Ying, especially Zhou Zhaohui, who suffered physically after giving birth and had difficulty conceiving for several years. Chen Ying is likely their only daughter, so of course they cherish her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed the selfish personality of the original character. Even after having a son, parents cannot suddenly stop loving their daughter. She is their own flesh and blood, not someone picked up from the street. In the countryside, transportation is underdeveloped. Xinghua Village is a poor village without bus services. The couple got up early and had to walk 5 kilometers to the nearest town with bus service, then take a bus to the county city, and finally transfer to another bus to the provincial city. After all this trouble, by the time they arrived in the provincial city, it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. Fortunately, it was summer and it gets dark late. Otherwise, they would have had to find their way to the Zhou family in the dark. They were tired and hungry, and they couldn't bear to eat at a restaurant. So they nibbled on the cold, dry flatbread they brought from home while on the bus, not daring to drink too much water for fear of needing to use the restroom. They first went to the previous Western-style house of the Zhou family to knock on the door, but the house had already changed owners. The previous residents had moved away, and they didn't know where. The new occupants were also unclear about their son-in-law situation, but it was evident that the wealthy son-in-law had truly fallen on hard times. Otherwise, the house wouldn't have been taken over by someone else, and the couple felt a sharp pang in their hearts. Knowing is one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes is another. Old Chen, do you think our son-in-law's family is really so poor they have no rice to cook? Su Gufen Mumut. According to the new residents, the little villa was taken over as a debt payment, suggesting that the wealthy son-in-law had become a pauper. Don't think too much. We'll know once we see them. The couple followed the note left by Tian Yumong, asking around until they finally found the Zhou family's address. However, they found a big lock hanging on the door, and Zhou Zhaohui was about to curse. After a whole day of travel, they arrived in the provincial city and searched for half a day, only to find no one at the door. Where had the Zhou family gone? Of course, they had gone to the train station to see Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying off. The clothing business was so profitable that the young couple had only taken a 2-day break before preparing to go to Yangchang for the second time. This time, Chen Ying wanted to take her sister-in-law along. In a few months, when her belly got too big, she wouldn't be able to travel with Zhou Zhaohui anymore. She thought about taking Zhou Xiaoye to Yangchang to develop her sense of aesthetics. Young girls have good memories and are quite sensitive to clothing styles. She believed her sister-in-law had more potential in selecting styles than Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Xiaoye was also very happy. She had never traveled far before. However, her parents-in-law held her back, saying that taking one more person would mean more expenses. With that money, they could buy a few more pieces of clothing. They decided to wait until business was better before taking Xiaoya or other family members out to see the world. A train ticket costs more than 30 yuan. If her sister-in-law went, it would add another 100 or 80 yuan to the expenses. After calculating, Chen Ying decided not to insist. They would wait until they earned more money before taking her sister-in-law or others out. Zhaohui, take good care of your wife on the road. Dad, Mom, little sister, little brother, you all go back. The couple bought hard seats. At that time, train windows could be opened. Chen Ying, and Zhou Zhaohui waved to everyone from the window. After the train left, the Zhou family finally headed back home. Chen Ying and his wife had a rough time, waiting at the Zhou family's door for a long time, and the Zhou family still hadn't returned. In the countryside, there aren't many entertainment options. After dinner, farmers like to sit on the street for a while, chatting with a group of people, and around 9 o'clock, they go home to sleep. Why sit outside? It's cooler outside in the summer heat, and it also saves money since staying home means no lights on and electricity isn't free. As it got dark, Zhou Zhaohui became a bit anxious. "Old Chen, do you think the Zhou family won't come back tonight?" The woman who reported said they were self-employed and worked from dawn till dusk. It had to be past 9 o'clock, and they still hadn't returned? Zhou Zhaohui felt sorry for her daughter, who was heavily pregnant and had to work hard as a vendor with the Zhou family, while also worrying that the Zhou family might not come back, leaving them homeless on the street. That can't be. Chen Ying also felt anxious. If they really didn't come back, they would have to find a guest house to stay in, but the couple couldn't bear to spend that money. Rural people typically don't travel far. Even when they do, they can borrow a place to stay with relatives, even if it means sleeping on the floor. They are reluctant to spend money on hotels. With their finances tight, every penny counts. Earlier, when Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui got married, they stayed at the son-in-law's place, which was the previous little villa. Now that the son-in-law had become a pauper, they couldn't stay in the little villa, and they certainly didn't want to sleep on the street. Just as the couple was anxiously wondering where to stay if the Zhou family didn't return that night, a flashlight beam swept toward them from a distance. Chapter 89, could it be for borrowing money? "Dad, Mom, there's someone on our doorstep." Zhou Xiaoya's hand holding the flashlight was trembling, and her voice was very tense. From a distance, she could see two people walking back and forth at the door, and with the poor lighting at night in the distance, it was naturally hard to see their faces clearly. Wei Hongmei's heart also sank. Could they be thieves? Zhou and Shan remained relatively calm. "Don't be afraid. We have 4 people. There were 2 of them. 4 against 2. They still had a chance." Zhou Xiaodi went to check if there were any bricks on the ground. Zhou and Shan took the flashlight from his daughter's hand and shone it towards the 2 figures. With a flashlight beam hit, Zhou Zhaohui instinctively covered her eyes. Zhou Xiaodi found a brick on the ground, waiting for his dad's command to throw it at the 2. It was Chen Ying who spoke first. "Is it Zhaohui?" Hearing her brother's name, Zhou Xiaodi loosened his grip on the brick, and it fell to the ground with a loud thud in the dark night. Zhou and Shan quickened his pace. "Who are you?" Chen Ying introduced himself, and the tense nerves of the Zhou family relaxed. As Zhou and Shan approached, the flashlight illuminated the 2 figures, and indeed, they were the parents of his daughter-in-law. "In-laws." Zhou and Shan shook hands with Chen Ying, his tone excited. Regardless of any past grievances between the 2 families, now that his daughter-in-law and son were living happily, Zhou and Shan's attitude became warm. "Hongmei, come here. Your daughter-in-law's parents are here," he shouted to his wife. Wei Hongmei was also taken aback, but quickly reacted, stepping forward to chat with Zhou Zhaohui. Zhou Xiaoya and her brother exchanged glances. "Sister-in-law's parents are here? What were these 2 doing here?" Zhou Xiaoya and Zhou Xiaodi had no good impression of Chen Ying's family. Now that their sister-in-law was getting better, they couldn't be as cold as before towards her parents. The 2 suppressed their thoughts and obediently followed behind. Zhou Zhaohui looked around but didn't see her daughter and son-in-law, so she asked where they went. As Wei Hongmei fished out her keys to unlock the door, she replied, "The kids went to Yangcheng, in-laws. If I had known you were coming, I would have let them stay for a couple more days." Zhou and Shan held Chen Ying's hand, looking like close buddies, leaving the couple somewhat bewildered. When did the Zhou family become so warm? During the wedding, the Zhou family had looked down on them, treating them like country bumpkins, mostly because they were annoyed that the 2 women had plotted against his son. With such an outstanding son, how could he be tangled up with such a despicable family? Naturally, Zhou and Shan and Wei Hongmei wouldn't have shown Chen Ying and his wife a good face before. But now, times had changed. The 2 kids had developed a good relationship, and with their daughter-in-law pregnant with a grandson, the family was getting along well. So, of course, when Chen Ying and his wife came over, they had to warmly welcome their in-laws. Once everyone entered the house, Zhou and Shan turned on the lights and called for his children. "Xiaoya, Yonghui, come over and greet your uncle and aunt." The 2 obediently called out, "Uncle, aunt." Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Ying were a bit slow to react, still hungry, and it took them a while to nod. Okay, okay. What was she going to ask? She wanted to ask about her daughter and son-in-law, right? Oh, the mother-in-law just mentioned the kids went to Yangsheng. What did they go to Yangsheng for? Zhou Zhaohui was just about to ask when her stomach growled. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned towards her, and even with a thick skin. It felt quite embarrassing at that moment. We were driving back and didn't have time for dinner. Zhou Zhaohui et lai akwadili. It wasn't just that they hadn't had dinner. They were coming to the provincial city and had gotten up at 5:30 to walk to the town to catch a bus. They weren't hungry at 5 o'clock, so they didn't eat anything. By the time they arrived at the town, their stomachs were growling. But the couple couldn't bear to spend a few cents on a bowl of noodles. They just had a piece of the flatbread they brought, and since it was hot, they didn't dare bring too much food. It would spoil and be a waste. After finishing the flatbread, they were close to the provincial city, so they were even less willing to spend money eating out. They were already at the doorstep. Who would waste that money? So the two of them hadn't eaten properly all day. However, in the countryside, people usually eat 2 meals a day, one around 9 or 10 in the morning and another around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. But today, they had to get up early to catch the bus and had been traveling all day, so they were indeed both tired and hungry. Chen Ying also felt embarrassed. It was inconvenient to take a bus in the village, so they had left early in the morning. Chen Ying was just an honest farmer, and when he said this, he didn't even dare to look Zhou Zhaohui in the eye. His family were farmers, and although the Zhou family had also been farmers before, their son-in-law was capable. And the whole family had moved to the city many years ago. The mud on their pant legs had long been washed away. Talking to the city in-laws made Chen Ying a bit nervous. Zhou Zhaohui had originally thought about seeking justice for her daughter, but now seeing her son-in-law's parents' attitude, the frustration she felt before coming had dissipated considerably. It seemed that her daughter had a decent status in her in-laws' family. Otherwise, how could the in-laws treat them so well? She couldn't forget how proud Chen Ying's mother had been during the wedding. As if it had happened yesterday, Zhou Zhaohui asked Wei Hongmei to prepare dinner and told his younger son to go back to his room to study, while Zhou Xiaoya ran to the kitchen to help her mother. Zhou Zhaohui stayed in the room to chat with the couple. After all, they were relatives. The couple had brought some gifts with them. They didn't come empty-handed. They had brought white sugar and noodles. This stuff was also given to them by someone else, and Zhou Zhaohui brought it to the Zhou family. Nowadays, gift-giving was basically the same batch of items. You send me something, and I send something back, just a few packages of things rotating among everyone. And everyone was used to it. In-laws, look, you brought something again, really too polite, Zhou Zhaohui said. Looking at the white sugar and noodles, Zhou Zhaohui took out from her bag, exchanging pleasantries. Chen Ying also sat down and chatted with Zhou Zhaohui, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In the kitchen, Zhou Xiaoya was helping her mother, and fortunately, the Zhou family was now making snacks, and the ingredients were ready. Wei Hongmei was preparing spicy hot pot for the two. Mom, sister-in-law's parents came to the city. Could be to borrow money? Zhou Xiaoya didn't have a good impression of Chen Ying's family, especially her mother, who had taken advantage of their family before. Zhou Xiaoya still remembered when the two families were discussing the marriage. Her sister-in-law's mother had her legs crossed and demanded a year's worth of rice, flour, oil, meat for major items, and 3,000 yuan as a bride price. 3,000 yuan for a bride price in the 1980s was a significant expense. After all, farmers working in the fields for a year might not even save 200 yuan. Truly a lion's share. They also had to hold a banquet in the village. And the table couldn't be too shabby. They had to have several meat dishes. Zhou Xiaoya still vividly remembered Zhou Zhaohui's stingy face. In those days, life wasn't affluent. Many people just got a marriage certificate and had a meal together without throwing a banquet. However, the Zhou family had the means. So her brother agreed to all the demands her sister-in-law's mother made. But her elder brother used to be a wealthy man, so he had that condition. Now if her sister-in-law's mother made some excessive demands, Zhou Xiaoya would be worried. Chapter 90. Why must they trouble his daughter? Wei Hongmei paused while cooking spicy hot pot, then glanced at her daughter and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe they're just here to see your sister-in-law. It's normal for parents to worry and check on their daughter, especially since she's pregnant." Zhou Xiaoya pouted, obviously not believing it. Many families in the countryside raised chickens and pigs, with so many mouths to feed. How could they be without help? If they were really just visiting the sister-in-law, one person would suffice. Both her sister-in-law's parents are here, so there must be something going on. Before leaving, Chen Guisheng and his wife had given the keys to Chen's mother, asking her to look after the house and feed the mouse at home for a few days. Zhou Zhaohui raised not only chickens and pigs, but also cats and dogs. There are too many rats in the countryside. Having a cat is quite helpful. Otherwise, who knows how badly the food would be damaged by the rats. Now that they've built a new house, things are much better. In the old house, there were several rat holes, and any chicks hatched at home would be dragged into those holes by the rats, which broke Zhou Zhaohui's heart. As for having a dog at home, it is also quite useful. Some idle young men in the countryside like to steal chickens and dogs. Having a dog means that if there's any noise at night, the dog will bark, which can also deter weasels and protect the chickens. It was the couple's first time eating spicy hot pot. It was sticky with meat and vegetables, and one bite made them feel like they wanted to swallow their tongues. They were indeed hungry, and as soon as the spicy hot pot was served, they slurped it down as if they hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. To avoid making them feel awkward, Zhou Wenshan and Wei Hongmei sat down to eat a bit of the hot pot with them, while Zhou Xiaoya had already returned to her room but felt no sleepiness at all. After eating and drinking their fill, the couple put down their bowls and touched their bellies, contentedly burping. After finishing the meal, Wei Hongmei went to clean up the bowls, and only then did Zhou Zhaohui remember to ask the important question, father-in-law, where are the kids going to Yangcheng for? Yangcheng is the furthest south, far away from Jibei province. Zhou Zhaohui was somewhat worried about her daughter. The Zhou family really didn't seem to care for their daughter-in-law. After all, her daughter was pregnant. What was the point of going to Yangcheng? Just sitting on a bus for a day would be exhausting, and Yangcheng was so far away. It would take several days to get there. Wouldn't her daughter be suffering? Zhou Wenshan explained that the two were going to Yangcheng to buy clothes to resell, but he didn't mention how much money they would make. Zhou Wenshan truly couldn't praise Zhou Zhaohui's character as a mother-in-law. She and her daughter had conspired to scheme against his son's marriage, something he would never forget. Now that the kids were living well, Zhou Wenshan wouldn't dwell on past unpleasantness, but he remained wary of Zhou Zhaohui. If the mother-in-law knew that her son and daughter-in-law made a lot of money selling clothes, would she ask them for money? The daughter-in-law also had a younger brother, and in rural areas, there's a preference for males over females. Zhou Wenshan was also worried that the in-laws would constantly ask his eldest son for money. After all, the newborn grandson would also need food and care. When the daughter-in-law used to support her family, Zhou Wenshan had no objections since the Zhou family was well off at the time. To put it bluntly, they could afford to support a few more mouths. Now that their situation had worsened, both Zhou Wenshan and his wife had to wake up early and work hard at a food stall to earn money. If they had to support a couple more idle in-laws, Zhou Wenshan wouldn't be pleased. After all, the in-laws were still young and not yet at the age where they needed the younger generation to support them. The family had encountered some issues, and they couldn't live in the old house anymore. Now the whole family was doing individual businesses. He and his wife were running a food stall selling spicy hot pot, the same dish they were eating, while their daughter-in-law and Zhaohui went to Yangcheng to buy clothes to sell. Zhou Wenshan briefly mentioned the difficulties the family was facing, but didn't elaborate, such as why his son had fallen on hard times. First, he was set up by a childhood friend, and later someone maliciously reported his son for speculation, which cost him a lot to resolve. These details he didn't share, as he wasn't close enough to the in-laws to discuss them. After hearing from Zhou Xiaohui that the Zhou family was struggling as individual business owners, Zhou Zhaohui thought to herself that it wasn't just ordinary hardship. Her daughter, with a big belly, still had to go to Yangcheng to buy goods. Father-in-law, it's not that I'm being picky as a mother, but with so many people in your family going to Yangcheng for goods, does it have to be my daughter who goes? Don't you care about her at all? She asked, carrying your Zhou family's child. Zhou Zhaohui's tone carried some emotion. Zhou Wenshan felt awkward being called out like that. He kept apologizing. Yes. We as elders haven't done well in this regard. However, mother-in-law, with Zhaohui there, you can rest assured that he will take good care of your daughter on the way. Although our family is not as good as before, we won't let your daughter suffer. The son gives all the money he earns to his wife to manage. and Zhou Zhaohui felt that his son was fulfilling his responsibilities as a husband. Although most families at this time were male-oriented in terms of work, with men earning fixed salaries and handing over their paychecks to their wives to manage the family's needs, the salary was fixed and the monthly expenses were mostly predictable. Running an individual business was different. Sometimes one could earn several hundred a day, and sometimes even over 1,000 in a month. Since the son was willing to hand over the earnings, this was not the same as the fixed salaries given to men. To put it bluntly, if the daughter-in-law were irresponsible, the son would hand over his earnings, and soon it would all go to her family. Zhaohui would have to accept it. Zhou Zhaohui believed his son provided enough security for his daughter-in-law in their marriage and was doing a good job. It wasn't just because Zhaohui was his son that he spoke in his favor. He was looking at the situation from the perspective of most families. He didn't voice this concern, as he was afraid the in-laws would find out that their daughter-in-law held the family's financial power and might try to get money from them. In response to Zhou Zhaohui's questioning, Zhou Zhaohui just kept smiling and trying to please her. In the end, it was Chen Ying who spoke up, "All right, you don't need to say more. Father-in-law, we just came to see our daughter. She is pregnant, and since it's not so busy in the fields, we came over. Once the kids return from Yangsheng, we'll see our daughter and then head back. We don't want to trouble you." Zhou Zhaohui quickly waved his hand, saying the in-laws were too polite and that this was his daughter's home, so they could stay as long as they wanted. The tense atmosphere dissipated, at least maintaining a facade of peace. How was the daughter doing? Only seeing her would tell. Chen Ying wouldn't just take Zhou Zhaohui's word for it. His own daughter, carrying a big belly, still had to go to Yangsheng to buy goods. How could he have no opinion? Although Zhou Zhaohui claimed that his daughter had good taste and that the clothes she chose were liked by customers, Chen Ying was not pleased. The Zhou family also had a daughter. Why couldn't both siblings go to Yangsheng to buy goods? Why must they trouble his daughter? Some things his wife could say, but if he said them, it would be inappropriate. So when Zhou Zhaohui sarcastically criticized Zhou Zhaohui, Chen Ying remained silent. The couple needed one to play the good cop and the other to play the bad cop. If they both confronted Zhou Zhaohui with accusations, it would show they didn't understand the situation. Chapter 91. The secret skills all women in the world know. Staying here for a few days also allows me to observe how they're doing in their small business and whether they're making money. If their business is particularly bad and life is tight, when my daughter comes back, I'll let her return to her mother's house for a while. It's not that she'll eat very well at her mother's, but at least she won't have to run all the way to Yangsheng while heavily pregnant just to set up a stall. Chen Ying's mind was racing. The 3,000 yuan bride price he needed for his daughter's wedding was still not spent, as the family had built a house and their daily expenses were low. Even if she returned to her mother's house, she wouldn't have to suffer on a meager diet. Of course, if his daughter returned home, the Zhou family would also have to contribute to her living expenses. Chen Ying wasn't being greedy for the Zhou family's money. His daughter deserved it. Living at her mother's house wouldn't be so hard for her. In the end, it was still a father's love for his daughter. That night, Chen Ying and his wife slept in the room of Chen Ying and Zhou Zhaohui. After a long day of travel, they were truly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep as soon as their heads hit the pillows. In the adjacent room, Zhou Zhaohui and Wei Hongmei were wide awake. "Old Zhou, what do you think the in-laws are really here for?" Wei Hongmei whispered, lowering her voice for fear that the walls might not be soundproof and the couple would overhear, which would be too embarrassing. Zhou Zhaohui was also puzzled. The in-laws said they came to see their daughter-in-law. Many things become clear when you calm down and think. For example, how did they find their current residence? They had previously visited the Zhou family when they were still living in a small villa. If they were coming to find them, they would have gone to the villa. If their daughter-in-law had written to her family, they wouldn't be completely uninformed. The in-laws clearly made a surprise visit. Otherwise, the couple wouldn't have gone to Yangsheng today. Even if the news from Yushu village indicated that the Zhou family had fallen on hard times, the in-laws wouldn't have been able to come check without knowing their current address. Since moving, they hadn't returned to Yushu village. Zhou Zhaohui's mind raced with questions, but he couldn't come up with any answers. As the night deepened, the train rumbled along the tracks, and Chen Ying was soundly asleep on her husband's lap. Zhou Zhaohui gazed tenderly at his sleeping wife. His hands weren't idle either. He used a piece of stiff cardboard to fan her, hoping to make her more comfortable. The weather was hot, their clothes soaked with sweat, and the train was crowded with stuffy air. When Chen Ying finally woke up, the sun was already up. Zhou Zhaohui had fanned her all night with the cardboard, but he could no longer resist sleep and leaned back in his seat for a short nap, still tightly clutching the cardboard. Little sister is really lucky. This young man fanned you all night. You two must have a great relationship. An older sister across from them said enviously. Finding a husband who knows how to care for you is truly a blessing, unlike some people who just sleep soundly. She added, turning her gaze to the man beside her. The man awkwardly touched his nose, his eyes darting around, too embarrassed to meet the woman's gaze. The train seats were arranged for four, two facing two, and opposite them sat a man and a woman who appeared to be a couple. Hearing the older sister's words, Chen Ying noticed the cardboard in Zhou Zhaohui's hand and felt a surge of warmth in her heart, thinking about how her husband had fanned her while she slept. Feeling embarrassed under the older sister's teasing gaze, Chen Ying lightly coughed. We do argue sometimes. The older sister dismissed it. What couple doesn't argue? When tempers flare, both sides would want to stab each other. You and your brother have a good relationship. How could you be at each other's throats? The older brother across from them looked distressed. How could I dare? If she had a knife, she'd stab me. Ouch, that hurts. The man winced as the older sister pinched the soft flesh around his waist. Chen Ying found it amusing. This was truly a skill that all women in the world possess. The commotion woke Zhou Zhaohui, his eyes bloodshot. Chen Ying felt a pang of heartache. This silly man hadn't rested properly because he was fanning her. You should sleep a little longer, she said gently. Zhou Zhaohui had just woken up and was still a bit dazed, shaking his head lightly at Chen Ying. He wouldn't dare fall into a deep sleep while his wife was resting. The train was full of all sorts of people, and there were many pickpockets. One moment of inattention could lead to losing his wallet. The older sister across from them, noticing that Chen Ying was pregnant, shared some advice from her own experience, saying that pregnant women should exercise appropriately to make childbirth easier. She also mentioned that when the belly becomes more pronounced, one could tell the baby's gender by whether the belly was pointy or round. Chen Ying listened intently before reading books. She had indeed heard some elderly people in the countryside say that you could tell the baby's gender by looking at a pregnant woman's belly. With the older sister and her husband chatting, the journey wasn't dull. Zhou Zhaohui didn't say much, but his eyes remained tenderly fixed on his wife. By the time they arrived in Yangsheng, it was already 8 p.m. and dark outside. The couple first went to the guest house to check in. After dropping off their things, they went out for a simple meal. This time they traveled in hard seats, and Chen Ying hadn't rested well on the train. After dinner, they weren't in the mood for wandering the night market like last time. Zhou Zhaohui naturally listened to his wife, and after dinner, they returned to the guest house to rest. Unbeknownst to them, they had attracted unwanted attention. The area around Yangsheng train station had many small-time thugs who lingered there, engaging in scams and petty thefts. For these con artists, they would trick those with money, and even those without money could be deceived. They would even pluck a few feathers from a passing bird if they could. The train station was bustling with people, and every day, newcomers to the city fell victim to scams. They had noticed the young couple last time. A handsome man and a beautiful woman naturally attracted attention. But the man seemed tough to deal with, so the small-time thugs had given up. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the two returned. Last time, they had gone to the wholesale market to get clothes, and the thugs guessed that they were individual merchants selling clothing. They heard that individual merchants could make a lot of money. With the winds of reform and opening up sweeping across the land, Yangsheng had changed the most, attracting individual merchants from all over the country to come and stock up. Since the couple returned to Yangsheng so soon, it indicated that business was good, and they must have brought a lot of money to buy goods. Some foolishly thought of making a quick buck off them, and of course, it would be even better to profit from both wealth and beauty. Having learned from their previous experience, Zhou Zhaohui specifically chose a large bedroom at the guest house this time. This way, they could cuddle and share some intimate moments at night. Coughing lightly, he glanced at his tired-looking wife, but Zhou Zhaohui ultimately suppressed his romantic thoughts. You go take a shower first, and after that, rest early, Zhou Zhaohui said thoughtfully. His wife had just sat on a hard seat for over 30 hours on the train and was exhausted. How could he think of those things? But he really wanted to. Chen Ying nodded. She was indeed very tired. After taking a shower and getting into bed, she turned over and fell asleep. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the little woman even started snoring, which was unusual for her. Zhou Zhaohui lay beside Chen Ying. The sound of her snoring made it difficult for him to fall asleep, and he didn't want to wake her. Moreover, he had some unspoken thoughts in his heart, so he really couldn't find sleep. He noticed a slight movement at the door, and Zhou Zhaohui immediately became alert. Chapter 92, with Zhou Zhaohui around. What is there to panic about? In her drowsiness, Chen Ying seemed to hear a couple of screams outside, but she didn't pay it much attention and turned over to sleep again. What was she worried about? Being with Zhou Zhaohui. Chen Ying felt an overwhelming sense of security. After all, the male lead's combat ability in the novel was such that he could take on several opponents at once, and she had witnessed it firsthand. When Zhou Zhaohui saved the original female lead, he dealt with the thugs swiftly, and the two thugs didn't even have a chance to react. With Zhou Zhaohui around, what was there to panic about? The two little thugs didn't expect to encounter tough resistance today. They had followed the two to a guest house, intending to break in and steal money under the cover of night. They had done this many times before, so they were quite familiar with the process. Little did they know, they were only planning to make a little money. They didn't have the guts to take a life. If they accidentally made a noise and woke someone up, they thought they'd have to immobilize the man first before doing something to the young woman. After all, Chen Ying was too beautiful and pregnant. What is wrong with being pregnant? It made her even more enticing, and the two were thinking of having their fun. Women rarely report such incidents. Instead, they tend to cover up, fearing others would find out. Moreover, these two were from out of town. Even if the man became a green turtle, he would have to endure it. As a result, just as they pried the door open, they were discovered by the man inside. The man moved quickly, grabbing each of them by the collar and smashing their heads together before they even realized what was happening. This collision left them dazed, and with a beautiful shoulder throw, the two thugs fell heavily to the ground, crying out in pain. In the still of the night, Zhou Zhaohui didn't want to make too much noise and disturb his wife's sleep. These two scoundrels had ruined his wife's sleep. They truly deserved to be punished. After subduing them, he found some rope to tie them together and stuff their mouths with smelly socks. The more Zhou Zhaohui thought about it, the angrier he became, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the two. Bound and with their mouths stuffed, the thugs could barely make any sounds, either trying to call for help or to beg for mercy. Tears and snot streamed down their faces, making them look utterly pathetic. After giving them a thorough beating, Zhou Zhaohui found someone from the guest house to secure an empty room for the two thugs, planning to send them to the police station once morning arrived. "Comrade, thank you for subduing the two thugs and for the fright you endured. I'll have someone keep an eye on them. Don't worry, they won to escape." The guest house owner was also terrified. Thugs breaking in at midnight. Luckily, this comrade was capable and managed to subdue them in time. If those two had done something bad, losing some money would be one thing. But if someone got killed, he would be implicated too. After all, who would dare stay at his guest house in the future? The more the owner thought about it, the angrier he became, and he kicked the two thugs hard again. The two lay on the ground like dead dogs, numbed by the owner's kicks, which were much gentler compared to what Zhou Zhaohui had done. Having been beaten and locked in an empty room, the thugs finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that man was too ruthless. At least they wouldn't be getting beaten anymore. Zhou Zhaohui's actions had caused some commotion, and a few light sleeping guests opened their doors to see what was happening. When they heard that a thief had broken into the guest house in the middle of the night, they were startled. Once they learned that Zhou Zhaohui had subdued the intruder, they all came forward to thank him. How could they not thank him? If that thief had stolen from Zhou Zhaohui's room and then proceeded to break into theirs, who knows what could have happened? Now that Zhou Zhaohui had subdued the intruder, he had indirectly helped them too. After Zhou Zhaohui dealt with the two thugs and returned to the room, he found a little woman on the bed, still sleeping soundly. The man felt quite helpless. His little woman was so carefree. The noise outside hadn't affected her at all. Once Zhou Zhaohui took off his clothes and lay down on the bed, Chen Ying seemed to sense it and rolled into his arms, finding a comfortable spot in his embrace. Satisfied, she fell into a deeper sleep. Looking at his obedient wife in his arms, Zhou Zhaohui slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile in the dark night. The next morning, Chen Ying woke up early. She had gone to bed early the previous night and was thinking about going to the wholesale market to stock up. After selecting the goods, if time permitted, she wanted to return today. Staying an extra day would mean wasting more money on the guest house. And returning to the provincial capital earlier would allow her to turn the clothes in her hands into cash sooner. If she made a few more trips to Yangcheng, wouldn't the money in her hands grow like a rolling snowball? Just thinking about it made her happy. After Zhou Zhaohui told her about what happened last night, Chen Ying's mouth dropped open in shock. So those screams I heard in the middle of the night were from those two thugs? Zhou Zhaohui nodded, feeling quite regretful inside. He had been so careful, yet those damn thugs had still disturbed his wife's sweet dreams. After they had breakfast, instead of going to the wholesale market, they first took the two thugs to the police station with the guest house owner and a few concerned guests. The concerned guests were also frightened and couldn't help but feel relieved that those two thugs hadn't broken into their rooms first. They were just ordinary people, and didn't have the skills of that comrade, especially the women, who felt even more grateful. If those two thugs had pried open their doors, stolen their money, and then done something bad to them, their lives would be overshadowed by that shadow forever. What if those thugs were ruthless and harmed them? Their lives would be lost right there. The more the women thought about it, the more fearful they became. When they arrived at the guest house, they expressed their outrage to the police. Comrade, these two bad guys must be severely punished. Yes, they broke into someone's room in the middle of the night, clearly with the intention of robbery and murder. Comrade, they must not be let off. They wanted them to suffer consequences. The concerned guests all condemned the two thugs, who were so scared they wet their pants. They only wanted to steal some money. Did they really want to take lives? The guest house owner also requested that the police severely punish the two bad guys, feeling like cursing them out. Those two scoundrels almost caused him a major headache at the guest house, and he had been somewhat affected by it. The guest house owner cursed the ancestors of those two thugs in his heart, facing the emotionally charged crowd. The police quickly stated that they would handle the case fairly and ensure that the two bad guys received the punishment they deserved. The police, filled with a sense of justice, ignored the fact that the two thugs looked like battered pigs. The tools the thugs used to pick the lock were two small iron bars of different lengths. With such professional tools, it was clear they were no strangers to stealing. These little thugs wouldn't withstand further scrutiny. Zhou Zhaohui cooperated with the police to complete the record, and soon they left the police station. With the crackdown on crime, these two petty thieves wouldn't be getting away with just a slap on the wrist. They were bound to serve a few years. Chapter 93. Zhou Zhaohui is afraid. My dear wife, next time I'll come to Yangcheng alone to buy goods. After coming out of the police station, Zhou Zhaohui said seriously to Chen Ying that there are always petty thieves everywhere. This time he was lucky. He happened to be awake and discovered the burglar trying to pry open the door and managed to subdue the two thugs in time. What would have happened if the little thugs were more professional and had drugged their room in advance, knocking both of them out? Zhou Zhaohui didn't dare to think further. As their eyes met, Chen Ying saw a hint of panic in the man's eyes. Zhou Zhaohui was scared. He wasn't afraid of the little thugs, but rather of her being in danger. Chen Ying shook her head. She couldn't just stop going out because there were bad people outside. Not to mention Yangcheng. Even the provincial capital has its share of petty thieves. The world is vast, with many places untouched by sunlight, where evil is constantly unfolding. In the future, with the internet being so advanced, many heinous murder cases would be exposed. In the 1980s, when facilities were not well developed, many people traveling for work met their demise far from home. Kill someone, bury them by the roadside, and they turn into bones with no one ever knowing. At that time, there were no IDs, no surveillance footage, and no DNA tests. Many cases became unsolved mysteries. Chen Ying expressed her thoughts, and Zhou Zhaohui hesitated. She reached for the man's hand, saying that danger could happen anywhere, and she couldn't just stop going out because of that. Besides, with him around, she wasn't scared at all. She believed he would protect her and their child. Chen Ying's eyes were full of trust. She was beautiful, and when she looked at someone earnestly, her eyes seemed to glisten with water, making Zhou Zhaohui surrender completely. All right, At the entrance of the police station, Zhou Zhaohui tightly hugged Chen Ying, silently assuring her that he would definitely protect his wife. The couple didn't plan to tell anyone about what happened in Yangcheng when they returned to the provincial capital, as it would only worry their families. After calming their emotions, they went to the wholesale market to choose goods. They didn't know that Zhou Zhaohui subduing the two thugs and sending them to the police station had also intimidated other would-be thugs. Chen Ying was beautiful, and some local ruffians had indeed developed ulterior motives. Although Zhou Zhaohui was by her side and looked formidable, it was true that a few ruthless thugs thought about doing something to the two. They considered subduing the man and selling him to a brick kiln for labor, which would earn them some money. As for the woman, they thought about harming the child in her womb, keeping her around for a while. And when they got tired of her, selling her to a small hair salon, which would also net them some profit. The small hair salons here were not what people typically imagined as regular barbershops. They were staffed by young women and engaged in illicit transactions. In Yinshan City, with the arrival of Chen Guosheng and his wife, the Zhou family's breakfast was quite sumptuous. Wei Hongmei prepared a large plate of eggs, a big pot of spicy hot pot, and steamed a big pot of white flour buns. Usually, Wei Hongmei mixed cornmeal when steaming buns. Her daughter-in-law said that combining coarse and fine grains was better for health. Wei Hongmei didn't think much of it. She just felt that mixing cornmeal could save some white flour. At the dining table, Zhou and Shan warmly invited the two to eat, serving dishes to Chen Guosheng, while Wei Hongmei served dishes to Su Guifan. In-laws, please eat, don't pretend to be polite. Pretending to be polite is a local saying in rural Hebei province, meaning when visiting relatives, one might say they are full even if they haven't eaten enough. Relatives worry about such situations, so they say not to pretend. This local saying can also be understood as don't be polite. Su Guifan and her husband exchanged glances. The in-laws were indeed warm-hearted. They overthought it. The couple would not pretend, as their daughter had just returned from Yangcheng and couldn't possibly go hungry during their stay at the Zhou family. Wei Hongmei was also very considerate. She was afraid the two would feel anxious, so she made a lot of food, preferring to have leftovers rather than have the meal feel insufficient. In rural areas, people cook a lot at once, and the leftover food is reheated for the next meal, saving time and effort. Farmers don't pay much attention to health, and there is no saying that eating leftover food is unhealthy. Reheating leftovers kills bacteria, so there is no fear. City dwellers, however, pay more attention to health, usually cooking fresh meals, not making a lot at once, and rarely eating leftovers. In this context, anxious has a meaning similar to pretending and is also a local saying in rural Hebei province. After breakfast, Wei Hongmei said to her husband, "Old Zhou, don't set up your stall today. It's rare for our in-laws to come. Take them around the city." Zhou and Shan naturally had no objections. Wei Hongmei even handed Zhou and Shan a wad of cash, which looked to be over 100 yuan. Chen Guosheng and Su Guifan were thinking of checking how the Zhou family was doing as a small business. Upon hearing this, they quickly declined Wei Hongmei's kindness. "In-laws, you are too kind. Don't worry about us. You should do what you need to do. By the way, the snack stall is tough work. We'd like to help today. Many hands make light work." Su Guifan spoke up. Wei Hongmei stiffened. She didn't really want her in-laws to go to the snack stall. That would mean they would know how much the stall made in a day, and she was afraid they would fixate on the money earned from the stall. In the past, Wei Hongmei wouldn't have thought so much. Back when her son was capable and a successful business owner, even if the Chen family benefited, she wouldn't have minded too much. One reason was that the family had money and didn't care about spending a little, and the other was that asking too many questions could lead to arguments, which she didn't want in her home. "In-laws, you're too polite. How can we let guests help?" Wei Hongmei said with a forced smile, trying to dissuade them from going to the snack stall. "How could that be? The purpose of our visit to the provincial capital is to see how our daughter is doing at the Zhou family, and to check if the Zhou family is making money as a small business. If it's not profitable, Chen Guosheng has already decided to let Chen Ying stay at her parents' house for a few months. She can't suffer at the Zhou family. It's fine normally, but now that their daughter is pregnant, she can endure hardships. However, judging by last night's and this morning's meals, it seemed they were eating well. They just didn't know if it was always like this or if the Zhou family was being particularly accommodating because they were visiting After all, in rural areas, when guests come, people tend to bring out the best food for them. In-laws, this is being too formal. My daughter married Zhaohui, so we are family. We don't need to be so polite. We rural people may not have many skills, but we have strength. Zhou Zhaohui was quite eloquent as she spoke. She rolled up her sleeves to show off her not-so-toned muscles. Her words were sincere, and if they continued to refuse, it would seem somewhat forced, leaving Wei Hongmei in a dilemma. Chapter 94. The money of two families cannot be mixed together. The couple exchanged glances, and Zhou and Sha nodded. Wei Hongmei only agreed to let the two help at the snack stall after reminding them that they could help but not to overexert themselves. Naturally, the two readily agreed, and thus the original trio at the snack stall grew to a team of 5. The customer flow at the train station was unstable, so they moved the stall to the entrance of the cinema. The Zhou family's spicy hot pot snack began to accumulate some repeat customers at the cinema entrance, and as soon as the stall was set up, customers approached. The 3 members of the Zhou family worked well together, quickly collecting money and cooking the hot pot. A bowl of spicy hot pot cost 50 cents. Zhou Zhaohui was shocked. To be honest, the hot pot was delicious, with both meat and vegetables, sticky and flavorful. But she was reluctant to spend 50 cents on a bowl. Not only Zhou Zhaohui, but most villagers in Xingwakin might also hesitate to spend 50 cents on a meal outside. Farmers worked hard for their money, and 50 cents could buy enough food for a family to eat 2 or 3 meals. However, city folks had money, and soon after setting up, customers began to arrive in succession, filling the 5 folding tables quickly. Zhou Zhaohui secretly calculated the daily earnings of the snack stall. Chen Guosheng observed carefully. After customers finished eating and left, he was considerate enough to go forward to collect bowls and wipe the tables. Seeing her husband busy in front of the snack stall, Zhou Zhaohui thought to herself that he was just good at pretending to be a nice guy. The couple was not there just to help. They wanted to find out how much money the stall could earn in a day. Old Chen was indeed invested in it. Zhou Zhaohui internally complained, but was also diligent, picking up a cloth to help wipe the tables. If they didn't clean the small tables promptly, incoming customers might leave if they saw no available seats, which would hurt business. Her daughter married into the Zhou family, and if her in-laws made money from the snack stall, her daughter would have a good life too. Zhou Zhaohui understood that her in-laws also had a younger son. While her daughter's situation was manageable, in a couple of years, she would find a husband and marry. And with the younger son starting a family, it was impossible for the parents to treat both equally. The money earned from the snack stall would definitely have to be shared with the younger son's family, perhaps even a large portion. When her daughter returns, Zhou Zhaohui planned to advise her to keep all of her husband's earnings in hand and not foolishly hand over everything to the elderly Zhou couple. Otherwise, that money might end up supporting their younger son. Although Zhou Zhaohui only had 1 son and 1 daughter, she had experienced a lot. Take her mother-in-law, for instance, who favored the younger brother's family. In the early years after she married into the Chen family, when they had split the household, all the money they earned went to her in-laws, and Zhou Zhaohui endured a lot of grievances. Having endured such hardships herself, she didn't want her daughter to go through the same thing again. In the past, when her son-in-law was a wealthy man, even if he supported the whole Zhou family, she wouldn't have cared much, but now it was different. Although the whole family still lived together, her son-in-law was married and had his own small family. They had to prioritize their own family before considering helping everyone else. Zhou Zhaohui's expression changed repeatedly. Wei Hongmei didn't know about Zhou Zhaohui's complicated thoughts. Seeing the couple helping out, sweating profusely, she felt quite embarrassed. The in-laws were guests, and she didn't want them to tire themselves out. Taking advantage of the less busy moment, she quickly poured 2 cups of water and handed them to Zhou Zhaohui and Chen Guosheng. It was hot outside, and standing for a while made one feel dry and thirsty. The two accepted the water from Wei Hongmei and drank it down quickly. "Mother-in-law, do you have so many people every day?" Zhou Zhaohui asked after wiping her mouth dry. Wei Hongmei thought to herself that indeed, setting up the stall at the cinema entrance had built a good reputation, accumulating a loyal customer base, and business was good every day. But she replied vaguely, "Oh, it varies. Some days there are more customers, and some days there are fewer." That was true. Individual businesses could earn quite a lot at times. But there were also days when they couldn't open at all for several days, which Zhou Zhaohui had heard from others in the village. After all, individual businesses didn't have the stability of those with formal jobs. Wei Hongmei was worried that the in-laws would learn about the snack stall's earnings and develop inappropriate greed. To be honest, she didn't have much goodwill toward this couple. If they were at all kind, they wouldn't have schemed to pressure her son into marriage. Thinking of this made Wei Hongmei feel sick. However, since her daughter-in-law and son were getting along well, past grievances had faded away like turning a page in a book. What mattered most was that the young couple lived well. Zhou Zhaohui smiled and didn't dig deeper. She was foolish enough not to see through Wei Hongmei's vague words. She and old Chen would be staying there for several days, and, combined, they were nearly 100 years old. They could certainly figure out the actual earnings of the snack stall. She quietly observed without speaking, resolving that when her daughter returned from Yangsheng, the two of them would have a private chat. As for the money earned by her in-laws, they didn't need to scrape every penny for themselves. After all, they needed to live too. But her son-in-law's money must be firmly in hand. Her daughter was pregnant now, and once the grandson was born, there would be plenty of expenses. If her son-in-law continued to give her daughter only a small allowance each month, that would not do. Zhou Zhaohui feared that Zhou Zhaohui would end up supporting everyone, especially since the Zhou family was living together now. Since they were married, it was two families, and the money from two families couldn't be mixed together. Even if Zhou family's younger son needed help from his older brother and sister-in-law when he got married, Zhou Zhaohui wouldn't interfere. That was between the brothers. Whether lending money or giving support, the younger brother would remember the kindness. But if the money from both families got mixed together, when the Zhou family's younger son married and set up his household, people would say it was all given by his parents, completely disregarding that the money from his brother and sister-in-law was mixed in, which would be quite frustrating. Why did Zhou Zhaohui think this way? Because she and her husband had experienced such grievances before. In earlier years, when everyone was struggling, her married sister-in-law would return to her parental home, taking food and other things. At that time, the Chen family had not split, and all their income was turned over. The sister-in-law, now married, would return to her parental home, not only failing to bring anything